Chapter 1 Traversing the Primordial Human Race, Foretelling Future of Jia Jiao. In the vast expanse of Hong Huang Dream. East Sea. Bio Palace. Master, although our Jia Jiao currently enjoys Tigranch Pectically of Maria Dimmerdals coming to pay homage, the Shazel Sorsal Tied a mixed multitude. Some disciples repeated like Camithanusix, which can hard lie serves a long-term strategy. Standing tall, Suhan addressed Tongtian Jaltu. Having traversed into this realm, Hebek Hamionoft he first innate human being, personal related with thought a future seemed bright, Suhan was acutely aware of fate, will a humanity would eventually become the protagonist soft, heavenly Tao, their inherent weakness may decimia Cypri, thus resolved to seek a formidability for the human race. Initially, Suhan intended to join Thrinjiao, but unfortunately, the Supreme Pure Saint only accepted Chendu. The Chanjiao Hadal Wei shelled lofty standards, and before Suhanovan reached the gates of Yushu Palace, he was forcibly expelled befiguring Longqingzi and Qijingzi. Alt-Hoth Westernland Sir Baron, the shade a lower threshold for accepting disciples, and Wuriel saw the future evictor soft feng shen calamity native. However, the journato Lingshen was arduous, and his sanity human, Suhan was themist favored lik for demons, making Jitnir lie impossible for Rimtor of his monthly. Online Tongtian Saint Tof Jiajal accept Tedisir, Ipels without prejudice, and with Litly Fort, Suhanjo and Therinx. Utilizing Isui talking skillshind over 12 lifetimes, Hequically earned through a cognition of his senior brothers and sisters, even having Thechan Sidamit Hedongtian Jaltu. Yet, with the Onsatoft Fengshen calamity, the Jiajal suffered devastating losses, and now, as the conflict between Thuan Theo intensified, the impending tragedy of the demon race slaughtering a manatee to forget slaughter Thulund large, filling him with immense anxiety. When I found at Jiajal, I was to seize a glimmer of hope. All being soft Hung Huang Grielm haveth the opportunity to listen Tothdeo and cultivate their paths. Using Killingus say means to provion swame and not being inviable root. The Dongtian Jaltu pondered for a long while before speaking. Suhan Segedinwardly. Indeed, the Tongtian Jaltu, renowned for the Jushin Sorteray, even hath Dao ancestor Hongjun declare publicly, onlithe for Saint Scambreak it, yethu is soon deniably affected bithies. After all, the first master of Jushin Sorteray, the demon ancestor Luohu, walked the path of demonic cultivation for slaughter. Event the ever Tongtian Jaltu, a Saint Toft heavenly Dao, could not claim to be entirely unscathed, that with the overwhelming malevolency of Jushin Sorteray. Master, from the fierce Bias Stoth Dragon Hang calamity, and no to the present, where they will clan stand sas the principal Hirsof Pangu, their risen Fala Cursin Thebling Kofani. Suhan spoke Egan. Thaw the ancestor we may be considered descendant soft, Father God, their ignorancy of the evenly principle, ultimately leads to their downfall. The Dongtian Jaltu remains alent for an extended period, yet this expression remained uncaged. Asa Saintoth heavenly Dao, Hergerded the ancestor Wu, whose strength on Lyriak had Thekwe Sisaintal Valandwao ostented by malevolent energy, a sanaberation, and event Tongtian Jalchu never view Edthemaskin. In that case, Ishalta Kemalev. Suhan sighed heavily. Had Kamato or realization the current Tongtian Jaltu was indeed bewildered by the situation, unwilling to accept that the Foundation had painstakingly established could collapse. Or perhaps, bolder still, at the onset of the calamity, the so-called Saints of heavenly day hour themselves blinded by more profound machinations. The concept that saints are invincible, while if those who had anota achieve a saint who'd remain as myriads, is to be entrenched Hong Wang Dream. In simpler terms, the Tongtian Jaltu held sufficient confidence thought nometer the circumstances faced with Jiajal, histed to sasa saint who dalo him to suppress them. Thaw the Wandio clans appeared formidable, their displayed combat power was Thekwe Sisaintalval, which, in Thysoft heel reedy ascended 3 pure ones, rendered them little Marethan oversized. Toputit malevolently, the Dongtian Jaltu and Thither saints were constrained from intervening due to the calamity. Watching gas Thwandio clans Rikadavaka crossed Hong Wang Dream, secret liher born Jadazar forth Setwa clans to meet, their demise sooner rather than latter. Suhangri Ted his teeth. As a member of the Man race, Hekud not bear Tao witness countless compatriots being slaughtered by Thiedman race. As a disciple of Jiajal, Hekud not bear to see Semanufis scaring senior brothers and sisters become slave soft functionless, or worse, meet in timely deaths. After a moment of contemplation, Su-han resolved to take a Tejif Tongtian Jaltu's blindness to quiet li placia jades lapineth archives. Understanding how to seek fortune and avoid calamity is commendable. Ansio wachiveth tail level, is shall bestow upon wananate spiritual treasure, and dinthi hong huangream, few shall be able to harm you. Seeing Su-han's moment of clarity, the Tongtian Jalchu nodded in satisfaction, his face a display in fond expression. Thank you, master. Su-han responded with cupped hands. Among the three teachings, the Tongtian Jaltu was undoubted the most dedicate dan trusting and guiding his disciples, yet this for devotion led him to amist tragic fatine the original line. This disciple is commendable line in respects, yet perhaps just a touch too cautious. Observing the respectful departing Suan, the Tongtian Jaltu shukashed, and in a flash, Hera turned to Thirer halt to continue his deep contemplation of heavenly Tao. Several millennia later, the Dian SH Grandere formed by 12 ancestor was can actually summon the spectral image of Father God. Eventhia clan Jotian star do repos SS combat powerth saint level, requiring master to personal line intervenito shes hostilities. The Tongtian Jaltu open at the Jadislip, his face a revialangan expression of disdain. The principal fatal beneath Saint Marie on Sicilo woft hung huang griom hao kud, they 12 ancestor was, devoid of even primordial spirits, possibilified saints? As for Emperor Junin Tai E, although they healthitite Li Fiao Emperor, in Thesof Tongtian Jaltu, they were remerly twa three-legged crows. Having zweeft lie read through te brief passages, the Tongtian Jaltu's face was filled with anger. The vast Jiajal has collapsed, leaving gone lie the single figurio the size absolute line conceivable. Thoth Taiji and Duan Shai brother shave doctrinal disputus with him, the are still mi blood brothers. How could they conspire with Thetwo saints off twest against him? Why will Daobao, as me Jiajal s master brother, betray the secto becomia bud hoft west? Absurd. Boom. The Tongtian Jaltu sword energy surged, instant liar deucing the jodslip toishes, vanishing entire life from existence. The Kurzofane and Tyre Sect's destruction was fortuvally even as saint-like Tongtian was provoked. Yet in Sehesanger subsided, Hezen said some thingamis. A sanctuary for saints, wide Jushin sword array and vast fortunes in place, even other saints scood not prointeth the depth soft bio palace, letalo neta liver this jades lipto his disquith this natus. Thean lipus ability was tight ways enact by Simeonu, dinth Jiajal, and specifically by Simeon, Plastithidongtian Jaltu. Recalling the content about Deo Beo's betrayal, the Tongtian Jaltu first spected Simeoniamid, to usurp Deo Beo's position, Butsunukashid. After all, the disciple soft Jiajal had always been united, and Thegidus lip depicted Deo Beo ace being forcibly converted with Taiji Saint. In comparison, the Taiji, Yuanshur, and Thetwa Western Saints presented a farmer unsavory image. Tosmir Daobao, one wooed directly in Tangionzulf with the four saints off heavenly Dao, which Eventh Tongtian Jaltu thought waste a gross misuse of resources. Moreover, among the disciples qualified to contest for the position of master, the turtle spirit saint way soberly impulsive, while Jian Lingendwooding had always shelled Deo Beo in higher guard. As for the outer disciples Yun Xiao, Thefermost among San Xiao, had been diligent like cultivating Gondrel emerged, and Zhao Gong Ming was not in it to vie for power, thought as 7 immortal Shaldanika status, they were estale far criv from being the Hirtoth Jaltu. Who called it? The Tongtian Jaltu attempted Tadadus, but currently, amidst that calamity, Evina Saint could not glimpse these Kretzofate. Come forth. The Tongtian Jaltu called out. Greetings, master. The irritating Cloudamore Talentered the Holland bowed, secretly perplexed, his demeanor growing increasing respectful. During my seclusion, died Danny outsider scum? The Tongtian Jaltu inquired. There were an outsiders. The irritating Cloud Immortal hastily replied. Only disciple soft he set came seek a guidance. Upon hearing that master waits in seclusion, the Yek returned. Should I summon them for inquiries? None. The Tongtian Jaltu waved his hand. This a mysterious individual had managed to even his notice, making Jitefruitless to bypass the rotating Cloud Immortal. His inquiry regarding the presentio of outsider, swasmerly to further narrow doubt, he targetan confirm, the existencio feigning insider trader. Itapired that beneath the seeming harmonious surface soft jiajal, there indeed lurked individual soft bias intent. Though it was impossible for the jod slip scursito be absurd, the impending calamity did posulatent threat toth jiajal. Perhaps, itistum effercange? The Tongtian initialian tindeto summondeo bao to investigatethettrator, buta sudin hot struckum, and hackensievden. Willet Tongtian did not believe deo bao well betray the sect, the emergencio feigning cider traitor place its responsibility in dao bao, thesany or disciple managing daily affairs, a favor least for reasonability to discern character. A thismament, allowing deo bao to withdraw wild, not only protect them buddles, so leave the hidden individual to believe if they had succeeded, prompting them to reveal themselves. Ring the bell and gather all disciples soft he sect. The Tongtian commanded. Understood. The irritating cloud immortal Kapedishan sin agreement, his mind filled with increasing curiosity. What can be troubling master today? That felt so different from usual? Chapter 2 The Mytoth H. Grandere, Tongtianina Days. On Golden Tortoise Island. What is the situation today Thath Master Sudenleerings to Belto Samonis? Perhaps she has gained insights during Seclusian and wishes twamper teachingstis? Thoth Master has lectured on numerous occasions, never has it been thizergent. I hard from brother Wyan Thad Master reason Arthur foul mudto day, so ever yon should behaveth themselves. A multitude of jiajal disciples manifesteth their powers, hastening fromal directions, their faces reflecting their bewilderment. The atmosphere within jiajal has always been characterized by sins of freedom and informality, making thiger gent summons a first in their collective a memory. Clearly, the master has seen hat jade's lip. Su Hanlanda de Thirurov Tech Road, observing everything with keenies. Indeed, when Fay said with a grave crisis, one must employ me a source without a toucho, fruthlessness, nor results can beaved. After all, Wathi articulated wormer fact 7 if celestial master finds sitherd to believe at present, as the content soft he jade slip continued obe corroborated, to will inevita blacken in truth. Yet, Su handed Natalo himself to bask in pride, for validating the future requires time, and the human rasameno thevithulchuri to it. Little junior brother, ithis been quite a hyla since you last visited Sunshine Island. A fericlid in a deep crimson dress, ace theory-alandrati and tasthodon, descended beside Suhan, her voice ringing with clarity. This time, if I adontra count at least 100 talls, you should think of fescaping. The fairy and the azure gowneth the right wave da dragon binding rope playfully. How can their baroccousness be forth the master? The dignified and graceful fairy in Thepper pled resit the center spoke up. Greetings, senior sisters. Suan, observing the three celestial sister Swa subtly encircled him and the distant Zhaogoming, Horia Luca Famant, smiled gant lion shookished. Eversins has shared a fuse torious from Miss Past life with the fairy Chiong Shao, she had become an aficionado of tales, even bringing by Zio along for feasting Gondry Velry. Though Yun Shao, known for her cold demeanor ran few words, proved the most insightful mentor in his cultivation journey. As for Zhaogoming, Hud invariably arrive punctually to some plet has celestialny on seat wasberwed, generously gifting treasuries and elixirs. Suhan found the atmosphere of Jiajal Tobe Minsli Apialing in the original narrative. It was precise Slijuito Theban soft brotherhood, that Jiajal members, fully aware of Teeperilov calamities, ventured in Toth world for vengeance and bow foff their comrades. While Jiajal is for from flawless, it possesses a warm absent in the self-proclaimed orthodox sect, the Chanjel. As fourth a man sect, Suan, as a transmigrator, understands thickening natarellerking beneath the surface soft he-seeming libenevolent Tai Ching Sung Run. Occupying the position off leadrin for two nof T human sect, yet turning Gablin diatoth apply tof humanity, even imprisoning the three sovereign soft T human race, swithin fire cloud cavite the future were any tonemethemist shameless figuri sint the primordial world, neither gianors unto woodbelworthio folding gakenlatahim. In this lifetime, if hekana talter the fat tof Jiajal in humanity, Itwood bid his servicito his status a sat transmigrator. Regrettably, he had arrived at Tatalate, and still found himself too insignificant in stature. Salutations, master. Asked the Beltal Donsamore, the previous Sly-murmuring member soft Jiajal prompt Lai Line Japan Dinterith Bo Gong, bowing with utmost reverence. Theme levelent energent world is growing, increasing lipotini mustal retreat for exclusion and refrain from any disobedience. The celestial master, seated in the Hysiat, spoke in a solemn tone, adhering to the master's command. Upon hearing celestial master's decree, the members of the Jiajal displayed solemn expression as cultivators. They understood to a wealthy terror soft he heaven-like calamities. Duo bow, you have along gover saint he fair soft he sect, which hashendered or cultivation this time, join mine seclusion. Casting his gaze across he assembly, the celestial masters I settled on Hazel des disciple, duo bow. Yes. Duo bow, filled with elation, recognized Thatmer Lee sharing exclusion with master ways a tremendous opportunity, blessed with the manifestation of he saintly dare them. Congratulations, senior brother. The members of the Jiajal collective like congratulated Duobao Daoist. Wife master and senior brother in seclusion, Watabao Themeter soft he sect. The long-eared Jingguang fairy was the fierce desensitheshift, stepping forward with cupped hands, clear lie implying hair willingness stow tickert. Long-jeered. The celestial master regarded the familiar avatars, feeling an inexplicable surge of disdain within Ishiart. Thought Temeterof betrayal wasmerl yald conjecture, the light-heartedness displayed Belongir Jig Wang Fairy and Hermamento Figurness made the celestial master realize it Hatnatal Fiz disciple. With a flicker oft, the celestial master's Saint Liperception Zealant, lie swept across long-geared Jig Wang Fairy's primordial spirit, and his furry surged. For within the depths of long-eared Jig Wang Fairy's primordial spirit, a golden figure lay concealed. The Bodhi golden body, a non-paralleled secret technique of Twestern sect, Kuden Libby cultivated Betheaner disciple soft medicine master in matria within Spirit Mountain. Long ired truly haska looted with Western sect? The celestial master's wrath intensified nozek kud toleratiatrator. Boom. Rumbling. Just as celestial master prepared to apprehend long-eared Jingguang fairy, the array of calamity surged suddenly, enveloping the entire primordial world in boundless malevolence. What is this? Such a terrifying Gaura could it be thought, Thwitchin demon clans air about to clash? Themai toft has lauder calamity eyes indeed fearsome. Duobeo and Theather swear left speechless, gazing in horror at the primordial continent now completely shrouded in malevolence. Such thick malevolence could they Witchin demon clans, Trulipos Esanovel combat power? The celestial master's expression shifted slight during the last calamity, the dragon, phoenix, and Kylan clans clashed with, without such commotion, Thean like imperaba even being thou demon worthato obliterated western spiritualvians. Warriors, follow mind battle, Tiraparthos et Twoberdman, D. Juna and Tai. The ancestral witch, D. Jiang, laughed heartily, leading 100 billion witch clan warriors, striding forth from Thun-yielding Mount Bujo, charging Jintith heavenly court. Star banners, activate grand array off heavenly stars. Thedaman sovereigns, D. Junin Dong Huang Tai, Wargrave expressions 365 starbanners swordforth, leading the 10 foremost demon saints off Quasis Saint Caliber, 100 softaluo golden immortals, and myriadaman tribes, channeling the power of Hesterstow form and immensely terrifying. Boom. The vast starlight cascaded down, transforming Ginteridian trivers fled with lethal intent, each flow dislodging countless witch clansmen, from heavenly court, plummeting beneath Mount Bujo. Meanwhile, Thedaman warriors, Bathadinsterlight, were invigorated, their combat prowess magnified. This divinamite tune doubted lie surpasses Thekwe, Sasaintelvul. The celestial master's expression Rusarius among 3 pure ones, taking was renowned for his alchemical mastery, Euconforis and parallelid artifact refinement, while Shang King Gwase acknowledged as the foremost informations. However, Thegrain dere oft he heaven lie stars just summoned Bethedman clan Midievan the celestial master feel a hint of pressure. Izatan Liordiman clan thought possesses formations? That well the ancestral which simultaneous litrans, sformed into Thir true firms, their rays intertwining gond mergent into the Dudingtion ma banner, sweeping up theme levelent energy thought, filled the primordial world, even forcing back the starlight oft grand array oft heavenly stars. Subsequently, boundless malevolent Seco, alescid in the void, manifesting a towering figure, brimming with majesty and power mere, standing three cosset the very heavens and earth to tremble. Father God, I citralirial? The celestial master, face a displayed disbelief. Chapter 3. The prophecy is confirmed. Tongtian's speculation did not the great deity Pango perish immediately after the creation of the heavens and the earth. What stands before us is not the true form of the great Pango, but merely a shadow. Even as a mere specter, its presence is profoundly terrifying. Every powerful being in the primordial wilderness, even those in secluded meditation, were jolted awake by the tremors of the world, gazing up at the sky in sheer horror. In the battlefield of the witch and demon, the 12 ancestral witches shouted in unison, their boundless malevolence coalescing into a peculiar giant axe, with a mere flick. Countless fissures erupted in the void, as if the very elements of earth, wind, and fire were about to be reformed. Boom. As the phantom of the heavenly axe emerged, the chaos bell controlled by Dong Huang Tai Yi, the Taiji diagram wielded by Laozi, and the Pango banner dominated by Yuan Shitian Zun began to tremble, as though striving to break free from their constraints and return to the hands of that towering giant. How is this possible? Dong Huang Tai Yi exerted every ounce of strength, barely managing to suppress the struggling chaos bell with the terrifying enhancement of the Zhou star formation. Stabilize. Both Laozi and Yuan Shitian Zun utilized their sage powers to stabilize the treasured artifacts. Yet their gazes toward the void reflected a hint of trepidation. When the divine axe, forged from malevolence, gradually took shape, the phantom of Pango grasped the axe handle, carving an incomprehensibly profound trajectory that descended directly upon the Zhou star formation. Sizzle. Although it was merely wielded by the phantom of Pango, this strike was akin to the reopening of the heavens and the earth, cleaving infinite fissures in space. Before it even landed upon the Zhou star formation, it had already obliterated countless elite demons, leaving them lifeless. Is this the might of the great deity Pango? Within Ling Shan, Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti gazed at the phantom of the divine axe with profound fear, calculating whether their combined strength could withstand it, only to simultaneously emit a despondent sigh. If only the Western teachings were present, how splendid that would be. It aligns perfectly with the descriptions in the Jade Tablet. Observing the Zhou star formation, which disintegrated upon mere contact with the divine axe, and the countless demons who transformed into torrents of blood without even a scream, even Tongtian could not help but draw a deep breath. This strike, not even he, nor the combined forces of the three pure ones, could hope to withstand. If Nuwa were to confront the two saints of the West, the invulnerable golden body of the saints would surely be shattered. The fact that such a deeply hidden ace of the witch and demon races could be precisely foretold had led Tongtian to begin to believe the contents of the Jade Tablet. After all, amidst the calamities, even as a heavenly path saint, he was unable to deduce the heavenly secrets, let alone predict the future with such precision. Could it be that after the calamity of the witch and demon races, it truly is the end for my? Is this mighty being attempting to warn me? Who could it be? As he gazed upon the severely depleted demon race, with even Dijuan and Tai Yi gravely injured, Tongtian's mind swirled with the contents of the Jade Tablet. His eyes swept across the equally fearful disciples, finally landing on Su Han. After all, it was only Su Han who had previously warned him of the impending peril facing. However, Tongtian soon found himself puzzled. Though Su Han, as a congenital human, possessed decent aptitude within, even Nuwa, the creator of humanity, was weaker than him, let alone Su Han, a mere golden immortal. Had he misjudged, or could Su Han be the reincarnation of an ancient being? As Tongtian recalled the exploits of figures like Qinku and Lao Zu, his expression grew increasingly uncertain. Regardless, this great favor, he acknowledged. Tongtian soon made a firm resolution. As a saint, he understood that the primordial world harbors countless secrets. For instance, those great beings who participated in the ancient Dao magic war, including Dao ancestor Hong Jun, were rumored to have reincarnated from the chaos demon god. As long as the Jade Tablet serves as a benevolent reminder too, that is already sufficient. The demons dominate the heavens, the witches control the earth, and for 100,000 years, there shall be no war. Just as the witch clan pressed their advantage, preparing to annihilate the demon heavenly court in one fell swoop, an enigmatic figure clad in a Taoist robe suddenly appeared in the void, waving his long sleeves to separate the armies of the witch and demon races. "Thank you, Tao ancestor. The surviving Dijuan, Tai Yi, and others were overjoyed, hastily kneeling in reverence along with the remaining demons. You unruly birdfolk, consider yourselves granted an extension of 10,000 years. Although Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches felt discontented, they recognized that they were not Hong Jun's match at this moment and retreated with the witch army from the heavenly court. Once again, it aligns perfectly with the Jade Tablet. Tongtian grew increasingly suspicious. If the hidden cards of the witch and demon races merely rivaled the saints, then Hong Jun directly represented the heavenly Tao. If even Hong Jun's actions could be accurately predicted, it left Tongtian with no choice but to believe. Especially now that the witch race held a clear advantage, Hong Jun's actions could generously be described as a ceasefire, or less charitably as favoritism. If even the Tao ancestor behaves thus, then the future where stands alone could very well be conspired against by the other saints. Though Tongtian remained reluctant to believe that Laozi and Yuan Shi would turn against their fellow brother, he understood that was not entirely invincible. After all, besides the three pure ones, there were also Jian, Zhuan-Ti, and Nuwa, three other saints. Should another Zhou-Tian star formation or Do-Tian Shensha formation emerge, it could indeed shatter the Zhuxian sword array. And once the Zhuxian sword array falls, may very well face annihilation. Though Tongtian still had the Wanxian formation as a trump card, among the 7 accompanying immortals were traitors like Chang Dingguang. If a few more traitors emerged from among the myriad immortals, it would lead to irreversible doom. The more profound the power of the formation, the stricter the requirements for coordination. Even the slightest deviation could result in irretrievable consequences. Once more surveying the Grand Hall, Tongtian noticed that some disciples had indeed become tainted with malevolence. In the past, he would have merely laughed it off, but today was different. Perhaps it is time to undergo a transformation? To seize a glimmer of life for all beings is not without its constraints. Tongtian's gaze fell again on Su Han, unable to come to a decision. After all, if Su Han truly were an ancient great being, his previous accusatory attitude might have already been seen through, and rashly confronting him could backfire, causing Su Han to leave. Moreover, the Jade Tablet merely introduced the downfall of, lacking the detailed account of the witch and demon war. It was unclear whether the author had failed to deduce it or had deliberately withheld information, leaving Tongtian uncertain. The battle between the witch and demon races had reached a temporary pause. Without a command from the master, you must not descend the mountain on your own, nor create senseless slaughter. Tongtian waved his hand and soon returned to the rear hall with Duobao. It appeared that the master had begun to believe, and the next step could be set into motion. Upon hearing Tongtian's explicit admonition against unnecessary killings, Su Han felt a slight relief. Realizing that was beginning to shift, however, the previous abrupt cessation of the witch and demon war made Su Han acutely aware that the heavenly Tao was the true driving force behind the calamities. Thus he did not dare to be complacent. After all, the future itself is fraught with uncertainties. Chapter 4. The Transmission of Humanity, Feedback of Fortune in Bo Palace. Duobao, you have long managed the affairs of the sect. Have you discovered any disciples engaging in nefarious deeds? Tongtian inquired. Reporting to the master, the majority of our disciples are indeed quite exemplary, Duobao replied, his face displaying a hint of guilt as he bowed. If that is the case, it seems there are indeed some mixed qualities, Tongtian reflected, for boasts thousands of formally registered disciples, with countless more nominal students. Overall, current state is one of fortune flourishing more than it wanes. Hence, even Tongtian himself had not taken it to heart before, naturally refraining from reproaching Duobao. What specific insights do you have regarding the disciples? Tongtian asked again. Among the inner disciples, my 3 junior sisters, Jin Ling, Wu Dang, and Gue Ling, possess a deeper comprehension of the Shangqing Tao than the disciples themselves. Among the outer disciples, Gong Ming is altruistic, while the Sanshao sisters have diligently pursued their cultivation and made notable progress. Han Ji, Kai Yun, Qin Wan, and others are also quite commendable, Duobao responded hastily. And what of Su Han? Noticing that Duobao had yet to reach the crux of the matter after a lengthy introduction, Tongtian cut straight to the point. Su Shidi is our sole descendant of humanity, currently at the early stage of Golden Immortal, ranking among the average in the outer disciples. He is kind-hearted and generous. Exceptionally skilled at brewing wine and enjoys a favorable reputation within the sect, Duobao retrieved several jars of celestial wine from his storage treasure and respectfully presented them to Tongtian. I understand, Tongtian harbored doubts. Although this celestial wine was not without merit, it fell short of the image he had anticipated of a reincarnated great being or an otherworldly adept. Could it be that he had misjudged the target? And the one who previously conveyed the jade tablet was someone else entirely? As Tongtian's saintly consciousness circulated, he discovered that Su Han was not present in the Taoist temple, nor even within the bounds of the Eastern Sea. Where could this lad have gone? Is there yet another significant upheaval within the primordial world? While Tongtian imparted teachings to Duobao, he allocated a portion of his divine awareness to remain vigilant of external movements. In the ancestral land of humanity, Su Han, you have returned. As the golden light descended, Sui Rin, Ze, and Yu Chao greeted him warmly. As the first batch of congenital humans crafted by the Saint Yuhua. They were familiar with Su Han, especially since he was the only one who frequently returned to visit after joining the Great Sect, which made them feel particularly close. The three of you are too kind. Su Han replied earnestly, there's no need for idle chatter. You must have sensed the commotion from the recent witch and demon war. Though there is a 10,000-year ceasefire in place, it appears more like an opportunity for the demon race to consume other tribes. Our human race must relocate to a safer place to preserve our survival. To where shall we migrate? The expressions of the three from the swearing clan changed in unison, although they were not yet the protagonists of the heavenly land. As the three ancestors of the human race, the swearing clan possessed great merits and had already attained the status of Tai Golden Immortal. They were acutely aware of the ferocity and terror of the demon race. Countless once-renowned clans in the primordial wilderness had either been reduced to servitude or faced utter annihilation under the pressure of the demon army. The shores of the East Sea and Wuzhuang Temple. Su Han decisively stated that the East Sea was the closest to the Jiejiao, and he was confident in persuading some of the Jiejiao's brothers to lend their assistance. As for Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi was kind-hearted and harbored a blood feud with the demon race. With the intelligence of his close friend, the ancestor Hong Yun, he was quite sure of obtaining a certain amount of protective time in exchange. What of Shouyang Mountain? That place is even closer and more prosperous than the East Sea. Now, as the primordial wilderness is rife with fierce beasts of the demon race, a migration spanning millions of miles would inevitably incur significant losses. The swearing clan displayed a look of confusion. The sage of the human teaching, Laozi, resides in the Eight Sceneries Palace, and Xuandu is genuinely of human descent. The demon race is formidable. A hint of helplessness flickered in Su Han's eyes. Even as a transmigrator within the vast and powerful primordial world, if one's strength is inadequate, there are indeed limitations to what can be accomplished. Rest assured, Su Han. We shall do our utmost to migrate. The Sea clan promptly spoke up. You need not worry too much. This is a calamity that our human race must confront. Return and focus on your cultivation, so that you may secure more opportunities for our people. The Chao clan forced a smile, patting Su Han on the shoulder. Here are some foundational body refinement techniques and simple formations I have comprehended based on the human constitution over the years. They can be attempted by our kin. Su Han took out a thick silk book from his bosom. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. The three from the swearing clan became increasingly moved as they perused it. Although Laozi had once imparted the golden elixir cultivation technique when establishing the human teaching, it demanded a high level of talent, and even among the first batch of innate humans, the number of those who could cultivate was exceedingly limited. The techniques created by Su Han, albeit simple, are specifically tailored to the human physique, allowing almost everyone to begin their practice. The formations, which enable cooperative efforts to challenge beyond one's level, are indeed urgently needed by our race. Now, while the core of the demon race should still be in the midst of recovery, we can both migrate and learn during this interval. We can exchange ideas whenever issues arise. Su Han spoke solemnly. While golden immortals may not be considered prominent within the Jiejiao, they are still among the strongest in the human race, second only to the three ancestors. Moreover, the more individuals who cultivate, the more problems can be identified, allowing for timely improvements and enhancements. The reason our human race has thrived in the primordial wilderness until now lies in our perseverance and relentless striving. To put it bluntly, it is our blood and spirit. The purpose of cultivation and advancement is not for anything else, but to protect our parents, wives, children, and siblings from humiliation. Better to die standing than to live kneeling. Since his transmigration, Su Han had been meticulously planning for the human race, yet a flame of determination burned persistently within him. Seizing the opportunity to traverse among the various human tribes, he spread this spirit of resolve and courage. From a public perspective, having lived 2 lives, Su Han shared a profound karmic bond with the human race, and sufficient repayment was necessary for transcendence. From a private perspective, educating the human race constituted great merit. And even if he had yet to become a protagonist of the heavenly land, he would undoubtedly reap rich rewards in the future. In a year, 10 years, 100 years, and thousands of years, Su Han nearly traversed all human tribes, diligently imparting knowledge to all willing to learn, and his insights into martial arts continually improved. With Su Han's ongoing teachings, the number of individuals learning martial arts grew exponentially, quickly escalating from mere individuals to tens, hundreds, thousands, and eventually reaching the hundreds of millions. The number of followers surrounding him had already surpassed 3,000. As these individuals returned to their tribes, they spread the flames of martial arts even further. Even other beings passing through the human territories were drawn in, beginning to practice martial arts, striving for self-improvement, and integrating into the human race. On Golden Ao Island, the Tongtian patriarch, who was in seclusion, opened his eyes, astonished to find that the fortunes of the Jiejiao had actually increased. Chapter 5. The development of the human race and Tongtian's attention. Who is it? The Tongtian patriarch's divine sense first swept over his direct disciples, such as Daobao and Jinling. For such a degree of fortune change could only be possible if at least one disciple had advanced to quasi-saint. Due to the lack of fortuitous spiritual treasures, the Tongtian patriarch took an unconventional path, arranging the 10,000 immortals formation with his disciples to suppress the sect's fortunes, which were intricately interlinked. As for the extermination sword formation, though it boasts immense power and is said to be unbreakable except by the 4 saints, it is, after all, the foremost killing formation of the heavenly Tao. Not only is it unsustainable, but each use also demands a considerable amount of fortune to suppress its malevolent energy. Within the Jiejiao, only 4 inner disciples and a few from the outer sect, such as Yun Xiao, had reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, the Tongtian patriarch soon realized that while these disciples had made progress over the millennium, they were still far from achieving the level of severing their corpses. Tracing the origins, the Tongtian patriarch quickly identified the source of the increase in fortune through its connections, and his expression subtly shifted. For this surge in fortune was unmistakably linked to Su Han, who had departed from the East Sea nearly 10,000 years ago. It is him again. In just a few thousand years, he has ascended from golden immortal to quasi-saint, even faster than his former teacher, undoubtedly a reincarnation of a chaotic demon god. The Tongtian patriarch inwardly lamented, his divine sense tracing the fortune upward. Becoming increasingly astonished, for Su Han's cultivation level was merely at the mid-stage of golden immortal, yet the merit behind him had already thickened to the point of forming a radiant halo. This stream of merit originated from the human race, which was typically overlooked by Tongtian and even the ordinary disciples of the Jiejiao. The human race possesses such profound depth. The Tongtian patriarch's eyes glimmered with contemplation. Although Nuwa became a saint through the merit of creating humanity, the human race had never stood out among the myriad races in the primordial wilderness. Take the 3 purities as an example. Taiji Laozi indeed attained enlightenment by establishing the human teaching, and the golden elixir cultivation method has spread among the myriad races, while the Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian patriarch respectively expounded the heavenly Tao and offered a glimmer of hope for all beings. The human race was merely a small part of that. Could it be that after the calamities of the Wu and Yao, the next protagonists of the Great Tribulation are the human race? The Tongtian patriarch's heart conceived a bold conjecture as he recalled the previous fierce beasts and the calamity of the Long Han. Even if not, with Su Han present, the future of the human race is undeniably boundless. At this moment, the Tongtian patriarch regretted not having made a decisive resolution earlier, leading to Su Han still being merely an ordinary outer disciple of the Jiejiao. The future of the Jiejiao may very well rest upon Su Han's shoulders. It just so happens that our Jiejiao exists to offer a glimmer of hope for all beings, and the human race is no exception. Observing the increasingly resplendent merit golden wheel behind Su Han, the Tongtian patriarch soon made up his mind, his gaze firmly fixed upon Su Han. Is there truly such an existence within the human race? Active migration is a favorable option, minimizing conflicts with the demon race. The moment Nuwa, the holy mother of the human race, sensed the fluctuations in the fortunes of her people, she cast her gaze from the Hua Huang Palace in the chaos beyond the 33 heavens and subsequently entered seclusion once more. As the holy mother of the human race and a saint of the demon race, Nuwa now possessed vast fortunes, merely committing Su Han's name to memory in her heart. Xuandu is even more remarkable. Within the 8 Sceneries Palace, Laozi quickly withdrew his gaze as well as the sole heir of the human teaching. Enjoying abundant resources, Xuandu had successfully severed his corpse, becoming the first quasi-saint among the disciples of the 4 teachings. With the elevation of the human race's fortunes, Laozi, as the leader of the human teaching, also reaped the benefits. Although most of the human race migrated to the shores of the East Sea and Wuzhuang Temple, some, disregarding counsel, gathered around Shouyang Mountain to join the ranks of those venerating Laozi. On the shores of the East Sea, as the power of merit washed over him, Su Han's footing gradually strengthened, and his affinity with the laws increasingly deepened. As one of the first innate humans, he had already undergone a baptism of merit when Nuwa succeeded in creating humanity, even if it was but a trace. It forged his innate Tao body, allowing Su Han to attain the golden immortal level within a mere millennium of joining the Jiejiao. With the merit golden wheel currently coalescing behind him, if all of it were to be utilized to enhance his cultivation, he could directly ascend to the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. However, Su Han understood that forcibly elevating one's cultivation through merit, while expedient, would result in an unstable foundation. The comprehension of laws and affinity would lag behind, significantly diminishing actual combat power, and subsequent advancements would solely rely on the accumulation of merit. Nevertheless, the merits of fortune could compel even saints to disregard their dignity in competition due to their boundless utility. They could cleanse karmic ties and enhance one's footing, or transform into a merit golden wheel to safeguard oneself. To slay a great benefactor is to entangle oneself in significant karmic repercussions, inviting calamities or even leading to the annihilation of one's soul. Even saints, striving to avoid karmic entanglements, would still see their lineage and disciples affected. Thus, Su Han only utilized a small portion of his merit to cleanse his karmic ties and root bones, while the majority coalesced into the merit golden wheel for future use. Thank you, Master. Apart from Su Han, the 3,000 disciples who had closely followed and assisted in imparting teachings also received a portion of the merit baptism, laying the foundation for their transcendence from mortals to immortals, fostering even deeper respect and admiration for Su Han. Congratulations, Dao friend Su Han. The 3 ancestors of the swearing clan were equally elated. Over nearly 10,000 years, they had witnessed firsthand the flourishing of martial arts among the human race and observed that although there had been losses during the migration, the growth in individual strength, combined with the support of formations, had made hunting for prey increasingly successful, leading to a continuous increase in both the population and overall strength of the clan. Su Han, you have done exceedingly well. Daobao Daoist descended from the skies, presenting the Qingping sword to Su Han, stating, Master has elevated you to the status of a direct disciple and temporarily bestowed the Qingping sword upon you for your protection. Thank you, Master. Su Han respectfully accepted the Qingping sword and bowed towards the direction of Jinao Island. With the Qingping sword in hand, persuading Zenyuanzi would undoubtedly become significantly easier. This sword is not only one of the 3 exquisite innate spiritual treasures forged from the 24th grade Chaos Green Lotus, obtained by the 3 pure ones atop Buzhou Mountain, but it is also the foundational treasure of the Jie Sect, having undergone the baptism of heavenly virtues. Its power and weight are extraordinarily formidable. Soon, Su Han discovered the divine consciousness attached to the Qingping sword, along with the method of spiritual communication. Indeed, the master had confirmed that it was the jade slip he had left behind. However, Su Han was not anxious at all. Rather, he felt more assured, for his foresight was rooted in goodwill, which would greatly benefit humanity against the Jie Sect, a true win-win situation. Junior brother Su, this is a spiritual treasure I have recently refined. See if it suits you well. Dao Bao produced a treasure in the shape of a pagoda, handing it to Su Han. Thank you, senior brother. Su Han responded with a bow. I wish to visit Wuzhuang Temple. May I request senior brother to accompany me on this journey? Becoming the eldest brother of the Jie Sect, even after being forcefully transformed by Laozi during the Fengshan calamity, Dao Bao truly is exceptional. Wuzhuang Temple, Xinyuanzi? Within Jinao Island, Tongtian Patriarch narrowed his eyes. Chapter 6 Xinyuan Daxian. You wouldn't wish for the Red Cloud ancestor to remain unrevived, would you? Xinyuanzi? Dao Bao's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. This figure, revered as the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, had once listened to the teachings alongside the Master Tongtian in the Zhixiao Palace. Though he had yet to attain enlightenment, his Earth Book formation was renowned across the wilderness, rendering even the former forces of the demon race powerless against it. However, since the demise of his old friend, the Red Cloud ancestor, Xinyuanzi had remained secluded, appearing to have no connection with the golden immortal level Su Han. The next decisive battle between the Wu and the Yao will be ever more brutal. With Xinyuanzi Daxian's intervention, we can protect more of humanity, Su Han said with a smile. Wuzhuang Temple is also a confluence of spiritual veins. With your abilities, senior brother, you may just stumble upon unexpected gains. Dao Bao's expression grew increasingly perplexed. His true form was that of a treasure-seeking mouse, a fact not hidden within the Jie Sect. Yet, how could Su Han be so certain that Xinyuanzi would agree to allow him to search for treasures nearby? Nevertheless, before departing from Jinao Island, Tongtian had instructed Dao Bao to fully cooperate with Su Han, so he did not dwell on it further. He activated his Deluo divine powers, flying alongside Su Han towards Wuzhuang Temple. At Wuzhuang Temple, it is my fault for being incapable, which has led to your suffering at the hands of the demon race. Xinyuanzi stood before the ginseng fruit tree, reminiscing about the past discussions with Red Cloud. His eyes filled with regret and resentment. Although it was Red Cloud who had disregarded counsel and left the confines of the Earth Book formation, Xinyuanzi felt responsible for not intervening in time. Master, Dao Bao and Su Han seek an audience. Qingfeng and Mingyue rushed into the courtyard, bowing respectfully. Please. Xinyuanzi paused for a moment, then proceeded to the main hall to welcome them. Greetings, Master Xinyuan. Su Han and Dao Bao bowed together. You two are too polite. Xinyuanzi returned half a bow. What guidance does the most pure sage offer? The sage's disciples humbly referred to themselves as juniors, exhibiting both modesty and respect. However, if Xinyuanzi were to truly adopt the demeanor of a master, it would be quite inappropriate. It concerns a private matter of Su Han. Su Han spoke. The demon race intends to slaughter humanity and forge the slaughter witch sword. If Master can lend assistance, humanity would be deeply grateful. Demon race? Xinyuanzi remained unfazed. This is a matter of great karma. Though benevolent by nature, ever since his friend Red Cloud, renowned as the first good man of the wilderness, had fallen, Xinyuanzi had grown somewhat despondent, reluctant to involve himself in worldly affairs. Protecting humanity would both weaken the demon race in vengeance for Red Cloud and accrue merit. Su Han utilized the spiritual communication technique imparted by Tongtian to convey to Xinyuanzi. Red Cloud ancestor has not completely perished, Red Cloud. Xinyuanzi's expression changed dramatically, regarding Su Han with a penetrating gaze. He had witnessed the annihilation of Red Cloud's soul firsthand, while Su Han was merely a minor golden immortal. Yet, upon noticing Dao Bao beside Su Han and the Qingping sword hung at his waist, Xinyuanzi's expression faltered momentarily. After all, the distinction between a quasi-saint and a saint was vast, and perhaps the powers of the most pure sage could indeed uncover the remnants of Red Cloud's soul. If he could revive his old friend, Xinyuanzi would not hesitate to assist, even to the extent of directly demanding the Earth Book. I would never dare to deceive my master. Su Han spoke earnestly. Xinyuanzi nodded slightly. With his keen insight, he could naturally discern Su Han's identity as a member of humanity and quickly grasped the implications of Su Han's words. The Earth Book formation could protect humanity. Yet it could also become a prison, incurring karma that Su Han could not bear. After glancing at the merit golden wheel behind Su Han, Zhen Yuanzi felt a sense of kinship and said, Qingfeng, Mingyue, go fetch 3 ginseng fruits. Thank you, Master. Daobao rejoiced. Ginseng fruits are among the top innate spiritual roots of the wilderness, blooming every 300,000 years, bearing fruit after another 300,000, and maturing after yet another 300,000, taking a full 1,000,000 years to produce up to 30 fruits. Even the most ordinary beast, upon consuming a ginseng fruit, could immediately attain spiritual intelligence and become an immortal. As the eldest disciple of the Jie sect, Daobao had long heard of ginseng fruits but had never tasted one. Reflecting on this, Daobao cast a puzzled glance at Su Han, wondering how his junior brother's mere words could prompt such extraordinary treatment from Zhen Yuanzi. Please, Qingfeng and Mingyue approached with 3 ginseng fruits. Their eyes filled with compassion for the 2 guests. Thank you, Master. Daobao carefully accepted 1 ginseng fruit, intending to bring it back to his master Tongtian, and then, together with Su Han, consumed the ginseng fruit. Wow! The overwhelming essence of innate would surge through their bodies, swiftly cleansing Su Han's meridians and bones, naturally elevating his cultivation to the consummate golden immortal stage, now merely a step away from the Deluo golden immortal. Even Daobao, already in the late stage of Deluo golden immortal, greatly benefited, his 5 energies within and the 3 flowers atop his head flourishing, his magical powers reaching an unprecedented peak, firmly stepping towards the path of severing corpses. You 2 possess exceptional insight, Zhen Yuanzi remarked with admiration. Daobao, despite his duties in managing the sect and refining artifacts, was undoubtedly among the most gifted of the 2nd generation in the wilderness, though Su Han was merely at the golden immortal level. His solid foundation and ability to resist the temptation of elevating his cultivation through merit showcased his commendable character. Zhen Yuanzi's confidence in Su Han's claims about Red Cloud's lingering soul grew as well. In the past, the 2 masters had obtained a red gourd atop Buzhou Mountain, refining it into the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd. Su Han conveyed telepathically, given that Zhen Yuanzi had so willingly offered such a precious gift as the ginseng fruit. He would not hesitate to share a fragment of information, the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd. Zhen Yuanzi momentarily paused, then his eyes sparkled with joy. This innate gourd had been a product of contention and refinement alongside Red Cloud, and he was thoroughly familiar with its properties. It could both taint one's spirit and devour souls. Furthermore, since innate spiritual treasures require a soul imprint for refinement, finding this item could indeed present a significant opportunity to uncover the remnants of Red Cloud's soul. Though there remained a considerable distance to revival, at least a glimmer of hope had emerged. Rest assured, as long as Zhen Yuanzi is here, the surrounding humanity of Wuzhuang Temple shall remain unharmed. Zhen Yuanzi grew increasingly exhilarated. Bowing deeply to Su Han, Qingfeng, Mingyue, go fetch the remaining fruits, Su Han sighed in relief. With the Jie sect in the East Sea and Zhen Yuanzi's Earth Book formation at Wuzhuang Temple, the threat of the demon race to humanity could be significantly mitigated. Although casualties were inevitable, as long as vitality remained, hope persisted. Contemplating death, Su Han's gaze shifted towards the direction of the Blood Sea, and he promptly infused a strand of divine consciousness into the Qingping sword. Chapter 7 Tongtian. Su Han is indeed correct. The Earth Book formation protects humanity. In the 33 heavens, within the Lingshao Treasure Hall, the atmosphere was tense as Emperor Jinjun remarked gravely, relying on the vast fortunes of the heavenly court. Over the course of countless years, both I and Dong Huangtai have not only fully recovered from our injuries, but have also advanced our cultivation to the pinnacle of quasi-saint. The 10 great demon saints also reaped substantial benefits. Yet the middle-tier backbone had suffered considerable losses, particularly among those above the Deluo golden immortal level, as even the demon race required hundreds of thousands of years or even eons to cultivate such beings. Your Majesty, while the Zhou Tian star formation has reached new heights, should we encounter Panga's phantom once more, it may be. The demon Saint Bays furrowed his brow. Before the decisive battle, we must find a way to eliminate at least one ancestral witch. Only then can we hope to break the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. The physical bodies of the ancestral witches are exceedingly formidable. Even the chaos spell of the Donghuang Lord struggles to inflict severe damage. To annihilate them is no simple task, sighed the demon master Kuanping. let alone the ancestral witches. Even the mighty bodies of the great witches are comparable to quasi-saints. A mere strike from an ordinary innate spiritual treasure would barely leave a mark, rendering the overwhelming numbers of the demon army utterly helpless. Could we request the saints to lend their assistance? The demon Saint Guoche glanced at the idol of Nuwa enshrined within the heavenly court. This matter need not be discussed further. The Eastern Emperor Tai let out a cold snort. Although he and Dijuan had once spared no expense to bestow upon the heavenly court the vast fortunes and the innate gourd used to forge the summoning banner, their intention was merely to summon Fushi to assume the title of Shihuang. The Saint Enwa of the demon race was but a figurehead. If that were the case, there was only one course of action left. The demon Saint Guoche gritted his teeth. What course of action? The other demons turned their gazes towards him. The difficulty in defeating the witch tribe lay in their physically reinforced bodies, honed by malevolent energy. Guoche spoke. However, there exists another race in this world with a naturally spiritual form, whose vengeful energy after death possesses an exceedingly terrifying corrosive power, one even the bodies of witches find difficult to withstand. The human race? The demon master Kuanping exclaimed in surprise. Dijuan and Tai exchanged glances, their faces reflecting hesitation. Though Enwa was merely a figurehead, her title as a saint still held considerable sway over the heavenly court's command of myriad races. If they were to strike against the human race and provoke Enwa's wrath, it would be a case of losing more than they gained. The human race was merely a creation of hers. While Shi Huang was her only brother, surely she could discern the weight of such matters. Guoche spoke fiercely. Dijuan's uncertainty deepened. At that moment, the aura of calamity surged violently, tendrils of calamity quietly infiltrating the 33 heavens, corroding the consciousness of the higher echelons of the demon race. Brother, as long as we can eradicate the witch tribe, at least one of us will attain the path to sainthood, and by then, we shall not fear that being. The calamity energy invaded his mind, and the Eastern Emperor Tai, who had long harbored resentment towards Enwa for being unwilling to act, was the first to solidify his resolve. Your Majesty, saints also require fortune. Severing the bloodline of the human race will leave her reliant upon our demon race. If both you and the Eastern Emperor achieve sainthood, it would be enough to sweep across the entirety of Honghuang. Guiche's voice grew increasingly sinister. That being in the chaos also once relied on the calamity to attain their path. Good, Dijuan steeled his heart. During the Dragon Han calamity, though he and the Eastern Emperor dared not step beyond the Sun Star, they bore witness to the endless slaughter upon the continent of Honghuang, watching as the once mighty Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin races, not inferior to the current witch and demon races, were nearly annihilated. Since one cannot survive the calamity without perishing, what harm in taking a gamble? This matter shall be entrusted entirely to you, Kuanping. Ensure the successful forging of the witch-slaying sword before the final confrontation. Your Majesty, I still need to arrange the new great array of the Zhou Tian stars. Although the calamity energy invaded his mind, Kuanping, possessing the merit of establishing demon texts, retained a sliver of rationality and hastily deferred. After all, this was Enwa's opportunity for sainthood. With Dijuan and Tai bolstered by calamity fortune, they might stand on equal footing in the future, but Kuanping would not have such weight. Should Enwa truly become enraged, would he not be the prime target as the leading demon master? In that case, very well. After a moment of contemplation, Dijuan passed the Hichu and Luoshu to Kuanping, saying, "The main array shall be your responsibility alongside Shi Huang." Yes, Kuanping sighed with relief, hastily departing from the Lingxiao treasure hall under the pretense of arranging the array. Kill! As the long-sealed heavenly gate swung open once more, hundreds of billions of demon soldiers were divided into several squads, charging directly towards the human gathering place. Boom, boom. Countless demon spells and techniques were unleashed in succession, and in mere moments, countless humans fell in bloodshed. Brothers, let us fight these demons to the bitter end. Behind us are our families. We have no retreat left. Kill. After thousands of years of development, the vast majority of humans had cultivated various martial arts. After an initial panic, they quickly formed arrays and engaged in fierce combat with the demon army. Alas, in this moment, the demons were the protagonists of the calamity, their overall strength remaining on an entirely different level. Even as the humans fought with all their might, the casualty ratio continued to widen. Within the Enwa palace, the meditating Enwa was soon stirred by the wails of countless humans, instinctively preparing to intervene, only to hesitate at the last moment. During the previous battle between the witches and demons, the Pangu phantom summoned by the great array of the heavenly divine kill was unstoppable. And Fushi had also been severely injured by the backlash of the Zhoutian stars array, recovering in the Enwa palace for thousands of years. Now, the strength of the demons had regressed compared to last time, while the 12 ancestor witches had only grown stronger. In another battle, even Enwa did not hold high hopes for the demons. Yet, Fushi had disregarded advice and entered the heavenly court to face the calamity. If she were to stop the demons from forging the witch-slaying sword now, Fushi would surely. After much hesitation, Enwa ultimately withdrew her gaze, yet her saintly heart could not find peace. At Shouyang Mountain, could it be that Su Han's predictions were accurate? The saint of Tongtian's expression was cold and indifferent when Su Han and the 3 ancestors of the swearing clan led the human race to migrate. Laozi had not taken it seriously. Yet now, the widespread slaughter across Honghuang validated the precision of Su Han's foresight. As the vitality of the human race diminished, the fortune of Laozi, who had attained the path through the teachings of humanity, began to wane as well. Nevertheless, throughout this ordeal, Laozi's demeanor remained unchanged. He did not even step away from the 8 scenery palace, merely observing the countless human vengeful spirits being absorbed into the witch-slaying sword. Earth Book Great Array, activate. Within Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi was equally astonished by Su Han's prescience. While mobilizing the power of the earth veins to protect humanity, his heart burned with fervor, for the more capable Su Han became, the greater the chance for Hong Yun's survival. Coupled with his hatred for the demon race, Zhen Yuanzi poured all his strength into the effort. Clang. As the power of the earth veins surged forth, the Eastern Emperor Tai's chaos bell was repelled, his expression darkening considerably. In the past, when they had besieged Hong Yun, all the elite forces of the heavenly court were helpless against the super array that gathered the earth's power. Now, with the witch-slaying sword plan once again thwarted, the Eastern Emperor Tai found himself even more incensed. Clang, clang, clang. Bring it on. The Eastern Emperor Tai fully activated the Chaos Bell, surrounding Wuzhuang Temple with countless demons, leaving no room for escape. Chapter 8. The Master of the Intercepting Teachings. Humanity, I shall protect you. At the shores of the East Sea, they have indeed come. Watching the approaching demon army, Su Han took a deep breath. Since his arrival in this world, he had been striving for this calamity. And now he had finally arrived at the final test. With Zhen Yuanzi at Wuzhuang Temple not disappointing expectations, it should not be a problem to delay until the witch and demon races clashed once more. After all, the Earth Book was formed from the membrane of Honghuang, and even if the demon race's Zhoutian stars array was superior, it could not bear the consequences of destroying the entire earth veins of Honghuang. As for the intercepting teachings, if the Master of Intercepting Teachings were willing to lend his full support, the resulting consequences would bind him thoroughly to humanity, and future paths would be much broader. If the Master of Intercepting Teachings chose to stand by like Laozi and Enwa, after settling the karmic debts with his master and disciple, Su Han would decisively withdraw. As the direct disciple of the Intercepting Teachings, Su Han had yet to formally receive his teachings at Bio Palace. On Jinao Island, Su Han had once again anticipated correctly. The Master of Intercepting Teachings gazed deeply at Su Han, his eyes sweeping over the gathered disciples of Bio Palace, and spoke solemnly. When I founded the Intercepting Teachings, it was to seize a glimmer of hope for all beings. Now that the demon race is rampant and mercilessly slaughtering humanity, do you all wish to uphold the tenets of our Intercepting Teachings? We shall abide by the Master's decree. Duobao and the others responded in unison. Over these past thousands of years, the Intercepting Teachings had remained inclusive, yet strict rules had been established. Acts of slaughter and plunder would incur severe punishment. Though some disciples had been expelled as a result, the remaining members grew even more united. As for the overwhelming power of the demon race, as the direct disciples of a saint, even against Dijuan and Tai, Duobao and the others felt no fear. Rather, having been confined to the East Sea due to the calamity, They had long harbored a multitude of frustrations, especially Duobao, who still remembered the bonds formed over the ginseng fruit and treasures surrounding Wuzhuang Temple. Even without the Master's decree, he would actively request to leave the island to aid Su Han. Let us not tarnish the reputation of our intercepting teachings. With the Master's decree issued, myriad streams of light surged from Jinao Island, forming a dense and profound array that, in an instant, crossed the vast East Sea and stood before the demon army. The disciples of the Upper Clear? Observing the sudden appearance of the intercepting teachings immortals, Dijuan's expression involuntarily tightened, signaling the demon army to halt their advance. Hearing that the Zhou Tian star's array of the demon race was immensely powerful, do we in the intercepting teachings dare to engage in a contest? Having successfully broken through to Quasi-Saint, Duobao was surrounded by numerous spiritual treasures, declaring majestically, "This is the karmic connection between our demon race and the human race. Does your esteemed teaching truly wish to intervene?" Dijuan's expression darkened, and he spoke coldly, as the 10 great demon saints behind him had already prepared the demon army for an offensive. If a battle is to be fought, then let it commence. Today, the East Sea human race shall be protected by our intercepting teachings. The most impatient among them, the Saint Mother of Turtle Spirit, the Sun and Moon Pearl, was already poised for action. Indeed, if a battle is to occur, let it happen. What need for idle chatter? Zhao Gongming rubbed his fists in anticipation, with Jiang Xiao and Bai Xiao, holding the golden Jiao scissors and binding dragon rope, also displaying eager expressions. Their relations with Su Han had always been amicable, and now that he was in trouble, they were naturally keen to help. Humph. Dijuan's expression grew increasingly grim. Throughout Honghuang, the saints of the intercepting teachings had always been hailed as the foremost in formations. Although the main array led by Duobao was somewhat inferior to the 10 great demon saints, their combined pressure made even this quasi-saint perfection feel challenged, considering that the other party's master was indeed a genuine saint, and that the 3 pure ones were always interconnected. Even Dijuan, whose mind was becoming more irritable with the influx of calamity energy, quickly dismissed the thought of initiating war. Even if he could ultimately break through the myriad immortal array and force the master of intercepting teachings to retreat, the immense losses would only exacerbate the already precarious situation of the demon race, which was already weaker than the witch tribe. At Shouyang Mountain, Laozi's expression subtly changed, gazing in astonishment at Jinao Island. Realizing that his third brother had indeed acted rashly, amidst the 3 purities, Laozi embodies old age, while Yuanshi Tianzuan represents middle age, and Tongtian Jiaozhu symbolizes youth, full of vigor yet prone to impulsiveness. Prior to the onset of the calamity unleashed by the witch and the demon, Hongjun Daozu had personally issued a decree forbidding the 6 saints from intervening. In the palace of Nuwa, unable to restrain herself, she turned her gaze towards the primordial Nuwa and sighed with relief. It is well. The vitality of humanity yet endures. As if struck by inspiration, Nuwa's eyes subtly shifted to Su Han, the diminutive figure of the human race whom she had remembered for millennia due to his propagation of martial arts. On the shores of the Eastern Sea, withdraw. Dijun glared resentfully at the direction of Golden Ao Island, then glanced at the Earthbook Great Array, which remained unaffected by the chaotic clock's relentless assault, ultimately choosing to redirect his efforts. After all, there were still the unprotected Shouyang Mountain and other beings of the primordial world. It was unnecessary to engage in a futile struggle with the Jie sect at this juncture. Thanks to the sage of the Upper Clear, gratitude to the immortal of the Jie sect for saving our lives. Thank you, great immortal Jinyuan. Observing the retreating army of the demon race, the multitude of humans who had narrowly escaped death, under the leadership of Su Han and the 3 ancestors of the Swearing clan, reverently bowed in thanks to the celestial beings of the Jie sect, Golden Ao Island, and Wuzhuang Guan, while presenting the prepared clay effigies, burning incense to offer prayers. Boom. Streams of faith ascended from the millions of humans, coalescing into a vast aura. Approximately 50% flowed towards Golden Ao Island, 20% to Wuzhuang Guan, while the remaining 30% descended upon Su Han and the likes of Dao Bao within the myriad celestial array. In an instant, the fortune of the Jie sect surged slightly, not only accelerating its growth, but also alleviating the persistent loss that had long troubled Tongtian Jiaozhu. Within Wuzhuang Guan, Xinyuanzi, having expended his magical power to maintain the operation of the Earth Book, swiftly regained his full strength, and his affinity with the laws increased slightly, transitioning from the late stage of quasi-saint to perfection. I have underestimated my friend Su, thought Xinyuanzi. I owe him a significant karmic debt now. With renewed confidence in saving his old friend Hongyun, the operation of the Earth Book Great Array became even more fluid. The merit golden wheel behind Su Han surged rapidly, and the myriad celestial beings of the Jia sect also reaped significant benefits, with endless streams of golden light emerging as breakthroughs occurred. Indeed, Su Han is the fortunate star of our Jia sect. The future of the Jia sect lies in the human race. No, in Su Han. The Tongtian Jiaozhu, acutely sensing the elevation of the Jia sect's fortune, was filled with joy and no longer doubted Su Han's capabilities, nor the human race's destined role as the protagonist in the future. His heart brimming with anticipation and yearning. The three ancestors of the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, with their 3 parts of calamity fortune, are all poised to achieve the level of mixed-element golden immortal perfection. The witch and demon, each possessing formidable arrays such as the Daishinshin Sha Great Array and the Zhoutian Star Do Great Array, can be compared to saints. The human race, even if initially at a disadvantage due to Nuwa and Laozi's early advantage, is undoubtedly worthy of expectation, particularly in this crisis of human survival, with Nuwa and Laozi choosing to stand idly by. The balance of power will certainly tilt in favor of the Jia sect. Thank you, Ancestor Han. Under the guidance of the 3 ancestors of the swearing clan, the millions of humans bowed respectfully to Su Han. Over the millennia, they had witnessed Su Han's dedication to the human race and understood well why the Jia sect and Wu Zhuangguan would protect humanity. It is no exaggeration to say that without Su Han, the human race would have been left with but a flicker of hope in the face of the demon race's onslaught. As the 4th ancestor of humanity, Su Han is undoubtedly deserving of the title, even surpassing the other 3 ancestors. Furthermore, considering Su Han's tailored martial arts for humanity, continuously improving and promoting them, the title of Han Ancestor gradually transformed into Martial Ancestor. Widely revered among all human tribes, with offerings flowing abundantly, Chapter 9. The Direct Disciple, seeking Hutu in the Sea of Blood. On Golden Ao Island, this time, we have seized a glimmer of hope for humanity. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Tongtian Jiaozhu waved his hand, directly distributing 70% of the merits acquired this time, equally among the myriad celestial beings of the Jia sect, in an instant. The already ethereal Bo Palace became even more suffused with purple qi, and the disciples felt their consciousness clear. The previously arcane and obscure laws became much easier to comprehend, and their cultivation progressed at an accelerated pace. Thank you, Master. The myriad celestial beings bowed in unison. With the influence of merit and fortune, those who had already attained immortality understood well that those with great merit and fortune not only cultivated faster than ordinary individuals, but could also encounter various treasures during their journeys, making breakthroughs considerably smoother. If one were to be beset by misfortune and entangled by karma, even a great Luo quasi-saint might perish amidst calamity, reduced to ash with their soul extinguished. Thus, in the pursuit of cultivation, the foremost importance lies in resources, represented by wealth, and those with great merit and fortune are more likely to encounter close-knit mentors, brothers, and partners, grasping the most suitable methods for themselves and easily discovering treasures and blessed lands. Henceforth, you all must cultivate diligently, accumulate virtue, and avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Daobao, Gongming, you must closely monitor the disciples. Those who defy shall face severe consequences. Under the vast endowment of fortune, even Tongtian Jiaozhu's consciousness sharpened, allowing him to perceive the changes among his numerous disciples. Increasingly recognizing Su Han's contributions, in the fortunes of the human race, Su Han stands at the forefront. Does anyone have any objections? Tongtian Jiaozhu scanned the assembly of celestial beings. Without my junior brother, the fortunes of the human race would still find me standing outside the threshold of quasi-saint. The eldest brother Daobao was the first to voice his agreement. Since meeting junior brother, the opportunities have been countless. I shall be at your service whenever needed. Zhao Gongming jovially patted Su Han on the shoulder, saying, although we couldn't engage the demon race properly this time, The merits acquired are sufficient for me to advance to the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. It is a most profitable endeavor. Without junior brother, we wouldn't even know where the human race was, let alone gather such merit. From now on, if anyone dares to bully junior brother, just call upon the brothers and sisters. We shall come at once. This million-year-old spiritual herb is quite good. Junior brother, you take it first, and just save me a jar of wine when you brew it next. I see you are yearning for junior brother's wine. Ha! Jin Ling, Gue Ling, Qiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao all echoed in agreement, and various gifts soon piled up around Su Han. Thank you, master, thank you, all senior brothers and sisters. Observing the sincere gazes directed at him, Su Han felt a wave of emotion. Despite the vast differences in backgrounds and personalities, perhaps due to their shared experience of being scorned as wet hatchlings and scaly armored beings, the Jie sect shared a common quality, loyalty. They would willingly risk their lives for their fellow brothers and sisters. In the original narrative, one could simply retreat to seclusion and safely weather the calamity, yet the celestial beings of the Jie sect chose to descend one by one. Aside from the influence of calamity, it was their deep-seated bonds of affection. Interacting with such comrades, though occasionally leading to humorous predicaments, when the need arose, they truly would step forward, and that was enough. Although according to the heavenly order, these brothers and sisters would face their own tribulations in the future, the human race itself was merely a nominal protagonist, subject to the arbitrary harvesting of merit and fortune by various forces. Indeed, a case of difficult brothers, since they had all weathered the storm, and the Jie sect had once shielded humanity from a life-and-death crisis. Su Han would not be ungrateful. Disciple Su Han pays respects to master. Su Han respectfully bowed to Tongtian Jiaozhu, then turned to Dao Bao, Jin Ling, and the others. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. Finally, this disciple has found his sense of belonging, yet the significance of direct discipleship still lacks. I must find an opportunity to grant him more authority. Observing Su Han's earnest salutation, Tongtian Jiaozhu felt immense satisfaction and began to ponder in secret. Having accurately foreseen several events, Tongtian Jiaozhu had grown to trust Su Han's prophetic abilities, and instead began to worry about losing this disciple. After all, amidst calamity, even saints cannot decipher the heavenly secrets. To describe an existence like Su Han in any terms would not be an exaggeration. It is no hyperbole to say that even the Western teachings, burdened with debts of countless heavenly merits, would swiftly rise should they acquire Su Han. However, recalling Su Han's earlier mention of the rift among the three purities, and their collusion with Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti to assault the Zhuxian array, Tongtian Jiaozhu remained somewhat reserved. After all, before entering the fold of Hongjun Daozu and achieving sainthood, though the three purities were esteemed as descendants of Pangu, they struggled against the formidable beasts and the three clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins, often relying on Laozi's heaven and earth Xinhuang Linglong Merit Pagoda to preserve their lives. Each time they were brutally beaten, Laozi and Yuanshi would shield Tongtian, their brotherhood deeply intertwined. If necessary, Tongtian Jiaozhu would willingly sacrifice his life to protect his elder brothers, Laozi and Yuanshi. Perhaps Su Han's experiences traversing the river of time are but one of many possibilities for the future. Reflecting on Su Han's prior assertions regarding his prophetic abilities, Tongtian Jiaozhu provided an explanation in his heart. Convincing a teacher that he would be betrayed by his own brothers is indeed a formidable challenge. Su Han slightly shook his head. The ideology of a sect is determined by its founder, and the unity within the Jie sect stems from Tongtian Jiaozhu. If trust were easily granted, it would no longer be Tongtian. In the future of the Tongtian, even upon reaching the myriad celestial array, Tongtian Jiaozhu would still maintain his stance of if he strikes me, he strikes you, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. One can only say that there is gain with loss. Compared to the cold and unfeeling Laozi and Yuhua, Su Han chooses Tongtian and the Jie sect. Su Han raised the Qingping sword and strode directly towards the sea of blood. The forging of the slaughter which sword has met with failure, leading to an ever-widening chasm between the demon and witch clans. To bring about the annihilation of both, one must strike at the heart of the witch clan's mightiest force, the great divine slaughter formation. Consequently, the reincarnation of the ancestral witch Huda may occur sooner than anticipated. This is not merely the waning fate of the witch clan, but also a significant opportunity for humanity. After all, with the establishment of the 6 paths of reincarnation, humanity will become the sole protagonists of the land, allowing the fallen beings of the primordial chaos to be reborn as humans, thereby augmenting the power of the human realm. With the auspicious aura emanating from the Merit Golden Wheel and the Qingping Sword, Su Han successfully repelled a band of marauders seeking to obstruct him. After searching the Blood Sea for a millennium, he finally discovered a strikingly beautiful woman clad in yellow, her figure exquisite, her gaze filled with compassion. Chapter 10. Reincarnation established, blessings bestowed by the Great Way. Junior Su Han pays his respects to the ancestral witch Hutu. Su Han bowed respectfully. Among all the heavenly Tao saints aside from his master, this ancestral witch, who is willing to sacrifice herself for the sake of all beings in the primordial chaos, is the one he holds in the highest regard. What are your thoughts on the demon clan? Huda waved her delicate hand, and a gentle force of the earth lifted Su Han, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of intrigue. The demon clan's relentless efforts to slay humanity and forge the slaughter witch sword is a matter of great concern for the witch clan. Were it not for the truce imposed by Hong Jun, they would have already launched another assault on the heavenly court. Yet, the outcome was unexpected. The comparatively feeble humanity managed to preserve most of their vitality through the interception of the Anwuzhuangguan. As for the mediators, one glance at the Merit Golden Wheel behind Su Han reveals the truth. In a certain sense, Su Han's protection of humanity and the weakening of the slaughter witch sword is, in fact, also aiding the witch clan, which is why Hutu regards him with such distinction. Be it the fierce beasts of yore or the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin, or the current conflict between witches and demons, the future of humanity is but a mere pawn in this grand game. Su Han gazed at the heavens and spoke slowly. In our human clan, we have 2 sayings. When 2 tigers fight, one will die while the other is wounded, and when the snipe and clam quarrel, it is the fisherman who profits. Fisherman? Hutu's expression turned solemn. As the youngest of the ancestral witches, Hutu emerged into a world where the malevolent aura had already been mostly absorbed by her elder brothers and sister Xianming, making her particularly gentle and averse to conflict. The last time the 12 capital Heavenly Divine Slaughter Formation was on the verge of annihilating the demon clan's heavenly court, it was forcibly stopped by Hong Jun. Hutu understood that the Heavenly Tao actually favored the demon clan, but despite her attempts to persuade the other ancestral witches, whose minds were clouded by malevolence, she could only wander through the primordial chaos in search of answers. Fortuitously arriving at the Blood Sea. Now, Su Han's simple words encapsulated the essence of the conflict between witches and demons. A desperate struggle for a slim chance of survival, yet even in victory, it comes at a grievous cost, rendering it impossible to contend with the lurking fishermen behind the scenes. Not to mention Hong Jun, against whom the Heavenly Divine Slaughter Formation cannot stand. Even the 6 hidden Heavenly Tao Saints are beyond the exhausted witch clan's capacity to withstand. Do you have a solution? Huta's eyes shimmered with sorrow and hope. Although Su Han's cultivation was quite weak, his determination and capability to safeguard humanity's vitality earned Huta's recognition and admiration in the myriad beings of the primordial chaos. Regardless of their former strength, none can find peace after their demise. Su Han gazed at the countless souls writhing and wailing within the Blood Sea, softly uttering, "Peace, life and death." Following Su Han's gaze, Hutu looked upon the myriad departed souls in the Blood Sea, her eyes growing increasingly profound, and the atmosphere of compassion thickening. In the primordial chaos, there was once a time when yin and yang were undivided. When the Father God split heaven and earth and created all things, yet the cycle of life and death still lacked its alternation and reincarnation. Huta's exquisite form trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with enlightenment as she grasped the faint glimmer of opportunity that lay hidden within the void. Boom! The power of the ancestral which Hutu fully unfurled, enveloping and soothing the countless souls in the Blood Sea with the earth's nurturing embrace, her understanding of life and death becoming increasingly lucid. I am Hutu of the Panga clan. Observing the countless souls of the primordial chaos unable to find rest, struggling within the Blood Sea, she declared, I am willing to transform my ancestral witch form into reincarnation, providing a cycle of life and death for the souls of all clans. Hutu cast a grateful glance at Su Han, suddenly inspired, retracting her previous words of divine decree and transforming them into a testament of the Great Way. Rumbling, as Hutu prayed, the chaos beyond the 33 heavens suddenly trembled, and auspicious signs descended from the heavens, while the earth erupted with golden lotuses. All beings of the primordial chaos felt a stirring. Earnestly praying in gratitude for Hutu's merits, countless merits and fortune cascaded down in response to the Great Way, more than 90% of which flowed into Hutu's ancestral witch form, manifesting a unique realm within the Blood Sea. A small fragment of the Great Way's merit, however, fell into Su Han's being. Wow! Su Han, who had already attained the roots of the Tai Golden Immortal, underwent another transformation, the merit golden wheel behind him becoming increasingly radiant and resplendent. In contrast to the flawed Tao that required Hongjuan's embodiment, the Great Way, being impartial and selfless, bestowed even more intricate merits and fortune. Though it was but a small fragment, it enabled Su Han's roots to smoothly ascend to the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, and his cultivation naturally reached the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. Subsequently, a seed of law, born from the fusion of the essence of reincarnation and the merits of the Great Way, flew forth from the realm of the underworld and entered Su Han's body. Thank you, ancestral witch Hutu. Watching as Hutu's form dissipated, the ghostly gates, the Yellow Springs Road, and the Naiha Bridge, the various pathways of life and death reincarnation, gradually took shape. Su Han's comprehension of the laws of reincarnation continued to deepen, and he bowed deeply toward the realm of the underworld. The creation of the Great Way, especially in the context of comprehending the establishment and perfection of the 6 paths of reincarnation, is indeed a tremendous opportunity, one that would even entice the heavenly Tao saints. Life and death, reincarnation, established, rumbling, with the sound echoing. A peculiar passage for life and death reincarnation appeared within the realm of the underworld, directly tearing through the Blood Sea formation established by the ancestor of the Mingi, sending billions of souls into reincarnation. With each soul liberated, countless merits and wills transformed into starlight, nourishing the realm of the underworld to continue its expansion. Sweeping across the entire primordial chaos in an instant, the overwhelming pressure far surpassed that of Nuwa and the 3 clear ones when they achieved sainthood, enveloped by the power of the underworld. Su Han's understanding of the laws of reincarnation successfully reached the early stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal, and the merit golden wheel behind him not only became more resplendent, but also emanated a unique aura. Thank you, Lady Hutu. Su Han respectfully bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. Huta's voice grew increasingly ethereal, emerging from the passage of reincarnation, and slowly spoke. In this world, there is no longer Hutu, only a tranquil heart. Hutu, a tranquil heart, is merely a title. Su Han once again bowed respectfully, stating, your transformation into reincarnation, benefiting the myriad beings of the primordial chaos, is worthy of reverence from me and all living beings. Dust to dust, earth to earth, your future, dear friend, still lies within the primordial chaos, within the realm of humanity. Huta gazed deeply at Su Han, turning to return to the cycle of reincarnation. Are you troubled by being unable to leave the underworld? My lady? Su Han spoke solemnly. The Great Way has 50 aspects, the heavens have 49, and one has slipped away. Hutu had previously chosen to pray to the Great Way. Thus, the earthly and heavenly paths are now of equal standing. Although they still face oppression due to the governance of the heavenly Tao, their autonomy has significantly increased. In simpler terms, within the realm of the underworld, even discussing the heavenly Tao will not disturb the Zhixiao Palace. Huta paused momentarily. Su Han's face bore a smile. Indeed, regardless of the path, saints still retain their humanity, and even as Hutu transforms into reincarnation, her concern for the witch clan remains. If my lady trusts Su Han, perhaps it would be worthwhile to explore this possibility. Su Han infused his understanding and suggestions regarding the aftermath of the witch-demon war into his divine consciousness and conveyed them to Hutu before turning to leave. Su Dao friend seems to possess the ability of foresight. Huda's expression subtly shifted as she watched Su Han vanish at the entrance of the underworld. Compared to the demon clan, the greatest flaw of the witch clan lies in their lack of spiritual cultivation, making it impossible to divine the course of fate. Even if she embodies reincarnation and achieves the status of a Taoist saint, the emergence of Lady Pingxin as a spiritual entity remains constrained by the tribulations of fate, rendering it impossible to foresee the future. Could it be the other part that has slipped away? Recalling Su Han's previous defiance of the heavens, Huta's gaze gradually grew resolute. Even if she could preserve a fraction of vitality for the witch clan, that would be a tremendous boon. However, this causality is indeed a significant debt. Chapter 11. Reactions of the Saints, Mingi. My home has been stolen? In the depths of the chaos, an ancient and profound palace suddenly materialized. Is there a change in the course of destiny? Hongjun Daozu quietly observed the primordial continent, then nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting a hint of humanity as he began to speak. This transcendence of Hutu Dao friend is also an opportunity for this old Dao. In the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa gazed at Fushi, who was arranging the great array of the heavenly stars alongside Kuanping in the heavenly court, her face a mix of admiration and respect as she bowed from afar before continuing to watch. At Shouyang Mountain, feeling the overwhelming pressure of heaven and earth, Laozi's expression momentarily stiffened before relaxing again. With Huta's transformation into reincarnation and the incomplete 12-capital heavenly divine slaughter formation, both the witch and demon clans would inevitably suffer mutual destruction. Allowing humanity to flourish even more rapidly, as the leader of the human sect, Laozi's fortune would undoubtedly surge. Although Hutu had taken away the title of the first under Hongjun, in the current age of the heavenly Tao, a Taoist saint confined to the underworld is inconsequential to Lao Xian Yushu Palace. The expression of the primordial beginning heavenly venerable was complex, filled with respect yet tinged with reluctance, before he simply closed his eyes. In the west, at Mount Shumi, transforming into the underworld to guide the beings of the primordial chaos through reincarnation is indeed immeasurable merit. Zhuanti Daoist's traditionally sorrowful face now bore a hint of joy as he glanced at his fellow disciple. Jane. Transformation into the earthly realm is indeed a profound endeavor. Even with our combined efforts, Jane let out a deep sigh, reminiscing about the time when they made the monumental vow of 48 great aspirations to attain sanctification together. Despite their sacrifices, they still languished at the nascent stage of the heavenly Tao saints. Even if they allied to enter the dominion of the post-earth, they could only expect to be soundly defeated. Why is it that the Western realms are engulfed in such sorrow? The once promising path of merit now seems devoid of hope, causing Zhuanti's countenance to shift into that of a bitter gourd. As he lamented repeatedly, "Brother, do not be so impatient," Jane consoled, though his own expression bore the weight of concern. From the primordial era to now, countless epochs have passed, while the witch clan may be beyond our reach. The myriad celestial beings of the demon clan are indeed aligned with our Western destiny. A flicker of brilliance sparked in Zhuanti's eyes as he began to contemplate furtively, with the vast tide of calamity and fortune. The demon celestial court boasts over 10 quasi-saints and thousands of great luo, not to mention an uncountable number of Tai and lesser deities. If a meticulous strategy could be devised during the impending conflict between the witch and demon clans, it would undoubtedly bolster the Western teachings significantly, which currently lack formidable protectors. His thoughts turned toward Dijun, the demon emperor, and the 10 little golden crows within the Tang Valley, the direct offspring of the demon emperor. They not only possess extraordinary talent, but have also been nurtured with boundless resources since their youth. Each little golden crow embodies the potential of a quasi-saint and bears immense fortune. In Zhuanti's view, the witch clan, now devoid of the great array of the 12 heavenly gods, has lost its competitive edge against the demon clan. Even in a mutual destruction scenario, the demon clan, with its vastly superior numbers, possesses a more profound foundation. Should they integrate into the Western teachings, revival could be instantaneous. Meanwhile, at the Buzhou Mountain, the ancestral witches, feeling the tremors of the Tao, displayed expressions of profound sorrow. "Brother, what shall we do without the sister of the earth? What will become of the 12 heavenly gods' great array?" The ever-impulsive Zhu Rong was the first to voice his concern. What else can we do? We must choose a promising great witch to take her place, Gong Gong, who has always had a contentious relationship with Zhu Rong, replied brusquely. You know well that a great witch cannot sustain the array's demands. Zhu Rong retorted vehemently. We shall each contribute a drop of our essence blood to empower her. Gong Gong scoffed, gesturing dismissively at Zhu Rong. You? Zhu Rong leapt up, his fist aimed at Gong Gong. Take your quarrel outside. Di Jiang, visibly irritated by the incessant bickering of his two brothers, found himself at a loss for words. Just then, the ground began to tremble rhythmically, to the Father Goddess Temple. Di Jiang, initially taken aback, suddenly wore a look of delight as he led the other ancestral witches into the core of Buzhou Mountain, the Pangu Temple. On Jinao Island, Su Han had barely spent a mere 10 millennia in the Nether Blood Sea when the ancestral witch of the earth transformed into reincarnation. Could it be? The Tongtian cult leader's face displayed disbelief. This is impossible. The recent upheaval caused by the re-emergence of the Tao had exerted such pressure that even he, a saint, found himself immobilized, filled with both awe and a hint of resentment. Though he too is a descendant of Pangu, the three pure ones, as self-proclaimed orthodox beings, have always regarded the witch clan with disdain. However, with the earth now attaining the Tao, she stands on equal footing with the heavenly Tao, surpassing even Tongtian and others in rank. At that moment, as Su Han departed the Nether Realm, the Tongtian cult leader sensed Su Han's rising power and the imprints of Daoic merit, his pupils widening in astonishment. It's vital to note that when the three pure ones and Yuhua attained sanctification, it was merely through the merits of the heavenly Tao. Upon sensing the great Lua-level reincarnation Tao rhythm emanating from Su Han, the Tongtian cult leader was compelled to acknowledge that Su Han must have guided the earth, contributing significantly to her attainment. Otherwise, the previously unconnected earthly saint would never bestow such abundant fortune. While merely a manifestation of the principles of the great Luo, for a cultivator, comprehension is paramount. Once enlightenment is reached, accumulating spiritual power is merely a matter of time. Despite the teachings of the being fundamentally about seizing the path of retreat, witnessing his disciple surpassing the heavenly order, the Tongtian cult leader felt a twinge of discomfort. This young man is still too inexperienced, as he sensed the furious figure rising from the Nether Blood Sea. The Tongtian cult leader's saintly spiritual awareness surged, and the Qingping sword erupted with resplendent light, positioning itself before the river of the underworld. Your calculations are astute, yet my blood sea is currently incomplete. How shall we address the consequences? The crimson figure's killing intent slightly diminished as it regarded the obstructive Qingping sword, though fury still simmered beneath the surface. I pay my respects to the ancestor of the underworld river. Su Han offered a slight bow. This entity, having manifested from the Blood Sea, ranks among the top 10 of the 3,000 worldly guests in the Purple Cloud's palace, with an exceedingly rich destiny. Merely possessing 4 accompanying treasures, all of which are supreme innate spiritual treasures. Among them, the Xian Yuan water-controlling flag stands as one of the innate 5 directions flags, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities. The fiery red lotus and the Western teachings merit golden lotus both belong to the 12th tier, capable of subduing the fortunes of great teachings. The Yuan Tu and Abi swords, having been forged under the tutelage of the Saint Yuhua, now possess the characteristic of killing without incurring karmic retribution, especially in the Blood Sea, the domain of the river of the underworld, surrounded by countless blood god offspring forged from the river. Unless the Blood Sea is completely dried up, the river can resurrect itself, and annihilating the Blood Sea would entail catastrophic karma, a feat even the saints would hesitate to attempt, coupled with the strength of a quasi-saint at the great perfection level. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that the river of the underworld is the foremost entity beneath the saints. The transformation of the earth into reincarnation indeed inflicted damage upon the Blood Sea. Yet it also presents a tremendous opportunity for the ancestor and the Azura clan. Su Han spoke calmly, with the Qingping sword present, if the ancestor of the underworld river does not permit passage. The sole possibility lies in the losses incurred by the Blood Sea. Chapter 12. Tongtian Cult Leader. It is clearly I who took in the disciple first. Tremendous opportunity? The ancestor of the underworld river scrutinized Su Han repeatedly. confirming his early-stage Tai Golden immortal cultivation, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. However, upon glancing at the increasingly approaching Qingping sword, he refrained from making a move. Moments ago, the entirety of the Blood Sea's inhabitants had been subdued by the oppressive force of the Earth's Tao, with some unfortunate souls even succumbing to fright, making the ancestor acutely aware of the chasm between quasi-saints and saints. Though reincarnation has been established, it remains a work in progress, and they are in dire need of manpower. The ancestor could lead the Azura clan into the Nether Realm to assist the Earth, thus gaining insight into the Tao of reincarnation while continuously accumulating merit. Su Han elaborated, "You possess some insight." The ancestor of the underworld river's temper somewhat abated. Within the Blood Sea, he naturally understood the struggles of the souls, and guiding their reincarnation indeed constitutes immeasurable merit, compared to the ongoing accumulation of merit and fortune. The minor losses in the Blood Sea are truly inconsequential. Retrieving the two swords, the ancestor turned to leave in the Bo Palace. The Tongtian cult leader, having observed everything, snorted coldly. "Having taken a significant karmic debt from my disciple, yet you offer no gratitude? Do you truly believe my is easy to bully?" However, before the Tongtian cult leader could act, an ancient tome unexpectedly soared from the not entirely sealed Nether Realm, effortlessly tearing through the quasi-saint's great perfection protective barrier and crashing onto the ancestor of the underworld river's head. Bang. Even with the ancestor's formidable cultivation, a sizable bump manifested atop his head, leaving him in a daze, his mind buzzing. Who on earth is Su Han? The Tongtian saint disregards his status to mobilize the Qingping sword for a warning. Yet why is the ancestral witch Earth also so attentive to him? The ancestor inwardly rejoiced for not harboring murderous intent moments ago. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Although rebirth in the Blood Sea is possible post-mortem, the Earth is the sovereign of reincarnation. If dragged into the Nether Realm, it might be worse than death. As for Su Han's official master, the Tongtian cult leader, his possession of the extermination sword array, which has been explicitly recognized by the Tao ancestor Hongjun as indestructible by any but the four saints, is certainly not a confrontation the ancestor of the underworld river would wish to engage in. Though the Blood Sea can regenerate, saints can easily dispatch quasi-saints. 100 or 1,000 encounters would severely damage the ancestor's essence. The mere thought of two saints bearing down upon him was enough to make even the ancestor of the underworld river's legs feel weak. What on earth is this young man's background? Even the former foremost male immortal, Dong Wanggong, would not command such a spectacle, would he? Observing the two figures fixated on his life and death ledger and the Qingping sword, the ancestor of the underworld river's eyes reflected a deep-seated fear. Such favor from two saints is not something he can afford to provoke. This is merely a slight understanding of the power of the fiery karma. Consider it a token of gratitude from Su Han. "My friend," the ancestor of the underworld river gritted his teeth, extracting a lotus seed from the 12th tier fiery red lotus and placing it into Su Han's hand before swiftly retreating into the Blood Sea. The Tongtian cult leader, who had been preempted by the Earth, wore a perplexed expression, soon turning to concern. "While it would be embarrassing if my disciple lacks the capability to be a master, it is equally troublesome if he proves too competent. Those who covet him will be hard to deal with. It was clearly I who first took him in as a disciple. How dare the Earth attempt to vie with me?" The Tongtian cult leader's respect and acknowledgement for the Earth due to her transformation into reincarnation dissipated entirely, as the Qingping sword cleaved through the tumultuous waves and returned Su Han to Jinao Island. Disciple pays respects to master. As he regarded the Tongtian cult leader's somewhat peculiar expression, Su Han suppressed a chuckle, feeling a newfound warmth, compared to the aloofness of his father and the rigidness of Yuan Shi. The Tongtian cult leader exuded a more human touch. "The great Lua-level reincarnation Tao rhythm is splendid." The Tongtian cult leader nodded with satisfaction. "Take this Bingzi lightning hammer to refine first. When the time is right, I shall find you a suitable artifact for slaying corpses. Thank you, master." Su Han clasped his hands in salute. The heavenly lord of primordial unity indeed took great care in the cultivation of his disciples. Were it to be old master or Yuan Shi, such treatment would be inconceivable. However, regarding the source of the spiritual treasures, Su Han pondered. Has the master set his sights on the heavenly treasury? What suggestions do you have? In the chaotic wilderness, the victor takes all is an established convention. The most formidable formation of the Jie sect, the execution of a mortal sword array, was obtained by the Tao ancestor Hong Jun after vanquishing the demonic entity Luo Ho. This included the spiritual treasures of those who perished in the Tao Demon War, such as the old ancestor of heaven and earth, whose treasures also found their way into the Purple Cloud Palace. Currently, amidst the struggle between the witch and demon clans, the witch race, lacking the ability to cultivate their primordial spirits, cannot refine magical artifacts. Consequently, the wonders of heaven and earth, including innate spiritual treasures, have largely fallen into the hands of the demon race. The Chaos Bell, while splendid, is difficult to claim. However, the He Tu and Luo Shu should be within reach if the master personally intervenes. Su Han mused, stating that the Chaos Bell, formed from the shattered remnants of the opening heaven divine axe, not only excels in both offense and defense, but also has the ability to gather and suppress fortunes. The other 5 saints and even the heavenly Tao would undoubtedly prevent it from falling into the hands of the heavenly Lord of primordial unity. The heavenly Lord acknowledged this with a touch of regret. For treasures of such caliber, not only does the Jie sect urgently need a suppressive artifact, but the other saints would also strive to claim it. Thus the odds are indeed slim. Conversely, while the He Tu and Luo Shu are merely top-tier innate treasures, they have been nurtured by the vast fortunes of the demon race and the heavenly court for many years, having undergone a transformation akin to that of the Qing Ping sword. Especially, the 2 books encapsulate the mysteries of the great array of the celestial bodies. Should they be integrated into the 10,000 Immortals array, they would unleash powers comparable to innate supreme treasures. The heavenly Lord's gaze shifted back to the heavenly court, tinged with a hint of regret. Beyond the spiritual treasures, the most tempting prospect from the demon race undeniably lies in the formidable beings above the great Luo. However, given the enmity between the human and demon races stemming from the Slaughter Witch sword incident, the heavenly Lord must prioritize Su Han's sentiments. Master, the demon race bears heavy karmic burdens. If not absolutely necessary, it would be prudent to avoid entanglements, Su Han cautioned, considering that with the vast merits of reincarnation and his own Pangu bloodline identity, achieving parity with the heavenly Tao is not beyond possibility. The reason he remains confined within the underworld is not merely due to the heavenly Tao's prior arrangements, but also because much of his merit has been expended to counterbalance the malice and karma of the witch race. In exchange for a glimmer of survival, compared to the witch race, which primarily devours demon beasts for mere gluttony, the actions of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi in annihilating entire clans to strengthen the heavenly court are innumerable. Thus, their karmic burdens are bound to be even heavier. This is indeed so. Upon recalling the once magnificent Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, now nearly extinct, as well as Nuwa's saintly status among the demon race, the heavenly Lord promptly dismissed the notion of subjugating the remnants of the demon race for the Jie sect's use. Although we have no need for the demon race, should other saints harbor ulterior motives, Master could consider taking advantage of the situation. Reflecting on the igniting spark of the final battle between the witches and demons, Su Han smiled slightly. The others, the heavenly Lord paused momentarily before speaking. The 2 from the west, the Old Master and the Supreme One, have always looked down upon the demon race. The only one bold enough to act against them is that notorious debtor saint known for his shamelessness. Redirecting the calamity westward seems a splendid idea. Chapter 13. The 10 Suns Rise Together. The final battle of witches and demons in the Tang Valley. As a figure with a shining bald head entered, the 9 little golden crows, who were frolicking, suddenly flapped their wings in unison, soaring into the sky to seek their rotating leader. Concurrently, a dense and overwhelming aura of calamity surged into the Lingshao Palace through the not yet fully arranged great array of celestial bodies, temporarily severing contact with the outside world. Is my disciple not cultivating the laws of reincarnation, but rather the causal destiny that follows his every word? Observing the 10 golden crows suddenly illuminating the heavens, scorching the entire wilderness, even the heavenly Lord could not help but widen his eyes. Casting a profound glance at Su Han, The demon race's power is formidable, Su Han spoke solemnly, as the loss of the 12 capital heavenly god-fiend formation made the witch race's numerical disadvantage increasingly apparent. Even if 1,000 or even 10,000 demons were to exchange for a single witch, the witch race would still be on the brink of annihilation, even when considering raw combat strength. No matter how robust the ancestor witches are, they would struggle against innate treasures like the Chaos Bell, reinforced by the great array of celestial bodies. Moreover, this gap will only widen with the passage of time. Previously, the witch race was strong, and the heavenly Tao intervened to force them back. Now, with the demon race's might, the heavenly Tao will naturally adjust accordingly. As for the 100,000-year truce, it was merely to tilt the scales. To put it bluntly, if either race were to emerge victorious and attain enlightenment, what does a minor transgression matter? If both races were to perish, it would matter even less. The enforcement of rules ultimately depends on the referee's choices. As a member of the human race, destined to be the protagonist of the next calamity, Su Han, despite harboring a deep-seated hatred for the demon race, could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow for the plight of the rabbit and fox, further solidifying his resolve to enhance the strength of the human race. In the wilderness, only the strong possess a greater voice. Wuzhuang Temple, Earth Book Array, rise, sensing the human race succumbing under the relentless heat of the 10 suns. Jin Yuanzi swiftly drew upon the power of the earth veins to lower the temperature within the formation. By the eastern sea, Zhao Gongming and others, on duty, hastily summoned the sea-calming pearl and other spiritual treasures, drawing upon the waters of the eastern sea to form a protective barrier over the human settlements. The last time they saved the human race, the merit gained remained vivid in the minds of the Sect's immortals. And with another opportunity at hand, they naturally sprang into action. Including the human race itself, as martial arts further spread and improved, their initiative grew stronger. Under the guidance of the 3 ancestors of the Swearing clan and the leaders of various tribes, they actively commenced their self-rescue according to the plans left by Su Han. As for other races, even the great rivers swiftly ran dry, leaving the aquatic beings that once thrived within to wither into bones. Even several tribes of the witch race fell victim to the sudden heat, with the great witch Kwafu perishing in his pursuit of the blazing sun, a victim of the fierce sun formation laid by the 10 little golden crows. Kwafu, the great witch Hui gazed upon his fallen comrade, unleashing a roar of fury as he drew his bow and knocked an arrow whoosh. An arrow crafted from the bones of the great Luo demon immortal pierced the void, striking down the eldest of the 10 golden crows, reducing it to a fiery ball plummeting to the ground. My brother has fallen. What to do? It seems I've caused a calamity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 9 little golden crows, startled by the death of their eldest, regained a semblance of reason, but their panic slowed their speed, making escape from Ho Yi's divine arrows even more impossible. In an instant, Ho Yi's first batch of 9 bone arrows was released, each finding its mark. The witch race dares not? Clang. The bond of flesh and blood finally resonated with the furious Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, who, witnessing the downfall of the 9 golden crows and the last one frozen in shock, erupted in rage, spitting blood as they struck down the Chaos Bell and the He Tu and Luo Shu in an attempt to preserve this last remnant. However, the 2 demon sovereigns were still a step too late. As the Chaos Bell enveloped the 10th little golden crow, it had already been pierced by the arrow of the sun shooting. The decisive battle had indeed commenced ahead of time. Watching this brutal scene, even the Heavenly Lord, who had witnessed calamities before, could not help but take a deep breath. The 10 demon princes had perished, while the witch race had lost the great witches Kwafu and Ho Yi, alongside countless clansmen. Even if Hong Jun were to reappear, he would be powerless to halt the madness consuming both races, and all of this unfolded precisely as Su Han had anticipated. Master, it is time to prepare for the conclusion. Observing the chaotic clash of the witch and demon armies, Su Han understood the underlying calculations. The great array of celestial bodies draws upon the power of the stars, manifesting its greatest might within the heavenly court. Now, with the battlefield set on the ground, the advantages of the demon race would be significantly diminished, especially as Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, driven to madness by the annihilation of the 10 little golden crows and the calamity's aura, would heed no counsel to relocate the battleground. As for the witch race, being inherently combative, once the battle commenced, there would be no stopping it. The might of the calamity is indeed terrifying, witnessing the rapidly escalating casualties. Even the great Luo Zhu and Shang found themselves unable to escape the life-and-death struggle. Ta Ba and the others gasped in shock, gaining a deeper understanding of the horrors of such a slaughtering calamity. With the ongoing influx of belief and fortune, protective of the human race, the immortals of the Jie sect grew increasingly resolute in their commitment to virtuous deeds and profound cultivation. On Golden Ao Island, the Heavenly Lord's divine sense swept over the last little golden crow, discovering a seed of Bodhi safeguarding its final essence, and turned his gaze to Su Han, asking, "What shall our Jie sect do next?" The disciple merely once dreamt through the corridors of time. Su Han replied respectfully, noting that compared to his original memories, the wilderness has undergone certain changes. While it remains within the realm of minor adjustments, the overarching trends remain unaltered. However, the future is uncertain. The 11 ancestor witches seem slightly weaker than before, and even with their blood sacrifice to elevate Tongtian to an ancestor witch, it appears to have taken a toll. Observing the reappearance of the 12 capital heavenly god-fiend formation, confronting the great array of celestial bodies, a glimmer of insight flashed in the Heavenly Lord's eyes, yet he refrained from elaborating. Matters concerning saints, particularly the unique existence of Ho-Tu, are not something the Heavenly Lord wishes to inadvertently complicate, especially since Ho-Tu holds Su Han in high regard, and a collaboration between the Jie sect and the underworld is now a possibility. Although still reluctant to believe that the old master and Yuan Shi would act against him, should the battle among the saints arise in the future, gaining Ho-Tu's support would undoubtedly increase their chances of success. At the very least, should a disciple of the Jie sect inadvertently perish, Ho-Tu would likely extend her care due to her connection with Su Han. At this moment, the Master of Heaven felt a twinge of embarrassment regarding his earlier jealousy. It was evident that Su Han had enhanced the confidence of the disciples after solidifying his bond with the earthy essence. Yet, here was his own teacher. But the human race values the harmony of yin and yang. Cultivating the path of emotion, Su Han was widely acknowledged within the for his amiable disposition, and the numerous female disciples held him in high regard. Arranging a Tao companion for him would not only reward his merits, but also strengthen Su Han's ties with the Master of Heaven. His sage-like consciousness in motion, instructed Jin Ling and Yun Xiao. Once the war between the witches and the demons comes to an end, you shall each journey to Tang Valley and the Moon Star, respectively, to procure the Fusang tree and the Laurel tree, and personally deliver them to Su Han. Chapter 14. The conclusion of the witch-demon cataclysm on the battlefield of the witches and demons. After millennia of relentless conflict, both factions suffered devastating losses. The demon clan saw over 90% of their formidable beings below the great Luo Golden Immortal perish, including several among the 10 great demon saints. The brilliance of the Zhou Tian star array was now teetering on the brink of collapse. The witch clan, too, faced equally grave casualties. However, bolstered by their immensely resilient physiques, the 11 ancestral witches, along with Xing Tian, still stood, encircling Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi Boom. Although the ancestral witches did not cultivate the primordial spirit, each possessed innate divine abilities. Even the temporarily augmented Xing Tian wielded a colossal axe forged from remnants of the heavenly opening axe, combining their might to obliterate a quasi-saint of the demon clan along with several great Luo demon immortals. "This bird's head is mine," boomed the water ancestral witch, Gong Gong, as he triumphantly picked up the head of the demon saint. "Gui Che, you merely splashed a little water nearby," retorted the fire ancestral witch, Zhu Rong, "in IRET such a time. You still bicker," Emperor Jiang admonished, swiftly channeling innate divine abilities to compress and warp space, severing the demons' core escape routes. Though they could no longer activate the great array of heavenly gods, the witches had gained the upper hand in combat prowess. Should they succeed in vanquishing both Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, the demon celestial court would face annihilation, allowing the witches to bask in the cataclysm's fortunes and ascend to unprecedented heights. As long as one among the ancestral witches achieved enlightenment, the upgraded Great Array of Heavenly Gods would possess the strength to confront Hong Jun directly. Die, all of you! Observing the crumbling front lines of the demon clan, Dong Huangtai gritted his teeth and summoned the Chaos Bell once more. Ding! Empowered by the vast cataclysmic fortunes, Dong Huangtai had broken through to the pinnacle of quasi-saint, nearing the level of a sub-saint. With the addition of primordial purple energy or the victory of the cataclysm, he could attain enlightenment. The Chaos Bell was an innate treasure forged from the heavenly opening divine axe. Engraved with the sun, moon, stars, and the elements of water, fire, earth, and wind, while inscribed internally with mountains, rivers, and the myriad creatures of the wilderness. As the bell tolled, the spatial seal created by Emperor Jiang was shattered, and the brilliance of primordial chaos enveloped the battlefield, reducing hundreds of thousands of witches to ashes. Ding, ding! After 7 resounding tolls, a trickle of blood emerged from the corner of Dong Huangtai's mouth. As the witches he had slain exceeded 100,000, including 3 great witches, truly, an artifact forged from the heavenly opening divine axe was beyond his worth to wield. It was destined to be aligned with my Western lineage. On the battlefield's periphery, the Taoist of the Pure Land, holding the bag of human species, collected the gravely injured and dying demon immortals, while his gaze fixated intently upon the Chaos Bell in the void. An innate treasure, it possessed capabilities for offense, defense, and fortune accumulation alike. If he could successfully refine it, the efficiency of mending the damaged ley lines in the West and repaying owed merits would increase 100-fold. Even in a contest of saints, the absence or presence of the Chaos Bell marked a significant disparity. While he might not rival the richly endowed 3 pure ones, he could at least suppress Nuwa, who lacked innate treasures. Observing the witches suffering devastating losses beneath the Chaos Bell, the Taoist's gaze grew ever more fervent as he began to contact the guiding Taoist in Shumi Mountain. Kill these 2 birdmen. Do not allow him the opportunity to strike back. Seeing their already diminished forces further weaken, Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral witches erupted in fury, abandoning all semblance of formation as they rushed to encircle Tai Yi. Bang! Boom! The melee tactics showcased the witch's formidable physical prowess to its fullest extent. Weakened by excessive consumption, Dong Huangtai was forced to retreat, barely managing to fend off the ancestral witch's onslaught with the Chaos Bell. Thanks to Emperor Jun's support, the ancestral witches have surrounded the demon emperor. Leave the rest to us. Kill. Avenge our fallen brethren. For the tribe, the surviving witches, witnessing the scene, rejoiced and regrouped to launch another offensive. Kill. The great witch Jufeng and Xiang Lu, together, pushed back by Zhe, Qin Yuan, and Ying Zhao, 3 demon saints, step by step. Fushi has arrived. Observing the dire situation of Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai, Fushi, disregarding his still recovering injuries, struck the strings of his innate spirit-level treasure, the precious zither, forcefully entering the heart of the battlefield. Take this axe. Swinging the mighty axe of Xing Tian, he aimed a strike at Fushi's head. Space warped. Time was imprisoned. Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin unleashed their innate divine abilities, freezing Fushi's form in mid-air. Bang! Even as Fushi self-destructed his ancient zither to break free from the confinement, he was still met with Xing Tian's axe, severing his right arm, and fell into the encirclement of the ancestral witches, swiftly being obliterated by countless divine abilities and fists. Big Brother. In the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa let out a wail, her sage powers fully unleashed, yet she could only rescue a fragment of Fushi's remaining soul. The Emperor of Shiyuan has actually fallen. The myriad demons stood momentarily stunned. As one of the 3 sovereigns of the Celestial Court and the brother of the Saint Nuwa, Fushi's demise was a catastrophic blow to the Celestial Court. Casting another glance at the precarious situation where numerous ancestral witches had encircled him, relying solely on the Chaos Bell to hold on, the demon master Kuanpeng understood that hope was lost. Resolutely, he unfurled the river diagram and Luo book, transforming into a streak of light to escape. However, before he could return to the North Sea, a sharp and unmatched sword aura suddenly cleaved down, severely wounding Kuanping and sending him plummeting through the void. Even the river diagram and Luo book that had not yet been refined were seized. The Sage of the Upper Clear, Kuanping seethed internally, yet he dared not show any resistance, summoning the last of his strength to flee into the North Sea Palace, activating all defensive formations to recuperate. This Kuanping held a high position within the demon celestial court, only slightly inferior to the three sovereigns, yet he would abandon Emperor Jun and Tai Yi to escape, successfully acquiring the river diagram and Luo book. Treasures of array formation, the Master of Heaven experienced no joy, but rather a complex expression as he gazed at the crumbling star array, now utterly collapsed under the onslaught of the witches. It was not difficult to envision that in the future, if similar betrayals occurred within the myriad celestial formations, the present celestial court would mirror the future. Kuanping. He actually dared to betray the demons. Overwhelmed by rage and facing a crisis, with the most trusted generals turning against him, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi completely erupted, exchanging glances before choosing to perish together with the witches. Boom. The two quasi-saint-level demon emperors triggered the self-destruction of the celestial court's fortunes, causing the entire 33 heavens to tremble violently. The terrifying energy surged unrestrained, catching the witch army off guard, obliterating them into dust before they could escape. Even the ancestral witches, known for their physical prowess, could not withstand the impact comparable to that of a saint. Tian Wu and Zhu Meng, charging at the forefront, were reduced to ashes, while Emperor Jiang and Zhu Juyin struggled to complete a retreat, but were also swept into the storm. Even the Taoist of the Pure Land at the battlefield's edge was flung away, landing in disarray upon the unyielding mountain. Boom! The terrifying storm caused the entirety of the wilderness to tremble. Had it not been for Hong Jun's timely intervention from the Zhixiao Palace, opening a direct path to chaos to divert the energy storm, the entire 33 heavens would have been shattered. Should the celestial court descend, the entire wilderness would be plunged into chaos once more. Once the tremors subsided, the once mighty demon clan, which had boasted a trillion-strong army, had dwindled to fewer than 100 million. With high-level combatants reduced to only Bai Zhe and two other demon saints, the witch clan fared little better, with only Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, and Qing Tian remaining, gravely injured and retreating alongside Yufeng and Xianglu, gathering their dwindling kin of fewer than 10 million. Both clans, once possessing saint-level combat power, had now exhausted their vitality, no longer wielding the strength to dominate the myriad races. The ominous energy that had loomed over the wilderness for countless epochs began to dissipate and retreat at this moment. The witch-demon cataclysm had come to an end. Chapter 15. The 6 saints compete for the Chaos Bell. The 3 pure ones grow distrustful on Golden Ao Island, unable to attain the Tao. Ultimately, one remains but an ant. The Master of Heaven's expression was extraordinarily complex. Although the conclusion of the witch-demon cataclysm heralded the era of the 4 teachings, witnessing the once resplendent clans, whose top-tier powers even saints feared, descend to such depths, stirred something within him. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth, the past has passed. It is time to look towards the future. Su Han spoke solemnly, while the has undergone certain transformations compared to the original timeline. The outcome of the witch-demon battle has clearly demonstrated that as long as the heavenly Tao continues to tilt the scales, the tide is exceedingly difficult to reverse. Fortunately, the changes that have occurred also bear significant impact. Accumulated over time, they may yet lead to the triumph of humanity over destiny. Are there any treasures from the celestial court that you desire, my disciple? I shall personally procure them for you. The Master of Heaven said with a smile. The river diagram and Luo book are necessary to perfect the myriad celestial formations, and since you do not primarily cultivate formation arts, it would be best to seek innate treasures compatible with your attributes. My disciple has yet to condense the 3 flowers, and the purple lightning hammer is still not fully refined. Su Han replied, as a transmigrator, he naturally would not pursue a path as limited as the slaying of corpses for enlightenment. And moreover, innate treasures required at least great Luo cultivation to unleash their full potential. Thus, he was not in a hurry. However, recalling the critical tribulation of the Fengshan War, Su Han's thoughts stirred, and he asked, Master, may I request a venture to Wui Mountain in search of treasures alongside senior brother? Of course. The Master of Heaven chuckled as he replied, Should you have any needs in the future, do not hesitate to seek out me and your senior brothers and sisters. The Heavenly Court, the Chaos Bell is fated to be with my Western sect. I kindly ask all fellow Taoists to facilitate this. Without paying heed to the tattered robes that had been blown away earlier, Xuanti, alongside Jiejin, activated their saintly consciousness to search for the whereabouts of the Chaos Bell, soon discovering their target. Although the entire 33 heavens lay in disarray, with numerous spiritual treasures destroyed, it posed no problem for a primordial treasure. The Chaos Bell is a treasure of my demon clan. When has it ever been destined for your Western sect? Enhua transformed her red embroidered ball into a streak of flowing light, sending Xuanti flying, while the map of mountains and rivers surged towards the Chaos Bell. With a 2-to-1 advantage, the upper hand was with my Western sect. Junior brother, take care of yourself. The matter concerning the primordial treasure rendered Jiejin unable to consider Xuanti, as he directly placed the 12-petal merit golden lotus atop his head and charged recklessly towards the Chaos Bell. Utilizing the saintly consciousness, in the absence of its original master, the Eastern Emperor Tai, he could complete the first step of the sacrificial refinement in an instant. The Chaos Bell is a treasure transformed from the heavenly acts of the Father God. It rightfully belongs to my Sanqing. Laozi conjured a vast chasm in the void with the Taiji diagram, allowing Jiejin's efforts to be in vain as he could not cross this celestial divide. Senior brother, I shall assist you. Xuanti endured a strike from the red embroidered ball, bruised yet standing tall with the 7 treasures Miao tree, slightly shifting the Taiji chasm. Even a grain of rice can shine forth. Yuan Shi Tianzun let out a cold laugh, lightly waving the Panga banner, unleashing chaotic energy blades that forced Jiejin and Xuanti to retreat once more. Perhaps you two fellow Taoists should return to the west and meditate. The Master of Heaven appeared in the void, unleashing the 4 swords of extermination, ensnaring Enhua, Jiejin, and Xuanti within the sword formation. How did the Sanqing arrive so swiftly? Jiejin and Xuanti exchanged glances, their expressions increasingly troubled. Although their cultivation was slightly inferior to Enhua's, being 2 against 1 still granted them a slight advantage. However, the Sanqing not only possessed the highest cultivation, but also the most formidable treasures. The extermination sword array alone was beyond the combined strength of the 3 saints. Glancing once more at the Chaos Bell encircled by the 6 saints, Jiejin and Xuanti grew increasingly despondent. If it fell into the hands of the Sanqing, how could the West ever rise again? Where have you been, third brother? Yuan Shi Tianzun observed the formidable extermination sword array, his eyes betraying a hint of unnoticeable gloom as he remarked coldly, I was delayed by matters on the road. The Master of Heaven interjected, the Father God Panga's axe has transformed into 3 primordial treasures. The Taiji diagram and Panga banner belong to my 2 elder brothers. Moreover, the Jie sect is in dire need of treasures to stabilize our fortunes. Might my elder brothers consider parting with them? Treasures are meant for those with fate. Third brother, you may not be suited for the Chaos Bell. Laozi's expression darkened slightly. The extermination sword array was already impossible for the 4 saints to break. If the Master of Heaven were to acquire the Chaos Bell, how could the remaining 5 saints hope to suppress it? Furthermore, Laozi had harbored a bold idea all along, to utilize the 3 primordial treasures to embed them within the 3 corpses, and upon the completion of the 9 heavens of saints. Once fused, it would rival the Hongjun Daozu, third brother. You ignore my counsel, gathering those who are unworthy, those clad in scales and armor. Even should the Chaos Bell be granted to you, it would be of no use. It would be better to bring it to the Yushu Palace to enhance our Shuaman's fortunes. Yuan Shi Tianzun similarly declined, aware that Laozi had once entertained such thoughts. With his abundant resources, should he obtain the Chaos Bell, exchanging it for the Taiji diagram through the myriad of heavenly clouds would not be beyond possibility. It must be noted that when the Daozu Hongjun of the Zhixiao Palace distributed numerous spiritual treasures to his disciples, he alone retained the broken creation jade plate, while the Pangu axe and creation jade plate were both classified as chaos treasures. Even if fractured, their origins were not diminished, at the very least reaching the level of chaos spiritual treasures. Though the Jie sect had previously encountered issues, they had since made significant improvements. The Master of Heaven gritted his teeth and said, the Sanqing are originally of one family. Let us brothers unite to seize the Chaos Bell, taking turns to wield it. How does that sound? What? Not only Laozi and Yuan Shi, but even Jiejin and Zhuenti were left speechless. The Sanqing, with their unparalleled cultivation and artifacts, should they work in unison, could effortlessly return to their Taoist sanctum. The Master of Heaven's proposal for the distribution of the Chaos Bell was indeed sincere. Furthermore, the 3 primordial treasures derived from the heavenly axe in joint possession would surely become a legendary tale. If the Master of Heaven is willing to part with 2 supreme, top-grade primordial spiritual treasures, my brother and I will exert our utmost efforts to assist you. Observing the hesitance of Laozi and Yuan Shi, Zhuenti's resolve grew stronger. After all, they could not even breach the extermination sword array. Hope for the Chaos Bell was non-existent, yet acquiring 2 top-grade primordial spiritual treasures would still be a tremendous gain. After all, in the entire West, there had been few primordial spiritual treasures, and with 2 more, they could potentially cultivate 2 direct disciples to become quasi-saints in the future. Elder brother, Yuan Shi Tianzun struggled for a long time to make a decision, then redirected his gaze to Laozi beside him, only to find the latter equally torn. Since the Master of Heaven had spoken thus, it would be unreasonable for them not to agree. Yet, should they truly assist? Possessing the Chaos Bell to stabilize fortunes, even if only for a third of its usage time, the already fortified Sect would be far beyond the combined might of the Renjiao and Chanjiao. Moreover, what if the Master of Heaven were to find various reasons to retain the Chaos Bell for himself? Such behavior from the 2 elder brothers, Laozi and Yuan Shi, would be utterly inconceivable. Jiejin and Zhuenti exchanged glances, both harboring disdain. Though the West was far less prosperous than the East, their brotherhood had always been one of unity, proving far more reliable than the Sanqing's fraternal ties. Even Inhua, as a woman, dared to disregard the Daozu's decree to save her elder brother Fuxi. Chapter 16. The primordial tea tree, Su Han acquires the Chaos Bell Ding. Just as the 6 saints of heaven were locked in dispute, the Chaos Bell suddenly emitted a delicate chime, tearing through the fabric of space and vanishing from the heavenly court. Senior brother, quickly! The closest Jiejin and Zhuenti summoned their 12-petal merit golden lotus and the 7 treasures Miao tree in an attempt to intercept the Chaos Bell. Yet they forgot they were within the extermination sword array, merely creating ripples in the void. Boom. The chaotic energy blades from the Panga banner and the golden bridge of the Taiji diagram fell at lightning speed, further tearing open the spatial passage, and they could only watch helplessly as the Chaos Bell vanished before their eyes. The Chaos Bell of our West. Zhuenti's expression grew increasingly grim, tears of bitterness involuntarily streaming down his face, his tattered robes making him appear utterly pitiful. The dignity of the saints, all squandered. Observing the disheveled appearance of the 2 saints from the West, Yuan Shi Tianzun, who valued decorum above all, could not help but snort coldly as the Panga banner swept down. What value does the dignity of saints hold if it cannot be exchanged for a primordial treasure? Zhuenti and Jiejin combined their efforts to block the chaotic energy blades, yet still took a few steps back, disregarding their disheveled state, and glared fiercely at Yuan Shi Tianzun, saying, "Had it not been for your obstruction, the Chaos Bell would have rightfully belonged to our West. You owe us a significant karmic debt." Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression darkened further as he summoned the Panga banner once more. Boom. The chaotic energy blades fell like rain, and the already restricted 12-petal merit golden lotus could no longer withstand the assault. Jiejin's robe was torn into shreds, and the ruins of the heavenly court grew even more devastated. Fellow Taoist, you have diminished my brother's saintly dignity. You owe us 2 karmic debts. The bruised and battered Zhuenti's voice grew increasingly bitter. If you do not offer several primordial spiritual treasures, my brother and I shall move into your Yushu palace. You shall not be my son. Yuan Shi Tianzun's fury escalated, yet he found himself utterly powerless. The saintly body is undying and unyielding. Even a weapon of the primordial treasure caliber like the Panga banner found it difficult to inflict damage, making the already tenuous 33 heavens even more precarious. Moreover, the Chaos Bell had vanished, and continuing the battle would only add to the karmic entanglement. Casting a complex glance at the Master of Heaven, Yuan Shi Tianzun's figure vanished. Third brother, the Taiji Laozi hesitated to speak, unsure of what further to say. Just moments ago, the Master of Heaven had already ensnared the three saints within the extermination sword array. Had he and Yuan Shi Tianzun united their strengths, the Chaos Bell would never have escaped so easily. Now not only was the primordial treasure lost, but their fraternal bonds with the Master of Heaven were also strained, rendering even the dignity of the Taiji saint somewhat compromised. "It is I who lacks the fated connection." The Master of Heaven retracted the extermination sword array, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. Although Su Han had anticipated that the heavenly Tao would not permit the Jie sect to simultaneously possess both the extermination sword array and the Chaos Bell, treasures potent enough to dominate the remaining 5 saints, he still wished to test the waters. After all, the Sanqing, when united, would surely garner more consideration from their teacher, who was fused with the heavenly Tao. Furthermore, the Master of Heaven had offered to relinquish 2/3 of the Chaos Bell's usage time. Yet the outcome was that Lao Zi and Yuan Shi, his 2 elder brothers, had simply refused, their wariness towards the Master of Heaven and the Jie sect evident, reflecting on the close-knit bonds of their weaker days. Now drifting apart after attaining the Tao, the Master of Heaven was filled with bitterness. "Junior brother, how did you discover this treasure land?" Shortly after arriving at Wui Mountain, the Baobao Taoist had already found 2 postnatal spiritual treasures, along with a primordial tea tree capable of clearing the heart and nourishing the spirit, his expression brimming with excitement. As the foremost treasure-hunting mouse in the realm, the Taoist Dubao revels in the search for and refinement of spiritual treasures. Distributing them to his disciples whose attributes align harmoniously, he derives immense pleasure from this process of acquisition and the accompanying accolades. "Fortune smiles upon us." Su Han responded with a smile, clarifying that it was not a matter of mistrust towards Dubao, but rather the fact that now that the calamity has passed, it is exceedingly challenging to obscure the heavenly secrets unless a sage intervenes. "Indeed, my junior brother, you are as the illustrious Gongming has proclaimed." "A true blessing for our," Dubao asserted confidently, "grant me a moment, and I shall undoubtedly retrieve that extraordinary falling treasure coin for you." The reason why innate treasures possess boundless utility and serve as a medium for the great Luo Golden Immortal to ascend to quasi-saintship lies in their inherent resonance with the Tao, significantly enhancing the holder's affinity with the laws, refining their essence and magical power. The higher the level, the better the effect. In the original timeline, the 2 scattered immortals, Xiaoshang and Qiaobao, who possessed the falling treasure coin, had relatively modest cultivation levels that did not correspond with the might of such a supreme innate treasure. Thus, it stands to reason that this exceptional innate treasure was likely acquired shortly before the commencement of the Fengshan calamity near Wui Mountain. Although there exists a limitation that it can only fall as a treasure and not as a weapon, it is undoubtedly considered a supreme treasure beneath innate artifacts, and its coin shape is particularly harmonious for those among humanity who value wealth, leaving ample room for further enhancement. At the very least, Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao sisters have always maintained a cordial relationship with Su Han. Securing this pivotal object related to Zhao Gongming's calamity could also provide assistance. Contemplating this, Su Han conceived a bold idea. In the original narrative, the Fengshan calamity was instigated by the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect committing acts of slaughter, with the catalyst being the disciples of the 3 sects defying the heavenly court, openly mocking and even directly opposing Haoyan, forcing Haoyan to appeal to Hongjun Daozu. Moreover, the great pitfall of Fengshan lay in the fact that once the primordial spirit was imprisoned, life and death were entirely controlled by the Fengshan list and the god-slaying whip. However, if the physical body were to be listed, there would be no such restrictions. To draw a somewhat imprecise analogy, the deities on the Fengshan list are akin to slaves bound by a contract of servitude, subjected to the whims of their masters, barely receiving sustenance to avoid starvation. Whereas having one's physical body listed resembles an employee with a formal contract, entitled to a corresponding salary based on their position and free to resign if they are dissatisfied. Although the overarching will of the heavenly Tao is difficult to upend, the Fengshan calamity is still quite distant. It is entirely feasible for thee and the already ascended members of humanity to first venture into the heavenly court and seize a wave of fortune to bolster their strength. Even if they were compelled to depart before the Fengshan, they would have already received remuneration for a considerable period and would not suffer any loss. Should fortune favor them, they might remain. Akin to veteran employees entitled to dividends from original shares, enjoying a life of utmost contentment. Even if the highest positions are occupied by those listed as immortal deities, it has always been said that the king of hell is easy to deal with, while the minor spirits are often troublesome. As long as one holds a key position, even the minor officials can wield significant influence. Although Su-Han harbors a certain disdain for a particular nation, the notion that one individual can quickly shape an entire company in their image can certainly be applied to the heavenly court. Once the heavenly court is filled with deities of human origin, who have attained sanctity in their physical forms and remain true to their roots, how can one lament the lack of opportunities for humanity? At that moment, the ground trembled, and a peculiar bell, adorned with the sun, moon, and stars on the exterior while bearing the imprints of the myriad races within, materialized and flew into Su-Han's hands. Su-Han? I came to seek the falling treasure coin. Yet how did I suddenly get struck by the chaotic bell? Chapter 17. Falling treasure coin. Plotting the heavenly court. Thank you, Lady Hutu. Sensing the gentle and familiar aura emanating from the chaotic bell, Su-Han respectfully bowed, a flicker of surprise gracing his features. To be able to transfer the chaotic bell in the presence of 6 celestial sages, Hutu's power must far exceed that of the original timeline. Undoubtedly a momentous revelation. To draw a somewhat inaccurate analogy, it's as if the sky has fallen, yet there stands Hutu, a towering figure to support it, with someone to divert the attention of the heavenly Tao. Both and humanity could gain substantial breathing room. This is what a fellow Taoist deserves. Hutu smiled gently, acknowledging Su-Han's insight. Prior to the final battle between the Wu and the Yao, Hutu had already reached out to Emperor Jiang and the ancestral witches, relocating the Pangu temple and the backup forces of the witch clan into the underworld. In Hutu's eyes, a single innate treasure pales in comparison to the vitality of the witch clan. If you would continue to place your trust in Su-Han, my lady, it would be wise to devote some attention to the changes occurring in Mount Buzhou. Su-Han suggested softly in the original timeline. As a descendant of Pangu, Gonggong held the highest reverence for his father deity, yet he suddenly went mad and crashed into Mount Buzhou, which was formed from Pangu's spine. Despite enduring countless calamities, the celestial pillar remained unscathed, yet it was shattered by the ancestral witch Gonggong, who was merely at the level of a quasi-saint, resulting in the collapse of heaven and earth and bringing immeasurable karma upon the witch clan. Although the witch clan must entirely withdraw from humanity to formally become the protagonists of the wilderness, Su-Han would still prefer to allow the witch clan to exert some influence. Just as Hutu gifting the chaotic bell serves a similar purpose, the tighter the causal connection between both parties, the more assured the collaboration, ensuring a lasting win-win situation. Thank you for your guidance. Fellow Taoist, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Hutu's beautiful eyes, her tone growing ever more gentle. If you are interested in reincarnation, you are always welcome to the underworld to discuss the Tao. Truly, she is the most benevolent power in the wilderness. Were that other figures could emulate her, humanity and herself would not have to descend into decline in the future. Under Hutu's guidance, Su-Han swiftly completed the initial refinement of the chaotic bell, utilizing the innate treasure's inherent power to fully conceal its aura, reflecting on his profound emotions. Although in the past life, the term mother had been tarnished into a derogatory label when applied to Hutu, it remains impeccable. While Hutu initially traversed the blood sea of the underworld seeking a glimmer of hope for the witch clan, her embodiment of reincarnation benefits all beings in the wilderness. And in terms of merit, she even surpasses Hongjun, who imparts the Tao in the Zixiao Palace. Compared to the self-serving heavenly Tao, the accommodating Hutu and the earth Tao are far more suitable for humanity. Your master indeed cares for you greatly. Perceiving the aura descending from the heavens, Hutu waved her jade hand lightly, returning Su-Han to Wui Mountain. How are the harvests? Do you require assistance from your master? Upon seeing Su-Han, the master Tongtian's earlier disappointment had significantly eased, and he inquired with genuine concern. At the very least, with Su-Han and other disciples, had grown considerably stronger. Let the facts speak for themselves to my 2 elder brothers regarding who is truly correct. The primary objective, the falling treasure coin, is being sought after by the senior brother and has already yielded substantial results. Noticing a hint of melancholy in Tongtian's gaze, Su Han understood that the journey to the heavenly court must have been far from pleasant. He decided to conjure a table and tea set using divine powers, brewing tea from the innate tea tree he had previously obtained. A fine tea. The master Tongtian took a sip of the clear tea, his eyes reflecting admiration. Even for a sage of the heavenly Tao, this had a calming effect, serving as an invaluable aid for the remaining disciples of, except for a few disciples like Yun Xiao. Most of its members do not place much emphasis on cultivating their mental state. Thus, if they could indulge in such a cup of soul-nurturing tea during their tribulations, their success rate would undoubtedly increase significantly. Ha ha! Found it! Transforming into his true form, the endearing Dubao emerged from the ground, cradling a peculiar copper coin with unique wings and a round square hole, and exclaimed with growing delight, "Master, Su Shidi is indeed a super lucky star." A supreme innate treasure? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Tongtian's eyes. After enduring several calamities, the innate treasures yet to emerge in the wilderness had become exceedingly rare. Even the direct disciples of the sages had insufficient shares. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao sages themselves, such as the two impoverished saints of the Western teachings, possessed few innate treasures. Looking back, although the Zhixiao Palace had distributed many innate treasures, most were of lower or mid-tier quality, thus failing to ensure each of the 3,000 worldly guests possessed one. Even the Master Tongtian had previously thought that Su Han and Dubao might manage to find a mid-tier innate treasure. Yet now they had delivered a delightful surprise. It is all thanks to the blessings of our master. Observing the astonished Dubao and the admiring Master Tongtian, Su Han felt it prudent to withhold the revelation of his recent acquisition of the chaotic bell for the time being. After all, the last time he had guided Hutu in her transformation into reincarnation to gain Tao merit, this teacher had displayed a hint of jealousy, and with the already conspicuous extermination sword array that even the four saints could not breach. Exposing the existence of the chaotic bell would only incite the already envious Laozi and Yuan Shi to become even more frantic. Your master also shares in your fortune, Master Tongtian chuckled, shaking his teacup, gesturing for Dubao to sit down as well. Though this tea is merely an initial tier innate spiritual root, its flavor is exceptionally delightful. The brewing and tea-making skills of Su Shidi are universally acknowledged within our sect. Dubao beamed as he handed the falling treasure coin to Su Han, savoring a sip of the tea. Next time you seek my help in treasure hunting, a cup of innate spiritual tea will suffice. Such innate spiritual roots require an environment rich in spiritual energy to evolve, much like the Bo Palace of our master. You are also eyeing my master's ideas. Master Tongtian shot a playful glare at Su Han, then turned his attention back to Dubao, stating, I intend to take some time to wander outside and clear my mind. I leave the matters of the sect in your capable hands, rest assured. Master, Dubao bowed respectfully, then joyfully set off towards Jin Ao Island with the innate tea tree. Master, will you be able to provide an introduction to the circumstances in the heavenly court during your visit? Compared to the former splendor, it could be said to have crumbled to an entirely new level of desolation, with the residual spiritual energy being even less than that of Wui Mountain. The Tongtian cult master cast a glance at Su Han that seemed to convey, are you deliberately stirring the pot? It appeared that the situation was even more severe than anticipated. Su Han pondered for a moment before speaking, however. This could very well be a splendid opportunity for An opportunity? Tongtian cult master expertly veiled the heavenly secrets with a wave of his hand, and then turned his gaze towards the departing figure of Duo Bao, saying, you don't mean to suggest that you want your elder brother to assume the role of the heavenly emperor, do you? As a sage of the heavenly Tao, Tongtian cult master was acutely aware of the significance of the heavenly emperor in the primordial world. Even among the 6 sages of the heavenly Tao in the present era, the bestowed fortune was undeniably substantial, particularly with the backing of a sage like Tongtian and the numerous disciples of. It was not beyond possibility for one to reclaim the former glory of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, or even surpass it. The heavenly emperor was the nominal sovereign of the 3 realms. In terms of rank, he could certainly be compared to revered masters, and thus should be personally arranged by the ancestral figure. Su Han spoke in a low voice, however. Our revered master has only accepted 6 disciples. A look of confusion crossed Tongtian cult master's face. Although there were once 3,000 worldly guests at the Zhixiao Palace, only 6 were officially recognized by Hongjun, and among them, Jane and Juenti were merely registered disciples. Let us not forget, Master, there are still 2 others within the ancestral palace. Su Han replied, in the future, great secrets are most easily grasped by those in leadership. The primordial world is no exception. Chapter 18. The 6 sages gather at Zhixiao Palace, Tongtian. I advocate for heeding counsel. Haoyin, Yaoqi. An image of a pair of young boys and girls guarding the entrance of Zhixiao Palace surfaced in Tongtian's mind. It was quite difficult to associate the gatekeepers with the high-ranking heavenly emperor. They had accompanied the ancestral figure for a longer duration than the revered masters. Su Han spoke again. Tongtian cult master felt a growing trust. After all, Su Han's previous prophecies regarding Hongjun Daozu had been remarkably accurate, and Tongtian had always been attentive to the water and fire boys, who had been nurtured from the innate gourd and now cultivated to the level of a great Luo golden immortal. If one were to empathize, in the absence of the 6 sages of the heavenly Tao, Haoyin indeed had a considerable chance. Even with the support of the revered master, Haoyin may not command the 3 realms. Right? Tongtian cult master interjected. Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai were able to establish the heavenly court due to their innate royal demon fates, with backgrounds that were even more illustrious than Jane and Juenti. Moreover, they possessed accompanying treasures such as the Chaos Bell and the He-Tu Luo Shu, but they lacked the primordial purple energy to attain sagehood. Despite not having achieved enlightenment, the demon race wielded substantial combat power comparable to that of the heavenly Tao sages through the great array of the Zhou Tian stars. Allowing them to exert pressure on myriad races, a previously inconspicuous child like Haoyin, even if designated as the heavenly emperor by Hongjun, would have little prestige. At least Tongtian himself had never truly regarded Haoyin as a junior brother. It was needless to say how much prouder the likes of Yuan Shi and others were. Precisely because he has nothing, this is the opportunity for our re-establishing the heavenly court and maintaining order in the 3 realms will undoubtedly yield merit. That solitary individual taking on the role of the heavenly emperor will have no one to rely on. The other major sects will surely be unwilling. Doesn't this present a chance for our? Moreover, while he lacks prestige, our revered master and the senior brothers and sisters possess it. Simply relinquishing the title of heavenly emperor in exchange for genuine fortune for the heavenly court, what is not to gain? Furthermore, in the past, the demon race's heavenly court included Emperor Jun, Dong Huangtai, and the 3 demon emperors along with positions of power such as demon masters and saints. It is impossible for the future heavenly court to be entirely dictated by a single individual. In any case, should any senior brother or sister find it unsatisfactory, they could always return to Jin-Ao Island to continue their cultivation. Haoyin would hardly dare to obstruct them. Su Han spoke solemnly. Of course, the specifics should still be determined by the revered master's holy decree. Regardless, if it truly unfolds as you have suggested, do not think of escaping. Tongtian cult master glanced at Su Han and remarked, your elder brother Duo Bao is quite commendable. But he is a bit too straightforward and naive. You must put in more thought. Su Han smiled faintly. The untested Duo Bao and the Buddha from Journey to the West were indeed worlds apart. Although he loved seeking treasures and refining tools, he relished the process and generously gifted his findings to his junior brothers and sisters, garnering immense popularity within. After a millennium of discussing doctrines and wandering, Tongtian cult master's expression suddenly shifted as he said, once again, you have foreseen correctly. The revered master has summoned the 6 of us to Zhixiao Palace for a meeting. Disciple lacks the cultivation to accompany the revered master. Su Han replied with a smile and a respectful gesture. Understanding is good. If you cannot condense the 3 flowers within 100,000 years, I shall have to confine you. Tongtian cult master jokingly reprimanded. Though as a Tai golden immortal, he was not without merit among the direct disciples of the sages. However, despite the primordial world having undergone several tribulations and sustaining losses, its foundation remained. One must at least be a great Luo golden immortal to be deemed a significant figure. Especially since Su Han held immense significance for, Tongtian cult master poured his utmost energy into him, yearning for this disciple to attain the perfection of a quasi-saint or even achieve sagehood. After all, at Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun Daozu had bestowed 7 strands of primordial purple energy, one of which vanished after the fall of the ancestor Hong Yun. Others could not seek it, yet Tongtian cult master held sufficient confidence in Su Han. No worries, disciple is not afraid of embarrassment, Su Han replied with a smile. Yet, master, surely you do not wish for your disciple to appear too weak and be ridiculed by others, you rascal. Tongtian cult master chuckled helplessly, giving Su Han a playful kick. Watching him feign a dramatic fall, the last remnants of gloom in his heart dissipated entirely. In the depths of chaos, an ancient and profound palace of Tao quietly emerged, followed by 6 streaks of light appearing in the plaza. Greetings, esteemed brothers and sisters. The 2 young guardians hurriedly approached. Elder brother, do you know why the master has summoned us this time? Yuan Shi Tianzun directly ignored the 2 Taoist boys and turned to ask Tai Ching Laozi. Enter, and you will know. Tai Ching Laozi glanced awkwardly at Tongtian cult master. Third brother, you have also arrived. Yuan Shi, have you brought the innate spiritual treasures that my brothers are owed? Jane and Zhuanti descended enveloped in radiant golden light and fragrant aromas. However, they were still adorned in the garments torn by the Panga banner during the previous struggle for the Chaos Bell. And they opened their mouths to demand repayment from Yuan Shi Tianzun, completely disregarding Hao Yin and Yao Qi. Even burdened with debts, they remained the exalted heavenly Tao sages. How could they lower themselves to acknowledge 2 mere ants? Designating these 2 to oversee the heavenly court, does the master truly not perceive the hidden dangers within? Observing the downcast and dejected expressions of Hao Yin and Yao Qi, Tongtian cult master sighed inwardly. Stepping forward to gently pat the heads of the 2 young guardians, casually handing them a few spiritual fruits. This is a gift from your elder brother during his wanderings in the primordial world. I shall bring you even better treats next time. Thank you, elder brother. Accustomed to being overlooked, the 2 young guardians felt a warmth in their hearts from this rare kindness, instantly elevating Tongtian cult master to the status of a great benefactor in their eyes. Go and report to the master. Watching the jubilant Hao Yin and Yao Qi, Tongtian cult master felt a tinge of sympathy. Although they had already reached the level of a quasi-saint, the primordial world was profoundly deep. However, simplicity had its merits. At least the disciples of would find cooperation much smoother once they entered the heavenly court. Having witnessed the cultivation of Hao Yin and Yao Qi firsthand, Tongtian cult master was now utterly convinced of Su Han's predictions. Back then at Zhixiao Palace, the 3,000 worldly guests still had many who had not yet severed their corpses. There was no majesty to be found. Yuan Shi Tianzun let out a cold snort towards the weeping Jane and Zhuanti. Yet his peripheral vision swept towards Tongtian enter. Tai Ching Laozi furrowed his brows and was the first to step into the grand hall. On the ancient mat sat an elder clad in a Tao robe. Appearing ordinary yet exuding an aura of profound Taoist essence. Even the 6 sages of the heavenly Tao felt as though his existence eluded their perception when they dared to shift their gazes. Greetings, master. The 6 sages bowed in unison. The burdens of karma between the witch and demon clans were profound, and years of conflict had caused the collapse of heaven and earth. Someone was needed to step forward to restore order to the primordial world and achieve the fruits of the heavenly emperor's path. Hongjun gestured for everyone to sit and began to speak. Indeed, just as Su Han predicted, Tongtian cult master silently marveled, his expression growing increasingly calm. What is there to compete for when it has already been predetermined? Fortunately, I heeded the advice given and established connections in advance. My advantages over the other 5 sages are not to be underestimated. Chapter 19. Tongtian confronts Yuan Shi, the selection of the heavenly emperor re-establishing the heavenly court? This is boundless fortune and merit. If one of my disciples can assume the role, how could the West not flourish? The flicker of surprise in Zhuanti Taoist's eyes indicated he was quickly calculating in his mind. And he eagerly spoke. Master, my Western teachings have always been impoverished, and my disciple Maitreya has extensive experience in managing the earth's veins and could assist the heavenly court in its swift restoration. Maitreya lacks virtue and merit. His magical powers are but that of a Tai. What qualifications does he have to preside over the heavenly court? Yuan Shi Tianzun scoffed. the foremost among the 12 golden immortals of my Chan sect. Guangchengzi has profound fortune and has already condensed the three flowers, achieving the perfection of the great Luo. He is the best candidate for the heavenly emperor. The disciples of the Ranjiao, Xuandu, being the first among the four teachings to sever their corpses, could also serve as the heavenly emperor. Taiching Laozi, too, was no longer calm. As the highest cultivator among the 6 sages, he was acutely aware of the significance of the heavenly court and spoke with confidence, regardless of whether it is the master or his disciples. The Runjiao holds the strongest position. The expression of Nuwa, the goddess, flashed with a hint of melancholy and helplessness. As the demon race South Heavenly Court crumbled, the immense fortune she once enjoyed as a demon sage had also dissipated, significantly diminishing her influence among the 6 sages. Those sages do not engage in causality, they merely do not enter tribulations. Fortune and merit still hold considerable importance. Casting another glance at the Tongtian patriarch beside her, Nuwa could not help but feel a wave of regret surge within her. Had she known it would come to this, she should have intervened to prevent the demon race from forging the slaughter which soared. Thus, the fortunes of humanity would not have been siphoned away towards the Jie sect. Both Jane and Juenti shared a puzzled look towards Tongtian when it came to the Dao fruit of the heavenly emperor. Even Laozi, who typically espoused the principle of non-action, could not restrain himself from entering the fray. Why then was Tongtian, who was usually so impulsive, suddenly rendered mute? The disciples under the Jie sect were composed of beings born of moisture and eggs, clad in scales and armor, their virtues and fortunes greatly lacking. How could they possibly be deemed worthy of the title of heavenly emperor? Having been betrayed by Laozi, the Yuan Shi Tianzun already harbored discontent in his heart. Observing the potential for Tongtian to speak, he hastily interjected, "In terms of virtue, my Jie sect disciples have repeatedly aided humanity and now possess great merits and fortunes, while your disciples from the Yusu Palace frequently engage in slaughtering the myriad races. As for the sources of blessings and roots, whether among the quasi-saints or the great Luo, my Jie sect disciples surpass all others in the 4 sects." Though he had long resolved to heed Su Han's advice and refrain from participating in the conflict for the heavenly emperor's title, Tongtian could not suppress a surge of anger at Yuan Shi Tianzun's consistent disdain for his disciples. Those beings born of moisture and eggs, even if they possessed some cultivation, were merely the next batch of witch demons. Yuan Shi Tianzun, seeing Tongtian dare to retort, grew increasingly furious. What of those born of moisture and eggs, clad in scales and armor? Tongtian patriarch shot a cold glance at Nuwa, his laughter devoid of warmth. Instantly, Nuwa's fury ignited. It was well known that she and her brother Fushi were originally beings with human heads and serpent bodies. Was Yuan Shi Tianzun's contempt for those clad in scales and armor not a veiled insult directed at her as well? Third brother, though your second brother's words may be hasty, they are for your sake and that of the Jie sect. How could you act so recklessly? Laozi hastily intervened, sensing the escalating tension. Although the 3 pure ones had already developed rifts during the previous contention for the Chaos Bell, it was an internal matter. Should Nuwa be drawn into this, it could become truly unmanageable. For the sake of their teacher, he decided to let this matter slide. Tongtian patriarch clasped his hands in respect towards Hongjun, stating, "The matter of the heavenly emperor concerns the future of the Honghuang realm, and naturally, it is for the teacher to decide." You, observing Tongtian's blatant disregard for him, Yuan Shi Tianzun nearly erupted in rage, only to be restrained by Laozi, his expression growing increasingly grim. The so-called Taiji and Yuqing were nothing but this. Jane and Juenti watched the unfolding drama with amusement, though they felt a twinge of disdain. Due to the impoverished conditions of the West, disciples were in dire need. To bolster Ling Mountain, Juenti did not hesitate to lower his dignity to seek alliances in the West. During the battle between the witches and demons, he even dared to transform demon immortals within the great array of the stars. He could not tolerate Yuan Shi Tianzun's debauchery. Soon, Juenti's anticipation grew. With the 3 pure ones already harboring grievances, the Jie sect's myriad immortals far surpassed the harmony of the Chan sect and human sect. Yuan Shi Tianzun's temperament would undoubtedly struggle to accommodate this, suggesting ample room for maneuvering. In their eyes, the Jie sect was far from the pitiful description provided by Yuan Shi Tianzun. It was rich in both virtue and fortune, as well as profound magical prowess. Yet, they were still mere ants below the saintly level. As long as Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tongtian patriarch clashed, Zhuanti's bag of human seeds would surely fill once more. Master, the heavenly court is in dire need of revival. It may be difficult for one person to accomplish this alone. Why not let Xuandu and Guangchengzi share the burden? Observing Yuan Shi's growing agitation, Laozi understood that advocating solely for Xuandu might spark further conflict among the brothers, and he pondered before speaking. That would be most agreeable, Yuan Shi Tianzun nodded. Though Xuandu was more powerful, he was the sole heir of the human sect. Guangchengzi, along with the other golden immortals of the Chan sect, would suffice to secure greater authority. Mithraea could also be one of the heavenly emperors. Initially on the verge of abandoning the struggle, both Jane and Zhuanti's expressions brightened. Although having only Mithraea might seem somewhat lacking, if multiple heavenly emperors co-ruled, the Western sect would have a significant opportunity. After all, the former demon race South Heavenly Court also had 3 sovereigns, while Fuxi might not compare to Dijuan and Tai. With Nuwa as a saint, his influence was not negligible. Were it not for the 10th little golden crow, which was secretly kept in Shumi Mountain to recuperate, and the closer ties between the demon race and Nuwa, Zhuanti would have considered presenting this figure. Just as the 4 saints were embroiled in their dispute, Hongjun's gaze suddenly turned cold, his expression devoid of emotion as he declared. The position of the heavenly emperor should rightfully belong to Haoyan, while the Yaoqi shall serve the queen mother. Tongtian patriarch felt a chill run down his spine. Having interacted for many years, he understood that this was now the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Not the negotiable teacher Hongjun, however, the 4 saints had already become fervent. Haoyan, a mere child, what right does he have to assume the title of heavenly emperor? Master, I refuse to accept this. Yuan Shi Tianzun was the first to leap forward, with the 2 saints from the west quickly following suit. In the next moment, an overwhelmingly authoritative aura swept across the Zixiao Palace, fixing the 3 saints in place. The mandate of heaven has been established. This matter requires no further discussion. The embodiment of the heavenly Tao spoke again. Master is being too biased. Yuan Shi Tianzun, now able to move again, cursed inwardly, though he did not dare voice any further objections. Laozi's expression darkened considerably. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged bitter smiles and sighed. Although Mithraea had not yet attained the level of Great Luo, it was merely due to the extreme poverty of the West. His roots were not inferior in essence to, at least in the eyes of Jane and Zhuanti. He seemed stronger than Haoyan and Yaoqi. Although the 2 children had already attained quasi-saint cultivation, this was the Zixiao Palace, a place where the profound mysteries of the heavenly Tao manifested. Even a pig could attain immortality here. Zhuanti quickly recalled a time when he was once designated as the foremost male immortal by Hongjun, only to swiftly become a stepping stone for Dijuan and Tai. He could not help but smirk inwardly. Meanwhile, Haoyan and Yaoqi, who had just been summoned from outside, were utterly bewildered. Me? Heavenly Emperor? Queen Mother? Glancing at the evidently unfriendly expressions of Yuan Shi and the other saints, both children felt a wave of trepidation. Master, do you overestimate us? Chapter 20. Golden Spirit Cloud High bestows treasures, Yin and Yang spiritual roots. This is the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Zhou Tian mirror. Capable of probing the Honghuang realm, the Heavenly Emperor Tower, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, can suppress the fortunes of the heavenly court. A flicker of brilliance appeared in Hongjuan's eyes, and his tone softened somewhat. Thank you, Master, Haoyan exclaimed with overwhelming joy, quickly kneeling in gratitude. With the sword used to break through to the quasi-saint level, he now possessed 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures, his wealth surpassing that of the 2 saints from the west. This is one of the 5 directions flags, the pure cloud realm flag, and the superior innate spiritual treasure, the golden phoenix hairpin. Hongjun turned his gaze to Yaoqi, saying, You must work together diligently to re-establish the heavenly court and stabilize the Honghuang realm. Thank you, Master. Although slightly inferior to Haoyan's treasures, Yaoqi was also filled with delight as she knelt to receive the items. A glimmer of envy and resentment flickered in Zhuanti's eyes. The pure Cloud Realm flag belonged to the West and originated from the same source as the Qinglian treasure flag obtained by Jian and Zhixiao Palace, indicating a deeper affinity with the Western sect. With the establishment of the new heavenly court, you should each send some disciples to assist Haoyan and Yao Qi. Great fortune awaits you. The Tao ancestor Hongjuan's gaze swept over the 6 saints as his figure gradually faded away. The Chan sect had few disciples and would not be present to serve in the heavenly court. Yuan Shi Tianzun snorted coldly, his anger palpable as he departed. The human sect had only Xuandu left to guard the 8 scenery palace. Laozi's refusal was equally evident. The West, being traditionally impoverished, had few disciples with low cultivation. They would likely find it hard to provide assistance. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances, recalling the devastation they had witnessed during the previous contention for the Chaos Bell. They fled faster than rabbits, reduced to the point where Zhuanti, a saint, shamelessly sought alms in the East daily. How could the Western sect muster the manpower and resources to support the reconstruction of the heavenly court? The Niuhua Palace did not establish a sect and was powerless to assist. Niuhua shook her head, realizing that Haoyan and Yao Qi taking control of the heavenly court was merely a windfall for the demon race. Unlike Yuan Shi, who had been argumentative, she had already calmed down. Haoyan and Yao Qi's expression stiffened. They had expected the heavenly court to be more expansive, yet before they had even left the Zhixiao Palace, the other saints regarded them with indifference or outright mockery. If they truly ventured into the Honghuang realm, it would likely be, had they known it would come to this, they would have preferred to remain in Zhixiao Palace serving the Tao ancestor. Do not be disheartened, junior brother and sister. My Jia sect has some manpower and can lend you a helping hand. Observing Haoyan and Yao Qi's exceedingly awkward expressions, Tongtian Patriarch was reminded of the time before the 3 pure ones had separated. When disciples like Duobao endured ridicule yet had to endure in silence, he offered gentle words of comfort. Thank you, senior brother of the upper clear. Haoyan was profoundly moved as he embraced Tongtian's arm, while Yao Qi could no longer restrain her tears, which flowed freely. Indeed, only senior brother of the upper clear was a true good person. A poor Taoist once said, with great power comes great responsibility. The heavenly emperor and queen mother, with their high ranks and authority, must naturally endure numerous tribulations to achieve their positions. Tongtian patted Haoyan's shoulder, saying, work hard, and feel free to come to Golden Ao Island to seek help whenever you need. Senior brother, Haoyan and Yao Qi were increasingly touched. The other 5 saints had always looked down upon them, and after being designated as the heavenly emperor and queen mother, their treatment had only worsened. Especially Yuan Shi. Had it not been for the consideration that they were in Zhixiao Palace, he would have likely resorted to physical reprimand. Only Tongtian Patriarch had shown concern for them since they were children, and now he actively extended a helping hand to assist them in their new roles. This kindness weighed heavily upon their hearts. The Honghuang realm beckoned, having comforted the 2 young acolytes who had just undergone their transformations. The Lord of Heaven was also filled with a sense of shared sorrow. As the various saints continued to attain enlightenment, it appeared that they had forgotten their original aspirations. Niuhua no longer exhibited her compassion for the world. Instead, she weighed the pros and cons before taking action, remaining indifferent even to the existential threat faced by humanity. The teachings of Laozi had become merely superficial, and the elder brother was increasingly unqualified in his role. The primordial heavenly venerable's arrogance had reached an extreme, disregarding even the heavenly empress appointed by the heavenly Tao. Although the 2 saints of the West had once traversed the realms to mend the earth's veins, they no longer displayed such fervor. Even Tongtian himself, had it not been for Su Han's emergence, would have become so proud as to dismiss the most fundamental logic of responsibility and obligation. Turning a blind eye to the displays of power by his disciples, even Hongjun, the teacher of the saints, had undergone considerable change. The teacher who once gently guided at the Zhixiao Palace would never have knowingly pushed the last remaining allies. Haoyan and Yao Qi, into the fire, fully aware of the immense grievances held by the saints. Was it the fate of the heavenly Tao saints to become solitary figures? Tongtian shook his head. At least he still had Su Han and the increasingly harmonious group of disciples from the Jia sect. On Jinao Island, the teacher had finally returned from his long journey. Qinwan, my junior brother. It has been a millennium since we last met, and you have actually achieved the status of a golden immortal? And you as well. Congratulations, elder brother. Are you aware of the important matter for which the teacher has summoned us? The disciples of the Sect descended in droves, inquiring amongst themselves, and ultimately turned their gazes towards the one managing the daily affairs. Duo bowed, I won't say a word. We shall find out when the teacher arrives. Duobao shook his head and then produced a large teapot, saying, This tea is brewed from the innate spiritual tea discovered by Brother Su in Wui Mountain. Consuming it will invigorate the spirit and nourish the soul, making it easier to enter a state of enlightenment. Innate enlightenment spiritual tea. With elder brother and Brother Su in action, fortune indeed flows abundantly. Pour me a cup. I want one too, just right for alleviating my hangover. The disciples of the Sect were all elated. Although cultivation granted them lengthy lifespans, years of seclusion could be exceedingly dull. Many immortals sought amusement outside their practice, and for the human race's rotation. Although their protective merits were not plentiful during ordinary times, the lively marketplace was enough to entice Sect disciples to rush forward. Now, tasting tea not only nourished the body and mind, but also enhanced the efficiency of enlightenment, proving to be a perfect blend of benefits. Brother Su, this is the fusang wood that the teacher instructed me to procure for you. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit noticed Su Han, who habitually lagged behind, handing over the towering divine tree contained within the Four Symbols Tower. Thank you, senior sister and teacher. Su Han's face lit up with joy. The fusang would belong to the innate fire spirit root, nurtured for years by the true solar fire essence from the Emperor June and the 10 little golden crows, making it immensely valuable for refining the body or comprehending the laws of fire. Little junior brother, this is the laurel tree. Yunxiao gently spoke. Thank you, senior sister Yunxiao and teacher. Su Han bowed again. In contrast to the fusang wood, the laurel tree is an innate yin spirit root, possessing formidable restorative properties. The combination of the yin and yang, represented by the sun and moon, is indeed a source of human vitality. One can see that Tongtian, as a teacher, is truly concerned about his disciples' advancement. As for why the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit and senior sister Yunxiao were dispatched, Su Han quickly understood, subconsciously casting another glance at the two fairies. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, embodying the innate metal energy, possessed breathtaking beauty, her noble bearing exuding a spirited grace, second in prestige only to the elder brother Duobao within the Sect. The flawless visage and form of the fairy Yunxiao were perfectly complemented by her purple gown, revealing a gentle smile only in the presence of those familiar, possessing an enchanting power. In terms of cultivation, in the original timeline, the 9 could have easily subdued the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Had it not been for the shamelessness of the primordial heavenly venerable, the elite disciples of the Chan sect would have been of no use. Indeed, as Sister Song said, purple is indeed imbued with profound charm. Such unparalleled fairies are truly a sight to behold. Moreover, the myriad uses of the Hunyuan Golden Dipper could immeasurably benefit the human race, especially for newborns, preserving the last vestiges of innate energy, making their cultivation exceedingly efficient. Chapter 21. Haoyan and Yaoqi enter the primordial. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong attack the heavens. All have arrived. The Lord of Heaven signaled for his disciples to be at ease and then spoke. The Tao ancestor has appointed Haoyan and Yaoqi as the heavenly emperor and empress, commanding the disciples of the 4 sects to assist in the reconstruction of the heavenly court. Are you willing to go? Who are Haoyan and Yaoqi? I have heard the teacher mention them before. They are the 2 acolytes by the side of our ancestral teacher. A young acolyte as the heavenly emperor? This is too far-fetched. Isn't it? Master, I have recently gained insights into the Qingjing immortal decision and am on the verge of a breakthrough. Perhaps I should wait for another opportunity. In my opinion, we should indeed give face to our ancestral teacher. But just send a few nominal disciples to handle the matter. Going to the heavenly court to serve as subordinates brings no benefits. Only a fool would go. The disciples of the Sect erupted in uproar. Previously, the demon race's heavenly court was so imposing, with Emperor Jun and Tai reigning over the primordial realm, that the disciples of the Sect dared to form the 1,000 Immortal Formation to test the weight of the Zhou Tian star array. Now, 2 acolytes of no standing, Haoyan and Yaoqi, were to take charge of the heavenly court, making it difficult for the crowd to accept silence. The Lord of Heaven waved his hand to quiet everyone and then continued. Those who contribute to the reconstruction of the heavenly court will be rewarded with merit and fortune. What? Merit and fortune? Why didn't you mention this sooner, Master? I'm in. The previously indifferent disciples of the Sect quickly reversed their stance upon hearing the great benefits. Having protected humanity for many years and personally experienced the advantages conferred by merit and fortune, the disciples of the Sect had long been eager for further advancement. Indeed, it was the allure of benefits that stirred their hearts. Alas, I too was swayed by Su Han's words, changing my attitude towards Hao Yin and Yao Qi. Observing the drastic shift in his disciples, the Lord of Heaven felt a mix of speechlessness and introspection, but soon returned to a gentle demeanor. Saying, Duo Bao, Su Han, you shall lead the journey to the heavenly court. This is my heavenly court. Gazing upon the ravaged landscape, what lay before him was a desolate ruin, almost devoid of any solid footing. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Hao Yin could not help but feel a chill. Even though the Wu and Yao races were powerful, this war had been too devastating, hadn't it? Though both he and Yao Qi were at the quasi-saint level, capable of gradually untangling the chaotic storm of primordial energy to restore the spiritual essence of the 33 heavens, it would still take at least 100 millennia. Moreover, for the heavenly empress herself to engage in such menial tasks was truly unbecoming. News of this would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule across the entire primordial realm. Has there been any response to the support requested by the teacher from the senior brothers? Hao Yin, increasingly troubled, turned his gaze towards Yao Qi and inquired. Senior brother Ta Qing and sister Nuwa both reported that their disciples are unavailable. The only one from the Yuqing sect who came to take a look was the White Crane acolyte, whom I sent back. Yao Qi's expression was equally grim. While their positions as Heavenly Emperor and Empress indeed bore the suspicion of being predetermined, they nonetheless represented the face of the Tao ancestor. Merely sending a third-generation disciple was undeniably a slight and a slap in the face. Especially since the White Crane was also an acolyte, it was a veiled mockery of their own origins. Now, they could only hope that senior brother Qingqing would offer his assurances, Hao Yin sighed. Before coming, they had gathered some understanding of the current situation in the primordial realm, realizing that the Western teachings were indeed barren and stingy. With Jane and Zhuanti originally practicing the 800 peripheral paths, not belonging to the orthodox teachings, if they were to enter the heavenly court, it would be fraught with complications. Senior brother Qingqing is known for his integrity. Yao Qi nodded in agreement, saying that while they could not expect much from the direct disciples, the myriad immortals from the Sect arriving would certainly have considerable cultivation levels, if a couple of them could be present. The basic framework of the heavenly court could be established. Shall we first visit Jinao Island? Hao Yin's expression showed hesitation. Before departing from the Zishao Palace, he had indeed dreamt of dominating the three realms, with boundless horizons and an overwhelming presence. However, faced with the stark reality of utter desolation, he could only choose to lower his head in submission. At that moment, two immature children, lacking even a single hair, dared to step into the domain of my Wu clan? Accompanied by a booming voice, two tall and robust figures entered the heavenly court from the peak of Mount Buzhou. Gong Gong and Zhu Rong? Hao Yin and Yao Qi's expressions shifted in unison. After the decisive battle between the Wu and Yao races, the demon Saint Bai Zhe had fled to the remote northern barbarian region with billions of remnants. The surviving Wu clan, though victorious, numbered only in the millions, and with the two ancestral witches often at odds, they had not given them much thought. Yet, unexpectedly, upon entering the heavenly court, they were confronted by the Wu clan. You little brats, take this. Seeing Hao Yin and Yao Qi frozen in place, the already hot-tempered Zhu Rong was incensed, charging forward with great strides. This belongs to me. Gong Gong was equally unyielding, making a swift advance. Hao Yin's sword, golden phoenix hairpin. Hao Yin and Yao Qi finally regained their senses, summoning their personal treasures as they commenced their first battle in the realm of immortals. Boom! The fierce sword energy of Hao Yin and the golden hairpin transformed into a phoenix struck Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. Yet the two ancestral witches merely hesitated for a moment, sustaining no injuries at all. What formidable physiques! Hao Yin drew in a sharp breath, realizing that even with his preliminary quasi-saint cultivation paired with a supreme innate spiritual treasure, he remained utterly unharmed. It is no wonder that the once mighty demon race could only rely on the Tao ancestor to survive the first battle of the Witch and Demon War. They were vastly inferior to the likes of Dijuan and Tai. Zhurong let out a hearty laugh, his fist crashing down with tremendous force. Bang! Hao Yin was sent hurtling backward, nearly losing his sword in the process. The Susei Yun Jie flag. Yao Qi quickly summoned her protective spiritual treasure, exclaiming, "Senior brother, let us hold our ground until reinforcements arrive." Very well. As the future Heavenly Empress, if she were to be expelled from the Heavenly Court on her first entry, her nascent prestige would undoubtedly shatter completely. Thus, Hao Yin swiftly summoned the Hao Yin Tower, intertwining it with the Susei Yun Jie flag to form a defensive formation. Just so, Zhurong and Gonggong positioned themselves on either side, their fists relentlessly pounding down. Although they failed to breach the defenses established by the two supreme innate treasures, they still forced Hao Yin and Yao Qi to retreat step by step. When would reinforcements arrive? With their mana rapidly depleting, Hao Yin and Yao Qi's faces had turned pale, their hearts growing increasingly anxious. Yushu Palace, one's virtue does not match their position. It is only fitting, Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. What does it matter if the teacher designated them? Lacking the necessary capability, they are merely another Dong Wang Gong. Shumi Mountain. Fortunately, no one was dispatched there. Observing the unmatched ferocity of the two ancestral witches, who were overpowering Hao Yin and Yao Qi with relentless blows, Zhuanti and Jane sighed in unison. The Western Sect's disciples were already scarce, and their strongest, Maitreya Yaoshi, was merely a Tai golden immortal. Should they confront Zhurong and Gonggong, they would likely be reduced to ashes with a single punch, and even their own two saintly masters might not arrive in time to offer aid. Although beings in the wilderness could reincarnate after perishing, Hutu, who embodied reincarnation, was the younger sister of Zhurong and Gonggong. Just as Hao Yin and Yao Qi were on the verge of collapse, about to be expelled from the southern heavenly gate, disciples from the Jie sect arrived to provide protection. Accompanied by 1,000 intertwining streams of profound light forming intricate formations, countless spiritual treasures and divine abilities rained down, standing guard before Hao Yin and Yao Qi. Chapter 22. The Witch Clan withdraws from the wilderness. The Jie sect mends the sky. Our arrival is regrettably late. We ask for your forgiveness, Heavenly Sovereign. Su Han stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute. I pay my respects to the Heavenly Sovereign and the Queen Mother. Under the leadership of Duobao, a group of Jie sect disciples bowed deeply, their gazes towards Hao Yin and Yao Qi filled with fervor. This was the source of merit and fortune personally certified by their master, Tongtian Jiaozhu, and thus, they were compelled to show deference. You are too kind. Had it not been for your timely assistance, Yao Qi and I would have surely faced dire straits. Seeing the number and cultivation of the Jie sect's celestial beings, Hao Yin hastily retracted the words of gratitude that had almost escaped his lips, returning half a bow alongside the Queen Mother. There was no alternative. Duobao and Jinling had successfully slain their enemies, while Wudong Yunxiao and others were all at the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, poised to ascend to quasi-saint status at any moment. Not only was he merely a prospective heavenly emperor at that moment, but even after the heavenly court's reconstruction and formal ascension, he would still need to show respect to the disciples of the Jie sect. Soon, Hao Yin and Yao Qi were overwhelmed with emotion, while the other 5 saints mocked them and even stood idly by as they were mercilessly beaten by the ancestral witches. Tongtian Jiaozhu had dispatched the elite of the Jie sect to guard them. Hao Yin, who had just experienced the warmth and coldness of human relationships, felt profoundly moved, wishing he could embrace Tongtian Jiaozhu and weep in gratitude. As for the timing, given that Jinao Island was quite distant from the heavenly court and required personnel to be gathered and formations to be established, to arrive at such a critical moment and preserve the last vestiges of the heavenly emperor and queen mother's dignity was already a remarkable feat. The disciples of the saints, observing the formation established by the Jie sect's celestial beings, Zhurong and Gonggong attempted to break through several times, yet they could not succeed, instead sustaining a few additional wounds, their expressions darkening considerably. Having endured the tribulations of the witch and demon calamity, they were acutely aware of the terrifying power of the saints. Without the trump card of the Duhua Shunsha Grand Array, it was impossible to confront the grand sects of the saints head-on. Were they to sit idly by and allow this group of children to trample upon the heads of the witch clan? Zhurong, filled with rage, declared, "Summon Tongtian and the others to the heavenly court. We may yet prevail. And what of it?" Gonggong replied, his expression gloomy. "Even in victory, our already dwindling ranks would suffer further losses should the saints intervene. Our witch clan would likely face total annihilation. However, if we allow the heavenly court to be fully restored, our clan will only continue to face increasing hardships. How unjust is the heavenly Tao." Though Zhurong was quick to anger, he was not devoid of reason. Considering their drastically diminished population, he could only choose to relent. However, just as the two ancestral witches were about to step beyond the southern heavenly gate, a peculiar force suddenly surged into their minds, igniting the already thick malevolence within them. "You refuse to grant my witch clan a path to survival, then let us perish together." Gonggong's eyes turned crimson as he charged directly toward the weak point of Buzhou Mountain. "Count me in!" The already hot-tempered Zhurong, witnessing his last brother's impending demise, completely lost control and followed Gonggong into the fray. Rumble. The two final ancestral witches erupted in fury, causing the entire wilderness to tremble violently. Fortunately, with Su Han's timely warning, our witch clan was spared from total extinction. In the realm of the underworld, Hutu marveled at Su Han's precise foresight while exerting her full power to deploy the earth's might. As she dissipated the force of the collision, she gathered the bodies of the two ancestral witches and the remaining hundreds of thousands of witch clan members surrounding Buzhou Mountain into the underworld. As the heavenly court was on the verge of reconstruction, Hutu, whose true form could not leave the underworld, found it challenging to protect the remnants of the witch clan and ultimately chose to withdraw completely. Bang! Even with Hutu exerting herself to safeguard Buzhou Mountain, the already precarious heavenly court collapsed, opening countless rifts as chaotic storms poured into the wilderness, wreaking havoc. The heavens had indeed been shattered. Within Jinao Island, the Tongtian Jiaozhu, who had received Su Han's prior warning, sighed deeply as he gazed at the relatively intact Buzhou Mountain. The power of the heavenly Tao and the saints surged forth, forcibly sealing most of the rifts. The Zhou Tian Star Array, Rise. With the He-Tu and Luo Shu in hand, the 1,000 elite disciples of the Jie Sect, under Su Han's guidance, swiftly activated the most suitable formation for the heavenly court. Harnessing the power of the stars to assist Tongtian Jiaozhu in subduing the residual chaotic currents, had it not been for the support of senior brother Qingling and the celestial beings of the Jie Sect, our heavenly court would have surely been lost. Reacting quickly, Haoyan and Yaoqi cast aside their fears and hastily urged their mana to activate their spiritual treasures, joining the efforts to mend the heavens. "My opportunity has arrived, huh?" In the Nuwa Palace, the meditating Nuwa felt a subtle awareness. Yet having fallen behind the Jie Sect, she could only summon the Qian Kurending, refining the 5-colored divine stones to patch the gaps. The Earth Book Grand Array, the 2 Instruments Array, the 4 Symbols Array. At Wuzhuang Temple and the East Seashore, Zenyuanzi and the rotating Jie Sect celestial beings showcased their divine abilities, safeguarding the vast majority of the human race. No wonder Su Han had previously advised us against arriving too early at the heart of the wilderness. It turned out there was yet another calamity, the 3 ancestors of the Swearing clan. Already at the Deluo Golden Immortal level, organized the human race's self-rescue while feeling an immense sense of emotion. Although the heavenly court's collapse left countless breaches, the primary concentration remained around Buzhou Mountain. With the Earthbook Grand Array at Wuzhuang Temple and the East Seashore being relatively remote and also guarded by the Jie Sect's celestial beings, the losses were not severe. Damnable witch clan, if you wish to die, do not drag us down with you. Even with 2 saints presiding, the western terrain, already on the brink of collapse following the Dao Magic War, was now further ravaged by chaotic currents and the weakened waters of the heavenly court. Though the sparse population resulted in few casualties, the level of spiritual energy had plummeted yet again. Why must the West endure such suffering? How long must we wait for the West to recover? Zhuanti and Jane struggled to support the heavens while wearing frowns of distress, Iron Yushu Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan was nearly driven to madness. The heavens trembled and the earth quaked, aside from the human race. Countless beings in the wilderness perished, and a tidal wave of karma descended. Although Yuanshi Tianzuan had previously caused significant destruction in the heavenly court to seize the Chaos Bell using the Panga banner, he too could not escape unscathed. While saints are not entangled in causality, the fortunes of the Chan sect had undeniably been diminished in the 8th Scenery Palace. Laozi hesitated for a moment before summoning the Taiji diagram to stabilize the elemental forces of water and fire. Tongtian, while the heavenly pit has indeed been patched, Buzhou Mountain can no longer sustain the 33 heavens. What shall we do? Nuwa inquired. Rest assured, I have a plan. Tongtian Jiaozhu replied calmly, summoning the divine awareness of the saints and discreetly contacting Su Han. Master, the 4 limbs of the black turtle of the North Sea can serve as supports for the heavens. However, it is best not to take its life. Instead, preserve its primordial spirit. After the merit of mending the heavens descends, it can be restored to a higher state. Su Han spoke softly. The task of mending the heavens had merely shifted in timing and method, yet it would continue to unfold in the wilderness. Fortunately, due to his reminders, Buzhou Mountain remained intact, and the losses to the wilderness's source were significantly less than in the original timeline, leading to a better situation for Hutu and the Earth. As for the black turtle of the North Sea, while the merit of supporting the heavens would face some impact, it would still be an inexhaustible source of merit, akin to how Nuwa in the original timeline directly slayed the black turtle to claim its 4 limbs. Such an act would not only be a tremendous waste, but could also incur grave karmic consequences. Chapter 23. The Black Turtle of the North Sea joins the Jie sect, leaving the Chan sect wounded. A good disciple brings peace of mind. Tongtian Jiaozhu felt a wave of reassurance. The divine abilities of the saints surged forth, and in an instant, he arrived at the North Sea, landing on the back of a black turtle whose size surpassed even Jinao Island. Despite having reached the late quasi-saint level, it still could not assume a humanoid form. Is the saint of the upper clear here to claim my limbs? The black turtle of the North Sea smiled bitterly, its murky old eyes filled with desolation. After countless cycles of cultivation, the power of the North Sea Xian turtle surpasses even that of the Kuanpeng, who hides within the palace of the demon masters. Yet, due to the inability to transform, it remains stagnant, its former vigor now worn away. Following the cataclysmic collapse of heaven and earth, the North Sea Xian turtle senses the inexorable threads of fate, realizing its tragic destiny as a mere tool. Though reluctant, it feels powerless, even finding a semblance of solace in the thought. To perish beneath the sword of a sage is not an unworthy end. Indeed, I have come to claim your limbs, but I shall also bestow upon you a grand transformation. The Master of the Way speaks. Do you wish to become my disciple? The North Sea Xian turtle, overjoyed, responds, I am willing. The Master of the Way is known for his inclusivity, and the tales of the great fortune that befalls the myriad celestial beings beneath his tutelage have long echoed throughout the primordial world. The North Sea Xian turtle has yearned for this opportunity, yet was unable to pursue it until now. Go join the ranks of the Jie sect and receive guidance directly from a sage is a prospect so enticing that it would willingly sacrifice its 4 limbs, or even its entire corporeal form to be reborn and cultivate anew. As for matters of seniority, even the lantern-bearing disciple of the Purple Cloud Palace, who shamelessly refers to the former master Yuanshi Tianzuan as his teacher, has set a precedent. The Jie sect now boasts figures such as the quasi-saints Duo Bao and Jin Ling, along with the turtle spirit mother of the same kin, providing ample justification for the North Sea Xian turtle's inclusion. For cultivators, nothing holds greater significance than the path to enlightenment. Excellent. The Master of the Way channels his celestial sword energy, deftly severing the North Sea Xian turtle's 4 limbs while safeguarding its life force with sage-like powers. I, the North Sea Xian turtle, am willing to support the heavens and protect the myriad races of the primordial world with my 4 limbs. With immense pain endured, the North Sea Xian turtle fervently prays to heaven and earth. Thunder roars. As auspicious signs manifest in the skies, golden lotuses spring forth from the earth, and the heavenly and earthly pathways respond in unison. Vast merits flow into the severed limbs of the North Sea Xian turtle, transforming them into colossal pillars of heaven, replacing the now hidden Mount Buzhou and supporting the 33 heavens. Subsequently, the once mighty Mount Buzhou, formed from the spine of Pangu since the dawn of creation, quietly vanishes into the nether realms. More merits pour into the North Sea Xian turtle, coalescing into an elder with white hair and an ethereal demeanor. Even the shell that had imprisoned the North Sea Xian turtle for countless years is transformed into a supreme postnatal spiritual treasure through the baptism of heavenly merits, which will continue to enhance as long as the heavenly pillars endure. Disciple pays respects to the master. Although its cultivation level has regressed to the early quasi-saint stage post-transformation, the North Sea Xian turtle's foundational qualities have ascended significantly, especially with the newfound freedom to walk. Gratitude towards the Master of the Way fills its heart. To express thanks, I must credit your junior brother, Su Han. The Master of the Way smiles slightly as the fortunes of the Jie sect continue to flourish. Yet, this is not the end. With the completion of the sky repairing, vast merits once again descend, with 80% directed towards the Master of the Way and the celestial beings of the Jie sect. The remaining 20% is predominantly bestowed upon Yuhua, the Western Two Saints, Laozi, Haoyin, and Yaoqi, while those guardian beings like Zhen Yuanzi and the celestial beings of the Eastern Sea also receive their share. In an instant, the entire cosmos is enveloped in golden light and purple aura, except for the countenance of Yuanshi Tianzuan within the Yushu Palace, which turns as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. It seems that amidst the shared merits among various powers, only the Yushu Palace finds itself in misfortune. I have met the esteemed brother of the upper clear. Haoyin and Yaoqi bow respectfully to the Master of the Way. Then turn to Su Han and the others, saying, "Thank you all for assisting in the sky repair." The terrifying scene of heaven collapsing and earth splitting had nearly terrified the two quasi-saints who had just exited the Purple Cloud Palace. Should the heavenly court have shattered, as the prospective heavenly emperor, Haoyin Yaoqi would have not only found nowhere to take refuge, but would also have faced backlash due to their karmic ties. Now, thanks to the Jie sect's timely intervention in repairing the heavens, although the heavenly court appears even more dilapidated, the four heavenly pillars provide solid support, improving the situation significantly compared to its earlier precarious state. With a stable foundation, restoration will surely yield greater results. Furthermore, although their involvement was not extensive, the merits acquired from the sky repair serve as the best encouragement for Haoyin Yaoqi, sufficiently proving that the heavenly way still recognizes them. We are brothers. Why need we stand on ceremony? Witnessing their disciples gain merits and fortitude, and having welcomed the North Sea Xian turtle, a being of immense potential, the Master of the Way feels elated. His smile deepening. Indeed, only brother of the upper clear truly regards us as Ki and I in contrast to Yuhua, who departed shortly after the sky repair. Haoyin and Yaoqi feel increasingly moved, fully embracing the Jie sect as their own. Good disciple, having acquired the great merits of sky repair, do you still wish to remain in the heavenly court? As the Master of the Way exchanges pleasantries with Haoyin and Yaoqi, he uses his divine sense to inquire Su Han about the next steps. Despite the calamity of heaven and earth turning out better than expected, the primordial races, already weakened by the conflict between the Wu and the Lich, have suffered greatly. The human race is now on the cusp of becoming the next focal point of calamity. Once the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity are perfected, the fortunes of the heavenly court will surpass those of the once mighty demon court, and with a solid foundation already established, continuity seems more appropriate. Su Han responds with his divine sense. While the merits from repairing the heavens are indeed a panacea, akin to the East Sea's duty to safeguard humanity, we cannot overlook the long-term stability and gradual flow of fortunes within the heavenly court. If the elder brothers are amenable, the existing merits can be temporarily set aside. Through their time together, Su Han has come to understand that the innate deities, represented by the sages, often possess lofty expectations. To provide an imperfect analogy, individuals born into privilege and who have enjoyed smooth sailing may easily come to regard their fortunes as a given while continuously demanding more, rarely reflecting on the balance of rights and responsibilities. More bluntly, a certain sage who fancies himself as destined might think, "The entire primordial world is transformed from my ancestor Pangu. As his heir, I shall play as I please, should anything fail to meet my desires. It is but a matter of life and death." You speak wisely. The Master of the Way nods slightly in terms of cultivation and enlightenment. He possesses absolute confidence in ranking among the top tier of the primordial world, with Hongjun as a goal to surpass. However, when it comes to scheming and strategizing, he has relied on Su Han's guidance to rectify his miscalculations, leading the Master of the Way to a clearer understanding. After all, following Su Han's advice has consistently yielded benefits for the Sect, so continuing this path seems prudent. Chapter 24. Humanity enters the Heavenly Court. The Western Two Saint schemes Heavenly Sovereign, Queen Mother. How shall we rebuild the Heavenly Court? After bidding farewell to the Master of the Way and temporarily consolidating the merits from the Sky Repair into a merit golden wheel, Duo Bao and the others are filled with renewed vigor. If only they could restore even a fraction of their former glory. No, just a tenth would suffice. Seeing Duo Bao and the others roll up their sleeves, Hao Yin and Yao Qi feel even more touched. Bowing deeply in gratitude, such earnest individuals, they do not blame themselves for nearly dragging them down. Instead, having just completed the Sky Repair without resting, they are eager to continue working. Once the Heavenly Court is formally established, we must certainly entrust these good brothers and sisters with significant responsibilities. If the Heavenly Sovereign and Queen Mother have no objections, let us construct a simplified version of the Great Array of the Heavenly Star, based on the 365 week cycles and the movements of the stars, and gradually perfect it thereafter. Duo Bao and Su Han exchange opinions and inquire. Thank you, everyone. Hao Yin and the Queen Mother pinch each other, feeling intense pain, confirming that they are not dreaming. The renowned Great Array of the Heavenly Star, they have heard of its fame for ages and witnessed its power during the Sky Repair process. Even though the current Heavenly Court is far from the peak of the demon race's former glory, being able to construct a simplified version is still sufficient to elevate the entire court's foundation by several tiers, genuinely supporting the positions of the Heavenly Sovereign and Queen Mother. After nearly being cast out by the ancestral witches Zhu Rong and Gong Gong through the southern Heavenly Gate, Hao Yin and Yao Qi understand that while positions are significant within the primordial realm, without strength, even the Eastern King cannot escape a bloody fate. Entrusting the Great Array of the Heavenly Star to the Heavenly Court is indeed a favor from the Sect that cannot be overstated. Brother Tongtian truly cares for us more than our own master. Hao Yin and Yao Qi are immensely moved, rolling up their sleeves and wielding the Heavenly Star Mirror and the Plain Cloud Banner, swiftly engaging in the reconstruction of the Heavenly Court, becoming familiar with the celestial beings of the Sect and referring to each other as brothers and sisters. As Hao Yin and Yao Qi enter the Heavenly Court, their innocence shines through, solidifying the bonds they are establishing at this moment. Seizing an opportunity, Su Han approaches Hao Yin and Yao Qi, saying, "Two esteemed uncles, there are some capable individuals among the human race in the lower realms. Though they have just stepped into the realm of immortals, they are quite eager to work. Might it be possible for them to lend a hand? Brother Su Han, you are too modest. The Heavenly Court is in urgent need of talent. And since you have recommended them, the more, the merrier." Hao Yin wipes the dust from his forehead, overjoyed. The Sect is indeed composed of good people, understanding that several hundred are still too few to support the vast Heavenly Court, and they have proactively offered assistance. The lower cultivation levels are of no concern. The Heavenly Court can cultivate them, and with Su Han's recommendations, they are surely trustworthy allies. Together with several hundred elite members of the Sect, Hao Yin and Yao Qi brim with anticipation for the future of the Heavenly Court. However, as Hao Yin's gaze sweeps over the Yushu Palace and other locations, he cannot help but sigh inwardly, his enthusiasm for the Sect growing ever stronger. Su Han is also quite satisfied. Although the human race's cultivation levels are relatively low due to their current status, as long as they can enter the Heavenly Court and become long-term employees, they will have opportunities to continue rising. Moreover, due to its relatively inconspicuous nature, it can be more effectively positioned in critical roles, akin to the simplified version of the celestial formation of the stars, which, although claimed to belong to the Heavenly Court, can only be manipulated by the disciples of the by allowing a name to circulate. One can reap tangible benefits. What is there not to gain? Among the six saints, only Tongtian has managed to retain his original intent. Observing the bustling and ever-evolving Heavenly Court, Hongjun Daozu slightly nodded, and his figure vanished once more. The bastion of the sanctified lineage, astonishingly stooped to pay homage to two youngsters, truly unbecoming of a son. The utilizing the divine powers of a saint to illuminate the activities within the heavenly court, snorted coldly. The so-called Heavenly Emperor and Queen Mother are merely two individuals lost in their own triumphs, associating with a group of scaled and armored beings, disregarding even the most fundamental hierarchy. The ever-familiar Guangchengzi, well-versed in thoughts, echoed in agreement. Before even taking charge, they nearly destabilized the heavenly court, to borrow a phrase I heard during my recent travels among the human race. This so-called heavenly court is nothing more than a makeshift ensemble. Unwilling to yield, chimed in, "Brother, I do not mean to criticize, but what merit is there in associating with mere mortals, instead of wasting time? One ought to retreat to Kunlun Mountain and focus on cultivating the Guangchengzi shot a glare at, noting that among the second generation of, only he, along with Nanji Xinwang and Yun Changzi, had achieved the great Luo level, while Yuding and still lagged behind, with the underperforming Huanglong remaining at the golden immortal realm. Each time assessed the disciples' cultivation, this foremost among the 12 golden immortals was reprimanded, especially this time, while the 5 saints who repaired the heavens all benefited. Only the bore the brunt of it. Is this not an instance of bringing up an irrelevant topic? At Mount Shumi, the disciples of are increasingly formidable, observing how, over the brief span of several thousand years, they have restored order to the chaotic heavenly court and reinvigorated it with the energies of the celestial bodies, could not help but envy, his mouth watering. Had we known earlier, we too should have lent a hand to the heavenly court. Watching the likes of Maitreya and the medicine master, who still struggled to consolidate there, the mood of the was equally tumultuous. Though rebuild the heavenly court is a deed of merit, with the saints' familiarity with the heavenly way. It is not difficult to comprehend, however, the Western sect had previously been preoccupied with its own affairs, and, coupled with a lack of regard for the Haotian Yaoqi, had neglected even superficial projects. Nevertheless, the elite of, along with the, have accelerated the reconstruction of the heavenly court beyond anyone's expectations. Even if one were to join now, there would be little to gain. Better something than nothing, gritted his teeth and declared, Maitreya, follow me to the heavenly court. If necessary, I shall personally intervene, brother. You, the expression of change dramatically. Although previously recognized as the most shameless in the primordial wilderness, was willing to participate in the construction of the heavenly court to earn merit for the Western sect. Moving him deeply, as long as the West can flourish, as face twisted in bitterness, soon transforming into determination. Regardless, I have long lost my sense of shame. If it can exchange for merit, why not do it? Brother, brother. The 2 saints embraced, weeping profusely, while Maitreya and the other disciples shed tears as well. The West has endured such hardships, however, just as, radiating golden light, departed Mount Shumi with his disciples, the sword from Golden Ao Island. Its overwhelming power swiftly enveloping the celestial bodies, causing the heavenly court to once again radiate resplendent glory. Subsequently, amidst the vast purple auspicious aura, immense merit descended from the 33 heavens, with the thicker streams landing upon Haotian and Yaoqi, while the majority flowed towards various disciples such as Duobao, Wudong, Yunxiao, and Suan. Even the 3,000 martial disciples recently summoned from the human race, who had just transcended into immortality, reaped their rewards. Chapter 25. Conferring divine positions. Abundant fortune, boom. The vast merit allowed Haotian to successfully sever the second corpse with the heavenly emperor tower, his power now just a hair's breadth from the late stage of quasi-saint. Yaoqi, using the plain cloud realm flag to contain the evil corpse, achieved the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Haotian Yaoqi, under the command of Daozu Hongjun, hereby re-established the heavenly court, achieving the Dao fruit of the heavenly emperor and queen mother, utilizing the heavenly emperor tower and the plain cloud realm flag to suppress fortune. The heavenly court stands, accompanied by Haotian and Yaoqi's sincere prayers. Layers of heavenly merit descended, assisting them in severing their 3 corpses, achieving the late stage of quasi-saint. Brothers, assist me in re-establishing the heavenly court. The merit is boundless. and we shall receive the blessings of heavenly fortune. With spirits high, Haoyan and Yaoqi turned to the other immortals, who also shone with golden merit, their gazes softening as they resumed their prayers. Haoyan, acting under heavenly decree, confer Duobao as the great emperor of the North Pole. Confer the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit as the great emperor of the South Pole. Confer the Holy Mother of Wudong as the great emperor of the East Pole. Confer the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit as the great emperor of the West Pole. Confer Yunxiao, Zhongxiao, Bixiao, Wuyun Xian, and Jinggu Xian as the 5 sacred emperors. Confer Suin as the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Court. Confer Zhao Gongming as the Heavenly Lord of Golden Dragon and Abundant Wealth. Confer Luo Xian as the Fire Virtue Star Lord. As Haoyan's prayers resounded, the heavenly Tao trembled once more, and immense fortune cascaded upon the immortals according to their divine positions. With the previously accumulated merit from repairing the heavens surging forth like waves, those already at the quasi-saint level, such as Duobao and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, successfully severed their second corpses. Achieving the mid-stage of quasi-saint, the Holy Mother of Wudong, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, Yunxiao, and Wuyun Xian successfully broke through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, becoming newly minted quasi-saints. Zhao Gongming and Jinggu Xian successfully advanced to the consummate level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Zhongxiao and Bixiao successfully broke through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, directly reaching the mid-stage. Suin, as the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Court, received fortune just slightly inferior to the 4 sovereigns. Although he continued to refine his foundation using only a fraction of the merit, he reached the consummate level of the Tai Golden Immortal, with the golden wheel of merit behind him shining brilliantly. Luo Xin, Lu, and Han Jixian also reaped abundant rewards. The immortals of the human race, due to their lower foundational levels, collectively surged 3 major realms, their average strength elevating to that of heavenly immortals. Regret not acting sooner. The just beginning, witnessing the continuous emergence of golden light signifying advancements, slapped himself in frustration, his expression growing increasingly mournful. Maitreya, the medicine master, and other disciples of the Western sect gazed enviously at the congratulatory exchanges among and the immortals of the human race, wishing they could take their place. Had they known that restoring the heavenly court would yield such immense fortune and merit, they would have fought tooth and nail for the opportunity, even if it meant enduring hardship for 1,000,000 years. How dare you, Haoyan? Observing that the average strength had achieved another leap, with even the registered disciples among boasting several at the Tai level, and glancing at the shrinking disciples, anger intensified. Master, while has indeed gained some merit from repairing the heavens, they will henceforth be bound by the whims of that Haoyan youth. In my humble opinion, they are still inferior to my Kunlun orthodoxy. Guangchengzi forcefully suppressed his envy and remarked, as the foremost among the 12 golden immortals. He had received the most enlightenment from, yet he had never managed to take that crucial step to sever the corpse. In the past, the celestial court of the demon race boasted even more quasi-saints. Yet, under the cosmic calamity, they were reduced to ashes. Nanji Xinwang also chimed in, stating that he was the first disciple under the. Yet due to his exclusion from the 12 golden immortals, his voice held less weight than Guangchengzi's. A self-deprecating individual withdrew his gaze, sternly addressing Guangchengzi and the others. I have personally lectured for thousands of years. If you still cannot break through, go face the wall at Qilin Cliff. Yes, the disciples of all appeared solemn. For Qilin Cliff, as its name suggests, is the ancestral land of the Qilin race. However, due to the bloodshed during the Dragonhan calamity, the original blessed land has become enshrouded in layers of karma. Even a Tai golden immortal would suffer greatly if they ventured there. Should I recruit a few more disciples? Observing the solitary figure of the Taiji Laozi felt a twinge of uncertainty. Gathering all resources of the human sect was not far from severing the 3rd corpse, but in comparison to the flourishing, he still felt somewhat isolated. Casting another glance at Suin and the 3,000 human celestial beings behind him, Laozi's expression grew increasingly complex. To resist the temptation of the great Luo and stabilize one's foundation, while enjoying high status and veneration among the human race, if he were to join the human sect, Suin's future would undoubtedly rival that of. The fortune I can wield over the human race would increase tremendously, completely surpassing the dominance of Nuwa and her kin. Go summon Dewey. I wish for him to come and impart teachings. To be registered as a disciple of the 8th Scenery Palace. After much contemplation, Laozi slowly spoke. I in the Nuwa Palace. The human race boasts such a remarkable talent. Had I known, Nuwa's expression was exceedingly complex. As the mother who personally established the human race, she should have been the closest to the first-generation innate humans. However, in her eagerness to comprehend the saintly Tao fruit, Nuwa had entered the chaos for seclusion immediately after the creation of humanity, never providing Suin and others the opportunity to seek her as a master. Following the incident with the demon race crafting the slaughter which soared, Nuwa's indifference, coupled with the growing estrangement from the human race, has only deepened their rift. Now, witnessing Suin and the 3,000 human celestial beings breaking through, coupled with the realization that the human race is on the rise, Nuwa's feelings are truly beyond words. At times, she ponders, had she taken Suin as a disciple back then and intervened during the crafting of the slaughter which soared like Tongtian, how splendid would her current standing be? Golden Ao Island. Ha! Indeed, as long as Suin is present, will continue to flourish. Observing the multitude of disciples achieving breakthroughs, Tongtian's spirits were high, and his trust in Suin reached its zenith. The 2 female disciples, Jinling and Yunxiao, are rather shy. It seems that this master must personally extend his care. After embracing the philosophy that aligns power and responsibility with Su Han, the Tongtian patriarch, while enjoying the fortuitous blessings bestowed upon humanity, gradually began to take an interest in the human race. He even took the opportunity, while his direct disciples were preoccupied with the reconstruction of heaven, to wander among mortals for many years. Realizing that the paths of humanity and heaven are not only vastly different, but often diametrically opposed. For instance, the heavenly way advocates for a tranquil heart and minimal desires. Practitioners, while not prohibited from having companions, as evidenced by the celestial marriage of Emperor Jun in the past, typically engage in solitary cultivation, leading to a gradual fading of familial bonds. Conversely, humanity leans towards an emotional path, emphasizing kinship and legacy. If everyone were to sever their worldly attachments, the population would swiftly dwindle, possibly leading to extinction. Alas, such matters must be left to their own fates. If this master were to intervene too much, it would instead be detrimental. After much contemplation, the Tongtian patriarch resolved to let things unfold naturally. After all, with Su Han's social adeptness and increasingly remarkable abilities, the numerous female disciples of Jiejiao undoubtedly hold a favorable view of him. And should he find a partner in the future, he would surely have the greatest opportunities within the sect. Forcing a designation might lead to discontent in Su Han, turning a well-intentioned act into a misstep. The Tongtian patriarch had witnessed the complexities of marital discord during his journeys among mortals. As for the master being turned against by his disciple, in the eyes of the Tongtian patriarch, it merely attests to the exceptional teaching prowess of this master. Who dares to contest? Let them come and try. The disciples of Jiejiao, whether in duels or group battles, are undoubtedly unparalleled among the 4 sects. What of the self-proclaimed 12 golden immortals? Aside from the current Su Han, any of the direct disciples can easily handle them. Yet, when considering future potential, the Tongtian patriarch has the utmost faith in Su Han. On the contrary, this master, during the Battle of Saints, could not even handle 4 opponents. There is indeed a pressing need for improvement. Chapter 26. The Grand Development of Heaven and the Peach Banquet in the 33 Heavens. The senior brother remarked, actually, I have always supported the reconstruction of heaven. It is simply unfortunate that the western side suffered significant losses during the last collapse of the heavenly pillar, coupled with the long journey, which caused my late arrival. Observing the enhanced cultivation of the Jiejiao immortals under the auspices of fortune, the saint of purity wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and turned to look at Haoyan and the Yao Qi. Thank you for your efforts, senior brother. Haoyan couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Previously, at the Zhixiao Palace, the 2 saints of the West had treated them with cold indifference, and after millennia of repair to heaven, there had been no sign of support. Now that the grand task was accomplished, they sought to descend and reap the rewards. Were it not for the consideration of the saint of purity's status, Haoyan would have loved to spit back at him. Junior brother, Heaven governs the three realms and has many affairs. Our disciples from the West are also willing to contribute, with a need for assistance. The Saint of Purity donned a congenial smile, saying, there are already various heavenly emperors, but positions like the Star Lords of the Tongtian should still have vacancies, no? The greatest source of spiritual energy in heaven comes from the Tongtian stars. Not only do the various Star Lords hold significant power, but they can also comprehend the mysteries of the Tongtian stellar array, a coveted position that the Saint of Purity had long desired. You are late, dear brother. The positions throughout heaven have already been filled, occupied by immortal beings of great merit, and recognized by the heavenly way, so it would not be appropriate for you to make any unilateral changes. Haoyan returned a bow, his expression resolute. With over 1,000 disciples from Jiejiao and 3,000 human immortals, the structure of heaven has now been fundamentally established, and the vast merits accumulated during the establishment have attracted many scattered immortals seeking to join. He certainly did not wish to accept the Western disciples who appeared to be just seeking a free ride. Is there truly not a single position available? The expression of the Saint of Purity shifted slightly as he said, I come with sincere intentions to bring my disciples to serve heaven. The pressure was palpable. Haoyan internally cursed, increasingly appreciating the amiable nature of Jiejiao's disciples. Yet he did not dare to confront the Saint of Purity head-on. Sharing a glance with Yao Qi, he gritted his teeth and said, in the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, there is still a vacancy for a General of the Curtain. Excellent. The Saint of Purity nodded in satisfaction. Although the position of General of the Curtain is not high, merely being a part of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall is sufficient to create significant opportunities. Master, I am willing to take this position. Maitreya and the Medicine Master expressed surprise, eager to compete for the role. Even with two saints overseeing the Western land, having endured the battles between Tao and Demon and the cataclysmic upheavals, has suffered tremendously. The concentration of spiritual energy is inferior even to the ordinary regions of heaven, let alone the core positions like the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Moreover, heaven's divine positions come with the blessing of merit and fortune, making them highly coveted by those who have lived through hardships. Junior brother, look at the enthusiasm of the disciples from the Western sect. Can't we allocate some more positions? The Saint of Purity suggested. Even if they are lower-ranking positions, I assure you, I would never scorn them. The audacity. Haoyan cursed inwardly, deliberately delaying before feigning a troubled expression, saying, the only position available throughout heaven is that of the cleanse altar envoy. Isn't this just a way to take advantage? I shall let you Western disciples feast on the remnants. Even the shameless Saint of Purity was taken aback upon hearing the cleanse altar envoy position. Pausing for a moment before turning to his disciples, Master, I have recently gained insights. I think I should return to Shumi Mountain to meditate. Master, I am at least a golden immortal. Surely I can manage a day? The disciples shook their heads. Although the West is impoverished, they are still disciples of a saint, maintaining some pride and dignity. Theo put it plainly. While they may not compare to the East, they are still above countless others in the West. And to be a cleanse altar envoy, constantly eating humble meals, how could they continue to assert their dominance outside? Foolishness. This position was personally offered by the Master to Haoyan. Though it may not be prestigious, it is still part of heaven's official structure, and good performance can lead to promotion. The Saint of Purity's face darkened. Moreover, the cleanse altar envoy oversees the offerings throughout heaven, making it an excellent opportunity for our Western sect to select backup forces while also gathering various tribute resources. Is it not better than starving in the West? Maitreya and the others were left dumbfounded. They were aware of their master's notorious lack of shame, but this was far too brazen. After a moment of hesitation, the Ksitigarbha, who had been lingering at the back, spoke first. For the sake of the West, I am willing to take on the role of cleanse altar envoy. Excellent. From this day forth. Ksitigarbha, you are my direct disciple. The Saint of Purity fixed his gaze on the others. Is there anyone else? I too am willing. Besides Maitreya and the Medicine Master, who were most likely to take on the role of General of the Curtain, the remaining disciples, under the pressure of the Saint of Purity, could only begrudgingly acquiesce. Haoyan and Yao Qi were left in astonishment. How impoverished must the Western sect be? a dignified saint actually coerced his disciples to scrounge for scraps and even take leftovers back to the west. However, the matter had been settled, and Hao Yin and Yao Qi could only begrudgingly agree to Maitreya's appointment as General of the Curtain, while Ksitigarbha and the others took on the roles of cleanse altar envoys. The swift entry of two disciples from the two great saints into heaven, especially the fact that the Western disciples were even willing to take on such a lowly position, quickly sent ripples throughout the entirety of Hong Huang. Various powerful beings rushed to heaven seeking to join, and the gifts sent were enough for heaven to establish several new treasure vaults. At last, there was a semblance of the authority of the heavenly emperor. Looking at the dazzling array of gifts, Hao Yin beamed at Yao Qi. It is primarily due to the close ties with my senior brother from the upper clear. He has laid a solid foundation for our heaven. Yao Qi was also quite pleased, yet maintained a degree of clarity. Indeed, without Tongtian, heaven would still be a mere ruin, and as for those two, it was best left unspoken. Reflecting on how Ksitigarbha and the other cleanse altar envoys might leverage the name of heaven to procure benefits for the West, Hao Yin felt a surge of frustration. It is merely a few leftovers. Yao Qi quickly reminded him, now that the calamity has passed, the mere mention of names can evoke responses from the saints, and those particularly shameless individuals can become quite troublesome after being offended. Yet, at least with senior brother Shangqing here, those two would not dare to go too far. Hao Yin took a moment to calm his thoughts when, at that moment, the newly appointed Taibai Jinxing entered the Lingshao treasure hall with a beaming expression, respectfully announcing, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, joyous news." "What brings such joy?" Hao Yin and Yao Qi turned to look. The Golden Mother of the Western Kunlun, the Nine Heavens Xian Nu, has sent to heaven 3,608 rainwater peach spiritual roots. Taibai Jinxing proclaimed loudly. Hao Yin and Yao Qi were momentarily taken aback. The Golden Mother of the Kunlun, officially known as the Yao Qi Golden Mother, had been conferred the title of the head of female immortals by Hong Jundaozu. Having been granted the rainwater peach spiritual roots, although the position of head of female immortals had become nominal since the demise of the Eastern monarch, the offering of such exceptional innate spiritual roots like the peaches holds immense significance for heaven. Quickly, send orders to all quarters. I wish to hold a peach banquet. Hao Yin, overjoyed, seized the opportunity to further enhance the prestige of heaven. Chapter 27. The Chaos of the Teaching and the Rampage of Hao Yin. The Peach Banquet. Upon receiving the invitation personally delivered by Yao Qi, the Tongtian patriarch exchanged pleasantries before summoning Su Han into the Bo Palace. Although he holds the esteemed title of Grand Marshal in the Heavenly Court, his physical form has attained divinity, granting him considerable autonomy. Moreover, he is not lacking in diligent and responsible immortals, and thus, the myriad trivial matters are meticulously managed by the celestial beings of the human race. Influenced by Su Han, Hao Yin has even established various holidays, rendering his days as a deity rather unburdensome. This Yao Qi Golden Mother is indeed an astute individual. Su Han smiled slightly and remarked, while embellishing is far less impactful than providing timely assistance. A substantial gift can still forge significant bonds of goodwill. The West Queen Mother remains a prominent figure in later mythologies, with the Pan Tao's spiritual roots undoubtedly playing an indispensable role. As you predicted, the Heavenly Court's influence has indeed intensified in the primordial realm. The Tongtian master gazed at Su Han with increasing satisfaction. Although there are certain responsibilities to fulfill in the Heavenly Court, the abundant merits and fortunes have greatly benefited the disciples in service, and the internal trivialities have considerably diminished due to their engagement in meaningful tasks. Furthermore, despite the temporary inferiority of the human race, their fortunes and merits are remarkably stable, making Tongtian's role as a leader exceedingly gratifying. Master, being the sole dominant force has always sparked envy. If possible, I kindly request you to personally attend the banquet in the Heavenly Court this time. Su Han pondered before speaking. Presently, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the Heavenly Court resembles a minor. Under the vast merits and fortunes, the other 3 teachings and 5 saints are surely growing increasingly envious. Moreover, friendships forged in adversity are always the most precious, and as the bonds of camaraderie deepen, the significance in Hao Yin's heart will only amplify. Tio put it bluntly, even if some disciples unfortunate enough to ascend the Fengshen list in the future, Hao Yin would undoubtedly extend them special consideration. To be more extravagant, the function list is akin to an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. If one can ascend, one can also descend, contingent upon the price one is willing to pay for such a transaction. As for the so-called Jade Emperor, the function list was originally instigated by Haoyan's lament to Hongjun. Even if it is held by the Chan teaching, it ultimately requires the approval of the heavenly Tao to take effect, merely necessitating Haoyan's descent to the mortal realm to complete a formality. If you say so, then. The Tongtian master sighed lightly and nodded. I in the Yushu Palace. A mere boy is hardly worthy of the title of Heavenly Emperor. The expression of the primordial supreme being darkened, as the fortunes of the heavenly court grow increasingly abundant, he has realized the Chan teaching has missed a significant opportunity. If changes are not made soon, they will soon be left far behind by the, however, having spoken so confidently before, to retract such statements now would be akin to slapping oneself in the face. Master, the fruits of the celestial path are traditionally reserved for the virtuous. The disciples of the, having hatched from eggs, clad in scales and armor, cultivate only their magical powers and neglect their moral conduct. How could they possibly be worthy of entering the heavenly court? It ought to be the disciples of our Chan teaching who assume the critical positions of the 4 heavenly emperors and the 5 mountain lords. Guangchengzi, understanding the inner conflict of his master, spoke on his behalf. What do you mean? The primordial supreme being cast an appreciative glance at Guangchengzi before shifting his gaze to the other disciples. It is only right. The disciples of the are devoid of virtue and fortune. They should have long relinquished their positions. Our Chan teaching is the true orthodoxy of the heavenly Tao, and the position of the heavenly emperor should rightfully belong to us. The members of the Chan teaching, already envious of the disciples enjoying the abundant fortunes in the heavenly court, readily voiced their agreement upon seeing the primordial supreme being's intention to supplant them. You shall represent the master in visiting the heavenly court. The primordial supreme being's saintly consciousness surged, transforming into a decree, which he entrusted to Guangchengzi. Thank you, master. Upon reviewing the content of the decree, Guangchengzi and the others, including the Southern Polar Immortal, were filled with immense joy and hastily soared towards the heavenly court. The third brother has actually gone to the heavenly court in person. How audacious! Feeling the commotion caused by the saint's departure, the primordial supreme being furrowed his brow and promptly set off for Shouyang Mountain and the 8 scenic palaces. The fortunes of the heavenly court flourished evermore. The Taijutsu old one wore a stoic expression, yet internally grappled with a dilemma. Although Xiandu's cultivation had notably advanced to the mid-stage of quasi-saint, he remained but one individual. Even if he were to assume the role of a great emperor, he could only share a fraction of the fortune. As for replacing Haoyan, given that it was the Tao ancestor Hongjun who personally designated him, the old one dared not overstep at that moment. The primordial supreme being appeared in the hall, stating, "The heavenly court is filled with individuals who neglect virtuous conduct. What kind of decorum is this? Very well, I shall accompany you to persuade the third brother." The old one, after a brief contemplation, swiftly nodded in agreement. Regardless, the heavenly court must not be dominated solely by the, I pay my respects to the upper clear senior brother. Upon witnessing the saint's arrival, Haoyan and Yaoqi hurried to greet him at the southern heavenly gate, their faces brimming with joy. Although the relationship between the and the heavenly court is well known, the personal visit of the Tongtian saint to attend the banquet is still the utmost sign of respect and support for Haoyan. With the presence of a grand saint, various forces in the primordial realm would undoubtedly follow suit, thereby solidifying the heavenly court's authority among the myriad races. It is my disciple's suggestion. If you must express your gratitude, direct it towards him. The Tongtian master smiled as he helped Haoyan and Yaoqi to their feet, simultaneously introducing Su Han, who stood behind him. So it was the merit of General Su. Haoyan and Yaoqi's smiles widened. Compared to the somewhat aloof celestial beings of the Su Han, who excels in interpersonal relations, has always maintained an excellent rapport with them. Initially, he had actively recommended 3,000 celestial beings to construct the heavenly court and maintain the operation of the great array of the celestial stars, which they deeply appreciated. In retrospect, it seems that the position of Grand Marshal of the heavenly court is still too low. An opportunity must be sought to further elevate his rank. Haoyan received the jade. Just as Guang Chengzi and the others rushed to the heavenly court, eager to proclaim the decree of the primordial supreme being, they were suddenly struck dumb upon discovering that the Tongtian master was also present. Despite their disdain for the Yushu palace, they could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation in the presence of the Tongtian master. What an unwelcome intrusion! Haoyan, who had been overjoyed at the prospect of the myriad races following the Tongtian master to the Pan Tao banquet, suddenly wore a grim expression. While the saints of the heavenly Tao are supremely exalted, he too is the heavenly emperor, appointed by the Tao ancestor Hongjun, and holds a rank equivalent to that of the 6 saints. However, these disciples of the Chan teaching, while neglecting to address him as the great heavenly sovereign, brazenly referred to him simply as Haoyan, even adopting an arrogant demeanor. They truly believe him to be a soft target. Easily manipulated? The Pan Tao banquet does not welcome you. I kindly ask you to leave. Haoyan, in the late stage of quasi-saint, wielded his magical powers to expel the Chan disciples from the heavenly court. Disrespecting a saint shall incur punishment. Just as Guang Chengzi and the others were cast out of the heavenly court, a jade rui sliced through the void, heading directly towards the heavenly court. The great array of the celestial stars. Haoyan's eyes blazed with fury as the power of the stars intertwined to suppress the Haoyan Tower, advancing towards the 3 treasures jade rui. Bang! The entire 33 heavens trembled, and Haoyan's expression darkened as he fell directly onto the heavenly emperor's throne. Second brother, Haoyan is after all the heavenly emperor designated by our master. The Tongtian master spoke calmly, waving his right hand to return the descending 3 treasures jade rui. Third brother, do you dare to defy your elder brother? Your disciples cultivate only magical powers and neglect virtuous conduct. How dare they assist this child Haoyan in defying the saint's decree? What right do they have to occupy the heavenly emperor's position? The primordial supreme being's voice grew increasingly wrathful. I kindly remind you, do not be blind to the heavenly order. You are the one who is blind to the heavenly order, faced with countless guests. The primordial supreme being's rebuke left Haoyan seething with rage. Had it not been for the Tongtian master's assistance, he would have already lost his throne and possibly suffered severe injuries. The hard-earned prestige he had built over tens of thousands of years was now at risk of collapsing. Haoyan's fury erupted. My position as great heavenly sovereign was personally bestowed by Lord Hongjun. Do you presume to understand the heavenly order better than the Tao ancestor? Chapter 28. Hongjun's decree, the era of humanity commences. How audacious! Faced with Haoyan's public defiance, the primordial supreme being's anger surged to a boiling point. Yet, he found himself compelled to restrain his rage. After all, his ability to openly punish Haoyan was predicated upon the exalted status of the heavenly Tao saint. However, now that Haoyan had invoked the name of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, should he choose to act against him, it would indeed amount to betraying one's own master. Haoyan, you surround yourself with those devoid of virtue. How can you fulfill your master's command of strengthening the heavenly court? The primordial supreme being's gaze flickered over the many treasures of merit arrayed before Haoyan. When the heavenly court was but a ruin, it was the disciples of the upper clear who assisted in its restoration. Now that the heavenly court has been re-established, it is only fitting that the disciples of the take the lead. Having already severed any pretense of cordiality, Haoyan boldly voiced his thoughts. When work was needed, you all hesitated and even ridiculed us from the shadows. Now that we have finally achieved some results, you come to disrupt our efforts and demand positions. Do you truly believe I, Haoyan, am without temper? Having occupied the position of heavenly emperor for millennia, Haoyan was no longer the timid acolyte of yore. He understood that the representatives of the various forces in the primordial realm were present at the Pan Tao banquet. If he were to back down now, he would never be able to hold his head high again. To cultivate only magical powers and neglect moral conduct is hardly sustainable. Observing the highly accomplished celestial beings of the Guang Chengzi could not refrain from making a sour remark. Who, pray tell, lacks virtue? Duo Bao sneered, revealing the wheel of merit behind him. Indeed, in terms of magical prowess, you are all mere novices. In terms of virtue, you are even less capable, with their senior brother leading the charge. Zhao Gongming and others, who had long been dissatisfied with the pretentiousness of the Chan teaching, simultaneously displayed their wheels of merit. With a dazzling golden light of merit illuminating the surroundings, it blinded the eyes of all the celestial beings present. The celestial beings of the, from whence did they acquire such an abundance of meritorious power? As a disciple of the Holy One has continuously accumulated merits since the era of the Lich Calamity. Safeguarding humanity, with contributions to the mending of the heavens and holding esteemed positions in the celestial court, one has actively quelled conflicts among various clans, thus amassing great virtue. In truth, those who loudly proclaim themselves as the orthodox of the mystical path are often the ones who neglect moral cultivation. Who in the primordial world is unaware that among their ranks, the one most brazenly flaunting power dismisses others with a haughty air, declaring that those who displease him are simply ignorant of fate? Just recently, a golden immortal of the Tiger clan was ruthlessly struck down for merely delaying his greeting to the virtuous true monarch of the clear void. Hush! Do you all value your lives so little? The representatives of myriad clans, observing with keen eyes, whispered among themselves, their gazes towards the Chan teaching laced with dissatisfaction and mockery. While they might not dare provoke you ordinarily, with the heavenly Emperor Haoyin and the saint of the backing them, they could not resist the temptation to seize the moment for a bit of ridicule. Let the conflict begin. As the purity altar envoy, one could only wait for the conclusion of the peach banquet to partake in the remnants of the feast. Yet the disciples of the Western teachings secretly fanned the flames, yearning for an immediate clash among the three teachings, ideally resulting in a brutal struggle, without the demise of several celestial lords. How could their aspiring forces hope to ascend? Third brother, is this how you instruct your disciples to disregard their elders? The primordial supreme looked furiously at the master of the second brother. Are your disciples regarded as disciples? While my disciples are not, the master of the spoke with indifference. Guangqingzi's disrespect towards this esteemed Uncle Haoyin is evident, and Duobao entered Kunlun Mountain even before Guangqingzi. Who truly lacks respect for their elders? You? The primordial supreme's fury intensified, and the three treasures Jade Rui reappeared in his grasp. Second brother, third brother, let us discuss matters calmly. How could we resort to infighting? Just as the primordial supreme was about to take action, the figure of the grand purity old one materialized within the heavenly court, slowly speaking, I greet my elder brother. The primordial supreme forcefully suppressed his anger, already at odds with the master of the. If he further provoked the old one, he would truly become an isolated figure. I greet the grand purity saint. Haoyin and the queen mother exchanged glances, both filled with fury, yet bound by their status as saints. They could only approach and pay their respects. Has my elder brother come to deliver justice? The master of the replied nonchalantly. This time, the second brother was indeed a bit hasty. However, the way always emphasizes balance and order. Among brothers, there should be no monopolization. The grand purity old one remarked with an impassive expression, still persistently siding with one. What balance and monopolization? It is merely asking for Mai to relinquish positions in the heavenly court. The master of the sighed internally, just as he was about to speak, but Su Han subtly tugged at him. Matters of the heavenly court, naturally, should be decided by Haoyin, appointed by the master. Following Su Han's gaze, the master of the quickly understood and amended his statement. Thank you, senior brother of the upper purity. Haoyin felt warmth in his heart, casting a profoundly grateful glance at the master of the before coldly addressing the old one and the primordial supreme. Since both elder brothers harbor dissatisfaction towards me, why not accompany me to the Purple Cloud Palace and invite the old one to adjudicate? Seeing the fury on Haoyin's face, the old one sensed something amiss and was about to utter calming words when he noticed the great power of the way manifesting, intertwining several lines of text in the 33 heavens. The calamity of the Lich has passed. The protagonist of the heavens, the human race, shall emerge to complete the three realms. Haoyin is the great celestial lord, equal in status to the saints of the way, accompanied by auspicious purple chi. Haoyin's cultivation soared once more, directly advancing to the pinnacle of quasi-saint, just a step away from becoming a true saint. Haoyin, truly recognized by the way as the great celestial lord of the three realms? The representatives of myriad clans were filled with inexplicable dread, collectively bowing to Haoyan and the Queen Mother. The human race, the protagonist of the heavens? Did the third brother already possess this knowledge? Or was it mere coincidence? The Old One cast a suspicious glance at the master of the, also noting the strange expressions of the representatives of myriad clans, his own expression subtly shifting. As the leader of the human teachings, his influence among the human race was far less than that of the, which indeed caused internal frustration. The primordial supreme's expression darkened to the extreme. Hongjuan's public declaration of Haoyan's identity was undoubtedly a resounding slap to his face. Especially since the passage to the Purple Cloud Palace had not even been opened, it represented the Dao ancestors' dissatisfaction with the previous actions of the Jade Void Palace. Offering no opportunity for rebuttal, Haoyan, younger brother, take care, the primordial supreme coldly snorted, departing the heavenly court with Guangchengzi and others. Congratulations, younger brother. While the teachings of humanity cannot be neglected, one must also obey the teacher's command. The Old One's saintly resonance fluctuated, and soon a manifestation descended into the heavenly court, slightly bowing and stating, "The Supreme Old Lord greets the great Celestial Lord. This supreme purity saint's heart is darker than my own." Upon arriving, the one known for his shamelessness, the master of the, was momentarily taken aback by the Old One's actions. Now that the Wei recognized Haoyan's status as equal to that of the saints. Even if the upper purity arrived, he could only regard himself as a junior. The Old One simply chose to manifest himself, still able to occupy a high position as a senior brother. With a saint personally manifesting to serve you, even if there had been prior neglect, no one could find fault. After all, among the human teachings, there was indeed only one direct disciple, the upper purity. It wouldn't do to leave the 8 Scenery Palace without someone to utilize. Moreover, as the Old One was renowned for his alchemical prowess in the primordial world, even as a mere manifestation, his skills in alchemy still surpassed those of other immortals, quickly gathering a group of supporters in the heavenly court, compared to the primordial supreme, whose reckless actions ultimately bore no fruit. The Old One's behavior of effortlessly reaping the rewards through a manifestation could undoubtedly be termed cunning. I greet my senior brother. Although various grievances and frustrations brewed within him, he was, after all, a revered saint, and thus he offered the proper courtesies. Haoyan and the Queen Mother could only choose to endure. Respectfully approaching to pay their respects in any case, with the Dao ancestors' public support, even a saint's manifestation would not dare to be as arrogant as the primordial supreme had been before. Continuing to cultivate diligently, there would surely come a day when one would take charge. Reflecting on the diligent and meritorious disciples of the, as well as the master of the, who had always been exceptionally magnanimous. Even taking the initiative to host a banquet that attracted myriad clans to the heavenly court to pay their respects, Haoyan and the Queen Mother couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Only the senior brother of Upper Purity and Commander Su Han are truly on my side. Chapter 29. The Emergence of the Kongtong Seal, the Contest for the Human Race's Token.in the Jade Void Palace. Elder brother, you, upon seeing the Old One arrive, the primordial supreme's expression darkened. He and Haoyan were already at odds, yet the Old One, his own elder brother, chose to enter the heavenly court to support Haoyan, seemingly disregarding his own dignity. Second brother, you are being hasty. I do not toast the child Haoyan, but rather the teacher. The Old One gently shook his head. It is said that among the 3 purities, Tongtian is the most youthful and impulsive, yet it is now the primordial supreme who has become the most prone to rashness. Although the Dao ancestor has designated Haoyan as the great celestial lord, his own strength remains insufficient. Even the 2 saints of the West can forcibly unseat a curtain-rolling general. If the Chan teaching were to conduct their affairs a touch more tactfully, several key positions would not pose a problem. In fact, this designation as equal to a saint was forced upon by the Chan teaching. Should they fail to support Haoyan, allowing the primordial supreme to casually scold him in front of the myriad clans at the Peach Banquet would swiftly obliterate the hard-earned prestige of the heavenly court. The Dao's intention to maintain stability in the 3 realms through the great celestial lord would also be rendered futile. The primordial supreme is not striking at Haoyan, but rather at the face of the Dao ancestor Hongjun. To convey this in the form of a Tao text, rather than directly summoning him to the Purple Cloud Palace for reproach, already shows a consideration for the bond between teacher and disciple. Should this continue, does one truly believe the Tao ancestor lacks means to restrain the saints? For the sake of the teacher, I shall not hold this against you this time. The primordial supreme coldly huffed. Matters of the heavenly court can be deliberated slowly, yet we brothers must not miss out on the fortune of the new heavenly protagonist. Observing the lingering anger in the primordial supreme's demeanor, the old one cut straight to the chase. The human race? Elder brother, with the establishment of the human race, and it becoming the protagonist of the heavens, you must— The primordial supreme instinctively began to speak, then abruptly halted. Due to previous instances of protection during perilous times, the ones revered within the human race are now the master of the and the disciples of the old one. As the leader of the human teachings, along with the Holy Mother-in-Law, is far from comparable. Based on elder brothers' deductions, the human race, like the previous clans, shall have a sovereign emerge to lead the clan towards great prosperity, guiding those who align with them to receive merits and fortune. The old one pondered before speaking. Thank you, elder brother. The primordial supreme transformed his rage into joy. The human teachings possess only one direct disciple, the upper purity. Although they have also accepted a few named disciples like Du Yi, they are far from capable of guiding an emperor. Thus, the cooperation between the human and Chan teachings would yield greater benefits for the disciples of the Jade Void Palace. Even if the merits of teaching an emperor differ slightly from those of the heavenly court, they are still sufficient for Guang Chengzi, who has lingered at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal for quite some time, to slay the corpses and become a quasi-saint. The stable fortunes of the human race could significantly compensate for the losses of the Chan teaching in the heavenly court, thereby narrowing the distance with the. To appoint the heavenly emperor and queen mother, the teacher's golden words are essential. Now that the human emperor has emerged, it is certain there are corresponding tokens, and together, we brothers can surely secure them. The old one spoke again. Elder brother, you are indeed brilliant. The primordial supreme's face showed delight, filled with anticipation. He immediately summoned Guang Chengzi and the other 12 golden immortals to join the upper purity in seeking treasures for the human race. Mount Sumeru, the position of the human emperor is indeed destined to align with our Western teachings. Zhu Nti's traditionally sorrowful visage was seldom graced with a smile, yet now it blossomed with rare delight. The little golden crow had fully recovered from its injuries, and the remnants of the demon clan's power would soon be at my disposal. If I could also harness the fortunes of the human race, what could possibly hinder the rise of the West? Though both the human and Chan sects have sent disciples to seek tokens among humanity, and the intercepting sect has already gained a certain advantage, Zhu Nti, as a revered sage, personally entered the fray. Brimming with confidence, Junior brother, it is prudent to take the Qinglian Bao's flag to the east, he advised. Jia-in pondered before speaking. The merit-laden golden lotus of Shumi Mountain is sufficient to suppress the fortunes. At Jinao Island, the human race was poised to ascend as the protagonists of the celestial realm. Who could rival our intercepting sect in terms of fortune? Tongtian, the master of the intercepting sect, laughed heartily, and the likes of Duo Bao could not conceal their joy. The restoration of the heavens and the mending of the cosmic fabric had already greatly benefited the celestial beings of the intercepting sect. With the prospect of becoming the sole protagonists of vast celestial fortunes, could it not be said that everyone had a chance to become a Deluo golden immortal? Even the black sea tortoise was elated. Having joined recently to witness such a great fortune, clearly, he had found the right path. Master, although the human race's fortunes are formidable, they are not easily seized, Su Han interjected. Tongtian's expression shifted. Not only were the matters of the human race closely intertwined with their fate, but the long-standing dissatisfaction of Nuwa and Laozi regarding the intercepting sect's development among humans would surely not let this opportunity slip by, given the severe enmity with the Chan sect. The prospects for the intercepting sect were indeed precarious. Master, I speculate that the human race will soon witness the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and those who educate will obtain merits and fortunes. Su Han continued. However, the crux lies in the imminent emergence of the Kongtong seal and the selection of the emperor. Realization dawned upon Tongtian. The Heavenly Sovereign's decree regarding the Haotian Yaoqi would only come to fruition after the reconstruction of the Heavenly Court and supplication to the Tao of Heaven for approval. The Tongtian seal was essential for perfecting the merits of the human emperor. As for the choice of the emperor, it directly transcended the superficial contributions of education, touching upon the very core of the human race's fortunes. This disciple's strategies were becoming increasingly astute. Su Han, proceed with your endeavors, Tongtian commanded, turning his gaze to the Black Sea Tortoise. You shall accompany your junior brother to seek the token among the human race. With utmost obedience to your command, the Black Sea Tortoise quickly bowed. Although he had recently joined the intercepting sect, Su Han's various legends echoed in his ears, especially since Su Han had saved his life. He was determined to repay this debt of gratitude. Thank you, Master. Su Han bowed deeply, having prepared for this moment for a long time. The true test was finally upon him. If he could not seize control of the Tongtian seal, he would remain severely constrained, especially now, as the primordial energy was more abundant than in the original timeline. With careful planning, it was entirely possible for the human emperor to surpass the former Dijun and Tai Yi. After all, he was the sole protagonist of this calamity. Just as Su Han entered the ancestral grounds of the human race, he beheld the three ancestors of humanity presenting a peculiar seal, which they placed into his hands, the Tongtian seal. Su Han was slightly taken aback. As a crucial token for the human race, it could not be overstated in its significance, yet it was now so effortlessly acquired that it felt almost surreal. The human race owes its current state to you, Su Han. Only you can appoint the human emperor, ensuring the allegiance of all beneath the heavens. The three ancestors, in unison, paid their respects, as the fortunes of the human race surged. They had all achieved the pinnacle of Deluo golden immortals, yet their respect for Su Han only grew. The higher their cultivation, the more they understood the vastness of heavenly power and the hardships faced by humanity. To navigate this treacherous path while preserving the majority of their primordial energy and welcoming the protagonist's fortunes depended entirely on Su Han, the helmsman of their vessel. Gratitude to the martial ancestor. Following the three ancestors, the entire ancestral grounds of the human race, along with countless tribes, bowed in sincere reverence. The immense collective willpower surged forth, and in an instant, the Tongtian seal fused into Su Han's being, completing the binding of allegiance. In the next moment, Laozi, who was calculating in the Yushu Palace alongside the primordial heavenly sovereign, and Nuwa in her palace, both changed countenance. Chapter 30. The Contest for the Treasure of Humanity. The intercepting sect's lone battle against the Chan sect and the Western teachings. Preposterous. After meticulous plotting, even yielding numerous interests to the Chan sect, the crucial token was privately bestowed upon the human race. Even Laozi could not help but show displeasure as he hurled his panlong staff towards Su Han. Do not harm my junior brother, the Black Sea Tortoise bellowed, a streak of light soaring into the sky. Intercepting the panlong staff, bang. Following the violent clash, a blue-gold light barrier firmly protected the ancestral grounds of the human race, stirring the attention of many formidable beings from the primordial realm. What a treasure this is! Capable of withstanding the might of a saint. Although the saint's strike was but a casual one, it was still extraordinarily formidable. Shaped like a tortoise shell, yet imbued with golden auspiciousness within, it was indeed a top-tier treasure of merit. It was rumored that during the time of mending the heavens, the saint of the intercepting sect had slain the Black Sea Tortoise, and this must be his shell. Why would he suddenly strike at the human race? Hush! Do you dare speak ill of the saints? The celestial, you seek death. Many powerful beings were astonished but dared only to observe from a distance. Yet another figure clad in scales and armor. With the discerning eye of the primordial heavenly sovereign, he could discern the origins of the Black Sea Tortoise, and his anger intensified as the three treasures of the Jade Rui fell alongside. Second brother, Tongtian, the master of the intercepting sect, roared, and the Qingping sword, which had been suspended at Su Han's waist, soared into the sky, knocking the three treasures of the Jade Rui away. Red flowers, green leaves, and white lotus, all derived from the same source. The three sects' foundational treasures now turned against one another. Internal strife among the three pure ones. The human race must be destined to align with the West. Zhu Ti, who had stealthily infiltrated, rejoiced, brandishing the seven treasures mysterious tree, intending to sweep away both Su Han and the tortoise shell. Such a treasure of merit was undoubtedly irresistible to the debt-ridden Zhu Ti. Matters of the human race are not for you, the Western sect, to meddle in. Nuwa's red embroidered ball suddenly descended, sending Zhu Ti flying far away. The rise of the human race is decreed by the Tao. I am also a saint of the Tao. How could I not intervene, brother? Assist me. Zhu Ti summoned the Qinglian Bao's flag to block the red embroidered ball, charging once more towards the ancestral grounds of the human race. Hiss! At that moment, four sword energies erupted from Jinao Island, swiftly traversing millions of miles of void, ensnaring both Zhu Ti and the hastily arriving Jia Yin within their confines. Yet another extermination sword array. Zhu Ti and Jia Yin were both furious and envious, yet utterly helpless. The last time during the competition for the Chaos Bell in the Heavenly Court, even the three saints together had failed to break the array. Now, with only the two of them, should they act rashly, they might very well lose face before the other saints. Third brother, do you truly intend to monopolize the merits of the human emperor? The primordial heavenly sovereign, seated upon the nine dragons' chariot, appeared in the void, his expression grim. The affairs of the human race shall be determined by the human race. The acknowledgement of the Tongtian seal by all the millions of humanity is sufficient to validate its rightful owner. It is you, second brother, who defies the will of heaven. Tongtian replied coolly. As for the merits of the human emperor's teachings, that too relies on fate. You. The primordial heavenly sovereign's expression darkened, and the three treasures of the Jade Rui were poised to strike once more. Between brothers, there should be no unspeakable truths. The great pure one gestured for the primordial heavenly sovereign to halt, then spoke. The first innate human, Xuandu, should rightfully be the master of the Tongtian seal. With the extermination sword array in place, even the Taiji diagram and the Pango banner could not breach it.as for inviting the two saints to join forces against Tongtian. Even Laozi, with his underhanded tactics, would not dare to make such a move that would undoubtedly earn him the ire of others, especially since the Tongtian seal was of utmost importance and was singular in existence. Jia Yin, Zhu Ti, and Nuwa may not be willing to collaborate. When the human race faced calamities, where was Xuandu? Tongtian chuckled coldly. Even the human race beneath Shouyang Mountain was left to their own devices. What right have you to appoint the human emperor? The human race must undergo tribulations to rise. Laozi explained, yet did not dare to press further. It was evident that the more one pursued this matter, the less favorable it became for the teachings of humanity. Nuwa's expression grew increasingly somber. Her intervention this time was not only due to the connection of the Tongtian seal to the fortunes of humanity, but also to secure a chance for the remnants of Fushi's soul to reincarnate as the human emperor. She had initially intended to command Su Han to relinquish the Tongtian seal using her status as the mother of humanity, yet Tongtian's words had preemptively thwarted her. During the time of the slaughter of the Witch clan, Nuwa had chosen to remain indifferent. Of course, the most crucial factor was that Nuwa could not contend with Tongtian. Guangchengzi, you lead the disciples to retrieve the Tongtian seal. Realizing that he could not reason with Tongtian, the primordial heavenly sovereign's thoughts whirled, and he summoned the disciples of the Chan sect from the Yushu Palace using saintly powers. After all, Tongtian was known for his consideration for relationships and seniority, and would not resort to bullying the weaker. However, in the next moment, under the decree of the Haotian Great Heavenly Sovereign, Su Han was appointed as the martial ancestor of the human race, entrusted with the management of the Tongtian seal on behalf of heaven. As the southern heavenly gate swung open, hundreds of celestial beings from the intercepting sect and 3,000 celestial beings from the human race streamed forth in an orderly manner, forming a grand formation akin to the constellations, standing resolutely before the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. In terms of second-generation disciples, not to mention the Chan sect, even the combined might of the other three sects could not begin to compare with that of the intercepting sect. At last, they could repay the intercepting sect and Su Han for their generosity. In the celestial realm, observing the grim expressions of Yuan Shi, Tian Zun, and Laozi, Hao Tian and Yao Qi felt a wave of exhilaration. During the last peach banquet, Su Han had invited Tongtian Jiao Zhu, a saint, to support him, which had given Hao Tian the confidence to criticize Yuan Shi Tianzun, ultimately leading to the decree from Dao ancestor Hong Jun that solidified his standing. Now, they could repay some of Su Han's kindness while simultaneously irritating Yuan Shi Tianzun, their sworn enemy. It was indeed a win-win situation, bringing them immense satisfaction. After all, the path for the human race to ascend to the heavenly court had already been paved. And the stronger the human race became, the stronger the heavenly court would be. In every sense, Hao Tian and Yao Qi were reaping tremendous benefits in the ancestral land of the human race. What? Are you planning to oppose the will of heaven again? Duo Bao, holding the decree of the heavenly emperor, disdainfully glanced at Guang Chengzi and the others, stating, "In terms of magical power and cultivation, you are all but insignificant. When it comes to the Tao and moral conduct, you fall even shorter. Not even a quasi-saint among you. No wonder you dare only to call yourselves the 12 Golden Immortals." Zhao Gongming shook his finger and said, "How about this? I want to bully you. All 12 of you can come at me together, and if you can defeat me, then you have guts." "You?" Guang Chengzi erupted with rage, summoning the dual swords of Yin and Yang, which flew directly towards Zhao Gongming for a strike. "But that's not all, brothers, do not assist. We wouldn't want them to find an excuse." Zhao Gongming turned back to instruct, then stepped out from the great array of the Zhoutian stars, swinging both fists. Bang! The dual swords were sent flying back at an even swifter pace. Falling Soul Bell, Taiji Talisman, Yin Yang Mirror. Seeing the ferocious approach of the dual swords, Qi Jingzi and Pu Xianzhenren hastily intervened to assist, yet were still knocked back hundreds of miles by the overwhelming force. "Too weak. This is boring," Zhao Gongming expressed his disappointment. "I've heard that your Chan teaching has a quasi-saint vice leader, Randang. Call him over so that I may stretch my limbs a bit." Arrogant fool, Xin Du, who had been scolded as a traitor by Tongtian yet dared not retort, stepped forward, saying, "Even a clay figure has some temper. If I cannot provoke your master, can I not overpower you disciples? I, Xin Du, am the foremost disciple of the three teachings, the first quasi-saint." Chapter 31. The Three Teachings Retreat. The rise of the human race begins. Let me experience the Taoist teachings of the human race. Duo Bao, with the river diagram and Luo book above his head, surrounded by 365 post-heaven spiritual treasures arranged according to the Zhoutian stars, proclaimed loudly. In terms of seniority, Duo Bao is indeed the first disciple of the three pure ones. But due to Tongtian Jiao Zhu being the youngest, Xian Du was designated as the foremost disciple instead. Previously, relying on the abundant resources of the human teaching, Xian Du had indeed been the strongest among the three teachings. However, now with the immense blessings brought by Su Han, Duo Bao had also reached the perfection of the quasi-saint mid-stage, eager to teach Xian Du, the traitor, a lesson while reclaiming his rightful position. Truly, the orthodox of the Xianmen is remarkable. Not only do they possess exceptional roots and fortunes, but their wealth surpasses even that of this humble saint. Observing the standoff between Duo Bao and Xian Du, Zhuan could not help but drool. Although he too was a disciple of the Tao ancestor, he was merely a nominal one. The three pure ones received the Taiji diagram, Pango banner, and the extermination sword array directly from the Tao ancestor in the Zhixiao Palace, while Jie Yin and Zhuan only possessed the 12-grade merit golden lotus and the azure lotus treasure flag as their two supreme innate spiritual treasures, even when combined with the 7 treasures mysterious tree, which, when refined with his true body, could rival supreme innate spiritual treasures. It was merely on par with Nua's red embroidery ball, the map of mountains and rivers, and the cauldron of heaven and earth. As for the divine scepter obtained from the treasure cliff, it was at best a superior innate spiritual treasure, hardly useful in the contest among saints. Yet now, Xian Du bore Laozi's earthly and heavenly Xian Huang Linglong merit treasure pagoda, which, in terms of defensive capability, could be compared to an innate supreme treasure. Duo Bao, on the other hand, possessed the river diagram and Luo book, both supreme innate spiritual treasures born from the former demon emperor Dijun, which had been further empowered by the vast fortunes of the demon race and the heavenly court, containing the divine formation of Zhoutian stars capable of defying heaven and combating saints. This made Zhu Ti envious enough to wish to seize both the person and the treasure. A glimmer of apprehension appeared in Xian Du's eyes. In terms of magical power, the two were evenly matched. But Duo Bao clearly had greater mastery over the river diagram and Luo book, managing to correspond 365 post-heaven spiritual treasures to the Zhou Tian stars. Even a quasi-saint in the late stage would suffer losses. However, having already made bold claims, how could he withdraw now and still claim to be the foremost disciple of the three teachings? At this moment, the Hunyuan Golden Dipper. With a light shout, a beam of golden light soared into the sky, directly enveloping Xian Du within. Sister Yun Xiao, what remarkable cultivation! Xian Du channeled his magical power to its utmost, and the earthly and heavenly Xian Huang Ling Long Merit Treasure Pagoda emitted brilliant radiance. Yet, it merely forced the Hunyuan Golden Dipper back slightly. He had no choice but to ruthlessly shatter the Taiji talisman pinned by Laozi at the time of his apprenticeship to escape the golden light. His expression growing increasingly sullen. Even my elder sister cannot defeat you. You dare to challenge the senior brother? Taste my scissor. Bai Xiao transformed her golden dragon scissors into two dragon forms, sending Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi flying. Then turned her gaze toward Xiong Xiao, quietly inquiring, "What has gotten into elder sister today? Is it possible that brother Gongming has angered her again? Haven't you noticed? Every time elder sister debates with the little junior brother, she becomes exceptionally gentle and considerate. Now, this traitor Xian Du dares to covet the Kong Tong seal from the little junior brother. How could elder sister let him off easily?" Xiong Xiao shot a glare at Bai Xiao, saying, "I see." Bai Xiao suddenly understood and muttered, "Elder sister should find a Dao partner to manage her. Otherwise, being confined for tens of thousands of years will surely frustrate her. If you don't want to be punished with kneeling, it's best to keep your voice down." Xiong Xiao replied, casually ensnaring the yellow dragon Zhenran, who attempted to assist with the dragon binding rope, then shouted angrily, "Why did you catch the weakest one? What bad luck! How is it?" Observing merely a few disciples taking action and sending the human and Chan teachings into disarray, Tongtian Jiao Zhu couldn't help but smile, looking at Yuan Shi Tianzun with delight. Those who are combative yet lack virtue cannot endure long. Yuan Shi Tianzun coldly snorted, yet wary of the extermination sword array, he dared not bully the weak. The Kong Tong seal belongs to Su Han. Matters of human imperial education shall be discussed another day. Seeing that Xian Du and Guang Chengzi were not only at a severe numerical disadvantage, but also significantly lagging in average cultivation, Laozi's lips twitched slightly, realizing that continuing the battle would only lead to a more humiliating defeat. He had no choice but to concede. "Withdraw." Yuan Shi Tianzun waved his long sleeves, casually releasing the binding on Yellow Dragon Zhenran, and together with Guang Chengzi and the others, they retreated to the Yusu Palace. "Congratulations, Dao brother Tongtian." Even Laozi and Yuan Shi retreated. The already trapped Jie Yin and Zhu Ti hurriedly conceded, gazing at the disciples of Jie Jiao with increasingly fervent eyes. They are not only capable in battle, but also deeply loyal and virtuous. Each endowed with merit and fortune, surely they are destined to be connected with our Western teachings. You three pure ones may continue your internal strife, as long as it is fierce enough. Figures like Duo Bao, Xian Du, and Guang Chengzi will undoubtedly become the guardians of our Western teachings. Casting a deep glance at Su Han, who was the center of attention, Zhu Ti felt increasingly regretful, pondering how he had failed to recognize the boundless potential of this seemingly insignificant human and had not brought him to the West. Had that been accomplished, the current Shumi Mountain would surely not pale in comparison to the Yusu Palace. Niu Y's expression was complex, yet she turned to return to the Hua Huang Palace. Fushi sought to rely on human fortune to restore his Dao. It was impossible without the Kong Tong seal. Boom! As the five saints retreated, the prayers of countless humans grew louder. Within Su Han's consciousness, the Kong Tong seal shimmered, radiating an exceptionally brilliant light, as a supreme treasure of the human Dao. The Kong Tong seal was already comparable to a superior innate spiritual treasure in the original timeline, possessing unique efficacy in establishing a human emperor and suppressing human fortunes. Now, due to the changes brought by Su Han, The human race in the primal chaos was far stronger than in parallel timelines, with fortunes and aspirations of a richness that was on an entirely different level. Heaven moves vigorously, and the human race thrives through relentless self-improvement. The earth is vast, and the human race is sustained by profound virtue. As the two lines of Tao patterns inscribed, the Kong Tong seal, gathering the devout faith of innumerable humans, directly ascended to a level comparable to a supreme innate treasure. Boom! Both the heavenly and earthly Tao trembled in unison. The calamity that had already dispersed began to coalesce again, leaving all races in the primal chaos in utter shock. The rise of the human race had commenced. Within the Zixiao Palace, Tao ancestor Hong Jun remained unperturbed, as merging with the heavenly Tao was both creation and, in a sense, an eternal sentence. In the underworld, the human Tao was rising. Could our Wu clan also have a share of this opportunity? Hutu gazed intently at the figure of Su Han standing tall, secretly calculating in her heart. Shouldn't the human race have the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Just returning to the 8 scenery palace. Laozi of the Taiji sighed in relief. With a total of 8 imperial positions, even if Zhejiao was strong, it was impossible for them to monopolize completely. There was still a chance for the Chan and human teachings. The opportunity for my elder brother Fuxi to attain the Tao indeed lies within the human race. In the Hua Huang Palace, Nuwa looked at Fuxi's remnants of consciousness with great joy. The heavenly court, the rise of the human race, is also our opportunity to formally grasp control over heaven and earth. Hao Tian and Yao Qi exchanged glances, both filled with anticipation. Subsequently, the calamity enveloped the entire primal chaos, obscuring all heavenly secrets. Chapter 32. The 3 Treasures of Creation, Nuwa's Regret by Palace. Regarding the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, my disciple, what arrangements do you have? In response to the theft and subsequent shielding of the heavenly secrets, Tongtian Jiaozhu displayed not rage but delight. After all, scheming and plotting were never his forte. Now, while the other saints were left to grope in the dark, he had his astute disciple, Su Han, who had accurately predicted the future on multiple occasions. This would allow the Zhejiao to reap the utmost benefits. Although the teachings of the heavenly emperor and earthly emperor carried merit, their specific contributions must also be taken into account. As for the human emperor, if my disciple's calculations are correct, he will be the most pivotal figure among the 3 sovereigns, yet he also harbors the heaviest aura of slaughter, making him the most suitable subject for manipulation. With a smile, Su Han spoke. For many years of protection and significant contributions during the contest for the Kongtong seal, the fate of humanity and the Zhejiao has been thoroughly intertwined. Naturally, we must continue this mutually beneficial cooperation. The human emperor primarily engages in slaughter. Tongtian Jiaozhu mused thoughtfully, soon coming to a realization. Just as practitioners face tribulations, humanity must also endure trials and tribulations to gain true recognition as the protagonists of the heavens. To put it plainly, while the myriad races have suffered greatly during the calamities of the witch and demon, they still retain a measure of strength. If they cannot exhibit sufficient prestige, how can they claim the title of the singular protagonist of the Honghuang? The simplest method is to carve out a realm for themselves. Among the 4 teachings, only the disciples of Zhejiao, due to Su Han's influence, possess profound merit and fortune. The other 3 teachings cannot withstand the backlash of karma, and superficially ceding a portion of the 3 sovereigns' teachings can silence the other saints, preventing Zhejiao from facing the united pressure of the 3 teachings and 5 saints prematurely. Moreover, as a person of integrity, despite having had several disputes, Tongtian Jiaozhu still harbored some nostalgic feelings for the other 2 of the Sanqing. Master, I can concede the teaching quota, but it must be exchanged for sufficient benefits, such as the Taiji Danjing and the Yuling refining method. Observing the expression of Tongtian Jiaozhu, Su Han realized his teacher had fallen into old habits and quickly reminded him, I understand, Master. Tongtian Jiaozhu replied. Slightly embarrassed at that moment, the water and fire boy hastily approached the hall, respectfully bowing and announcing, Master, the Lady Nuwa has come to pay her respects. It seemed she had arrived concerning the reincarnation of Fuxi. Tongtian Jiaozhu turned to Su Han and said, As you are of the human race, it would be best for you to step aside while I handle this. Agreeing to Fuxi's reincarnation isn't out of the question. But it is crucial to ascertain whether he aims to become the human emperor or the emperor of the Nuwa Palace. Su Han stated solemnly. Rest assured, I will certainly assist you with this matter. The ever-protective Tongtian Jiaozhu's demeanor similarly turned cold as he personally escorted Su Han to the rear hall before speaking indifferently. Please, greetings, Brother Tongtian. Nuwa performed a slight bow. Sister, you rarely leave the Nuwa Palace. What brings you here today? Tongtian Jiaozhu asked nonchalantly. I have come specifically regarding the reincarnation of my elder brother Fushi. Nuwa's expression shifted slightly, sensing the underlying implications of Tongtian Jiaozhu's words. However, recognizing her need for assistance, she suppressed her anger and maintained a pleasant demeanor. Sister, your calculations are astute. Not only do you wish for Fushi to live a second life, but you also seek to utilize the fortune of the human emperor to attain enlightenment. Tongtian Jiaozhu remarked calmly, with such meticulous arrangements, you could simply send Fushi's residual soul for reincarnation without the need to visit the Bo Palace. Nuwa's expression grew increasingly awkward. It is well known that reincarnation is an endeavor born from the Earth Mother, and the enmity between witches and demons is profound. Even if the Earth Mother no longer embodies the witch, a significant cost must still be paid to ensure Fushi's successful reincarnation. Upon realizing this, Nuwa began to comprehend Tongtian Jiaozhu's intentions. Brother, you jest. The destinies of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors require the Kongtong seal for their culmination. Nuwa bowed once more, adding, if brother could lend a hand. The Nuwa Palace would be immensely grateful. Fushi had once been the she-emperor of the demon race, and the enmity between humanity and demons due to the witch-slaying sword had become blood-soaked. Tongtian Jiaozhu replied solemnly, if you wish for Fushi to reincarnate as a human, sister, you must present the Qian Kuan Ding, the Zhao Renwip, and the Shi Rang, these 3 treasures of merit vital to humanity, to alleviate the grievances of the human race. Nuwa's countenance abruptly darkened. Ever since the demise of the demon race, she had relied solely on humanity. Although her fortunes had been somewhat diminished due to past events, the burgeoning strength of humanity still held promise for the future. However, now that Tongtian Jiaozhu demanded the 3 treasures of humanity, the influence she held over their fate would undoubtedly wane. Moreover, these 3 treasures are exceptionally remarkable. The Qian Kuan Ding can revert the postnatal to the prenatal, surpassing even the innate treasures in terms of creation. The Zhao Renwip is derived from the innate gourd vine atop Mount Buzhou, having undergone the baptism of heavenly merit, and the 9 heavens Shi Rang is born from the chaotic azure lotus's soil. Though it grows at a slow pace, it remains a rare regenerative resource. Nuwa stood to leave, but upon recalling Fushi's residual soul in the Nuwa Palace, she had to sit back down. Brother, is this truly excessive? Nuwa forced down her anger. The cause of yesterday yields the effect of today. If the cause and effect cannot be balanced, even if Fushi is forcibly designated as the human emperor, how can he gain the recognition of the heavens and the earth? Tongtian Jiaozhu asserted earnestly. This trio of treasures will eventually be conferred upon the future 3 sovereigns of humanity, but Fushi must first vow to the great Tao to dedicate his life to the welfare of the human race. The 3 sovereigns? So they are not being directly given to the Bo Palace. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Nuwa's eyes. Although Tongtian Jiaozhu had collected the most at the Funbao Cliff, the treasures transformed from the 3 innate spiritual objects are sufficient for 3 disciples to attain the status of quasi-saint, let alone the associated fortune of humanity. However, knowing that at least one of these treasures would belong to Fushi somewhat eased Nuwa's heart. Sister, since our ascension to sainthood, we have both forgotten our original intentions, even discarding the most basic principles of reciprocity. Tongtian Jiaozhu sighed inwardly. If Fushi cannot dedicate himself to humanity, then neither the position of the human emperor nor that of an ordinary human is warranted. Only 2 treasures at most, and they must all be given to Fushi for his enlightenment. Nuwa steeled her resolve. Sister, one must give to receive. Tongtian Jiaozhu replied coldly before closing his eyes. Brother, are you truly so heartless? Nuwa's voice was laced with barely concealed fury. It is you and Fushi who have been heartless towards humanity. I am merely seeking justice for the human race. Tongtian Jiaozhu's expression grew ever colder. If sister remains obstinate, then please take your leave. I have agreed. Nuwa hesitated for a long while before ultimately conceding. However, the matter of reincarnation must be overseen by you, brother. With no other options, she relented. For the Tongtian seal remains in the hands of Jie Jiao. Without this treasure of humanity for the consecration, Fuxi could never attain the status of the human emperor. Very well, Tongtian Jiaozhu nodded in satisfaction. Securing the 3 treasures of merit that Nuwa used for creation would elevate humanity's fortunes to a whole new level. Having spent many years with Su Han, Tongtian Jiaozhu's perspective had gradually broadened. He no longer fixated on immediate gains but pursued long-term win-win outcomes. After all, as humanity's fortunes grew, the Jie Jiao, holding the lion's share, would also benefit accordingly. Moreover, only the human emperor could fully unleash the treasure's powers. As for the underworld's reincarnation, while the 6 saints of heaven might not hold enough weight before the Earth Mother, Tongtian Jiaozhu was acutely aware that Su Han had contributed to the Earth Mother's transformation into reincarnation. The flourishing of humanity would likewise benefit the earthly path, and it would not be too difficult for Su Han to step forward, with chances to share in the merits once Fuxi achieved enlightenment. Brother Qing, you truly are too ruthless. Accompanying Tongtian Jiaozhu to the Nuwa Palace, signing the Great Tao contract with Fuxi, Nuwa gazed at Tongtian Jiaozhu's departing figure, feeling a pang of heartache die in our past. We indeed went too far. The residual soul of Fuxi revealed a hint of guilt as he remarked, "It is all my fault for dragging you down. As long as elder brother can achieve enlightenment." That is enough, Nuwa sighed inwardly, filled with regret. Had she known this day would come, she should have aided humanity from the start. Yet, even as a saint of the heavenly Tao, she lacked the ability to turn back time. Chapter 33. Choices of Law, the Great Luo Golden Immortal Tribulation on Jinao Island. The matters concerning the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are of utmost importance, and the other 4 saints would surely not relinquish their hold. Strength must be enhanced. Seated beneath the Wudao tea tree, Su Han began to strategize his path to enlightenment. The myriad conflicts of Honghuang, including the calamities, fundamentally revolve around the contest of fortunes. Ultimately, it is a matter of whose fist is stronger. Although the Jie Jiao currently stands at the pinnacle, triumphing against the 3 teachings in the contest for the Tongtian seal, this is also due to the saints not yet fully revealing their animosity. As time progresses, the Jie Jiao will undoubtedly continue to shine, likely forcing the other 3 teachings and 4 saints into an early alliance. Even if it mirrors the original timeline, the Fengshen calamity will still exact a heavy toll. The united front of the 4 saints remains a sword hanging over the Jie Jiao's head. Even within the human race, while Su Han's schemes have garnered the support of the earthly path, if their own strength is lacking, true resurgence remains elusive. The Earth Mother indeed possesses a broad heart capable of embrace, but being of the ancestral witch lineage, her favor towards Su Han stems from both repayment for past guidance and a bid to secure a sliver of hope for the witch clan. With the vast accumulation of merit that Su Han possesses today, should he choose to expend it all, attaining not only the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal, but also directly ascending to the rank of a quasi-saint would be effortlessly achievable. However, the path of meritorious deeds leading to enlightenment is fraught with peril, a consideration Su Han has long since abandoned. Instead, he has consolidated this merit into a golden wheel of virtue, utilizing it as an auxiliary tool for refining his foundational essence and for the sacrificial crafting of spiritual treasures. Additionally, he has no intention of contemplating the method of corpse severance, as it necessitates reliance on innate spiritual objects. Although this could ease the process, it would also impose significant restrictions. Achieving the fusion of 3 innate spiritual objects from a single source is a formidable challenge. Consequently, the 6 saints of the primordial heaven have all attained their enlightenment through the combination of corpse severance and merit, while only Tao ancestor Hongjun has achieved the unification of the 3 corpses through the remnants of the creation jade plate. Furthermore, both of these paths to enlightenment require the primordial purple energy. Even if one were to fortuitously acquire it, the bloodied lessons learned by the still-seeking Hongyun ancestor serve as a stark warning. The final route to enlightenment is through the power of force. To put it plainly, it involves directly comprehending the laws, mastering a singular law to its utmost, and transcending it into the Great Way. Thus achieving the fruit of the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. In the distant past, amidst the chaos, the 3,000 demon gods, including Pangu, all traverse the path of law-based enlightenment, acknowledged by Tao ancestor Hongjun as the mightiest beings post-enlightenment. While the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal does not rely on the eternal protection of the heavenly Tao, and thus can replenish their magical power at any moment, they enjoy a greater degree of freedom and ease. Moreover, once a sage departs from the primordial realm, they forfeit the protection of the heavenly Tao. This was the reason behind the once newly ascended Hongjuan's confidence in debating with the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, only to be swiftly stripped of all his spiritual treasures, leading him to merge with the heavenly Tao in a fit of rage. Long before he guided the Earth Mother into reincarnation, Su Han's reincarnation path had already advanced to the level of Great Luo, and he has now reached the later stages of Great Luo. After acquiring the Chaos Bell, although he has yet to refine even half of the 49 prohibitions, he has already attained a complete understanding of spatial laws at the level of a Tai Golden Immortal. The Master of Heaven, having sent the Fusang Wood and Laurel Tree, has steadily enhanced Su Han's lunar and solar laws. Following his recognition as the Master of the Kongtong Seal, the martial arts disseminated amongst humanity have officially ascended to the level of laws, directly reaching a standard comparable to that of the Great Luo. This includes the karmic fire red lotus seeds acquired in the blood sea of the underworld, which, in conjunction with his merit, has allowed Su Han to gain an initial insight into the laws of causality. Only a child would make a choice. As an adult, I shall choose to embrace it all. After a moment of contemplation, Su Han swiftly resolved to act. The reason the great Pangu was able to annihilate the 3,000 demon gods in the battle of creation, leaving only a few remnants to reincarnate in the primordial realm, lies in the fact that the law of force inherently encompasses the 3,000 great ways. As a time traveler, even if I cannot momentarily match Pangu's all-encompassing nature, my vision must not be overly short-sighted. Considering that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are soon to emerge, humanity is poised to face a significant trial, and thus Su Han has chosen to focus primarily on the laws of martial arts. Unlike other laws, martial arts have been tailored to suit the physical constitution of humanity and through subsequent refinement, have integrated the profound teachings imparted by the Master of Heaven, derived from the great opening memories of the 3 Pure Ones, including the 9 transformations of primordial power. Although primarily centered on refining the physical body, it also encompasses various wondrous techniques of evasion and transformation. In simple terms, martial arts can likewise amalgamate a multitude of the profound truths of the laws into a singular entity. A millennium later, as Su Han gathers the 3 flowers atop his head, cataclysmic clouds rapidly engulf the eastern sea, and the overwhelming pressure soon astonishes a significant portion of the primordial realm. My junior brother is about to undergo the Great Luo Golden Immortal Tribulation. Filled with concern, the beautiful eyes of Yunxiao reflect her anxiety, while the Hunyuan Golden Dipper is already poised for action. With such immense merit, my junior brother could easily negate the tribulation. Yet, he chooses to confront it head-on. Such audacity puts me to shame. Observing Su Han boldly charging into the storm of thunderclouds. Having left the formation of Golden Ao Island, the eyes of the treasure master gleam with awe and admiration. The reason the can continuously produce quasi-saints at the Great Luo level is not solely due to the immense merit and fortune, but also because most choose to directly negate the thunder tribulation with merit upon their ascension. Even the few valiant like Zhao Gongming, during their tribulation, would leverage the protective formation of the to diminish the thunder's strength, rendering their efforts comparatively inferior to Su Han's. It is indeed the purple cloud divine thunder. My disciple's aptitude is truly exceptional. Within the Bo Palace, the Master of Heaven gazes at the dark clouds gradually transforming into purple, a proud smile gracing his lips as he watches Su Han. The purple cloud divine thunder signifies the highest echelon of the heavenly Tao. Only Tao ancestor Hongjun can wield it. The divine thunder of the 3 Pure Ones merely scratches the surface. The martial ancestor, he has chosen to achieve the Great Luo Golden Immortal through martial arts. On the shores of the Eastern Sea, the 3 ancestors of the Swearing clan watch the increasingly terrifying thunderclouds with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Joined by millions of martial practitioners in a fervent prayer, should martial arts ascend, the entire humanity shall undoubtedly reap boundless benefits. Arrogant fools deserve to be reduced to ashes in the Yushu Palace. Yuanshi Tianzuan snorts coldly, then glares angrily at Qi Jingzi and others. Even this mere human is about to undergo the Great Luo Tribulation. Yet these disciples of the Yushu Palace remain stuck at the Tai Golden Immortal level. An utter disgrace. No wonder the Kongtong seal chose him. In the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa's expression is somewhat complex. Although the last devastating strike was dealt by the Master of Heaven, the changes in the Upper Pure Saint are substantial. And it concerns the future of humanity, clearly implicating Su Han's strategic counsel. However, Fushi's aspiration to reincarnate humanity into the Heavenly Emperor's Dao fruit is inextricably linked to the Kongtong seal's endorsement. And should Su Han fail his tribulation, unforeseen complications may arise on Mount Shumi. Such a disciple is surely destined for an affinity with our Western teachings. The mouth of Cunny has once again betrayed his lack of composure. Although Maitreya has already achieved the Great Luo Golden Immortal first, it was through the fortune and merit bestowed by the heavenly court to negate the tribulation. In terms of spirit and potential, he pales in comparison to Su Han, who can invoke the purple cloud divine thunder, boom. The colossal black-purple tribulation fire, spanning millions of miles, illuminates the entire primordial realm, causing countless mighty beings to reveal expressions of horror and unease. Chapter 34, 9 Layers of Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, the Foundation of Hunyuan, boom. The first bolt of purple cloud divine thunder strikes down, slightly darkening Su Han's physical form, which rapidly restores under the influence of the lunar divine power. Indeed, the thunder tribulation serves as both a trial and a grand opportunity. A contemplative expression graces Su Han's face. The heavenly Tao must also adhere to the balance of causality. The inexhaustible might of the purple cloud divine thunder lies in its encapsulation of the fundamental truths of the laws. By absorbing and comprehending it, substantial rewards can be reaped. Thus, Su Han decides to stow away his protective spiritual treasures, directly channeling his martial arts through his physical body to embrace the baptism of the purple cloud divine thunder. Amidst the swirling black-purple radiance, the entire expanse of the primordial world trembles, yet the seemingly diminutive figure of Su Han remains steadfast amid the raging thunder, unwavering in his stance. My tribulation as a quasi-saint pales in comparison to that of my young friend Su Han. Within the Wuzhuang Temple, Zenyuanzi gazes towards the eastern sea with profound respect in his eyes. Sister, will my junior brother be all right? Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao nervously clutch the edges of Yun Xiao's garment. Have faith in your junior brother, Yun Xiao reassures them, though her own face betrays her concern. Again, amidst the tempest of thunderclouds, Su Han's confidence swells further, and with each successive tribulation, he transitions from injury to restoration, subsequently rejuvenating through the cycle of reincarnation, fully restoring his lunar power, while the solar laws consume the tribulation fire. Through countless rebirths, the many laws Su Han possesses continuously merge, and he even gains a new insight into the essence of devouring, rapidly enhancing during the thunder tribulation's baptism. With a soft crackle resonating within him, Su Han's physical form, vital essence, and primordial spirit undergo a qualitative leap, with every movement accompanied by countless profound laws. Deepening evermore. Why has he not yet been reduced to ashes by the thunder tribulation? Within the Yushu Palace, observing Su Han, who repeatedly sustains heavy blows yet remains unyielding, Guang Chengzi feels an overwhelming sense of frustration and jealousy. Such a terrifying punishment of thunder, should Su Han succeed in enduring it, it might even eclipse my own great Luo perfection. My senior brother has saved my life. I cannot simply stand by and watch him face peril. The black tortoise of the North Sea grows increasingly anxious, preparing to unleash the post-heaven's supreme-grade merit spiritual treasure shell to charge into the thunder tribulation. There is no need for concern. Your junior brother has more trump cards than you can imagine. The Master of Heaven waves his right hand, effortlessly pulling the black tortoise back onto Golden Ao Island. ASM Master. He understands that Su Han has always acted with prudence and is aware that Su Han possesses numerous innate spiritual treasures such as the falling treasure money and the purple lightning hammer. Yet he refrains from using them, indicating that the situation has not yet reached a life-or-death crisis. Rumbling, as if angered, 9 bolts of purple cloud divine thunder descend simultaneously. In the underworld, the Earth Mother begins to contemplate. Should this terrifying thunder tribulation bring about Su Han's failure, would there still be remnants of his soul to reincarnate? Should she confront the heavenly Tao directly to protect Su Han, at the center of the attention of countless mighty beings? Come forth! Su Han remains calm and composed, willingly charging into the boundless thunder, ready to accept the final baptism. Crack! Su Han's physical form and the resonances of the laws successfully undergo transformation, and even the numerous spiritual treasures within him have reached a new level of refinement. Except for the 16 prohibitions remaining in the Chaos Bell, all prohibitions associated with the innate spiritual treasures, including the supreme grade ones, have been entirely refined. His foundational essence and aptitude have directly transcended the great Luo perfection. Forging the foundation of a Hunyuan golden immortal, at this moment, the thunderclouds in the sky quietly dissipate. Beneath the heavenly Tao, 9 is the ultimate number. With the completion of the 9 layers of thunder tribulation, the heavenly Tao can only relent. Subsequently, the chaos beyond the 33 heavens trembles slightly, as streams of merit and fortune descend upon Su Han and the millions of humanity. Is it truly the great Tao that bestows blessings? Although the 9-fold purple sky divine thunder represents the highest trial of the heavenly Tao, it should not elicit a response from the great Tao, should it? The martial path of the human race, surprisingly, follows the route of the primordial golden immortal. Such audacity is commendable, yet it regrettably narrows the path ahead. Here we have yet another individual of lofty ambitions but scant talent. The courage of the younger generation is praiseworthy. But once the attainment of the great Luo becomes stagnant, they will surely come to understand the essence of regret. A multitude of powerful beings exchange their thoughts through divine consciousness, soon revealing expressions of derision and disappointment. In truth, prior to Hongjun achieving sainthood, the myriad races of the primordial era, such as dragons, phoenixes, and Chilants, followed the path of the laws to attain enlightenment. The title of quasi-saint only emerged after the Tao ancestor imparted the 3-corpse method from the Zixiao Palace. While direct comprehension of the laws yields a relatively higher compatibility, the difficulty of achieving the primordial golden immortal surpasses that of the quasi-saint, who can exploit shortcuts. Thus, even ancient powers like Zenyuanzi, after weighing the pros and cons, opted for the comparatively easier and swifter path of corpse severing to attain enlightenment. It is a pity that there should have been opportunities to attain the Tao after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Now, although reincarnation for recultivation is possible, who knows how long it will take, Jane sighed softly. He had originally held great expectations for Su Han.as, the master of the Kongtong seal. A weaker cultivation was preferable. Let us not forget that he is currently a disciple of the Jie Sect. Zhuanti shook his head and remarked, now that Su Han has achieved the great Luo, the merits of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors should be duly established. The 3 human emperors correspond perfectly with our 3 pure ones. What do you all think? The primordial heavenly venerable casually annihilated the inquisitive divine consciousness that had not retreated in time and spoke. As the Jie Sect has the most disciples and the deepest ties with humanity, the title of Heavenly Emperor's teacher should rightfully belong to us. The master of Tongtian calmly interjected. The teachings and merits of the Earth Emperor and Human Emperor can be shared with my 2 elder brothers, but they must be exchanged for the Taiching elixirs and the Yuqing artifact refining techniques. This is outrageous. It should follow the order of seniority, starting from the eldest brother, 1 position for each. The primordial heavenly venerable exclaimed in anger, among the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao, we in the West occupy 2. As teachers of the 3 sovereigns, there should also be 1 from the West. Zhuanti was equally unyielding. Tongtian glanced at Nuwa. Since there are no humans in the West, this matter should naturally be decided by the East. Concerning Fushi's future, even if Nuwa held discontent towards Tongtian, she had no choice but to speak in support. Moreover, to be fair, if Fushi were to choose a mentor, Nuwa would find the disciples of the Jie Sect most suitable. If the title of Heavenly Emperor's teacher were to be granted to the Western sect, it would likely lead to a situation as embarrassing as that of Zhuanti. The primordial heavenly venerable also glared furiously. He deemed even the Jie Sect's disciples as lacking in fortune and virtue, let alone the infamous Western sect, which operated under the guise of the purification envoy while engaging in unscrupulous practices. If there are no 3 sovereigns, surely there should be 2 from the 5 emperors for the West? Observing Laozi's cold indifference, Zhuanti was compelled to concede. The Jie sect shall only take 2 of the 5 emperors. The remainder can be allocated by my 2 elder brothers. The master of Tongtian confirmed with Su Han through divine consciousness and then spoke. For the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The Jie sect desires more than half. How can this be justified? The primordial heavenly venerable remained obstinate. At most, I shall grant you 1 emperor and 1 sovereign. No negotiations, the master of Tongtian scoffed. Given the primordial's selfish attitude, if the Kongtong seal fell into the hands of the human and Chan sects, the Jie sect would likely be left with nothing. Pertaining to the path of enlightenment for the direct disciples of the sect, the master of Tongtian could not afford to be overly scrupulous, especially since Su Han had chosen the path of primordial enlightenment. Although the master felt pride, he could not help but worry about Su Han's cultivation speed, needing to reserve a greater share of merit and fortune as a precaution. Let us adhere to the words of my 3rd brother. Seeing Tongtian turn to leave, the Taiching Laozi quickly detained the primordial heavenly venerable. Condensing the Taiching elixirs and the techniques for artifact refining below the Great Luo into a jade tablet, which he presented to the master of Tongtian. Let us see if your disciples, devoid of fortune and virtue, can bear the title of the heavenly emperor's teacher. Though the primordial heavenly venerable verbally refused to relent, he too had no choice but to hand over the methods of artifact refining below the Great Luo. There was no alternative. Without the Kongtong seal's endorsement, the fruition of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors Dao would be utterly unattainable. My lords, we in the West are also part of the heavenly Dao. Observing the 3 pure ones divide the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Nuwa remained unmoved, prompting Zhuanti to speak with determination. 3rd brother, shall we each take a step back and allocate a portion of the emperor's teaching merits to the West? Laozi frowned. It was indeed absurd for a heavenly Dao saint to act in such a manner. Yet in a chaotic era where the heavenly mechanism was obscure, one could never be too cautious. However, it must be exchanged for 6 pure bamboo. The master of Tongtian replied. Take it. Zhuanti's face twisted in pain, yet faced with Tongtian's insistence, he could only reluctantly sever a section from the only 2 innate spiritual roots of the West and hand it over to the master of Tongtian. If I am not mistaken, this is the first time Zhuanti has bled, is it not? Observing the negotiations, akin to a human merchant, through which the master of Tongtian extracted concessions from the primordial heavenly venerable and the notoriously stingy Zhuanti. Nuwa's astonishment deepened, yet she dared not speak further. After the other 4 saints returned to their realms, she solemnly presented the Qian Kuan Ding, which contained Fushi's remnants, to the master of Tongtian. Chapter 35. Fushi enters reincarnation. The request of Haoyu.at the Bo Palace. The 6 saints jointly decided that the Jie sect would have the right to teach the 3 sovereigns and 2 emperors of the human race. Though among the 2 emperors and 1 sovereign, the human and Chan sects of the West would also be included, with the final distribution based on contributions. The master of Tongtian spoke. Teacher, you are magnificent. The disciples of the Jie sect bowed in unison, their faces betraying their uncontainable anticipation. With a total of 8 positions, the Jie sect directly secured more than half, including the critically important 3 sovereigns, truly a display of dominance. Although some teaching merits would need to be shared with the other 3 sects, in terms of competition, the Jie sect's disciples had never feared anyone, as for matters concerning the human race. Su Han will take full responsibility on behalf of the teacher. Does anyone have any objections? The master of Tongtian continued. We shall follow the teacher's orders. Duobao led the bowing, all of whom had benefited from Su Han's blessings and had taken turns guarding the human race, enjoying the fortune and offerings. How could they not appreciate Su Han's influence among the humans? Moreover, the Jie sect's disciples had witnessed Su Han's magnificent feat of withstanding the 9-fold purple sky divine thunder, and they held great admiration for his courage and divine abilities. As for the heavenly emperor's teacher, what do you think of Duobao, Su Han? The master of Tongtian inquired. In terms of both cultivation and prestige, Duobao, as the eldest senior brother, holds a high position, and he has always cooperated seamlessly with Su Han. particularly considering that Fuxi will soon reincarnate alongside the Qin Kurending. Duobao is indeed the most suitable choice. The eldest senior brother is naturally the best candidate for the Emperor's teacher, yet the merits from the Heavenly Emperor's teachings can enable more than one senior brother or sister to attain enlightenment. Su Han spoke solemnly. Compared to the parallel timelines, the current fortune of the human race is vastly superior, especially with the inclusion of the Qin Kurending and other 3 treasures of merit. Making the teaching merits of a higher caliber, Theo put it plainly, in a situation where attaining sainthood is impossible, it is better to allow more disciples of the Jie sect to achieve quasi-saint and great Luo status. Thank you, junior brother. The disciples of the Jie sect were overjoyed. Although they had no objections to Duobao's leading position, the prospect of more individuals receiving merit and fortune was undeniably delightful. Moreover, considering the master of Tongtian's specific inquiry to Su Han, many perceptive disciples began to realize that the master intended to grant Su Han more authority. After all, the Jie sect had many affairs to attend to, and Duobao often found himself overwhelmed. It was reasonable to increase the number of participants, especially since the Chan sect had only a dozen disciples and still required a vice master. Please, junior brother, guide us. Duobao bowed deeply. The eldest senior brother is too modest. Su Han returned the gesture and spoke earnestly. Although the 3 sovereigns correspond to heaven, earth, and humanity, they are ultimately rulers of the human race, and thus their sole purpose must be the development of humanity. I understand, Duobao nodded. The rise of the human race will inevitably impact the other races. The rotating disciples must diligently fulfill their duties, whether in assisting to quell disturbances or seeking the human emperor, without neglecting their responsibilities. The master of Tongtian reiterated. Rest assured, teacher. Duobao and the others bowed in unison, then set off with great enthusiasm towards the human realm. The matters of reincarnation are now entrusted to you. Once the others had departed, the master of Tongtian retrieved the Qin Kurending containing Fuxi's remnants and, utilizing saintly powers, sent Su Han to the underworld. Thank you, fellow Taoist Su Han, for preserving a glimmer of hope for my Wu clan. Hutu warmly spoke as she brought Su Han to the peak of Mount Buzhou. The peak of Mount Buzhou is transformed from the spine of the Great Pango. Should it vanish, the very essence of the 3 realms would suffer damage. Su Han bowed and replied, I have come to request your consent for Fuxi to reincarnate as the heavenly emperor of the human race. As you have spoken, it is naturally without issue. Hutu waved her jade hand, directly sending Fuxi and the Qin Kurending into the reincarnation passage, before revealing a hint of hesitation. You wish to regain some space for the Wu clan in the human realm, do you not? Su Han proactively stated. Fellow Taoist, your insight is indeed remarkable. Hutu's face displayed a trace of helplessness. Although the underworld is vast and aiding reincarnation brings merit and fortune, it is not the ancestral land of the Wu clan, and there are always clan members who yearn to return to the primordial realm. It is understandable to be reluctant to leave one's homeland. Su Han nodded. Despite the vastness of the underworld, the essence of Mount Buzhou is more substantial, and its spiritual energy is far denser than that of the Western continent. However, as a realm of ghostly reincarnation, it is not only cold but also shrouded in dim ghostly flames, making it difficult for the Wu clan, accustomed to the warmth and brightness of the primordial continent, to adapt. Among the 3 sovereigns, the human sovereign seems to hold a glimmer of opportunity for my Wu clan. Hutu spoke once more. The human sovereign's dominion over slaughter, in simpler terms, involves subjugating rebellious tribes and unifying humanity as one, with the Wu people included within that fold. Su Han pondered deeply. Are you suggesting, dear friend Su Han, that the Wu tribe may also partake in the struggle for the human sovereign? A flicker of brilliance crossed Hutu's gaze. The resurgence of humanity is indeed an inevitable tide, one that even she cannot resist. Yet, should the Wu clan leverage their name to garner the favor of the human sovereign's destiny, their bloodline could flourish once more across the vast expanse of the primordial continent. Before departing from the Nuwa Palace, Fuxi vowed to the Tao that he would, in his next incarnation, fervently strategize for the benefit of humanity. Su Han declared resolutely. The Wu clan must likewise adhere to this principle. To integrate into humanity, one must prioritize the human essence, understood. Hutu remained silent for a considerable time, then gently nodded. The tribulations have passed. Both the Wu and the Yao clans have retreated peacefully, bearing deep karmic burdens. To ascend as the human sovereign, one must wholly forget the past and identify as human. Reflecting upon the Tongtian and the inscriptions of humanity, thrives through perseverance and earth bears with great virtue that appeared during Su Han's fusion with the Kongtong seal. Hutu suddenly gained clarity. The essence of the human way is fundamentally to place humanity at the forefront, uniting all beings as one, thus putting an end to the relentless carnage that has plagued the primordial realm since the calamity of ferocious beasts. Hence, while the Wu bloodline may endure, it must seamlessly merge into humanity, gradually diminishing its traces. Though the price is steep, Hutu sees no alternative. The netherworld is not a realm conducive to life, especially since the Wu clan does not cultivate their primordial spirits. Upon demise, they leave no souls behind, only to be reborn as humans through their true spiritual imprints. As the sovereign of reincarnation, Hutu could undoubtedly lead the Wu clan into reincarnation as Wu people, or even directly return them to the primordial continent. However, without the Kongtong seal's endorsement, obtaining the fruits of the human sovereign's Tao and the merits of destiny would be impossible. As for coercing Su Han, it is needless to mention that Hutu, by nature benevolent, could not commit such an act of ingratitude. The profound karmic ties with humanity alone would suffice to ensure that the already fragile Wu clan remains distanced from the primordial realm. This palace can acquiesce to your terms, but you must also guarantee the status of the Wu people within humanity. Hutu resolved firmly, having quietly observed. She is acutely aware of Su Han's influence among humans and understands that, although the Wu people nominally belong to humanity, they often face exclusion and discrimination for various reasons. As long as they are genuinely invested in the development of humanity, they are indeed part of it. Su Han spoke solemnly. Yet I too have a condition, that the reincarnated Qiyu and others from the Wu clan must not indiscriminately slay innocent humans. He even knows of my intention to choose Qiyu for reincarnation? A glimmer of delight sparkled in Hutu's beautiful eyes. Secretly pleased, she thought. Indeed, Su Han possesses an uncanny foresight. Chapter 36. The Emergence of the Human Emperor, the Schemes of the Saints in the Ancestral Land of Humanity. Esteemed immortals, quickly, prepare the finest banquet. We welcome the illustrious Kaishan. Upon the arrival of Daobao and others, the multitude of humans hurriedly greeted them with warmth. Thanks to the abundant spiritual energy of the primordial realm. Even if human martial practitioners cannot attain immortality, their lifespans have significantly increased. Additionally, the disciples of the Jie periodically rotate to guard humanity, thus becoming quite familiar. We shall forego the banquet. We are here at the behest of our junior brother Su Han to serve as guardians for the soon-to-emerge human emperor. Daobao waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, esteemed immortals, we will notify all tribal leaders, and once there is news of the emperor, we will report it with utmost speed. Swearin spoke in response. Thank you for your efforts. Daobao casually produced a few magical artifacts, saying, just a small token of appreciation. Please do not decline. Thank you, esteemed immortal. The humans were increasingly elated. Truly, the disciples of the martial ancestor regard humanity as their own. In the Yusu Palace, a den of snakes and rats, the undeserving and unvirtuous thrive. Observing the Jie disciples flourishing among humanity, the primordial lord could not suppress a cold snort. Due to the pervasive calamity, even the saints cannot divine the heavenly secrets. Thus they remain vigilant, observing humanity, eager to discern how the Jie would educate the human emperor to acquire merits, so they may emulate it when their turn comes. However, what they witnessed was the Jie disciples being recognized and revered in every tribe they visited, quickly uniting as one. How could they replicate such success? They are merely a bunch of crude and foolish humans. Once we descend with a slight display of power, we shall undoubtedly be met with adoration from the ignorant masses. Guang Chengzi added sourly, as the foremost among the 12 golden immortals, the quota obtained by the Chan Jiao is naturally unquestionable. Yet they must share it with the Jie Jiao, which left Guang Chengzi feeling quite dissatisfied. Even if the merits are evenly split post-education, the disciples of the Jie Jiao are inherently stronger. Advancing together while he lags behind in the 8th Scenery Palace, Xiandu, you are the first innate human. You must seize this opportunity to educate the human emperor. The old man of Taiji spoke indifferently. The disciple obeys. Xiandu bowed respectfully, yet inwardly felt troubled. Since the Kongtong seal incident, he had been publicly exposed by Tongtian as a spectator during the slaughter of the Wu, leading to a cold reception from the various human tribes. Though unspoken, it was clear they treated him like a traitor. Were it not for the fact that he was the only direct disciple of the human teaching, one could hardly predict if he would be replaced. However, with the support of his saintly master, Xiandu quickly regained some confidence. As long as he can become the teacher of the human emperor, who among humanity would dare to disregard him? The abundant merits gained from educating the emperor would allow Xiandu to restore the prestige of the third disciple of the three teachings. Where, indeed, is the human emperor? Zhu and Ti still personally infiltrated humanity. Yet after years of searching, he found nothing, merely taking the opportunity to convert a few promising human-demon hybrids into the Western Church, his expression tinged with anxiety. Although he exchanged a segment of pure bamboo for the assistance of the two emperors, the substantial debt of 48 grand aspirations rested heavily on his shoulders, akin to 48 mountains, leaving him no room for complacency. At that moment, a strange sound echoed above the thunderous expanse of the Lei Zhe in the Fengyang tribe. Is it about to thunder? Hua Su sought to depart, only to suddenly notice a gigantic footprint. Curiously, she stepped upon it, and instantly, a stream of azure-purple light surged into her being, leading to her conception. Indeed, trusting my junior brother was the right choice. Dao Bao arrived with utmost haste, infusing Hua Su with strands of pure celestial energy to nurture the unborn child. This is the destined human emperor. You must care for them diligently, sparing no effort. Observing the puzzled expressions of the Fengyang tribespeople, Dao Bao declared, I shall personally remain here until the child is born and guide their growth. Gratitude, esteemed immortal Dao Bao. The entire Fengyang tribe rejoiced, initially fearing that Hua Su's unexpected pregnancy was due to a demonic possession, only to discover that she bore the future leader of humanity. This was an immense blessing for the entire tribe. So simple. Observing the azure-purple auspicious aura enveloping the tribe, Zhu and Ti contemplated for a while, then remarked with newfound clarity, the human emperor's esteemed position will surely be accompanied by unusual phenomena at birth. When it is time for my Western Church, I shall personally oversee it, ensuring I secure the first position as the emperor's teacher. Since the merits of education are shared, naturally, whoever encounters the emperor's mother first will seize the advantage. As a saint, personally infiltrating humanity, Zhu and Ti held unwavering confidence in himself. In the 8th Scenery Palace, this aura seems somewhat amiss. A flicker of doubt crossed the old man's eyes. The emergence of the human emperor surrounded by purple chi is not surprising. Yet this familiar azure aura, where does it originate? Just as he prepared to observe further, Dao Bao had already set up a simplified version of the great array of the Zhoutian starry sky with 365 postnatal spiritual treasures and the He-Tu and Luo Shu, making it exceedingly difficult for even a saint's divine sense to pry into. 10 months passed swiftly, the time typical for human births, yet Hua Su's belly had only slightly expanded. The Fengyang tribe grew increasingly convinced that the unborn child was extraordinary, and tribes from the surrounding areas came bearing various nurturing foods and treasures. 3 years elapsed, and still, Hua Su showed no signs of labor. The number of visiting tribes had surpassed 100, with Swerin, one of humanity's 3 ancestors, arriving to oversee the Fengyang tribe. 10 years passed, and all of humanity had learned of the human emperor's yet-to-emerge status, leading to rising impatience and doubt. 10 years without emergence, what if it has perished or gone awry? Let us see how the Jiejiao manages this outcome. Within the Yusu Palace, the primordial lord coldly snorted. Though a millennium or 10,000 years is insignificant to a saint, spending a decade observing a throng of insects without any gain was indeed a blow to his pride. The Tao of Heaven comprises 9 extremes. If the human emperor does not emerge after 10 years, will it result in a cycle of 81? Zhu and Ti, however, remained patient, unable to suppress his envy as he drooled. If the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could all join the Western Church, how immense would the merits be? 2 more years passed, and amidst a plethora of auspicious signs filling the void, Huasu finally felt the onset of labor pains. The emperor is finally to be born. Alas, I lack the knowledge to assist in childbirth. Daobao glanced at the midwives, who all shook their heads in refusal, their faces displaying their dilemma. At that moment, he called out, "Sister Yun Xia, please assist in the delivery of the human emperor using the Hongyuan Golden Dipper." Su Han descended with the Sanshao, speaking up. "Junior brother, you wish for us to assist in the delivery?" Xiao and Bixiao were left utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Yunxiao had already enveloped the suffering Huaxu with the radiant light of the primordial Golden Dipper. Moments later, accompanied by a clear and bright cry, the infant finally emerged, undergoing a baptism within the primordial Golden Dipper. At the same time, the purple auspicious aura from the heavens surged into the infant's body, fortifying its essence, while two prominent characters manifested upon its forehead. Subsequently, a green light descended, transforming into a small cauldron that landed in the infant's embrace. Fushi, the Qinkuan cauldron, the onlookers, including the primordial supreme being, were all taken aback, unable to believe their own eyes. Chapter 37. Fushi's enshrinement. Tongtian joins the human race. So it was. Nuwa's previous support for the was merely due to Fushi's reincarnation seeking favor from Tongtian. Within the sacred realm of Shiyang Mountain, Laozi felt a weight lift from his heart. The last time the six saints discussed the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Nuwa, who had always remained neutral, unexpectedly sided with Tongtian, causing Laozi considerable concern. Now, however, it appeared to be simply a transaction, which might even pose a threat in the future. After all, as the ties between the and the human race deepened, both Laozi and Nuwa's share of fortune was steadily diminishing. Although the overall surge had increased their numbers, the losses compared to before were undeniably severe. Fushi's reincarnation as the emperor of humanity, in Laozi's view, was Nuwa's scheme to reclaim the human race's fortune. As the elder brother, Laozi had already drawn considerable criticism for his repeated support of the primordial supreme being against Tongtian. Should he covertly favor the outsider Nuwa and later distribute the benefits, his image would undoubtedly improve. Second brother, why not seize this opportunity to extend goodwill towards Fushi and Nuwa? Laozi's figure flickered and appeared in the Jade Void Palace. Slowly speaking, good. After much hesitation, the primordial supreme being nodded. Though he still looked down upon the disciples, he understood that the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were overwhelmingly outclassed in both cultivation and merits. Without external aid, they would forever be suppressed. In the Fengyang tribe, could it truly be the Qinkuan cauldron? Duobao was overjoyed. As the premier treasure-seeking mouse of heaven and earth, he had amassed considerable wealth over the years. While he had shared much of his bounty with his junior disciples, his fortune remained substantial, evidenced by the 365 post-heaven spiritual treasures arranged according to the celestial constellations. However, Duobao harbored a lingering regret. Since the emergence of the heavenly Tao, even the blessed lands could only nurture post-heaven treasures, and the birth of innate artifacts had become exceedingly rare. Moreover, as the specialized in formations, Duobao's crafting skills had stagnated for many years. Yet now, with the human emperor's teachings, he not only obtained the jade-clear crafting methods from the primordial supreme being, but also acquired the Qinkuan cauldron, the unique treasure capable of transforming post-heaven materials back into innate ones. This would undoubtedly elevate Duobao's crafting skills to unprecedented heights. Though the owner of the Qinkuan cauldron was Fushi, it was entirely reasonable for a teacher to borrow it as a teaching tool until his disciple matured. Right? Little junior brother, you are indeed my great fortune, Duobao exclaimed with excitement, turning to embrace Su Han. Senior brother, let's skip the pleasantries. Just ensure that Fushi develops a foundational crafting method suitable for humanity. Su Han quickly retreated a few steps, for he had no peculiar interests in powerful men, though he might feel differently about his sister, Yunxiao, nearby. The resplendent merits of the heavenly emperor's birth illuminated the already ethereal beauty of Yunxiao. Her gentle and serene smile possessing a soothing charm that, in Su Han's eyes, surpassed even the Enlightenment tea. Endowed with immense fortune and nurtured by Duobao with various heavenly materials, Fushi was able to leap and bound just a day after his birth and speak articulately by the 3rd day. learning at an astonishing pace. Following Su Han's guidance, Duobao did not linger in the Fengyang tribe. Instead, he traveled alongside Huaxiu, taking young Fuxi on a journey through various human tribes, integrating the knowledge gained along the way into his teachings. Wherever Fuxi went, auspicious purple energy and fortune descended, bringing joy and reverence from all tribes. At the age of 3, Fuxi encountered a wounded young demon bull and, out of compassion, took it in to care for it, discovering methods to tame demon beasts in the process. Gradually, horses, deer, bears, elephants, and other demon beasts were domesticated as mounts, facilitating the human tribes' hunting and intertribal exchanges. Rabbits, pigs, and sheep were raised for meat reserves, while wolves, of moderate size, were recognized for their protective abilities and renamed as dogs. Suitable birds were tamed as chickens, alongside cattle and sheep's milk, becoming the finest nourishment for human children. In addition to this, Fuxi applied his learned crafting knowledge to create fishing spears, nets, carts, plows, and other labor-saving tools. With ample meat supplies, the martial arts cultivation of humanity progressed rapidly, and the population and scale of tribes expanded swiftly, doubling by the time Fuxi turned 10. By the age of 15, after traversing over 1,000 tribes, Fuxi sought to resolve the confusion surrounding the distinctions between different human clans. He reorganized a system of surnames and encouraged intermarriage and exchanges among tribes, refining marriage customs to promote rapid integration and growth of the human race. At 20, Fuxi developed a fondness for musical instruments, creating guqin and clay flutes that not only resonated beautifully but also stirred human emotions, providing assistance during martial arts training. Yet, mastering these instruments proved too high a barrier for ordinary people. Thus, inspired by the foundational aspects of martial arts, Fuxi composed catchy songs that resonated more closely with everyday life, quickly spreading throughout humanity. When 30, upon returning to the Fengyang tribe, Fuxi was welcomed not only by his kin but also by hundreds of tribal leaders who had come to invite him to govern their tribes. 2 decades later, the alliance led by Fuxi encompassed over 90% of human tribes, and many leaders gathered at the ancestral grounds of humanity, requesting to enshrine Fuxi as the common sovereign. The position of common sovereign can be conferred upon you by the ancestors of the martial lineage, but you must always remember, the interests of humanity come before all else. The 3 ancestors of the Swearing clan observed Fuxi, embraced by the masses, and felt truly gratified, yet still offered their admonition. Fuxi will not fail in his mission. Fuxi reverently bowed, accepting the token from the Swearing clan and placing it solemnly within the Qinkuan cauldron, raising it high above his head. Amidst countless cheers, Fuxi was inaugurated as the first common sovereign, and humanity began its journey from scattered tribes towards unification. 50 years later, Fuxi roughly divided the tribes into several regions, establishing a preliminary official system, and held an enshrinement ceremony atop Mount Tai. Both the celestial and terrestrial realms responded, and with the emergence of auspicious purple energy and golden lotuses, humanity's fortune doubled. Simply by offering a brief prayer to heaven and earth, humanity's fortune surged to such an extent. How outrageous could this be? If the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were to emerge together, could they not directly compare with the ancient shamanic spirits? The shamanic spirits merely governed heaven and earth, while humanity was the sole protagonist of the calamity. No wonder those great saints and teachings had all flocked out. Humanity's fortune was simply too alluring. Were it not for this, how could that Saint Mother allow her own brother to reincarnate as the human emperor? All the great powers, taken aback, could hardly conceal their astonishment. Such vast merits and fortunes were precisely the opportunities the Feng clan had awaited for countless epochs. In the depths of the southern immortal volcano, Tongtian gazed at the vast, auspicious purple energy, transforming into his true form, a multicolored peacock, and swiftly flew towards the human gathering place. Chapter 38. Discussing the Tao with Tongtian, the essence of 5-colored divine light in the ancestral grounds of humanity. Junior brother, why hasn't the heavenly emperor achieved complete merits yet? Upon witnessing Fuxi's enshrinement on Mount Tai invoke responses from the celestial and terrestrial realms, causing humanity's fortune to surge dramatically, Duobao was already eagerly preparing to receive the merits from the human emperor's teachings. However, after waiting for a considerable time, the expected arrival had yet to materialize, prompting him to quickly direct his gaze towards Su Han. If it were merely the identity of common sovereign, Fuxi has performed admirably thus far, yet to become the first human emperor, he must contribute even more. Su Han replied with a smile. What should be the next step? Duobao earnestly inquired. Having spent many years together and repeatedly receiving blessings from Su Han, he had come to wholeheartedly admire this junior brother. Furthermore, the Kongtong seal had long recognized Su Han as its master. In terms of understanding humanity, even the saintly teacher Tongtian humbly acknowledged his inferiority. Senior brother merely needs to return to Fuxi's side, and rewards will soon follow. Su Han softly stated, by the way, we should first return to Bo Palace and bring along Sister Guling. This inner Sect junior sister, fair-skinned, beautiful and long-legged, though somewhat impulsive in nature, had always been protective and caring towards Su Han. Gaining additional merits for Sister Guling would ensure better preparedness for any unforeseen circumstances in the future. Taking the example of the Black C's mysterious turtle, it was said that even if a minor figure like Mosquito Taoist attempted to devour it, he would suffer a backlash of karma. Even ordinary saints would hesitate to act due to the immense causality involved. Only the rather reckless Nuwa from the original timeline would foolishly take the life of the mysterious turtle, resulting in lingering grievances that polluted the entirety of the North Julu continent, making survival difficult for the Demon Clan and severely impacting Nuwa's own fortune. In any case, the crucial river map and Luo Shu for Fuxi's path to enlightenment had already been intercepted by the and were in Duobao's possession. While the dragon horse and old turtle that were originally meant to offer the scriptures could only be set aside, Go discussed the matter at hand, the innate inscriptions upon the tortoise shell, coupled with the integration of the heavenly principles by the tortoise spirit matriarch after her ascension to the quasi-saint realm, may indeed provide greater enlightenment to Fu 11. At this moment, however, there stands a figure outside the door. A Taoist claiming to be Tongtian, requesting an audience. Please. A broader smile graced Su Han's face. This scion of the primordial phoenix, endowed with the 5-color divine abilities and possessing the audacity to contend with saints, shared a significant affinity with the human race. Though his arrival was indeed for the sake of the human race's fortunes, in contrast to certain celestial beings who engage solely in plunder while exerting their influence, Tongtian had silently safeguarded the 3 mountains pass for centuries and continued to protect humanity until the very end, undoubtedly a devoted companion. Greetings, Taoist friend Su. Tongtian performed a bow, his face soon revealing astonishment. Having just transcended the great Luo Golden Immortal Tribulation, his realm was already exceptionally stable, and his magical power was even more abundant than many fully realized great Luo Golden Immortals. In a wonder, he dared to choose the more arduous path of achieving the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Dao. Considering that Su Han was merely a young man of several tens of thousands of years, Tongtian felt a renewed sense of confidence regarding their collaboration. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, it remained a truth that strength reigned supreme. Even the so-called fortuitous blessings could not overshadow the fact that the Phoenix clan had once been a principal actor in the heavenly realm. Your humility is appreciated, Taoist friend. Su Han returned the bow, his eyes filled with admiration. Although, due to the constraints of time, Tongtian was currently at the early quasi-saint stage, any ordinary mid or late quasi-saint would suffer greatly beneath the brilliance of the 5-color divine light. Having thoroughly refined the falling treasure copper coin and grasped its profound essence, Su Han understood that this ability to sever the connection between others and their spiritual treasures was indeed a facet of the law of causality. If they could engage in a dialogue of mutual enrichment, the rewards would be bountiful. Please, enjoy some tea. Su Han smiled as he brewed a cup of enlightenment tea for Tongtian. Thanks to the abundant spiritual energy of the Azure Immortal Palace and the Taoist resonance, the tea trees had not only seen a consistent enhancement in efficacy, but also an increase in yield, making it Su Han's most frequently gifted and beloved offering. Excellent tea. Tongtian took a delicate sip, his eyes immediately widening with intrigue. This was acquired during my travels with my senior brother. I also stumbled upon an exquisite innate spiritual treasure capable of manifesting human laws, which bears a striking resemblance to your 5-color divine abilities. Might you be willing to exchange insights? Su Han responded with a smile, understanding that in the primordial realm, No matter how sincere one might be, establishing a lasting partnership necessitated the demonstration of sufficient strength. Especially at this moment, with Tongtian being both younger and prouder, failing to showcase a modicum of prowess would hinder favorable negotiation conditions. Is this truly the case? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Tongtian's eyes. Since his birth, he had spent the majority of his time cultivating within the undying volcano and suppressing the sea of fire. Even when he occasionally ventured out to engage in combat, it was solely to obliterate his opponents. Yet now, Su Han not only recognized the potency of his five-color divine light, but also possessed a similar grade innate spiritual treasure, which left Tongtian both astonished and elated. Rest assured, Taoist friend, I shall restrain my cultivation to match your level, and I will not take advantage of your youth. Observing the falling treasure copper coin in Su Han's hand, adorned with peculiar small wings and resonating with the Taoist principles, Tongtian's gaze intensified, his voice tinged with urgency. Please. Su Han smiled slightly, using the falling treasure copper coin to gently brush against Tongtian. This is fortuitous. Sensing the subtlety of Su Han's magical power, Tongtian was momentarily taken aback before comprehending. The five-color brilliance met him with equal intensity. With a resounding clash, the two beams of light intertwined in the air, exchanging blows and gradually escalating in power. After a considerable time, Taoist friend, your comprehension is remarkable. Tongtian gazed at Su Han with increasing admiration. As the innate divine ability he cultivated since childhood, Tongtian's affinity with the five-color divine light far surpassed that of the usual celestial beings with their spiritual treasures. Yet, Su Han, who initially lagged behind, swiftly caught up in a short span, leaving the typically proud Tongtian feeling somewhat inadequate. Currently, the falling treasure copper coin and the five-color divine light each possess their strengths and weaknesses. However, my dear brother, your innate divine ability holds greater potential for future evolution. Su Han remarked with a smile. I humbly request your guidance, Brother Su. Tongtian's eyes shimmered with anticipation as he clasped his hands in a bow. Although the five-color divine light was reputed to be omnipotent, it was, in truth, confined within the realm of the five elements. Tongtian had long sought to perfect it, but had always found himself at a loss. In ancient times, when the Panga great gods split the chaos, the distinction of yin and yang emerged, followed by the evolution of the five elements. In my humble opinion, Su Han spoke earnestly, Brother Kong. The elevation of your five-color divine light could be explored through the reversal of yin and yang from the five elements. Once, the primordial phoenix had comprehended the very essence of yin and yang. Giving birth to both Tongtian and the rock, Tongtian inherited the principles of the five elements, condensing them into his innate divine ability, while the rock, fortunate enough to inherit a strand of innate yin and yang energy, foolishly refined it into a vessel of yin and yang, resulting in a significant reduction in power and a demotion to postnatal status. Yet, in these times, the human race possessed the unique treasure, the Qian Kurending, capable of transforming postnatal into innate. Moreover, the human constitution evolved from innate yin and yang to postnatal five elements. Should Tongtian manage to reverse yin and yang through the five elements, it would undoubtedly benefit the human race immensely. Brother Su, are you referring to my second brother? A flicker of guilt crossed Tongtian's face. After the primordial phoenix birthed her two sons, she dissipated into the cosmos, leaving Tongtian to bear the weighty responsibility of suppressing the undying volcano and sustaining the Phoenix clan's fortunes. Thus, he had little time to attend to the still embryonic rock, and upon learning of the rock's squandering of innate yin and yang energy, he could only lament in silence. Subsequently, as the gap in cultivation between the two brothers widened, the rock, feeling slighted, departed from the undying volcano, and Tongtian's attempts to locate him proved fruitless. There were rumors of the rock devouring the dragon clan over the eastern sea. Dear brother, you might consider investigating that, Su Han suggested. The oceans of the primordial continent were vast, and even the Zhejiao sect occupied merely a fraction of the eastern sea, particularly after the prohibition of killing and the ascension to celestial positions. Vast territories had fallen under the dominion of aquatic clans. Thank you, Brother Su, for your guidance. Should I find my inept second brother, a generous reward shall surely follow. Tongtian hastily bowed and then transformed into his true form. Soaring into the skies, Su Han's smile broadened. Only those who valued loyalty and righteousness could sustain a long-term partnership. With multiple strategies in place, how could one worry about Tongtian not being thoroughly bound to the human race? Even though the Jiejiao sect currently flourished with talent, few could stand in comparison to Tongtian, including the Rock, who, despite being somewhat foolish, remained a potential asset. Chindi, I pay my respects to my master. Following Fushi's ascension at Mount Tai, although he had not attained the ultimate celestial Tao fruit, he remained undeterred, returning to the capital to diligently attend to affairs. Upon seeing Duo Bao's arrival, he temporarily set aside his duties. Years have passed, and Chengdu has undergone a great transformation. Duo Bao nodded in satisfaction. Before my arrival, I consulted with my junior brother. You need only to follow the natural path to attain the Tao. Thank you, master and martial ancestor, for your guidance. Fushi bowed deeply, stating, as long as the human race can thrive and prosper, Fushi's wish shall be fulfilled. First, let us have a cup of enlightenment tea to alleviate our fatigue. Observing Fushi, who was tirelessly engaged in governance, even his celestial form unable to mask his weariness, Duo Bao felt a pang of sympathy. Having spent decades nurturing Fushi from infancy to the leader of the human race, their bond had evolved into one of both mentor and father. My master has personally taught me that to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Now, as I carry the hopes of countless citizens, I dare not show the slightest negligence, Fushi expressed with deep emotion. As the scale of the human race expanded, the number of disturbances within their controlled areas increased exponentially. While human calamities could be mitigated by the prestige of the leader, disasters such as droughts, floods, and earthquakes brought about immense suffering and loss every time they occurred. The more Fushi pondered, the drier his throat became, prompting him to lift the entire pot of enlightenment tea and drink it down in one go. Suddenly, he experienced a moment of clarity. The reason disasters were so troublesome was primarily due to their abrupt occurrence. If he could foresee them in advance and relocate the human populace to safer grounds, many lives could be spared. Master, I wish to travel once more among the various human clans, seeking methods to attract good fortune and avert calamities. Fushi's enthusiasm grew as he spoke first. Excellent. Duo Bao was momentarily taken aback but quickly grasped the situation. No wonder his junior brother had not explicitly instructed him. He had already arranged everything. However, after years of teaching, Duo Bao understood that imparting knowledge must be combined with the student's own insights. Therefore, he refrained from directly presenting the He-Tu and Luo Shu to Fushi, instead connecting with the tortoise spirit matriarch through spiritual awareness while accompanying Fushi on explorations of mountains and rivers, imparting knowledge of astronomy and geography. A decade later, Fushi arrived by the banks of the Kai River. Gazing at the starry night sky, suddenly, he sensed a spark of inspiration from the cyclical changes of the celestial bodies, and with uncontainable joy, he began to draw peculiar symbols and patterns in the earth with a branch. 3 years later, the ground was covered with dense markings. However, Fushi was unable to connect them all, causing his hair to whiten considerably. At that moment, the tranquil water's surface suddenly rippled, and a colossal spiritual turtle emerged, bearing 2 ethereal spiritual treasures upon its back, a celestial phenomenon. The mysterious turtle, receiving the He-Tu and Luo Shu, Fushi compared them to the stars and noted the profound runes upon the turtle shell. In a moment of divine insight, he entered a state of enlightenment. 2.5 years later, as Fushi completed his final stroke, the patterns on the ground had been divided into the 8 directions of Qian, Dui, Li, Jian, Sun, Kan, Zhen, and Kuan. Combined with tortoise shells, it became possible to deduce celestial secrets and divination of fortunes. Thunderous roars, accompanied by the tremors of heaven and earth, streams of virtuous energy flowed into the Bagua diagram, gradually contracting into a fissure that took the shape of a tortoise shell-like spiritual treasure. With a smile upon his face, Fushi declared, "This method is named the primordial Bagua." At the Bo Palace, the Tao fruit of the heavenly sovereign was nearing completion. Regarding the Earth Sovereign's reincarnation, my disciple, what are your plans? The Tongtian patriarch sighed in relief, then turned his gaze towards Su Han. Both Jinling and Sister Wudong are excellent choices. However, Fushi's promotion and refinement of the Bagua will require some time. It is indeed time for the Earth Sovereign to reincarnate into the human race. Su Han spoke. Recently, I encountered Brother Xian Gui, who expressed a desire to recultivate the path of primordial unity. What does Master think? Are you suggesting that the North Sea Xian Gui reincarnate as the Earth Sovereign of the human race? Even having witnessed Su Han's extraordinary feats multiple times, the Tongtian Patriarch still revealed a hint of astonishment. For Brother Xian Gui to reincarnate as the Earth Sovereign not only allows for the realization of the path of primordial unity, but also secures greater fortune for both the human race and they. Su Han spoke solemnly, 3 emperors, heaven, earth, and humanity. The Tongtian Patriarch pondered for a long while, then suddenly enlightened. What a splendid idea! As the brother of the heavenly Tao Saint and once a member of the celestial court, Fushi's ascension signifies that the human race is destined to ascend. The North Sea Xian Gui's 4 limbs have already transformed into heavenly pillars, and his reincarnation as the Earth Sovereign could further bestow divine favor upon the human race. Furthermore, with the final human sovereign, the unity of the 3 emperors represents a human version of the 3 realms, or even the great Tao. This insight and audacity earned the silent admiration of the Tongtian Patriarch. As a master of saints, moreover, with Fushi's remarkable performance as the reincarnated Earth Sovereign, the cost for powerful beings to reincarnate as human sovereigns will undoubtedly increase. However, the North Sea Xian Gui will undoubtedly receive the utmost support from Hutu. For if he does not replace the damaged Buzhou Mountain, the karma of the Witch clan will surely rise to even greater heights, including the other heavenly Tao saints, even if they are reluctant. They will not dare to challenge the immense karmic connections. For the human race, the North Sea Xian Gui holds immeasurable merit, and becoming the Earth Sovereign is a form of karmic repayment. For the North Sea Xian Gui himself, he already possesses an inexhaustible supply of virtuous energy, and with the vast fortune of the human race, the path of primordial unity is no longer a mere dream. As for the Tongtian Patriarch and his disciples need only await the rewards with joy. Xian Gui, do you wish to reincarnate as the Earth Sovereign? The Tongtian Patriarch, increasingly contemplative, directly conveyed this to the North Sea Xian Gui. Cutting to the chase. Thank you, Master and little junior brother, for your support. The North Sea Xian Gui exclaimed with immense joy. Although he successfully transformed after propping up the heavens and continuously received virtuous energy, now at the mid-stage of quasi-saint cultivation, witnessing the boundless potential of the path of primordial unity had already instilled in him thoughts of reincarnation and recultivation. Now, being able to enjoy the vast accumulation of virtuous energy, how could he not be overwhelmed with joy? It is known that even before Fushi's heavenly fruit was fully realized, the fortunes of the human race had already multiplied several times. If the 3 emperors and 5 emperors were to achieve perfection, the North Sea Xian Gui trembled with excitement. Rest assured, little junior brother, once I reincarnate as a human, I shall dedicate myself entirely to the human race. The North Sea Xian Gui declared solemnly, if I display even a hint of negligence, may I suffer any punishment. Let the great Tao witness. Chapter 40. The Earth Sovereign's emergence, lousy. Tongtian is indeed so scheming. What a clever calculation, my friend. Observing Su Han and the North Sea Xian Gui entering the underworld together, Hutu quickly comprehended, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Previously, upon learning that they allowed the joint education of the Earth Sovereign by the 2 teachings, Hutu felt that Tongtian and Su Han were overly accommodating. Yet now, they directly allowed their disciple, the Xian Gui, to reincarnate into the human race. Such a minor contribution to education was hardly significant. Furthermore, given Su Han's multiple acts of guidance, while arranging for others to reincarnate as emperors, Hutu would certainly agree, but would have required some form of exchange. However, now that the subject is Xian Gui, it instead helps Hutu repay her karmic debts and even leaves her indebted to Su Han. During the contest for the human sovereign, Hutu earnestly expressed her hope that her friend would treat the witch and human races equally. After pondering for a long time, Hutu replied, during the witch-demon war, the witch clan suffered multiple losses due to their neglect of cultivating the primordial spirit and recognizing the celestial order. Now, while Chiyu and other great witches possess combat capabilities not inferior to quasi-saints. In the face of Su Han's scheming prowess, even I lack confidence, as long as the innocent common folk are not harmed. The ancestral lands of the human race will not interfere in the contest for the human sovereign. Su Han affirmed, even within a small household, conflicts may occasionally arise. With a population exceeding hundreds of millions, it is impossible for the various tribes of the human race to be devoid of contradictions. During the process of integration, both discourse and conflict are inevitable, albeit they should remain within a relatively reasonable scope. Compared to an ordinary family, the ancestral lands of the human race resemble a parental figure, needing only to maintain the correct direction without deviation, allowing ample space for the future human sovereign to grow and express themselves. You need not worry. The witch clan is merely combative, not indiscriminately murderous. Hutsu nodded solemnly. Although they would be subject to certain constraints, the capability to treat all equally represented the greatest opportunity for the witch and human races. At the Eight Sceneries Palace, elder brother, the heavenly sovereign is nearing the completion of his virtues. Regarding the education of the earth sovereign and human sovereign, may I send Guangchengzi to accompany Xuandu? The primordial supreme being inquired. Certainly, the Taiji Laozi contemplated briefly before nodding slightly. Although, according to hierarchy, the education of the earth sovereign should be shared between thee and the Renjiao, the disciples are simply too formidable, making it exceedingly challenging for the already tarnished reputation of Xuandu to assert dominance. Now, with the addition of Guangchengzi, a golden immortal of thee, there will be more say in the matter. The primordial supreme being promised that Xuandu would participate in the education of the human sovereign. Having prior experience in educating the earth sovereign, Xuandu would undoubtedly perform even better, benefiting the Renjiao. Moreover, given that Fushi's incomplete heavenly fruit had already triggered multiple surges in human fortunes, the virtues from education could potentially exceed expectations. Even if they were to receive a little more, it would be inconsequential. After all, their direct disciples are far more numerous. Nevertheless, the Eight Sceneries Palace indeed required several more disciples, seizing the opportunity of Xuandu joining the human race. They could begin to select third-generation direct disciples. The figure kneeling outside the Eight Sceneries Palace, Zhu Ganglai, is also a candidate worth considering in the human race. Among the Jiang clan, the chieftain's daughter, Ren Si, dreamt of a mighty tortoise adorned with a radiant wheel of virtue, nodding towards Fushi and then smiling at her. A month later, she discovered she was pregnant. Our clan shall soon welcome a shared sovereign. The clansmen, already aware of Huasu's premarital pregnancy with Fushi, were all filled with immense joy. It was said that when the shared sovereign Fushi comprehended the Bagua, it was a mighty tortoise that presented him with the spiritual treasure of enlightenment. The Jiang clan arranged for experienced women to care for their daughter and dispatched messengers to report the joyous news to the ancestral lands of the human race. Prepared in advance, Jin Ling and Wudong arrived immediately, working together to set up formations to shield against external scrutiny. They had beaten to the punch. The later arriving Xuandu and Guangchengzi were filled with dissatisfaction. But considering the quasi-saint status of the two female immortals, they could only quietly construct a hut nearby. There was no way to fight. Even if they gained a temporary advantage, they could summon a multitude of quasi-saints and great Luo golden immortals at any time. In terms of connections, there was akin to returning home within the human race, while Xuandu was widely recognized as a scoundrel, and Guangchengzi lacked any presence. Regardless, after the emergence of the human sovereign, several teachers would be able to impart education, and there would be time to contest later. 12 years later, accompanied by the sound of a wailing cry, a baby completed its baptism within the chaotic golden urn and was named Shenong. Subsequently, boundless, auspicious purple energy and the golden lotus of virtues manifested from the heavens, enveloping nearly the entire human race. Even the flowing Jiang water transformed into spiritual water under the vast benevolence of virtues. Not only sweet and delicious, but also rich in spiritual energy. What is this situation? The newly born emperor appears to possess even more virtuous energy than Fushi. Fushi, after all, is the brother of a saint and once the esteemed Shi Huang of the demon race. Who could be more revered than him in the primordial world? Could it be that we were mistaken, and the three human sovereigns are not led by the heavenly sovereign but rather grow stronger as they progress? Perhaps this is due to the fact that since Fushi's governance, the fortunes of the human race have soared several times. One can only say, the main character of the heavenly Tao is indeed extraordinary. In fact, given the current momentum of the human race, should we consider seeking refuge under their banner? I, from the Koi clan, am in favor. If we could partake in the virtuous energy of the human race, we could directly transform into Tao bodies without the need to leap through any dragon gates. Indeed, while the dragon race was once the main character of the heavenly Tao, the aftermath of the Longhan calamity left them burdened by karma. The strongest East Sea Dragon King is merely at the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, while the three ancestors of the human race have long attained complete Great Luo. Though the dragon race has fallen, they still maintain an air of superiority, and the aquatic clans of the four seas can no longer endure their oppression, especially those mixed bloods with dragon lineage, such as Dragonox and Dragon Lobster, who come to vent their frustrations on us after suffering at the hands of the dragon race, capable of devouring hundreds of millions of aquatic beings, and even resorting to mutual slaughter for amusement. Although the human race also consumes meat, they at least do not engage in indiscriminate slaughter on a whim, and they treat those beasts who voluntarily seek refuge quite well in the primordial chaos. All races were profoundly stirred by the auspicious signs of heaven and earth. Amidst the shock and awe, many began to seek integration with the human race. Those who have survived numerous calamities in this tumultuous era are certainly not devoid of insight. They are acutely aware that aligning themselves with the humans before their rise will yield far better conditions. The Eight-Scene Palace. What conjectures might the newly ascended emperor have regarding his origins? After much contemplation, Yuan Shi Tianzun remained unable to discern which formidable being in the primordial realm could possess such weighty significance. Casting a furrowed glance towards Laozi, the Earth Sovereign's abundant fortune and merits are undeniably advantageous for both of our teachings. Laozi pondered for some time but could not connect the name Shinnong to anyone, so he shifted his focus to the future, suddenly struck with enlightenment. The name Shinnong likely pertains to agriculture and sericulture. In this regard, the teachings of the human race, renowned for their alchemical prowess, hold a considerable advantage. After all, the first step in alchemy is to become familiar with the properties of medicinal herbs and materials. However, in the next moment, Laozi's expression changed dramatically, for during the discussions about the three sovereigns and five emperors, Tongtian had exchanged the Ta Ching Danfeng for something beneath the quasi-saint level. Was this third brother merely fortunate, or was it a deliberate preparation for Shinnong? If such foresight is indeed possible, it would be nothing short of miraculous. This is a calamity even the saints cannot predict. Chapter 41. Fushi's Return. Dubao's ascension. The fortune of the human race grows ever more formidable, yet our Western sect must wait for the era of the five emperors to allow Maitreya and Yaoshi to enter the human teachings. Within Mount Shumi, the tears of the Zhuanti once again flowed uncontrollably. Despite having infiltrated the East for hundreds of years and having converted dozens of disciples back to the West, they were mere hybrids and minor races. Hardly worth mentioning, junior brother, you seem anxious. Jane, seated upon a lotus of merit, spoke calmly. Though the Earth Sovereign is indeed guided by the three teachings of humanity, it is evident that Jinling and Wu Dang are the primary influences. Does this imply that those two will grow increasingly envious of Tongtian? Zhuanti's gaze shifted slightly. The internal discord within the three pure ones is no longer news in the primordial realm. With the evident advantage of the rifts will only deepen. The saints, relying on the heavenly path, are immortal and indestructible. What they truly contest is merely face and fortune. Originally, Tongtian, who was only on par with Yuan Shi Tianzun in cultivation, has now overtaken Laozi, becoming the foremost of the six saints of heaven through the vast fortune and merits of the As for the debt-ridden Jane and Zhuanti. Even joining forces may not compel Tongtian to deploy the sword array of extermination of immortals. Such a disparity could continue to widen to achieve the perfection of the Tao fruits of the three sovereigns and five emperors. One must navigate the Kongtong seal controlled by the Jane continued, yet the two teachings of humanity will undoubtedly resist allowing their merits and fortunes to be monopolized by the. This presents an opportunity for our Western sect. Understood, junior brother. I shall visit the Yushu Palace and Eight-Scene Palace forthwith. The furrowed expression of the Zhuanti slightly eased. The last time they secured the shared teaching rights of 2 of the 5 emperors, it was indeed due to Xuanti's audacious refusal to relent. But there was also Laozi's covert assistance. Otherwise, if the 3 Pure Ones united, along with the need to arrange for Fuxi's reincarnation through Nuwa, they could easily confine the 2 saints of the West within Mount Xumi. The Earth Sovereign has come too late. The teaching rights of the human sovereign can be arranged by you, junior brother, Jane remarked. Luya has already ascended and returned to the demon race. Our Western sect also possesses quasi-saint level combat strength to deploy. Please rest assured, elder brother, this time, I shall certainly procure a great fortune for the Western sect. The Xuanti spoke with unwavering confidence. The human race, much like Fuxi, displayed extraordinary talent from a young age. Whether through the Xinqing celestial arts or the Ta Ching alchemy techniques specially brought by Wu Dang as instructed by Su Han, progress was swift. The kind-hearted Shen Nong, upon discovering that the human populace often suffered from poisoning and even death due to consuming toxic plants while foraging, personally tasted various flora surrounding human settlements, compiling a list of edible species and their cultivation methods. For the toxic herbs and fruits, Shen Nong also devised remedies through personal experimentation. During his trials of myriad herbs, Shen Nong was poisoned multiple times. Had it not been for the timely rescue by Jin Ling and Wu Dang, coupled with the vast merit bestowed upon him, he would have surely perished long ago. After all, these were mere weeds devoid of spiritual essence. Unworthy even of the beasts, if one truly wished to alleviate the tribe's hunger, wouldn't concocting a few batches of fasting pills suffice? Xian Du's expression grew increasingly agitated. When Shen Nong first commenced his studies in alchemy, he had been greatly exhilarated, believing that his opportunity had finally arrived. While it was true that a text on alchemy below the quasi-saint level was personally transcribed by Ta Ching, the efficiency of learning directly from him as a teacher would surely be much higher, potentially even drawing Shen Nong into the ranks of the human teachings. If that were to happen, the fortunes of the human teachings would undoubtedly surge immensely, and Xian Du himself would gain Laozi's accolades and the abundant fortunes of the human race. Yet now, Shen Nong seemed utterly absorbed in sampling various wild herbs, disregarding his own cultivation, and narrowly escaping death on several occasions, nearly driving Xian Du to the brink of fury. What future Earth sovereign? Merely a lowly peasant, indeed. Only Jin Ling and Wu Dang would indulge a child in such frivolities, which is truly a blemish upon the dignity of the saintly disciples. Guangchengzi was even more incensed. Although Xian Du could still engage Shen Nong in discussions about pharmacology, Shen Nong showed no interest in Guangchengzi's expertise in the jade purity celestial arts and the theories of the Chan teaching. In Guangchengzi's view, it was all instigated by Jin Ling and Wu Dang. Having come to the human race with high hopes, if he ultimately gained nothing, Guangchengzi could scarcely imagine the wrath of Yuanshi Tianzun. The compilation of herbs was complete, yet solely consuming fruits and vegetables still could not meet the needs of the human race. Shen Nong furrowed his brow in contemplation. Although Fuxi had already imparted more effective hunting and animal training knowledge, as the human population grew, the surrounding beasts were either consumed or fled to distant lands, rendering their needs unfulfilled. Tio increased the food supply. One must delve into plant cultivation. However, merely consuming fruits and vegetables would not stave off hunger. Grains such as rice and wheat could indeed satisfy hunger, but their growth rate and yield were still insufficient. Why Junior Brother once recounted a story, saying that oranges grown in the south and north differ. Could it be due to the soil and water? Jin Ling recalled Su Han's earlier teachings and spoke up. This is the 9 heavens, she rang, that accompanied you at your birth, the premier spiritual soil of the primordial realm. Wu Dang's expression also brightened. Before assuming their roles as mentors, they had sought counsel from Duo Bao and Su Han, realizing that the present moment was indeed critical. Water and soil. Shen Nong suddenly grasped the concept and quickly procured a small amount of shirang, irrigating it with abundant spiritual ginger water. Soon, he cultivated 5 varieties of spiritual grains. These 5 types of spiritual grains not only yielded a harvest once a month, but also produced plump ears with a sweet and delectable flavor. More importantly, even when transplanted to other locations, although the yield slightly decreased and the harvest period extended to 3 months, it was still sufficient to provide for the basic sustenance of the tribal populace. 20 years later, as the herb compilation and the 5 grains spread across various tribes, benefiting countless lives. The 30-year-old Shen, following in Fushi's footsteps, garnered unanimous acclaim from the human race. Thunderous applause erupted when Fushi personally introduced Shen to the city of Qin. As endless, auspicious purple chi cascaded from the heavens, and golden lotuses appeared from the ground, surrounding the various tribes of humanity in a vibrant array of grains. May all of humanity never again suffer from hunger or disease. Surrounded by layers of auspicious merit, Shen felt no joy. Instead, he fervently prayed. Shen, great in benevolence, shall surely become the next co-sovereign. Fushi's eyes shone with admiration as he proclaimed loudly, Shen, Fushi, co-sovereign, as the cheers of countless humans resounded through the heavens. The purple chi and auspiciousness grew ever more resplendent. Fushi tamed beasts, established rituals and music, comprehended the 8 trigrams, and unified the various tribes, being unanimously elected as the first co-sovereign, his merits boundless, destined to be the emperor of humanity. Let heaven and earth bear witness. As the Tongtian seal materialized in the void, both the heavenly and earthly paths trembled in unison, and the fortune of the human race surged threefold, with waves of merit cascading down from the heavens. Half of it entered Fushi's body, propelling his cultivation from golden immortal to Tai. As he broke through the thresholds of Deluo and Quasi-Saint with unstoppable momentum, boom! As Fushi attained his Tao, the Qian Kuan Ding erupted with dazzling radiance, and the ropes, Guqin, and 8 trigrams tortoise shell crafted by Fushi himself all ascended to innate spiritual treasures, aiding him in severing his 3 corpses and merging them into one. Achieving the status of a sub-saint, the remaining half, 2/10, flowed into the Tongtian seal, merging into the vast fortune of humanity. 2/10 entered Duo Bao's body, causing the 365 star banners behind him to ascend to innate spiritual treasures. Assisting Duo Bao in severing his 3rd corpse and advancing to the late Quasi-Saint stage, the remaining 1/10 entered the bodies of Yun Shao and Gue Ling, enabling both maidens to attain the perfect initial stage of Quasi-Saint. The attention of all the mighty beings in the primordial realm was drawn to this event, not only due to the immense merit and fortune, but also because of Fushi's unique identity. The interests of humanity outweigh all else. As Fushi becomes the emperor of humanity, he shall dutifully dedicate himself to the human race, as the Tao bears witness, with the perfection of his Tao fruit. Fushi's past memories fully awakened, yet there was not a trace of the helplessness he felt when compelled to make a grand oath in Yua's palace. Instead, he was entirely willing. Chapter 42. Jingwei fills the sea. Humanity unleashes its blade. Could the fortune of the human sovereign truly be so vast? In the Hall of 8 Scenes, even the ancient and tranquil gaze of the Ta Ching Laozi suddenly constricted, as he witnessed a transformation from a golden immortal to a quasi-saint. Such an achievement was once unattainable even for the legendary demon emperor and ancestor, which, particularly notable, were the 3 spiritual treasures forged by Fushi himself, which he utilized to sever the corpses, relying on the Qian Kuan Ding and the merits of returning the post-heaven to the pre-heaven. These treasures exhibited an extraordinary affinity, both with himself and the human race, not only effortlessly achieving the unity of the 3 corpses but also possessing further potential for enhancement. Upon reaching the quasi-saint level, the reliance shifts from mere magical power to the formidable laws contained within the innate spiritual objects used to sever corpses. An upgradable innate spiritual treasure would drive even seasoned powerhouses into a frenzy. As Fushi's master, the Taoist Bao, also reaped significant rewards. Having ascended to the late quasi-saint stage, he distinctly directed some of his merits and fortunes towards enhancing the 365 star banners, which demonstrated an exceptional compatibility with the He Tu and Luo Shu. This would undoubtedly facilitate his future ascension to the position of a quasi-saint, and he would command an even greater power over the stellar forces of the cosmos, making him a standout among the quasi-saints. Given that this was merely the return of Fushi alone, the fortune of the human race had already surged more than tenfold. The performance of Shen prior to his appointment as the sovereign was equally impressive, leaving even Laozi somewhat uncertain about the future. While it is true that every enhancement in human fortune yields corresponding rewards for Laozi, as the leader of the human teachings, he still harbored reservations about a potential over-empowerment of humanity. Observing the disciples of the Jie sect extending their congratulations to Fuxi and the ever-watchful saints of the Hua Huang Palace, coupled with the impending imperial decrees requiring the sealing of the Kongtong seal, Laozi had no choice but to suppress his thoughts for the time being. In the Chun capital, it seemed we had missed a critical opportunity, gazing at the now vastly superior Fuxi and Taoist Bao, and then glancing at Yunxiao and Gue Ling, who, though yet to sever their second corpse, exuded an aura of Dao rhythm, alongside the dreamily optimistic Jinling and Wu Dang. Xian Du and Guang Chengzi could not help but feel a tinge of regret. Had they foreseen this? They ought to have accompanied Shennong in his quest for herbs and mud play. If only Fuxi, Shennong, and Taoist Bao could join our Western teachings. Zhuan Ti's eyes brimmed with envy, which quickly morphed into gloom. During previous visits to the Yusu Palace and the Hall of Eight Scenes, although the Yu Qing and Ta Qing were exceedingly courteous, they remained resolute against allowing disciples of the Western teachings to engage in the enlightenment of the human emperor. Now they were bound to be even more adamant. If they refused to grant this humble Taoist an opportunity, then they should not expect to fare well themselves. Zhuan Ti harbored a quiet resolve. Although there were still the merits of enlightenment from the 5 emperors to come, he dared not openly confront the East. Yet the pawn of Luya, who had returned to the demon race, was something Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin had shielded remarkably well. Even the direct disciples like Mi Lu were unaware. Furthermore, the animosity between the demon and human races was deeply rooted. Witnessing the rise of the human race causing turmoil was entirely reasonable, and he feared no repercussions. The sins wrought by the demon race bear no relation to our Western teachings. In the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, the elder brother, the human race is growing increasingly rampant. If we do not intervene soon, even the aquatic clans may begin to falter. The Dragon King of the South Sea spoke darkly. Not only the human race, but other factions are also now fixated on our Dragon Clan. The Dragon King of the West Sea frowned as he spoke. Recently, a Taoist claiming to be Ku Zhu insisted that our Dragon Clan had an affinity with him and forcibly transformed 2 true dragons. What nonsense! I suspect this is Zhuan Ti. Who else but him, who claims every connection to the West, could be so shameless? Yet, he is a heavenly Tao saint. What can we do even if we uncover the truth? In truth, it is not just the Western teachings. Hao Tian has also sent the Tai by Jin Xing multiple times to persuade our Dragon Clan to submit to the heavenly court. In the past, when Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were so imperious, our Dragon Clan never bowed down. What is this mere child of Hao Tian compared to that? If it were not for the slumbering ancestor Zhu Long, the heavenly court would have rightfully belonged to our Dragon Clan. The assembly of dragons was seething with anger, yet felt utterly powerless. Though dragon nature is inherently chaotic, with countless dragon species in the primordial wilderness, the number of true dragons remains exceedingly scarce, especially after the calamity of the Dragon Han, where karmic retribution hampered the birth of even a single pure-blooded dragon for centuries. It is time to assert our Dragon Clan's might. Otherwise, we may truly find ourselves subjugated by the human race. The Dragon King of the East Sea pondered for a long time before making his decision. Are you suggesting we go to war against the human race? The Dragon King of the North Sea hesitated. While it is indeed necessary to suppress the human race's momentum, the East Sea is home to Jinao Island, and the Jie sect and human race have long been closely tied. Among those currently enlightening Shennong are the quasi-saints Jinling and Wu Dang. Directly declaring war is out of the question, but if we manage the scale carefully, the celestial beings of the Jie sect may not necessarily take action. The Dragon King of the East Sea replied, "The human race has resided along the East Sea shores for many years, with countless tidal storms. It is only natural for a great tempest to occur occasionally. Is it not? Excellent insight, elder brother." The assembly of dragons erupted with joy. Stirring up the winds and waves is an innate divine ability of the dragon race. By combining forces, and with the cover of calamity, even a saint would struggle to discern the cause and effect. They need not lift a claw themselves. Merely dispatching a few flood dragons would suffice, and afterward, they could concoct a reason to prevent any leaks in the Chun capital. Shennong, the future of the human race rests in your hands. Fuxi personally placed the crown symbolizing the sovereign upon Shennong's head, speaking solemnly. Always remember, even the smallest matters, when magnified to encompass millions of kin, can transform into colossal issues. Rest assured, Imperial brother, Shenong replied earnestly. I shall ensure that everyone has enough to eat and wear, leading better lives I in the past, when seeking knowledge of rites and music. The martial ancestor once remarked, when granaries are full, one knows etiquette. When clothing and food are sufficient, one knows honor and disgrace. Shenong, your approach is indeed commendable, Fushi considered thoughtfully. However, a tall tree attracts the wind. As our human race flourishes, other races may not necessarily be as compliant as the Koi clan. As Fushi's cultivation reached the quasi-saint realm, his innate 8 trigrams also attained a remarkable level. Though calamity energy was pervasive, bolstered by the vast fortunes of the human race, he faintly sensed an impending storm on the horizon. Upon awakening his memories, Fushi understood clearly that no race could survive multiple calamities without possessing some formidable strength. Shenong comprehended this as well. Nodding earnestly, Shenong acknowledged. Although my primary focus has been on tasting herbs, I have encountered numerous conflicts during my travels and recognized that martial deterrence is essential for dominance in the primordial wilderness. Just then, an official rushed into the palace, exclaiming, Your Majesty, the Sovereign! A sudden tempest has arisen along the East Sea's shores. Though the celestial beings of the Sect and many martial cultivators swiftly relocated our kin, homes, livestock, and grains could not be preserved, and your youngest daughter was nearly swept away by the waves. How outrageous! Fushi thundered in fury. This is not the storm season. What accounts for such monstrous waves? It is surely the Dragon Clan, envious of our human race, seeking to stir trouble. When we reselected our residence, Fushi had thoroughly examined the celestial and terrestrial aspects, ensuring it was distanced from storm-prone areas, concentrating protective forces in risk zones. Yet now, we have suffered tremendous losses, particularly as Shenong's daughter, blessed by fortune, almost fell victim. This is definitely not an accident. Summon all martial cultivators, and let us punish the Dragon Clan. Taking into account that Shenong, having devoted his time to herb tasting, had only just transcended from mortal to celestial, and Fushi had yet to fully delegate authority, he issued the first decree of the human emperor. Chapter 43. Those who offend the human race, even from afar, shall be punished. In the East Sea, Dragon King, it is dire. A flood dragon rushed into the dragon palace, panic evident in its demeanor. Fushi has issued the human emperor's decree, mobilizing the human army to demand accountability from our dragon clan. Were you not instructed to be vigilant? How could you allow the adversary to come knocking at our door? The inebriated Dragon King of the West Sea swayed his cup, angrily retorting, Elder brother, I fear they, like us, are selecting an object to establish their might. The Dragon King of the North Sea sighed. Then let us engage in battle. The Dragon King of the East Sea deliberated for a long while before reaching a resolution. In truth, he had anticipated this day since the human race migrated to the shores of the East Sea. Although the primordial wilderness is vast, places abundant in spiritual energy and resources are not infinite. When two major races coexist, one must eventually yield. However, Fushi's cultivation as a quasi-saint poses a significant threat. Even if we four unite, we may find ourselves unable to contend with him. The Dragon King of the West Sea appeared uncertain. It merely relies on the elevation of merit. The Dragon King of the South Sea expressed jealousy. They are all of the ancestral dragon bloodline, having experienced countless epics, yet remain merely at the great Luo golden immortal level. Meanwhile, Fushi has surged from a mere golden immortal to a quasi-saint in just a few hundred years of human endeavors. How could they not feel profound envy? We must remain cautious, for Fushi has also attained quasi-saint cultivation in his previous life. The Dragon King of the East Sea declared, Beat the drums, summon the Four Seas Dragon Clan. I will personally invite the slumbering ancestor Zhulong to oversee our efforts. Yes, upon hearing the name of Zhulong, the confidence of the Dragon Clan surged. He was, after all, the brother of the ancestral dragon, who once led the Dragon Clan to impose their will upon the Phoenix and Qilin, a formidable mixed-element golden immortal. By the way, a great rock has been causing chaos in the East Sea recently, its cultivation comparable to our four brothers. Should we invite it to assist us? The Dragon King of the North Sea suddenly interjected. I believe that would be wise. That great rock is likely a descendant of the Phoenix clan, another target squeezed by the human race, and it appears somewhat simple-minded, making it an ideal candidate to test the waters of the human race. The Dragon King of the West Sea added, aside from the Daping bird, the other clans can also be contacted. After all, it will take considerable time for the human martial cultivators to reach the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King of the East Sea took a deep breath and declared, whether the Dragon Clan can maintain its independent status hinges on this battle. Are the human and dragon clans actually on the brink of war? When two tigers contend, one must surely suffer, not to mention they are both super races at the center of two cataclysms. I found the recent great waves in the East Sea peculiar. It was indeed the Dragon Clan meddling behind the scenes. Speaking of which, the human clan has the support of the Saint of the. So how dare the Dragon Clan take such reckless actions? Who knows if the Four Seas Dragon Kings are intoxicated or simply mad? However, this time, Fushi employs the human emperor's decree, summoning only the human martial cultivators, presumably excluding the of the. Does this imply that the human clan has resolved to forge its own prestige and seize the opportunity to consolidate the other clans? Is this not unusual? Each cataclysm sees the protagonist race targeting the others to acquire more resources and fortune. Have not the dragons, phoenixes, and Cheilants, as well as the previous demon clan and heavenly court, acted similarly? If even the dragon clan cannot stand against the human clan, then the other races stand even less of a chance. In my view, the dragon clan is still slightly stronger, being an ancient super race with profound heritage, following a path to enlightenment akin to that of the human clan's martial ancestors, boasting formidable power at the same level. Indeed, although Fushi is a quasi-saint, the dragon clan possesses ancestral figures like the Zhulong and four great Luo golden immortals. Yet the number of aquatic beings far surpasses that of the human clan by over 10,000 times. It is said that many forces, fearing annexation by the human clan, have been courted by the dragon clan. Unless the deities intervene, I still lean towards the dragon clan. The vast army of human martial cultivators quickly stirred the great powers of the primordial races, who focused their divine senses on the unfolding events. Let the battle commence. The more intense, the better. Within the 8 treasures merit pool, we require at least 8 true dragons. Moreover, these human martial cultivators are quite impressive. If they could join my Western teachings, what worries could there be for future revival? The Taoist Kunti concealed in the shadows observed solitary cultivators and quietly ensnared them for transformation, yet her gaze remained fixed on the approaching armies of the dragon and human clans. At the heart of the battlefield, what is the intention of the human emperor rashly leading an army to invade? Observing the well-ordered and high-spirited human forces, Zhu Long cast an irritated glance at the Four Seas Dragon Kings and furrowed his brow as he spoke. Having been in seclusion for less than 1,000,000 years, this group of rascals has created such a significant mess for themselves. A seasoned warrior like him is well aware that Fushi, this newly ascended quasi-saint, is not to be trifled with and secretly harbors astonishment at the potential of the human clan. Before his seclusion, the human clan was hardly noteworthy among the myriad races of the primordial world. Had it not been for Nuwa's ascension through the creation of humanity, they would not even have registered in Zhu Long's memory. If one wishes to remain unknown, one must refrain from action. Fushi let out a cold laugh and stated, if you wish for my human clan to withdraw, you must surrender the Dragon King of the East Sea and compensate us tenfold for our losses. The previous great waves were merely the unauthorized actions of a mere flood dragon. This elder has already punished it to guard the sea as atonement, and as for the losses of the human clan, they amount to nothing more than some houses and livestock, the human emperor being overly dramatic. Zhu Long's expression darkened further, but being accustomed to wielding power, he did not wish to lose face before the myriad races. Then let us see if your dragon clan's strength is as formidable as your words, Fushi sneered. He thoroughly understands the inexplicable arrogance of these ancient races and knows that without demonstrating sufficient strength, even the most reasonable arguments are futile. Ultimately, dominance in the primordial world relies on who possesses the greater might. His current mobilization of forces also serves to showcase strength and intimidate the myriad races, paving the way for the continued expansion of the human clan. The innate 8 trigrams formation. Those who offend my human clan shall be pursued, no matter how distant. Countless profound runes descended from Fushi's Taoist artifact, spreading to the 8 directions. Each formation eye is led by 1,000 human immortals commanding 10,000 accomplished human martial cultivators, forming an 8 trigrams formation spanning 100 miles, actively charging towards the aquatic army. Excellent! The 4 Seas Dragon King, receiving a glare from Zhulong, hastily directed over 100 million aquatic beings to form a super formation spanning 1,000,000 miles, directly pressing towards the human clan's 8 trigrams. As one of the former protagonists of the Cataclysm, the Dragon Clan, though severely weakened, has never lost its lineage and naturally possesses a complete tactical system. Moreover, with an overwhelming numerical advantage, although many are merely shapeless shrimp soldiers and crab generals, the 4 Seas Dragon King remains confident. Boom! The 2 formations, vastly different in scale, collided fiercely. Immediately, all eyes widened in astonishment, for the relatively weak human clan's 8 trigrams formation not only resisted the dragon army's onslaught but spun and cut through the millions of aquatic beings like a sharp blade. In an instant, the massive dragon army was torn apart, creating a gap 1,000 miles wide and extending tens of thousands of miles, exposing Zhulong and the 4 Seas Dragon King's central forces directly before the innate 8 trigrams formation. Chapter 44. A Great Defeat of the Dragon Clan. A discussion of literary Tao. The human clan possesses such divine abilities? Observing the formidable advance of the 8 trigrams formation, Zhulong's expression turned grave, and he transformed into his true form, Roar, accompanied by a dragon's roar, a colossal dragon stretching billions of zhong, its body a deep crimson, with faint black mist visible, appeared in the skies above the East Sea. The elder is truly fighting for his life. The 4 Seas Dragon King stared in shock and then transformed into his true form, joining Zhulong in establishing a 5 elements formation. Not so fast! Fushi snorted coldly and promptly summoned another Taoist artifact. Swish! The cowherd's rope lengthened in the void, rapidly ensnaring the East Sea Dragon King's dragon form into a twisted knot, accurately piercing through the dragon's nostrils and pulling him towards the human clan. Are you intent on a fight to the death, my friend? The East Sea Dragon King was captured, the 5 elements dragon formation came apart, and the aquatic soldiers, already terrified from the previous breach by the 8 trigrams, began to flee in panic. The main formation's Zhulong's expression grew increasingly furious, unleashing a torrent of dragon flames. Boom! The searing flames enveloped the 8 trigrams formation, followed by endless thunder, transforming the area within 1,000,000 miles into a purgatory. As the elder brother of the ancestral dragon, having battled the Phoenix and Qilin races countless times, Zhulong not only reached the peak of the mixed element golden immortal realm but is also proficient in all Dragon Clan divine abilities. Is this the legendary Dragon Flame, renowned alongside the Phoenix's true flame? Truly, a formidable ancient power, making a stunning entrance. Although the Phoenix clan was once deemed the king of birds, the Dragon Clan not only commands the seas but is also exceptionally adept at controlling thunder and fire. Able to exert dominance over the myriad races, after the Dragon Han Cataclysm, the Dragon Clan maintains the highest population. The human clan is bound to suffer a considerable setback, it is hard to say. After all, Fushi is a quasi-saint, yet the ordinary human clan members will surely face heavy casualties. With the loss of this elite group, the human clan will also be severely weakened. This presents an opportunity for our races. The many powerful beings were all anxiously focused on the intensifying dragon flames when suddenly their expressions changed dramatically. For with the appearance of a peculiar small cauldron, all dragon flames and thunder were drawn into it, subsequently rolling back towards the fleeing aquatic beings. Boom! Tens of millions of aquatic beings were directly turned to ash, the staggering losses completely shattering the morale of what was already a disorganized crowd. Stop fighting! Our shrimp clan surrenders. The previous great waves in the East Sea were the work of the Dragon Clan. It has nothing to do with us. We were merely coerced by the Dragon Clan. Please, great human emperor, spare us. Seeing that escape was nearly impossible, many clever aquatic beings simply knelt down in surrender. Such audacity! Witnessing the betrayal of many aquatic beings, Zhulong grew increasingly furious, preparing to crush these traitors and restore morale when he was struck on the head by the Qian Kuan cauldron. Bang! A large bump formed on Zhu Long's head, sending him flying thousands of miles, and the true flames in his mouth were abruptly interrupted. Bang, bang! The Qian Kuan cauldron continued to strike down, forcing Zhu Long to retreat step by step. Great human emperor, have mercy. Our dragon clan is willing to accept the previous terms. Observing the East Sea Dragon King's capture and their most relied-upon ancestor Zhu Long at a disadvantage, the other 3 Sea Dragon Kings exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Too late, Fushi replied indifferently. If you wish for my human clan to withdraw, the Dragon Clan must compensate us 100-fold for our losses and ensure favorable weather conditions for the human clan's territories. Should there be any errors, the punishment shall be doubled. But our Dragon Clan has an Yinglong, naturally capable of summoning winds and rains, and can serve the human clan. The North Sea Dragon King was about to negotiate when he saw Zhu Long injured again by the Qian Kuan cauldron and quickly produced a wing from behind. Respectfully bowing and saying, "Understood," Fushi casually stored the East Sea Dragon King and the Yinglong into the Qian Kuan cauldron, saying, "Once the agreement is fulfilled, come to me to reclaim Ao Guang Buzz." With the human clan's resounding victory over the Dragon Clan, they triumphantly returned to their ancestral land, and the already magnificent fortune surged several-fold, their renown echoing throughout the primordial realm. Many races that had been hesitant hastily dispatched representatives to present lavish gifts to the human clan, while a few unwilling to align themselves began to relocate to more remote areas, seeking to avoid the human clan's might. In the ancestral land of the human clan, Su Han's chosen human emperor truly is extraordinary. Kong Xian sincerely exclaimed, "Even if I were to encounter Fushi's 8 trigrams formation, I could at most maintain an unbeaten stance with the 5-colored divine light." Witnessing the divine might and boundless fortune of the human emperor firsthand, Kong Xian felt increasingly grateful for his initial choice. If he were to wait until now to curry favor with the human race, although he still retained confidence in surpassing the other clans, the conditions could no longer be as generous as before. Regrettably, he had been unable to assist Brother Kong in finding his younger sibling. Su Han spoke, "Brother Su, your guidance is undoubtedly correct. My second brother is indeed in the East Sea. It was I who failed to catch up with him. Fortunately, I was able to prevent him from colluding with the Dragon Clan." A flicker of helplessness crossed Kong Xian's eyes. He had painstakingly established a long-term and reliable channel of fortune and merit for the Phoenix clan through the human race, only to nearly have it jeopardized by the Daping. Had the Daping appeared among the Dragon Clan during the confrontation in the East Sea, even if Kong Xian could elucidate the situation, the terms of cooperation would inevitably require significant concessions once more. However, reflecting on the Daping's current plight of wandering aimlessly, Kong Xian felt a twinge of guilt. Indeed, education is a profound discipline, Su Han smiled and remarked. In comparison to the human race, the Daping is currently in a rebellious phase of youth. To be more forthright, after years of solitude and repression, he has grown somewhat extreme, believing himself to be in the right, perceiving others' advice as disdainful or even malicious, thus necessitating a blend of both soft and hard approaches. Although the Daping was incredibly swift, it was evident that Kong Xian's cultivation level had not allowed him to retain him, as he had clearly softened and not exerted his full strength. "Thank you, Brother Su, for your guidance." Kong Xian admired him even more. Just by observing the flourishing state of the human race, the respect afforded to Su Han by the 3 ancestors of the Swearing clan and Fushi was enough to recognize the educational prowess of this martial ancestor of the human race. Curiously, Kong Xian inquired, "Brother Su, you have previously mentioned that to govern the world, one must balance both civil and martial pursuits. Why, then, have you solely validated the martial path without achieving the civil merit like Kunpeng?" Just as educating the Daping is crucial for the human race to stand between heaven and earth, it must first possess sufficient strength to subdue the myriad clans. Only then can it focus its energies on internal development. Once a certain level is reached, the civil path will naturally emerge. Su Han replied with a slight smile. As the master of the Kongtong seal, he received direct proportional returns each time the human race's fortune increased. Thus there was no need to seize the opportunities of his compatriots. Moreover, as Kong Xian pointed out, due to Kunpeng establishing the demon script earlier, the civil merits of the human race would be affected. To ascend further, appropriate arrangements were essential. With the merits of Shinnong gradually reaching completion, the impending emergence of the human emperor would inevitably lead to an internal consolidation, which would require a great battle. If the external clans were not subdued first, the potential for internal strife would only exacerbate losses. Including Tongtian, such swift subjugation was not without its reasons for successfully confronting the Dragon Clan. Chapter 45. Shinnong achieves enlightenment. Xinyuan Qiyu emerges following the overwhelming victory over the Dragon Clan in the East Sea. The human race's position as the principal entity on Earth was further acknowledged by the myriad clans, swiftly gaining control over the area's rich and primal spiritual energy. Under Shinnong's diligent governance, the cultivation of grains and the domestication of demon beasts flourished side by side among various tribes. Improving tools through production experience, enhancing pottery and linen production techniques, and soon achieving sustenance and warmth, gradually leading to surplus. Within 30 years, the fortune of the human race tripled once more, the number of martial cultivators successfully surpassing 10 million. And the number of those transcending the mundane to become immortals reaching over 200,000. Half of these individuals were dispersed among the various tribes as guardians and martial instructors, while the remaining 100,000 were arranged by Su Han, concurrently serving as the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Army, to enter the Heavenly Court, thereby further augmenting the human race's weight within the 33 heavens. Report to the sovereign, the markets among the tribes are rapidly developing, and even many from other races have come seeking opportunities. However, due to the differing values of goods, disputes often arise during exchanges. A government official reported. As our two teachers previously mentioned, the abundance of resources will lead to the development of commerce. But how shall we resolve the differing values of goods? Shinnong turned his gaze towards Jinling and Wudang. Inquiring. As for Xuandu and Guangchengzi, they had long grown weary of the mundane affairs of the human race and had returned to their mountains to cultivate. We have only heard a mere smattering from our junior brother. Wudang replied, even for similar types of goods like cattle, sheep, and horses, differences in size will lead to varying values. At this point, a medium of exchange, an equivalent commodity, is necessary. Indeed, there have been attempts, such as the tribes near the EC trying to use shells as a medium. But shells are not only prone to damage, but as exploration of the East Sea deepens, martial cultivators can easily acquire large quantities of shellfish, leading to the order to cease using them. Shinnong pondered, there must be a durable and precious medium, or rather, it should be called currency. As sovereign, although he spent most of his time dealing with intricate administrative matters, he frequently disguised himself to inspect various tribes and was well acquainted with the specific situations. Shinnong, you are increasingly capable of drawing inferences from one instance. Jinling smiled as she produced the Luobao coins borrowed from Su Han. Treasure, currency? Shinnong examined the Luobao coins for a considerable time before suddenly realizing. This object is round on the outside and square on the inside, perfectly corresponding to the primal world, precisely the currency our human race has long awaited. With Shinnong's summons, the mining of copper and other metals for the minting of currency commenced, and the commercial development of the human race officially entered a fast lane, with exchanges and integrations among the tribes accelerating. The technology for minting copper coins also gave rise to new tools like copper cauldrons and copper hoes, further enhancing productivity. However, as resources became increasingly abundant, some larger tribes began to foster ambitions, not only actively waging wars against neighboring clans, but also engaging in more frequent exchanges among themselves, gradually forming several large alliances, all waiting for Shinnong's merits to reach completion before competing for the next sovereign. In the ancestral land of the human race, Shinnong, my royal brother, is commendable in many aspects, yet he tends to be a tad indecisive. Fushi sighed, before I handed over power, I noticed this flaw in Shinnong. Hence, I initiated the battle in the East Sea, but unexpectedly, issues arose within the human race. Each generation has its own mission, and Shinnong has done sufficiently well. Su Han smiled slightly. After all, he is the reincarnation of the black tortoise of the North Sea. Although he bears great merits, he is overly benevolent. Even knowing that some tribes are two-faced, he still cannot bring himself to make a decisive choice. However, it is inherently difficult to please everyone. Even a simple debate over sweet versus salty flavors can last for countless years, let alone the greatly consequential position of sovereign. Tio put it bluntly. Once people are well-fed and clothed, they begin to think more, and reliance on the personal prestige of the sovereign is no longer sufficient to suppress the growing ambitions. The struggle for the human emperor is dictated by both heavenly and earthly principles, as well as the hearts of the people. Shennong, having tasted myriad herbs, authored medical texts, and promoted the cultivation of grains, has ensured that each tribe of the human race is well-fed and clothed, a merit beyond measure, and should rightfully ascend as the earth's sovereign of the human race. The heavens and earth bear witness. As the Tongtian seal manifested in the void, the heavenly and earthly principles resonated. Descending boundless auspiciousness and merit, boom. The fortune of the human race surged once more, the merits and fortunes that fell being even more magnificent than when Fuxi achieved the status of heavenly sovereign. Boom! With 50% of the merits and fortunes descending, the ochre whip that Shennong once used to taste herbs, along with the earliest 5 stalks of spirit grains and the first copper coin forged to resemble the Luobao coins, all ascended to become supreme merit spiritual treasures. Subsequently, Shennong's cultivation surged dramatically, like a raging torrent, advancing from the Tai Golden Immortal to the Great Luo Perfection in one breath, pausing slightly before successfully ascending to the Primordial Golden Immortal. Achieving completion, 25% of the fortune entered the Tongtian seal, while Su Han still chose to enhance the spiritual treasure, and his magical power naturally reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal's perfection. 25% was allocated to Jinling and Wu Dang, with a sharp cry from Jinling resulting in her successfully severing her third corpse, advancing to the late stage of quasi-saint. Following this, Wu Dang also successfully severed her second corpse, rising to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Finally, the remaining half of the fortune predominantly fell upon Yun Xiao, who was delivered by Shennong, allowing her to take a solid step towards severing her second corpse. While 2 strands also fell upon Xuandu and Guang Chengzi, briefly clarifying the minds of these nominal Earth sovereign disciples. With the human emperor yet to emerge, the affairs of the human race will temporarily be managed by the Earth sovereign. As the Tongtian seal vanished, the heavenly and earthly principles returned to their seclusion. Is that all? The Earth sovereign had indeed gained tremendous fortune, achieving the primordial golden immortal's perfection, a feat more challenging than that of the saint. And his combat power was no less formidable, though future breakthroughs would be more difficult. After all, being unable to attain sainthood, the primordial golden immortal is somewhat more carefree. The 2 imperial teachers of the Jie sect have advanced further. How come the 2 from the human interpretation sect have virtually reaped no rewards? Who told them to be so arrogant? Shennong's tasting of herbs and other merits were not something they were willing to partake in, and they even attempted to obstruct him several times, so to have gained even a little is already commendable. From the perspective of the human race, Xuandu and Guang Chengzi simply went along for the ride. However, now that the Earth Sovereign has attained enlightenment while the human emperor has yet to emerge, what does this signify? Given the current state of the human race, it seems that the next sovereign will have quite a few contenders. If the human race were to engage in internal conflict, would that not present us with an opportunity? Overthinking it. Merely Fuxi and Shennong alone are sufficient to crush the remaining clans. The assembled powerful beings exchange their thoughts through divine senses, and soon all sighed in unison. The momentum of the human race is firmly established, far beyond what we can scheme against. Within the Jade Void Palace, the primordial supreme being's expression was exceedingly grim. After much effort persuading Laozi to allow Guang Chengzi to participate in the Earth Sovereign's education, the outcome was utterly fruitless, making the Jie sect appear like a clown in comparison to Jinling and Wu Dang's single corpse severings. Should there be any further mishap with the human emperor's fortune and merit, I shall personally press you beneath Kunlun Mountain. Yuan Shi Tianzun fixed a fierce gaze upon Guang Chengzi, his voice imbued with chilling severity. Rest assured, master, this time I was misled by treacherous individuals. I shall not disappoint your high expectations again. Guang Chengzi hastily knelt, prostrating himself in utter humility, pleading, I hope you truly comprehend the gravity of this situation. With a disdainful huff, Yuan Shi Tianzun vanished from the hall. Having already bungled once, it was bewildering that his master still entrusted him with the task of guiding the human emperor. Qi Jingzi and the other disciples of the Chan teaching were equally incensed. Though there remain the merits of the five emperors' teachings to consider, there were over 10 direct disciples within the Chan teaching, making the distribution of these merits already insufficient. Yet Yuan Shi Tianzun continued to show favoritism towards Guang Chengzi. While it was true that Guang Chengzi was on the verge of achieving the status of a quasi-saint, who among them was not facing a pivotal moment of breakthrough? At that instant, the Tao of heaven and earth trembled once more, manifesting as two auspicious signs that descended upon two separate tribes of the human race. Chapter 46. The Schemes of the Saints. The Battle of Zhuolu. What is happening? Two newborns of the human race triggering auspicious phenomena simultaneously. Could this be reminiscent of the former heavenly court of the demon race, with Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi jointly ruling? Di Jun and Tai Yi were blood brothers, and Tai Yi had always focused solely on cultivation, avoiding political affairs for them to coexist. However, these two prospective human emperors could never coexist. It was no wonder the Earth Emperor had to assume temporary regency. It seemed they needed to see who among them was more exceptional before passing the mantle. The many powerful beings who had just departed exchanged glances, redirecting their attention back to the human race. Within the Palace of 8 Scenes, Master, what is this? Upon witnessing the simultaneous arrival of two auspicious signs, Xiandu, who had been bowing in apology, was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "These two phenomena, the one from Xinyuan emerges from the core area of the human race, the Yosheng tribe, while Qiyu hails from the remote Zhili tribe, possessing blood ties to the shamanic lineage and sharing a name with the former great shaman. Need I further elaborate?" The old man cast a frustrated glare at Xiandu, contemplating that had it not been for the lack of direct disciples within the human teaching, with Du Yi and others still yet to break through to the great Luo golden immortal level, he might have considered a changed, "I dare to speak, Master." Xiandu gritted his teeth. That has deeply embedded itself within the human race, particularly with the presence of that martial ancestor Su Han. Both I and my junior brother Guang Chengzi find it exceedingly difficult to advance, even without making mistakes. There was some truth to this. The old man pondered for a moment, nodding slightly to as a direct disciple of a saint, possessing quasi-saint cultivation. Even Fuxi and Shennong, after attaining enlightenment, were merely on par with Xiandu. A bit of pride in the old man's eyes was not a significant issue. The reason for their initial disadvantage was indeed, as Xiandu stated, the impact of the Chan and human teachings on the human race was simply incomparable to that of the. At that moment, elder brother, the third brother, has truly overstepped. The human emperor has just emerged, and the 3 Shaos have already proceeded to conduct the baptism, even blocking Guang Chengzi outside. Yuan Shi Tianzun's figure materialized within the Palace of 8 Scenes, his expression darkening. Tongtian has gone too far. The old man slowly nodded. On Jinao Island, indeed, these two saints, unable to engage in fair competition, sought to brazenly take advantage. Observing the old man and Yuan Shi Tianzun, Su Han secretly scoffed. The so-called saints of the heavenly Tao were merely those of greater cultivation. When it came to matters concerning their own fortunes, they were no less unscrupulous. Elder brothers, the influence of the Earth Emperor's teachings is due to Xiandu and Guang Chengzi's refusal to accompany Shennong. How can they place the blame on me and the Tongtian master spoke indifferently? Regardless, the merits and fortunes of Fuxi and Shennong have been monopolized by your. The teachings for the human emperor cannot involve thee any longer. Yuan Shi Tianzun's voice was frosty. Third brother, your inner disciples are already at the mid-stage of quasi-saint, while the outer disciple's Yun Shao is on the verge of severing his second corpse. The second brother's disciples of the Chan teaching do not possess even a single quasi-saint. It is indeed time to offer some consideration. Seeing Tongtian about to retort, the old man quickly intervened, then began to appeal to their emotions. I can allow Yun Shao to return, but both of you must provide the 9 transformation golden elixir and the 3 light divine water as compensation. Recalling Su Han's previous mention that the human emperor's propensity for slaughter could easily lead to the accumulation of karmic retribution, and with Yun Shao already at the critical juncture of severing his second corpse, Tongtian master confirmed with Su Han through divine sense and subsequently proposed the exchange conditions. The 9 transformation golden elixir will be provided by the elder brother, and you shall refine it personally. It will suffice for Guang Chengzi to ascend to quasi-saint, coupled with the merits of the human emperor's teachings, enough to catch up with the disciples of the. Noticing Yuan Tianzun's rising ire again, the old man discreetly transmitted a message and was the first to hand a gourd of 9 transformation golden elixir to Tongtian. Although Tongtian merely recalled Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao still retained only the great Luo cultivation. Should Guangchengzi also ascend, the advantage would be substantial. Take it. Considering the current disparity between the two teachings, and with the Kongtong seal being a crucial asset held by the Yuan Tianzun was compelled to suppress his anger. Distributing half of the 3 light divine water to Tongtian. In truth, this was also our initial oversight. Gazing at the still fuming Yuan Tianzun, the old man transmitted again. When Su Han first arrived at Kunlun Mountain, he initially sought out the human teaching and Chan teaching, only to be rebuffed, leading him to take refuge under Tongtian master. However, this individual, once dismissed by their eyes, has now become the key figure in the competition for fortunes among the 3 teachings. Even I, at this moment, feel a twinge of regret. How could I have misjudged and chosen Xian Du instead of Su Han? In the Western Sect, elder brother, the shamanic Qiyu has also reincarnated to participate in the struggle for the human emperor. Should we not, upon learning the identities of the 2 auspicious figures, Zhu and Ti returned to Mount Shumi with great anticipation. Among the human race, there were not only shamans but also individuals of partial demon heritage. Providing an opportunity for Luya to make an attempt, Jia-in pondered for a moment before resolutely deciding. The authority to guide the human emperor had been fruitlessly negotiated multiple times by Zhu and Ti. However, if they could directly support the emergence of a human emperor, any losses incurred would be negligible. Based on the experiences of Fuxi and Shennong, as the fortunes of the human race flourished, the 3rd human emperor's Dao fruit would yield even greater rewards. Moreover, although the demon race had lost its former glory, there remained 3 quasi-saints like Bai Zhe, and Luya was making rapid progress under their direct mentorship. Just one step away from severing his corpse, if they could support Luya in contending for the human emperor and achieve success, uniting the vast fortunes of both humans and demons, the Western Sect could not only surpass the but at least outshine the Chan and human teachings, ensuring its revival without question. Especially since the former heavenly court of the demon race had been destroyed, and Nuwa, who had once benefited from the offerings, had remained indifferent, it stood to reason that she would not oppose Luya. Such immense gains warranted a significant investment from the Western Sect. Among the human race, like Fuxi and Shennong, Xianyuan was innately intelligent, demonstrating sufficient talent before reaching the age of 1 month, and was personally taught by Shennong. Xian Du and Guangchengzi had no objections. For indeed, with 2 auspicious sons emerging simultaneously and under Shennong's direct care, Xianyuan would undoubtedly garner greater support from the various human tribes. Moreover, based on Fuxi's experience, Shennong would retreat to the ancestral land to suppress the fortunes of the human race after stepping down, seldom venturing out except for significant matters, thus having minimal impact on them. However, as a precaution, Xian Du and Guangchengzi still ensured that Xianyuan concurrently cultivated the paths of Taiqing and Yuqing alongside the Qingxian methods. By the age of 10, Xianyuan was already able to express opinions on state affairs. By 20, Shennong began to gradually entrust him with responsibilities, and by 30, Xianyuan had gained the recognition of over half of the human tribes and officially took charge of Chengdu. While Shennong returned to the ancestral land of the human race, in the Jiuli tribe, Qiyu, born at the same moment as Xianyuan, awakened complete memories from the outset, rapidly increasing in cultivation, becoming immortal at 3, a golden immortal at 10, and restoring the great shamanic realm by 20. The 81 surrounding leaders of tribes with shamanic bloodlines were the first to be subdued, and under Chiyu's direct guidance, they cultivated pure shamanic bodies and proceeded to select the most suitable equipment from the shamanic treasure hall. Although the former shamans were unable to utilize spiritual treasures due to their lack of spiritual awareness, the spoils acquired were still quite substantial, benefiting Qiyu and the other shamans who now possessed spiritual awareness. Qiyu also improved the equipment of the ordinary soldiers of the shamanic tribe based on these spiritual treasures. Forging new weapons and armor using fine copper and various minerals, it is infuriating that the ancestral shaman has repeatedly instructed us not to harm innocents. Otherwise, with my current prowess, I could easily flatten the various tribes of the human race and slay that Xianyuan child. Qiyu, wielding a long blade, gazed in the direction of Chengdu, speaking with bitterness. In 10 years, I have successfully conquered numerous surrounding alien races, assembling an elite army of hundreds of thousands. Even a tiger demon at the great Luo Golden Immortal level was slain and refined into the tiger soul blade I wield. Elder brother, the ancestral shaman has forbidden us from killing the innocent, yet in a proper military confrontation, there are no restrictions. Then let us mobilize immediately to vanquish that Xinyuan child, first contend for the human emperor, and then assault the heavenly court, Qiyu declared with great enthusiasm. Whether we can restore the glory of the shamanic race depends on us. Soon, two grand armies, one led by Qiyu and the other by Xinyuan, converged upon the Zhuolu plain. Chapter 47. The war god Guangchengzi, the disastrous defeat of the Chan and human teachings Xinyuan child. Surrender the position of co-ruler now, and I may spare your life and those under your command. Qiyu proclaimed, seated atop a formidable and fearsome beast. The position of co-ruler is determined by who can provide a better life for the people. What use is a strategy of endless warfare? Xinyuan spoke in a deep voice. Qiyu, your conquest of foreign tribes is indeed a remarkable achievement, yet have the lives of the Zhuoli people improved? One must be more attentive to the suffering of the common folk. In the primordial world, strength reigns supreme. Mere wealth, if not backed by might, is but an invitation to be plundered. Qiyu, with a swift motion of his long blade, retorted, enough with the idle chatter, Xinyuan. Are you brave enough to face me in battle? It seems we must let our strength do the talking. Form the Bagua formation. Having commanded a coalition of numerous tribes to amass an army of millions, Xinyuan, a seasoned warrior, quickly discerned the fierce spirit of the Zhuoli coalition and decisively opted for the most prudent strategy. With a thunderous roar, 300,000 troops aligned according to their banners, their momentum soaring to the heavens. Kill! Qiyu raised the tiger soul blade and charged at the forefront alongside his 81 sworn brothers, arranging themselves in the most advantageous offensive formation. The overwhelming aura of the shaman warriors intensified the already pervasive calamity in the primordial realm, inciting the Zhuoli army to become even more ferocious. Despite having a clear numerical advantage of 300,000 against 60,000, Xinyuan inexplicably chose a defensive stance. Guangchengzi, who had just broken through to the quasi-saint level and was brimming with pride, was left dumbfounded, unable to believe that this was the disciple he had raised. Before their departure, the ancestral land of humanity had issued a decree. The battle of the human emperor would be fought as humans against humans, immortals against immortals, and legions against legions. They were to capture Qiyu to claim the main credit. In contrast to Guangchengzi, Xuandu maintained a much calmer demeanor, though a flame of indignation simmered within him. The last time, the merit and fortune from the Earth Sovereign had yielded almost nothing. While he could still instruct Xinyuan, the absence of other direct disciples weighed heavily on his heart. If Xinyuan failed to perform excellently this time, it was likely that the named disciples would rise in status. The human teaching might still have a direct disciple, but it wouldn't necessarily be Xuandu alone. Sisters, ensure Xuanyuan's safety. Guangchengzi and I will take down Qiyu. Casting a wary glance at Xiongxiao and Bixiao nearby, Xuandu spoke. Although they were merely great Luo Golden Immortals, their backgrounds from the Intercept School granted them greater influence over Xinyuan. Good, Xiongxiao nodded. Prior to the expedition, Su Han had specifically instructed them that, unless absolutely necessary, they preferred to avoid the karma of slaughter. I do not wish to disobey my junior brother and risk punishment upon return. Bixiao regarded Xuandu and Guangchengzi with an expression of disbelief, wondering how someone like Qiyu, whom Su Han had warned them about repeatedly, could be easily subdued. Qiyu, prepare to meet your end. Guangchengzi was the first to leap into the void, the three treasures Jade Rui descending towards Qiyu. The weapon was formidable, but the wielder was lacking. Qiyu scoffed, effortlessly swiping his tiger soul blade to deflect the three treasures Jade Rui away. Isn't a great shaman equivalent to a great Luo Golden Immortal? How can Qiyu be so fierce? Xuandu's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a so-called direct disciple of the human teaching is truly blind. Qiyu sneered, sweeping his tiger soul blade to entangle Xuandu as well. During the previous battle between the shamans and the demons, he and the great shamans like Xing Tian had already been able to suppress the quasi-saints like Bai Zhe. now, reincarnated as a shaman. He possessed an additional primordial spirit to wield spiritual treasures, further amplifying his combat prowess. These two disciples of saints, who had scarcely fought in battle, were undoubtedly inferior to Bai Zhe and the other demon saints. Heaven and Earth, Xian Huang, Linglong Merit Pagoda. Sensing Qiu's fierce advance, Xuandu wasted no time and summoned his defensive treasure to shield himself. Clang! The pagoda shimmered with golden light, barely absorbing the impact of the Tiger Soul Blade. Yet it inadvertently struck Guangqingzi. "What do you mean by this?" Guangqingzi exclaimed in shock, hastily activating the Jade Clear Immortal technique, yet was still severed at half of his right arm. Filled with pain, astonishment, and rage, he glared at Xiandu. It was easy to imagine how furious Yuanshi Tianzuan must be, watching Guangqingzi's disgrace unfold on the battlefield of Shualu. What a blunder! Xuandu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, quickly enveloping Guangqingzi within the golden light of the pagoda and producing a 6-transformation golden pill to staunch his bleeding and heal his wounds. Only hiding like a turtle, Qiu continued to strike down with several blows. Yet he still could not breach the defensive barrier of the Heaven and Earth Xian Huang Linglong Merit Pagoda, instead feeling a jolt of pain in his wrist, forcing him to retreat in frustration. "Leader, in the Battle of the Immortals, we have already secured one victory. As long as we capture Xianyuan, the position of the human emperor will be yours." One of the sworn brothers spoke. "Very well." After a few more futile strikes, Qiu redirected his attention to Xuanyuan's Bagua formation. As the brother had said, winning the Battle of the Immortals was merely the beginning. To secure the position of the human emperor, he must first defeat Xianyuan and enter the ceremonial site for the sealing of the emperor. "Damn it, Bai Jian, you go to the front lines to oversee the battle. Ensure the formation remains intact." Watching Guangqingzi and Xuandu falter, clearly shaking the morale of the troops, Xianyuan inwardly cursed these two incompetent allies, yet could only command General Bai Jian to take the lead. Boom! On the battlefield of Zhuolu. The Zhuoli tribe and Xianyuan's coalition clashed head-on, shaking the earth and mountains. Kill. Due to Qiu's conquest over numerous foreign tribes, most of his soldiers rode demon beasts, armed with weapons forged from fine bronze. Sharp and unmatched bang. Even with the support of the Bagua formation, the front lines of Xuanyuan soldiers were still knocked askew by the tremendous force. Their thick wooden shields shattered to pieces. The already diminished morale plummeted further. "Bagua, rotate." Xianyuan was secretly astonished by Qiu's army's offensive capabilities, solidifying his resolve to defend. He directed the Bagua formation to cycle through, leveraging their numerical superiority to absorb the impact in turns while enveloping the slowed-down smaller units of Qiu's forces into the formation. Reporting to the Lord, the enemy soldiers are equipped with new heavy armor. Our swords and blades struggle to penetrate. Bai Jian, disheveled, hurriedly pushed a captured shaman soldier into the central command, speaking urgently, "Bronze blades and bronze armor?" Xianyuan inspected briefly, his expression growing grave. "Convey my orders. Maintain formation, retreat backwards. If anyone falls behind, they may surrender to Qiu. Understood." Though Bai Jian was perplexed, he executed the orders decisively, directing the Bagua formation to rotate backwards. "Lord Qiu, in this battle, we not only pushed Xianyuan back by 100 miles, but also captured over 100,000 prisoners. How shall we deal with them?" The shaman General Fengbua and Rainmaster exclaimed with delight. "Let these captives tend to the cattle and sheep in the rear, cultivate the land, and transport military supplies," Qiu replied, equally elated, waving his hand. "Prepare a feast. Tonight we shall indulge in revelry, and tomorrow we shall pursue Xianyuan." Chapter 48. 12 Golden Immortals Spill Blood. The rampaging Yuanshi Tianzuan. This is outrageous. In the Yushu Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan watched Guangqingzi and Xuandu, two quasi-saints, join forces to battle Qiu, yet were being utterly overwhelmed and even lost an arm. His fury boiling over. This was a matter of the human emperor's contention. Many powerful beings in the primordial realm were undoubtedly observing, and the face of the teaching of enlightenment was being tarnished by Guangqingzi's disgrace. "Master, that Qiu is indeed a formidable presence who triumphed over the quasi-saints of the demon race during the ancient war. It is only natural for junior brother Guangqingzi to falter in their first encounter. Perhaps we should send disciples down to assist." the Southern Polar Immortal expressed, feeling a sense of relief while his demeanor remained increasingly respectful. As the chief disciple of the teaching of enlightenment, he had always kept pace with Guangchengzi in cultivation, yet now, he found himself overshadowed, watching as Guangchengzi advanced to quasi-saint status while he remained behind, longing to ridicule him. "Master, I am willing to descend and aid senior brother Guangchengzi." The benevolent Sihong and others also eagerly offered their hands, realizing that the fortune bestowed by the three sovereigns was far too enticing. Watching the disciples of the Intercept School ascend one after another, they were filled with envy that threatened to crush their teeth. Although the merit and fortune would be shared among the 11 of them, it was still better than having nothing. Now, Guangchengzi's favor was exceedingly profound. If they did not unite their efforts, they would truly lose everything. "Teacher, I have joined the teaching of enlightenment without contributing anything." Even the only quasi-saint, Randing, was quite tempted, thickening his skin to join the teaching of enlightenment, seeking advancement. However, with resources scarce even for Guangchengzi and the direct disciples like Nanji, he could expect little from them as a nominal vice-master. "All of you descend. Be sure to capture Chiyu alive." Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted in anger. "In the underworld, great ancestor. All 12 golden immortals of the Yushu Palace have mobilized. Even if Chiyu the great shaman is valiant, he is surely outnumbered. Should we assist?" The great shamans like Jufeng expressed with anxious faces, gazing at the golden light heading towards Zhuelu. The contention for the human emperor does not involve the shaman race. It will only add to the bloodshed and may provoke the ancestral land of humanity to intervene. Huta spoke indifferently, indeed, reflecting on Fushi's might during the battle against the dragons in the North Sea, as well as the equally formidable Shennong. Jufeng and the others felt a wave of discouragement. If the two already ascended human emperors entered the fray, while Hutu could not easily leave the netherworld, even if the shaman race unleashed their full strength, the situation would worsen. "You misunderstand. What I fear is not Fushi and Shennong, but that master of the Kongtong seal." Huta sighed, acknowledging that although under direct instruction, Jufeng and others had made considerable progress, if their straightforward nature did not evolve, how could they contend with the myriad races of the primordial realm? The martial ancestor of the human race, Suhan? Jufeng and the others were filled with disbelief, never expecting Hutu to be wary of a great Luo golden immortal. "You will soon understand," Huta sighed increasingly. She lamented the fact that relying on such crude tactics to engage in the struggle for supremacy among the human emperors could result in being betrayed and forced to count the coins afterward. Fortunately, before Chiyo's reincarnation, she had learned from Suin the wisdom of meticulous planning, preparing several contingencies. Let them fight, and may they both suffer heavy losses, allowing Luya to lead the demon army to dominate Chengdu. Zhu and Ti, concealed in the shadows, observed the escalating conflict, sneering while subtly employing Western enchantments to sway Guangchengzi and others. Ever since the War of Dao and Demon, when Luoho exposed the Western spiritual veins, their brotherhood had endured a period of hardship. Even achieving sainthood together had required borrowing heavenly merit through grand aspirations, resulting in immense pent-up frustration. At last, an opportunity for resurgence presented itself, and even Zhu and Ti could not help but become somewhat unhinged. On the battlefield of Zhuelu, the elder brother Xianyuan reported that the army had yet to recover and could not engage in battle today. Qi Jingzi, with a grim expression, declared, "How dare a mere human sovereign defy the disciples of the saints? No need to pay him any mind. That lad has spent decades learning from Shennong. His cowardice knows no bounds. Follow me, and we shall seize Chiyu and claim the glory," Guangchengzi proclaimed, casting a fierce glance at his newly regrown arm. Although the 6 transformations golden elixir proved effective, the body of a quasi-saint contained the essence of heavenly laws. This arm was merely superficial and would require hundreds of years to perfect. "Good Chiyu, prepare to meet your end." Qi Jingzi and his companions, accustomed to pride, were eager to claim the credit for themselves, quickly following Guangchengzi and Xuandu to challenge Chiyu once more. Soul Vanishing Bell, Yin Yang Mirror, Twin Wu Hooks, Binding Immortal Ropes. As Chiyu emerged, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching unleashed their divine artifacts, descending like torrential rain. Boom! The entire Zhuelu region trembled violently, countless unsuspecting shaman soldiers were thrown off balance, and the calamity energy surged dramatically. Moments later, disbelief washed over them. How is this possible? Qiyu is no longer a shaman. How can his primordial spirit escape the grip of the soul-vanishing bell? We wield innate spiritual treasures. Yet we cannot harm him. They beheld Qiyu's shamanic body, merely with some armor damaged and hardly any marks upon him, in shock. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching are nothing but this. Qiyu roared, his tiger blade imbued with overwhelming malevolence, slashing downward. Bang! The heart-piercing nail of the pure void true monarch was sent flying. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the experienced Xuandu, who shielded himself with the earthly and heavenly Xianhuang Linglong Merit Pagoda, his corporeal form would have been cleaved in two. Form the Taiji formation. The burning lamp Taoist summoned his accompanying spiritual treasure. The Ling coffin lamp, his expression grave. Xuandu, let us stabilize the situation first. Agreed. Xuandu nodded hastily, using the pagoda and the lamp in tandem to establish a robust defense. Again with this trick, Qiyu sneered at the 12 golden immortals, who were sheltered within the Taiji formation while attacking with their spiritual treasures. Such tactics are futile against me. Great shaman, brothers, form the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation. What? Guangchengzi and the others were astonished, forced to watch as the 12 malevolent banners of the heavenly god and demon appeared within the shamanic ranks, frantically absorbing the calamity energy that filled the air, intertwining into a peculiar axe. The axe of Tongtian, a fragment of the legendary Panga's divine axe, retreat. The well-informed burning lamp Taoist was the first to flee. Merely a simplified version. My master's Xianhuang Pagoda is defensively comparable to an innate treasure. Xuandu, brimming with confidence, took the initiative to maneuver the Xianhuang Pagoda against the axe of Tongtian. The next moment, crack! The light barrier of the Xianhuang Pagoda shattered, and the dispersing malevolence sent Xuandu and the 12 golden immortals flying, their blood staining the skies. In the Yushu Palace, the expression of the primordial heavenly venerable darkened to its nadir. Those ignorant of the celestial order dare to harm my disciples of the Chan teaching. Master, it is said that the Jie teaching is now under Suin's leadership. Should we not request his assistance? After all, the three teachings are fundamentally one. The only one who had not descended from the mountain. The fortune and virtue golden immortal, Yun Zhongzi, hesitantly spoke up, a mere human, merely at the great Luo level. How could he breach the shamanic formation? The primordial heavenly venerable snorted disdainfully. With the three treasures of the jade Rui bearing the wrath of the saint, they hurtled straight towards Qiyu and the shamanic clan. Yun Zhongzi sighed inwardly, realizing that both the primordial heavenly venerable and the Chan teaching had changed dramatically from their former selves. Chapter 49. Hutu takes action. Primordial heavenly venerable. Only Suin can help now. A dignified saint of the heavenly path dared to strike at a junior. In the midst of his soft sigh, the axe of Tongtian surged upward from within the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation, sending the three treasures of the jade Rui flying once more. Hutu, the primordial heavenly venerable's expression twisted with fury. The shaman clan, ignorant of the celestial order, deserves extinction. No need for the primordial to be concerned. Hutu replied calmly. The heavens have decreed the rise of the human race. It was you who first intervened in the struggle for the human emperor. Should you dare to attack the shaman clan again? Do not blame me for being impolite. You, the primordial heavenly venerable's rage intensified, yet he dared not strike again. Although Hutu could not manifest in the underworld, the entire Honghuang continent could be considered her domain. While leveling Kunlun Mountain and the Yushu Palace might be unfeasible, Hutu could ensure that any disciple of the Chan teaching that landed would meet their end. Even more terrifying was the fact that reincarnation was under Hutu's control. If Chan disciples fell and were reincarnated as pigs or dogs, the primordial heavenly venerable would become the laughingstock of the entire Honghuang. Hutu, do not miscalculate. The primordial heavenly venerable snorted coldly, subsequently sending Guangchengzi and the others back to the Yushu Palace. As long as you do not bully the weak, I shall not interfere in the struggle for the human emperor. Huda spoke indifferently, for she was acutely aware of Suin's strategic prowess and hoped that the shaman clan could integrate into the human race to continue their bloodline. Disciple is incompetent. Please forgive me, master. Upon seeing the primordial heavenly venerable's grim countenance, Guang Chengzi knelt promptly, then shifted his resentful gaze toward Burning Lamp Taoist. It was also the Burning Lamp who fled first, causing the Taiji formation to collapse, leaving us unprepared. Indeed, it was agreed that Burning Lamp and Xuandu would defend together, yet he fled alone, leaving both Xuandu and me grievously wounded. Burning Lamp, do you not know your crime? The enraged Qi Jingzi and others seized the opportunity to direct their accusations at Burning Lamp. Burning Lamp, do you have an explanation? The primordial heavenly venerable's tone was chillingly cold. Master, while the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation may not be as formidable as before, it remains exceedingly fearsome. The axe of Tongtian, a remnant of the divine axe, is utterly unstoppable. I was positioned at the front line, sustaining severe injuries that forced my retreat. Burning Lamp hastily knelt and pleaded for mercy. I implore you, master, grant your disciple one chance to redeem himself. Considering past ties, I shall spare you for now. After much hesitation, the primordial heavenly venerable, recognizing Burning Lamp as one of the two quasi-saints of the Chan teaching, refrained from exacting punishment, as dismissing a deputy leader would further disrupt the already weakened fortune of the Chan teaching. Disciple believes that to break the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation, we must employ the great Zhou star array. We will require the assistance of the Jet teaching's disciples. Yun Zhongzi interjected, unable to remain silent upon seeing Guang Chengzi and others severely wounded. Guang Chengzi, you shall make the journey to the Bo Palace, the primordial heavenly venerable declared with a cold snort. Educating the human emperor is a shared responsibility of the three teachings, elder brother. The responsibility of educating the human emperor is now entrusted entirely to Suen. Yun Zhongzi reminded once more. That individual whom I once expelled from the Yushu Palace. Upon hearing Suen's name, Guang Chengzi's eyes flashed with surprise and disdain. But realizing that he had sustained injuries twice in succession, risking damage to his foundation, he was compelled to take a step forward, in the ancestral lands of the human race. Although Shenyuan had been at a disadvantage in their first clash, their overall strength remained intact. Now, with favorable terrain and ample supplies, they could endure against Qiyu and await the opportunity for a turnaround. Shenong sighed. This Guang Chengzi is not only reckless but also lacks strength. His two rash assaults have led to significant defeats, leaving the morale of Xuanyuan's army in disarray. Brother, you need not worry excessively. The unification of the human race from division will inevitably involve conflict. It is already the best scenario that both sides show compassion for their soldiers, and the immortals do not attack the mortals, Fushi consoled. Moreover, even the saint of the Chan teaching has personally intervened without subduing the shaman clan. They will soon be compelled to seek assistance from the martial ancestor, returning the initiative to us. Let us hope so. After achieving enlightenment, Shenong regained his past memories and was well aware of Suen's influence within the Jie teaching. If the Chan teaching could also follow orders, the situation in the struggle for the human emperor could indeed improve significantly. At that moment, the sacrificial priest Songjia arrived to report. Guang Chengzi requests an audience. Let him in. Suen glanced at Songjia and remarked, you previously expressed a desire to better observe and document the development of the human race. This battle at Zhuolu is crucial for the future of humanity. You must earnestly comprehend it. Long before Fushi's time, the human race had already invented the method of knotting ropes for record-keeping, with dedicated priests ensuring the continuity of human history. Thank you, martial ancestor. Songjia was filled with exuberant delight, for in the times of yore, Fushi's growth was guided by the counsel of Su Han, who, under the tutelage of the teacher Dubao, traversed the various clans of humanity, leaving behind the profound adage that a journey of 1,000 miles is worth more than a mere 1,000 years of study. The martial ancestor seemed particularly fond of Songjia. Fushi mused curiously. Had you not previously mentioned the matter of cultural enlightenment? Perhaps it rests upon Tsonj. Yu Han smiled faintly and remarked, I have met the martial ancestor of humanity and the two sovereigns. Upon seeing the modestly attired Su Han and Fushi, Guang Chengzi felt a flicker of disdain flash across his heart, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he stated, I request the assistance of the disciples of the to dismantle the dooding divine killing formation. The enlightenment of the sovereigns is a matter that my revered elder once suggested. urging that I partake minimally. Su Han replied calmly, "It is evident that one cannot even uphold the most basic courtesies," which speaks volumes of the virtues of the. Fortunately, I had arranged for Shinnong to personally instruct Xinyuan. Otherwise, who knows how misguided they would have become. Regarding the remnants of the witch clan, could it be that the martial ancestor and the two sovereigns would stand idly by? Guang Chengzi furrowed his brow as he spoke. The witch clan is also of human blood, and Qiyu has not breached the rules established by our ancestors. Thus, he is naturally qualified to partake in the contest for the position of sovereign. Su Han replied nonchalantly, "If you wish to use the great starry array to counter the Duding divine killing formation, then show your sincerity." This, Guang Chengzi felt a surge of anger within, yet he dared not depart. Thus he had to contact Yuanshi Tianzuan through the Sanbao Yiru. Truly, these are greedy and shameless individuals, daring to haggle with me. Yuanshi Tianzuan grew increasingly incensed, then turned his gaze toward Yun Changzi and said, "Is this what you refer to as a good idea? Master, please forgive my candor. During the last distribution of merit from Shinnong's enlightenment, senior brother Guang Chengzi suffered due to his insufficient contributions." Yun Changzi remarked, "If we invest more now, our returns will be greater in the future." That is more like it. This is the Huang Zhongli, which can assist Xianyuan in attaining enlightenment more swiftly. The voice of Yuanshi Tianzuan resonated from the Sanbao Yiru, and soon a fragrant fruit of ethereal essence fell into Su Han's hand. The younger generation expresses gratitude to the Yuqing sage on behalf of Xianyuan. Su Han offered a slight bow towards the direction of the Yushu Palace, then turned his gaze towards Fushi and said, "To arrange the great starry array, we require the assistance of senior brothers and sisters serving in the heavenly court. I implore you, Brother Fushi, to accompany me in paying a visit to Haoyin and the Yaoqi." Though the great starry array of the heavenly court was also established by the cooperation between the and the heavenly court, as well as among humanity, is currently exceedingly harmonious, and thus etiquette must be duly observed. As the first sovereign of humanity and a figure of semi-saintly stature, Fushi's personal involvement carries immense weight. Chapter 50. The celestial might of the Yuanshi Tianzuan's breach of defense in the Lingshao Treasure Hall. The two guests exchanged polite words. Haoyin and the Yaoqi exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with delight, for they had long envied the merit and fortune of the three sovereigns. However, as the participants in the Enlightenment were all direct disciples of the saints, they had previously refrained from intervening. Now that humanity had extended an invitation, everything was above board. Su Han, as our heavenly court's grand marshal, will have full authority over the required personnel. Haoyin spoke generously. The nine heavens Xian knew, well versed in military strategies and the art of medicine, may also prove useful. Yaoqi added a supplementary remark. "Thank you, Heavenly Emperor and Queen Mother." Su Han smiled and returned the courtesy. However, he soon encountered a moderately sized dilemma. Initially, to avoid the calamity of karmic retribution, he had intended to request the assistance of Dubao and Jin Ling, among others, who had already participated in the enlightenment of the sovereign with significant merits that could offset their transgressions. Yet upon his arrival, the prominent figures of the heavenly court were all eager to volunteer, leaving Su Han no chance to decline. How could I not participate in the fighting? I wish to test just how formidable the Great Witch truly is. Rest assured, little junior brother, with your support, we have amassed substantial merit and fortune among both humanity and the heavenly court. A little karmic retribution is nothing. You have aided us so much before. If we cannot assist you this time, I would be ashamed of myself. Indeed, our has always shared in both fortune and adversity. With you, little junior brother, we feel entirely at ease. We were never afraid of the demon clan led by Emperor Jun. So what is Qiyu to us? Faced with the enthusiastic Zhao Gongming and others, Su Han could only retract his words of persuasion. Having spent many years in he understood that sometimes these senior brothers and sisters could be adorably foolish on the battlefield of Zhuolu. Chief, the enemy has summoned reinforcements, seemingly from the heavenly court. The Rain Master reported with a bow. Merely a bunch of withered wood. No matter how many of them there are, this great witch can fell them all. Qiyu set down his wine jar and stepped out of the main camp, his pupils narrowing in shock. Taoist Dubao. 3 corpses completely severed, merely a step away from semi-sainthood. Holy Mother Jin Ling. late-stage quasi-saint. Holy Mother Wu Dang, mid-stage quasi-saint. Yun Xiao, turtle spirit Holy Mother, and Wu Yin Immortal, full completion of early-stage quasi-saint. Coupled with numerous Deluo Jingxian and hundreds of Jin Xian level experts, it is no longer a matter of whether Qiyu can win. Even if he summoned Xing Tian, Jiufeng, and Xiang Lu from the underworld, they would still be insufficient. The Duding Divine Killing Formation, gazing at the splendid lineup of the, even Qiyu could not help but frown. Directly summoning the 12 Duding Divine Demon Banners, boom, as endless malice converged, the axe of Xing Tian reappeared in the void. The indeed commands a grand spectacle, forcing the Witch Clan to reveal their trump card. That is the currently recognized foremost sect in the Honghuang, the true core of the heavenly court. During the last battle between the witches and the demons, the Duding Divine Killing Formation had nearly obliterated the entire heavenly court with a single strike. Only thanks to the intervention of the Dao ancestor did the demon clan receive a moment to breathe. How would this encounter unfold? The roiling calamity attracted all the great powers of the Honghuang, who focused their attention on the center of Zhualu. But this is merely the great starry array. Daoist Dubao held the He-Tu and Luo Shu above his head, and a complete set of 365 innate star banners corresponded to the positions of this myriad immortals. Swiftly drawing forth the vast radiance of the stars, brother, do not recklessly create slaughter. Simply showcase our strength to Qiu. Xu Han conveyed through thought. Understood, Dubao responded with his divine sense, and then harnessing the power of the heaven's stars. He rolled back the colossal axe falling downwards. Crack, the axe of Xing Tian, empowered by the Duding Divine Killing Formation, quickly shattered several waves of stellar torrents. However, as the great starry array grew ever more resplendent, the momentum of the descending strike slowed progressively until it was ultimately ensnared by the boundless starlight. Surely, Qiyu is not still intoxicated from yesterday's revelry, is he? Previously, the axe of Xing Tian could cleave through the light barrier of the Linglong Merit Pagoda, inflicting severe wounds upon 3 quasi-saints and many Deluo with unstoppable force. Yet today it is effortlessly countered by the. It is simply that the strength of the is overwhelmingly powerful. Not only can they rival the, which includes those of Jin Xian level like Huang Long, but they also do not pale in comparison to the former peak of the Demon Clan in the Heavenly Court. The Duding Divine Killing Formation cannot be inferior to the Great Starry Array, but the main arrays Qiyu and others cannot possibly compare to the likes of Dubao and Jin Ling. It is a shame that one who claims to be the true orthodox of the Xinmen has disciples who, when combined, may not even match a single direct disciple of the, during the previous competition for the Kongtong seal. Did not the 12 saints of the find themselves thoroughly outmatched by Zhao Gongming alone, with the Yundu not even able to contend against Yunxiao? The two sects combined nearly faced annihilation, while a single sect effortlessly breached the formation. This, the onlookers, all great powers, exchanged glances, shaking their heads repeatedly die in the Yushu Palace. The usually calm Taiji Laojuan's expression darkened slightly. In just a few millennia, Yundu had fallen from being the first to sever corpses among the 4 teachings to struggling to break into the top 5. The change has been too rapid. At the heart of the battlefield, Qiyu, are you convinced? Su Han spoke. By overwhelming numbers. Qiyu's voice grew increasingly faint. He was neither foolish nor ignorant. He understood that the could effortlessly withstand a full strike from the Duding Divine Killing Formation and could send the Witch Clan into reincarnation. Even if Hutu were to intervene again, the Kongtong seal had long recognized Su Han as its master. Without Su Han's endorsement, even if he could defeat Xianyuan, he could not achieve the perfect Dao fruit of a sovereign. The ancestral land had previously stated that when it comes to human against human and immortal against immortal, if one is a celestial contest, even if Xianyuan wins, in a military contest, as long as one does not exert above celestial strength, the ancestral land will not intervene. Su Han spoke. The battle for the sovereign should indeed be determined by humanity itself. Is the martial ancestor's statement genuine? Qiyu's heart, which had already been filled with despair, suddenly reignited hope, his gaze fixed fervently upon Su Han. As long as you can continue to abide by the rules set by the ancestral land, fairness will be upheld. Su Han spoke solemnly. Thank you, dear friend. In the underworld, Hu, who had initially felt a dimming of hope and was preparing to transfer Qiyu and the others back to the underworld, now found a glimmer of hope in her beautiful eyes. Dear Su-han, although you possess a multitude of strategies, your credibility is still highly regarded by Ho Tuesday, particularly your assertion that matters concerning the human race should be determined by the human race itself. While it effectively excluded Ho Tu and others such as Jufeng and Xiang Lu from the ranks of Qiyu's reinforcements, reveals itself to be Qiyu's most equitable opportunity upon reflection. After all, should the battle of the immortals escalate, with the three pure ones joining the fray, Ho Tu, who remains confined to the underworld, would find little assurance. Conversely, the human legions have already secured a victory. And with Qiyu commanding a formidable cavalry of elite demon beasts, the odds, in Ho Tu's estimation, stand at a remarkable 70% in favor of triumph. Yuan Shi Tianzun emitted another cold snort. Though reluctant, it is evident that the battle of the immortals relies heavily on the celestial beings of the Jie sect. Contemplating this, Yuan Shi Tianzun's gaze towards Guangqingzi and others grew increasingly fiery. How could he have taken in such a group of obstinate rocks while inadvertently sidelining the gem that is Su-han? Chapter 51. The counterattack of Xinyuan, the demonic race stirs restlessly. All are treasures of my demonic race. Observing the myriad stars and the He-Tu and Luo-Shu above the head of Duobao, Lu Ya's eyes brimmed with malice, which soon transformed into resignation. Although the demon race still boasts the three quasi-saints of Baizhe, they were no match for Qiyu and Xing Tian during the Witch Demon War. Now, with the Zhou Tian star array, their trump card, seized by the Jie sect, Lu Ya finds little hope for another confrontation. Regardless of the strength of the Jie sect's celestial beings, they remain mere ants beneath the saints. 2 saints against 1. The advantage lies with us. Observing Lu Ya's despondency, Zhu and Ti hastily offered words of comfort. Indeed, the teacher speaks true, Lu Ya acknowledged with a bow, yet his heart was unmoved. The demon race may be in decline, but it is not wholly extinguished. The instances of Zhu and Ti and Jia Yin being soundly beaten by Tongtian have not escaped the notice of Baizhe and other demon saints. With the Jie sect having decisively triumphed in the Battle of the Immortals, the next confrontation between Xinyuan and Qiyu's human forces, with the teacher personally overseeing, should pose no challenge in overcoming these two imperial contenders. Zhu and Ti's expression grew somewhat awkward, yet he quickly regained composure. At that time, even if you, Lu Ya, do not ascend to the position of human emperor, you will still be able to exchange sufficient fortune to aid in the resurgence of the demon race. Even if the celestial beings of the Jie sect return to the heavenly court, with Qiyu's fierce might and the Dou Tian Shan Sha grand array, it is likely that they will still find it difficult to deliver a crippling blow. Lu Ya shook his head. Should Baizhe and the others be involved, indeed, it would be challenging to subdue Qiyu. Yet, let us not forget that the demon race possesses a divine sword specifically designed to counter the witch body, as well as a formidable being who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Fu Shi, the Tu-Wu sword, Kuan Peng. A flicker of resentment crossed Lu Ya's eyes, had it not been for Kuan Peng suddenly whisking away the array's core. The He-Tu and Luo Shu during the final battle between the witches and demons, the demon race might not have faced such dire straits, forced to languish in the extreme north in a desperate struggle for survival. Precisely. In the past, the heavenly court of the demon race entrusted Kuan Peng with significant responsibilities, yet he fled in the face of battle, incurring great karma. The teacher shall personally seek retribution on your behalf. Zhu and Ti continued. Moreover, although Kuan Peng has lost the He-Tu and Luo Shu, having served as the main array for many years, he is well acquainted with the Zhou Tian star array and can indeed exert considerable effect at a critical moment. If the teacher can persuade Kuan Peng, it is entirely plausible to deliver a severe blow to Xinyuan and Qiyu at the opportune moment. After considerable deliberation, Lu Ya concluded that this represents the demon race's final opportunity. Gritting his teeth and resolving to proceed. Fear not, for the teacher is a saint. Kuan Peng is merely a larger ant. Zhu and Ti, brimming with confidence, remarked that even a saint with the support of the heavenly Tao is formidable. Furthermore, Kuan Peng was once a being capable of contending for a position in the Zixiao Palace, possessing the merit of establishing demon scripts. Should he join the Western Sect, it could significantly elevate the fortune of the Western Sect. Although due to past betrayals, Kuan Peng and Baizhe, Lu Ya, and others are now at odds, It could serve as a means for Zhu and Ti to assert control over the remnants of the demon race. At the Zhuolu battlefield, we welcome the esteemed uncles and masters, Xinyuan, accompanied by the chief general Bai Jian and a host of eminent generals, arrived at the camp entrance to welcome the victorious celestial beings of the Jie Sect. We pay our respects to the esteemed immortals. Greetings to Master Duo Bao. Fortune God Gong Ming, you must indulge in 300 cups of fine wine. The human soldiers were in high spirits. For after suffering 2 consecutive defeats to the Chan and Jie sects, they had finally achieved a resounding victory thanks to the celestial beings of the Jie sect. The gloom in the hearts of the soldiers was instantly dispelled. It turns out that it was not Qi Yu's invincibility, but rather that Guang Chengzi and others were simply too incompetent. You are all too kind, Duo Bao returned the gesture, stating, it was merely my junior disciple's adept command. We were merely runners in this endeavor. Thank you, martial ancestor. Xinyuan inclined his head in the direction of the ancestral ground, then spoke. Would the esteemed immortals prefer to partake in a banquet or discuss military affairs first? Let us determine our next course of action. Duo Bao expressed his satisfaction with Xuanyuan's decisiveness, nodding in agreement. However, I am not particularly skilled in military matters. It is this Xian Nu, seated before the Queen Mother of the Yaoqi, who has considerable expertise in military strategy. Having interacted with Su Han for a considerable time, Duo Bao had grown increasingly adept in matters of human relationships, introducing the 9 heavens Xian Nu, 400,000 against 800,000. The advantage is entirely ours. We can annihilate the enemy with a direct charge, Guang Chengzi interjected. Although we suffered some losses in the first battle and Qi Yu captured over 100,000, our formidable rear has allowed our numerical superiority to continue to expand. Guang Chengzi, the witch race possesses demon beasts as mounts, while our cavalry is fewer than 200,000. To recklessly pursue them could easily lead to exhaustion, leaving us vulnerable to a counterattack, rendering escape impossible. The 9 heavens Xian Nu observed Xuanyuan's peculiar expression and finally grasped how the first battle was lost. I in the wilderness, infantry pursuing cavalry. Even a pig wouldn't act so foolishly. It's merely a few demon beasts. Let our Huang Long Jr. release his dragon's might, and they would all be cowed, Guang Chengzi protested. The immortals above are in a temporary cessation of hostilities. Should the Chan sect insist on engaging, they must break Qi Yu's Dotian Shun Sha Grand Array. Duo Bao scoffed. It is but an array. Guang Chengzi's voice grew quieter. Having suffered 2 beatings already, he feared that should he press further, he would return to be torn apart by Yuan Shirtandiu and I in my view. Although Qi Yu possesses an advantage in demon beasts, his consumption of provisions is also substantial, and their logistics are inferior to ours. If we continue to advance steadily, victory will ultimately be ours. The 9 heavens Xian Nu spoke again. However, with millions on the expedition, our logistical pressure is not insignificant either. Chief General Bai Jian interjected. My junior disciple once mentioned that the more the enemy revels in their triumph, the more likely they are to expose weaknesses. The story of Mi Qiong Shao chimed in. At present, the greatest advantage of Qi Yu's army is their demon beast mounts. As long as we can slow their charge, we can encircle them using the Bagua array. The teacher speaks wisely, Xinyuan nodded. After seizing their bronze knives and armor, we have melted down copper coins to forge over 100,000 sets, sufficient to equip an elite contingent. Truth be told, Guang Chengzi and the others have made some minor contributions, exchanging their limbs and wounds for the time to garner reinforcements and craft new equipment. The opposition is not composed of fools. Why would they willingly relinquish their advantage in demon beasts? Qi Jingzi murmured, since the celestial beings of the Jie sect arrived and decisively defeated the Dotian Shensha Grand Array, the presence of the Chan and Jie sects has been completely overshadowed, leaving those who are typically proud feeling quite stifled. Are you suggesting we seek a high vantage point to force Qi Yu's army to scale a mountain and slow their advance? The 9 heavens Xian Nu's eyes lit up. While higher ground offers advantages, should they maneuver cavalry around to strike our rear, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. Bai Xiao glanced at the notes she had consulted with Su Han and remarked, thus, the battleground should remain on the plain. We merely need to arrange our formations accordingly. 2.5 days later, is the enemy foolish enough to choose to engage us on the plain? Observing the neatly arranged Xinyuan army, Qi Yu burst into laughter. Perhaps they believe their numerical superiority is absolute? Feng Bo scratched his head. Or perhaps it is that war god Guangchengzi leading them. Regardless, as long as the Jie Sect celestial beings do not intervene, in this military confrontation, we are undoubtedly secure. With a sweep of his great blade, Qi Yu initiated the charge. 100 miles, 50 miles. As the banners of Xinyuan drew ever closer, Qi Yu could scarcely conceal his growing mirth. Even without the power of the immortals, the resilience of the witch body, innate strength, and cavalry advantage still afford the witch race a tremendous upper hand. However, in the next moment, splash, splash, oh no, the hooves are stuck. Deceitful and despicable. Quick, retreat. The demon beast cavalry, who had been elatedly dreaming of Qi Yu's ascension to the position of human emperor, suddenly discovered that the grass ahead was waterlogged and deep, leading them to become mired in the mud. The rapidly charging witch army soon sensed something amiss, but alas, their full-speed advance, though imposing, made it difficult to turn back. They could only helplessly crash forward. Tumbling into a chaotic heap, Chapter 52. The guide car, the great victory at Zhuolu, the rift within the Chan sect leader, it would be prudent to retreat for now, exclaimed the Rain Master, his voice resonating with urgency. Although our main forces have fanned out to the flanks, their speed has been completely lost, and the formation is in utter disarray. If we do not disengage soon, we risk being ensnared within the Bagua formation, making escape nearly impossible. Furthermore, the enemy is equipped with bronze blades and armor, albeit somewhat crude, and only the vanguard possesses them, yet they are still capable of inflicting significant casualties upon our troops. The Wind Master interjected with increasing urgency. Let us not forget that the enemy also has a cavalry force numbering around 200,000, which has yet to show itself. They may very well have been dispatched by that treacherous little wretch to cut off our rear. Retreat. Despite the turmoil within his heart, Qi Yu could only acquiesce to the urgent counsel. After all, cavalry charges rely on momentum. Once speed is lost and trapped within the ranks of a numerically superior foe, one's heavy armor would become a burden rather than a boon. Kill, capture Qi Yu alive. Offer mercy to those who surrender. As they witnessed the once formidable Qi Yu retreating, the morale of the Xinyuan army soared. Groups of 30 to 50 formed small Bagua formations, encircling isolated shaman warriors and monstrous beasts. The cavalry stationed on the flanks, upon receiving the command, charged forth, the ground trembling beneath them, compelling Qi Yu's forces to lash out desperately at the beasts beneath them. Wishing they could sprout additional legs. Leader, the Xinyuan troops are now less than 10 miles away. Shall we attempt a countercharge? It would be difficult. The enemy also possesses cavalry, though their numbers are far fewer than ours. If they can delay us even for a moment, their main force will catch up. Leader, trouble brews behind us. Smoke and fire have suddenly erupted, seemingly from the direction of our main tent. It must be that Xinyuan brat sending men to burn our supplies. What shall we do? The rations we have can only sustain us for 3 to 5 days at most. As the situation grew increasingly dire, the leaders of Qi Yu's army, already a coalition of various tribes, became more agitated, their voices rising in a cacophony of concern. Silence! Qi Yu bellowed, swiftly regaining his composure. Rain Master, you and the shaman should return to the camp, see if you can extinguish the flames and secure some supplies, and also establish contact with the remaining logistics teams. Wind Master, you must conjure a thick fog to obscure our retreat. Recalling the rules set by Su Han, Qi Yu added a cautionary note, but do not unleash powers beyond those of an immortal. Understood. The Wind Master and Rain Master's expressions calmed slightly as they set about their shamanic tasks. Soon, a dense fog enveloped the area, extending for hundreds of miles, reducing visibility to nearly zero. Lord, we were close to catching up to Qi Yu, but the sudden fog has allowed that little brat to escape. The Chief General, Bai Jian, lamented with a look of regret. The fog's presence means that a reckless pursuit would only lead to unnecessary casualties. You acted wisely, Xinyuan reassured him, patting Bai Jian on the shoulder. Rest assured, as long as we maintain our steady approach, victory shall surely be ours. The methods proposed by the two immortals have proven effective. In this battle alone, we have captured over 100,000, not to mention the numerous monstrous beasts, which will undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon Qiyu. Songjia, tasked with tallying the spoils, wore a joyful expression as he added, "Moreover, we seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's main tent. Without supplies, even the most resilient shaman tribe cannot endure for long. It's merely a matter of recounting tales I overheard from my junior brother." Turning them into immediate action, Bai Xiao chimed in cheerfully. The tactic of cutting off supplies was learned from the scheming old Xiao. As for matters of astronomy and geography, Xinyuan, you should consider acquiring a feather fan and silk cap. It would enhance your appearance immensely. Thank you for your guidance, Xinyuan replied respectfully. Although most of the instruction was imparted by Shinnong, Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao had watched him grow up, often regaling him with stories and introducing him to delightful experiences, thus fostering a strong mentor-student bond. "Do the two immortals possess any methods to dispel this fog?" asked the Nine-Heaven Xian Nu, seeking counsel. After genuinely partaking in the military campaign, she realized the vast difference between human warfare and her studies. Humbling herself to contribute, tools capable of discerning direction in foggy conditions were actually crafted by Xinyuan when he was merely 10 years old, Bai Xiao remarked. Moreover, this fog, while it has ensnared us, serves to entrap Qiyu's forces even more, as they lack the provisions to sustain themselves like we do. Are you referring to the compass and south-pointing chariot as guided by the martial ancestor? Xuanyuan's eyes brightened as he recalled the clever invention suggested by Su Han during his studies in the ancestral land under Fuxi when he struggled to discern directions. Compass. The Nine-Heaven Xian Nu and the others exchanged glances, then became captivated by the compass Xinyuan began to craft on the spot. Such a simple dish combined with a magnetized spoon could indicate direction even in thick fog. With this artifact, Qiyu's forces would be awaiting their doom. Bai Jian and the others devotedly examined the compass for an extended period, then eagerly ventured into the fog for testing, rushing back to the main tent with joyous news. It's merely a trivial trick. My craftsmanship in refining artifacts is unparalleled in the primordial realm, Guang Chengzi remarked with a hint of envy. Senior brother, refining artifacts is indeed an exploration and manifestation of the heavenly principles. One should not belittle the profound wisdom contained within these small objects, Yun Zhongzi stated. Given the chance, I would love to engage in discourse with the Taoist friend Su Han. Yun Zhongzi, do not be foolish enough to believe that the three pure ones are one family. Guang Chengzi snapped, his irritation mounting as he observed Yun Zhongzi's inquiries about the compass's invention process and principles. Others, including Qi Jingzi, also exhibited a strange expression but refrained from voicing their thoughts publicly. Actually, there's no rush. Qiyu's forces are currently in a far worse predicament than us. If we need to escalate our advantage, we could summon Yinglong to bring rain into the fog. Bai Xiao suggested, a splendid idea. Xinyuan and the others all displayed smiles of approval. The fog was already damp and chilly. Should rain and snow be added, even the strongest of the shaman tribe would find it challenging to endure, and their combat effectiveness would surely plummet. Moreover, as it was Qiyu who first employed shamanic magic, as long as we do not exceed the level of immortals, we remain within the bounds of the rules. In truth, my junior brother had specifically instructed that defeating Qiyu is not difficult. The real challenge lies in maintaining composure. Duobao spoke earnestly. Xinyuan, you are the future human emperor. You must follow the path of kingship, not tyranny. Thank you, martial ancestor and immortal elders, for your teachings. Xinyuan gazed with deep contemplation, bowing respectfully after a prolonged silence. So, Xinyuan, what is your decision? Bai Xiao inquired with curiosity. First, we shall attend to and treat the captives. Xinyuan declared solemnly. The shaman tribe is still comprised of people. As a direct disciple of Shinnong, his medical skills were certainly commendable. Luu, our junior brother previously gifted us several drops of the three light divine water. Shall we verify its healing efficacy together? Qiong Xiao proposed. Although Luyu primarily studied pestilence, medicine and poison are traditionally intertwined, and poison masters often make the best healers, I have some knowledge of the art of healing as well. Nine-Heaven Xian Nu quickly followed suit. Since her arrival, she had heard multiple rumors regarding Su Han, and her curiosity had grown, prompting her to learn more whenever possible. Strictly speaking, as the leader of the heavenly female immortals, Nine Heaven Xian Nu was also a subordinate of Su Han, the Grand Commander of the military, though waste such a precious 3 light divine water on a mere horde of commoners was a disgrace to the image of the Grand Teacher. Guang Chengzi secretly scoffed, noting that they seldom could spare even a drop for themselves, yet were so generous towards the Chapter 53. The Western Sect enters the slaughter, Lu Yu's scheming. Within the dense fog, the Rain Master wore a troubled expression as he reported, "Leader, our supplies can sustain us for at most 3 days. Let us reduce our rations from 2 meals a day to 1. If that proves insufficient, we may have to cull some of the beasts." Qiyu sighed in resignation. That Xianyuan brat has sunk so low as to commanding long terrain and snow amidst the fog. With the pleasant weather of Zhuolu now overshadowed by thick fog and dampness, many of the shaman tribe fell ill with cold. As for the bronze armor, donning it in such frigid conditions was nothing short of torment. It's entirely my fault for lacking the skill to control the fog, which has hindered our supplies from reaching us. The Wind Master lamented. "Do not blame yourself. It is my negligence that allowed Xianyuan to deceive us." Qiyu consoled the Wind Master with a pat on his shoulder. In truth, we might consider a strategic withdrawal back to Jiuli. One of the shamans hesitantly suggested. There are still 200,000 warriors in the tribe. Although their weapons are somewhat inferior, they are strong and capable enough for battle. That would only exacerbate our supply issues. Just then, the ground beneath them began to tremble ominously. Is this the earth dragon stirring? No, it signifies the charge of millions of troops. The Wind Master and Rain Master felt the tremors, their expressions shifting to alarm. In this vast fog, how could they possibly determine our position? Xianyuan is indeed remarkable. Not only does that massive south-pointing chariot provide direction, but even this simple compass can discern our whereabouts. Brothers, 10 miles ahead lies Chiyou's main camp. Let us seize our momentum and take him down. Kill! As the dense fog enveloped the battlefield, the initial trepidation transformed into astonishment and ultimately blossomed into unwavering confidence. The ranks of the Xianyuan army surged forward, invigorated as if wings had been bestowed upon them. Launching a fierce charge, quickly, Fengbua, disperse the fog. Counterattack, swiftly. Form the battle lines. Unleash the beasts. Qiyu, filled with mounting anxiety, bellowed for the troops to regroup, yet it was already too late. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. We are all brothers of the human race. Why must we fight to the bitter end? Brothers, I too am of Jiuli. After being captured by the Xianyuan army, we not only received food and drink, but they even tended to our wounds. Don't foolishly march to your deaths. Under Xuanyuan's orchestration, thousands of Chiyu's captives began to beat drums and raise banners, carrying fragrant bowls of meat, soup to call upon their former brethren. Xianyuan's actions are utterly despicable. Witnessing his weary and famished soldiers being swayed into surrender, Chiyou's fury ignited, yet he felt utterly powerless. The defeat was as catastrophic as a mountain collapsing as the fog began to dissipate under the fierce winds. Over 600,000 of Chiyu's army had been captured, with only around 20,000 fleeing alongside Qiyu. Our leader, in this battle, we have thoroughly driven Qiyu from the battlefield of Zhuolu. Bai Jian exclaimed with joy, especially in our treatment of the prisoners of war, allowing them to testify to their experiences has proven remarkably effective. Most of the captives surrendered willingly. As the largest and most spiritually abundant plane in the primordial world, Zhuolu held immense significance, making it a common choice for the battlefield. After all, it was an internal conflict within the human race. In the future, they would still be one family. Let the physician care for these captives well. Xianyuan waved his hand, stating, "The martial ancestor has already cautioned us that victory is merely the first step. How to win their hearts is the key. Otherwise, even if we subdue the Jiuli tribe, they may rebel again, leading to an endless cycle of conflict. The struggle for the throne of the human emperor is nothing more than this. Simply dispatch a 1,000,000-strong demon army, and both Xianyuan and Qiyu could be eradicated." Observing the situation in Zhuolu illuminated by Zay's divine powers, a demon general scoffed disdainfully. That is because the battle of the immortals has concluded ahead of schedule. Most of the disciples of the Jie sect have returned to the heavenly court. Yet, even now, with just Qiyu, the combined strength of the 3 of us may not be sufficient to subdue him. The demon sage Qinyuan sighed. Isn't there the slaughter which soared? The demon sage Jiming dismissed. Though it may not be in its complete form, it should suffice to deal with a great witch like Qiyu. We can only resort to ambush. Otherwise, should Qiyu unleash the grand celestial formation, the situation would still be dire. Qinyuan sighed again. The demon race cannot withstand another loss. The most prudent strategy would be to wait for His Highness Luya to grow stronger and reunite the scattered factions. As former protagonists of the calamity, the demon race's influence extended beyond the 33 heavens. There were numerous subordinate races outside the heavenly court. However, following the demise of Emperor Jun and Tai, and with the heavenly court occupied by Haoyan and Yaoqi, these races had gradually slipped from their control, with many demons who had arrived in the northern barbarian region quietly fleeing. By that time, the human race's dominance would be firmly established, widening the gap between us. The demon sage Bai Zhe sighed, fully aware of the terrifying power of fate during the calamity, having survived numerous life and death battles in the past. With the vast fortunes of the heavenly court, they quickly recovered and even advanced further. Yet now, over 10,000 years after the calamity of witches and demons had concluded, among the three of them, only Jiming, with the lightest injuries, had nearly fully recovered. They still lacked a unifying backbone. Qinyuan and Jiming also sighed, reminiscing about the days when the demon race was brimming with talent. The 10 demon sages only needed to charge into battle. Though Luya now inherited his father's position, his cultivation was merely at the initial stages of the Great Luo, lacking the influence of Emperor Jun and Tai. Just then, a beam of rainbow light rushed toward them. His Highness Luya has returned. Bai Zhe and the others hurriedly approached, only to suddenly change expressions. Kuanpeng, you treacherous demon, how dare you return? The situation was already clear back then. Even if I stayed, could I have changed the outcome? Kuanpeng coldly snorted. Moreover, compared to our ancestor, Fushi is the greatest traitor. Why not seek him out? Fushi sacrificed his life to rescue Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor, nearly losing his very soul. How can you even dare to compare yourself to him? Jiming unleashed a punch towards Kuanpeng. You may have fled, but you took away the He Tu and Luo Shu, unaware of how many brothers you have led to their doom. And so what? Kuanpeng casually brushed Jiming aside, his face contorted with malice. Had it not been for Saint Juanti personally inviting me, the three of you combined would not even be a match for our ancestor. As a powerful being who had listened to the Tao alongside Emperor Jun and Tai in the Purple Cloud Palace, Kuanpeng had long since eliminated his 3 corpses after establishing the demon scriptures, far beyond the capabilities of the initial Bai Zhe and others. Saint Juanti, Bai Zhe, and the others looked at Luya with confusion. Back then, I was shot through by Ho Yi's arrows, leaving only a trace of my true spirit. It was Saint Juanti who saved me, allowing me to recover, and now I have joined the Western Sect. These 2 are my brothers, Maitreya and Medicine Master. Luya spoke. The Demon Master also returned at the personal invitation of my master. I ask you all to let bygones be bygones in light of the current situation and work together in unity. A flicker of intrigue crossed Bai Zhe's eyes. The earlier emergence of the 10 Sons had sparked the premature battle between witches and demons, raising too many suspicions. They had long suspected that a saint was pulling strings behind the scenes. However, given the imminent crisis facing the demon race, the once revered Saint Enhua was now indifferent to their plight. And having Juanti as support was undoubtedly better than having none. Theo put it bluntly. Despite the Western sect's notorious reputation, it was still backed by 2 heavenly Tao saints, making it the only significant ally the demon race could cling to. Even with grievances, they had to swallow their pride. Let us first defeat Qiyu, and I shall select 3 treasures from the demon race's treasury. Seeing Bai Zhe and the others reluctantly retreat, Kuanpeng turned his gaze toward Luya. Once we vanquish the human race, I shall take you there. Luya ground his teeth. Maitreya and Medicine Master also exhibited a glimmer of greed in their eyes. The ancient treasures of the demon race had been sought after multiple times by both Juanti and Jane. Let alone the 2 of them at the Great Luo level. At that time, they would certainly summon the other disciples. Even if each were to receive a low-grade innate or even postnatal spiritual treasure, it would be a significant boon for the impoverished West. Chapter 54. The Demon Race Enters the Fray, Tongtian. It is time to promote Su Han on Jinao Island. The struggle for the human emperor should be nearing its conclusion, right? The master of Tongtian gazed at the Xinyuan army, which had pushed the front line back to the Zhuli tribe, savoring a sip of Dao tea. Though the Jie sect had only intervened once, they had successfully showcased their strength before the myriad tribes of the primordial world, especially in stark contrast to the thrashing received by the two teachings of Ran and Chan, filling the master of Tongtian with great satisfaction. The issues with the witch-human alliance had largely subsided. Although Qiyu was unruly, he did not engage in indiscriminate slaughter, as Huda had remarked. However, other forces in the primordial world would not necessarily tolerate the human race's dominance. The dragon race has already been subdued by Fushi, and the master of Tongtian's eyes glimmered with surprise. Are you referring to the demon race? Previously, the master had already discovered that the demon prince Luya had been brought into Mount Shumi by Zhuanti. Given that this struggle for the human emperor involved vast fortunes, it seemed illogical for the one who most enjoyed fishing in troubled waters to remain silent. Su Han elaborated, that is indeed the case. The master of Tongtian nodded. After the fall of the two ancestral witches, the residual forces of the demon race have grown stronger. Now, with the support of the Western Sect, had it not been for the past events surrounding the slaughter which soared, the mixed blood of demons and humans would have been more qualified to participate in the struggle for the human emperor than Qiyu. Since the demon race and the witch-human race share a blood feud, they could not possibly sit idly by as Xinyuan completed the integration of the witch-human race. Su Han spoke with calm assurance. However, this presents an opportunity for the human race to seek vengeance and rise anew. Previously, after Fushi's overwhelming victory over the dragon race in the Eastern Sea, the fortunes of the human race surged significantly. If they can absorb the descendants of the witch race, one of the protagonists of the last calamity, and defeat the demon race, the rewards will undoubtedly be even greater. The Great Way is impartial. Although the heavenly Tao may have its biases, it must also adhere to the balance of cause and effect. To put it plainly, the higher the waves, the more valuable the fish. When the time comes for my master and my brothers and sisters to act, do not hesitate to call upon me. The master of Tongtian declared. After multiple validations, he had come to understand his disciples' calculating capabilities and chose to be hands-off. After all, the more outstanding his disciple became, the more glory it brought to him as a teacher. If Su Han were to surpass him, then Jie sect would no longer need to worry about the future. At this point, the master of Tongtian had completely convinced himself that in the upcoming Fengshan War, Jie sect, alongside the human race, would grow and lead the other three teachings by a wide margin, becoming the target of everyone's ire. After all, even saints require the support of fortune to continue their ascent. Once reliant on the vast fortunes of the demon and human races to closely follow the three pure ones, Enhua, who had increasingly distanced herself from them, served as the best example. I will personally keep an eye on Zhuanti and Luya's movements. The master of Tongtian stated, in fact, we can create some opportunities for the disciples of the Western Sect to venture down the mountain and accumulate karma from the slaughter. Su Han spoke solemnly. Although the heavenly court is currently operating quite smoothly, the conflicts between the great saints have yet to be resolved, and the origins of the Fengshan calamity still persist. At least according to Su Han's perception, the calamity energy within the primordial chaos has not only failed to dissipate but has rather intensified. It would be fortunate if the Fengshan calamity does not commence prematurely. What a splendid idea! Exclaimed the Tongtian cult leader, his spirits lifted. Relying on Zhuanti's cunning, he had managed to deceive and manipulate others, and over the years, the Shumi mountain had gathered a number of promising disciples. Coupled with the remnants of the demon race, now aligned with the Western teachings, they could prove to be exceptional candidates for the Fengshan list in the future. It was high time to consider promoting Su Han. Zhuli tribe, Qiyu, you are now surrounded by my forces. Surrender at this moment, and I shall appoint you as Grand General, with your men receiving ample rewards. Xinyuan declared loudly. Xinyuan, do not presume victory is yours. Qiyu retorted coldly. The Zhuli tribe has recently rallied 1,000,000 troops, a considerable portion of whom are cavalry, and the advantage still lies with me. I acknowledge that the Zhuli tribe is indeed formidable in battle. Xinyuan replied with a calm smile. Yet, if you have conscripted all the able-bodied and even the strong women, who will be responsible for production? I need not engage you in combat. Merely delaying for 6 months will lead your forces to collapse from starvation. Brothers, not only does Xianyuan have nearly 10 million troops at his command, but he also possesses countless tribes, abundant resources, and an increasing array of new weaponry and armor. Continuing this battle would only result in needless deaths among our kin. We are all of the human race. Why must we slaughter one another? If you come over, Xianyuan will not only refrain from blame, but also provide a better life for you. Under the command of Baijian and Songjia, the original soldiers of Qi Yu's army donned new hemp clothing and began cooking with baskets of grain and beast meat, the enticing aroma quickly pervading the camp. Chief, this Xianyuan brat is far too arrogant. A furious sworn brother, Wu Yi, exclaimed, "Give me 100,000 cavalry, and I will slay these traitors." However, disregarding Xuanyuan's crafty nature, venturing out carelessly could lead to an ambush. Just observing the drooling soldiers behind him made it evident that their chances of victory in this battle were slim. Yushir sighed, fully aware of the vast logistical disparity between Qi Yu's forces and their adversaries. Even during the initial battle at Chualu, the daily rations for both sides had varied significantly. Although the Jiuli tribe currently held the home ground and was engaged in direct combat, as Xianyuan mentioned, the labor force had been depleted, rendering their logistical capabilities worse rather than better. In a prolonged conflict, the outcome would ultimately hinge on who could sustain their supplies more effectively. Particularly, seeing Xuanyuan's forces taking over and cultivating lands once belonging to the Jiuli tribe, Yushir realized the prospects for victory were exceedingly bleak. Qiyu also appeared hesitant. In a battle of celestial beings, with the presence of the disciples from the hope for victory was entirely absent for the Jiuli side. In terms of military engagement, the Qi Yu army had only gained an initial advantage through a decisive victory led by Guangchengzi. Before being relentlessly pushed back to the Jiuli territory, from an objective standpoint, the Jiuli tribe's surrender at this moment would indeed secure them the best possible treatment. Although Qi Yu was deeply dissatisfied with Xuanyuan's various underhanded tactics, witnessing numerous captured Jiuli shamans being treated favorably filled his heart with gratitude. Yet, whether due to pride or the promise made to Ho-Tu before his reincarnation to revitalize the shaman clan, Qi Yu found it difficult to speak up. Ultimately, one cannot defy the will of fate. In the netherworld, Ho-Tu also sighed softly. With Xuanyuan's benevolence, he will surely take good care of the shaman bloodline. Which is not too shabby. Do not worry, my lady. The opportunity for the shamans to integrate with the human race will arrive soon. Just as Ho-Tu decided to relinquish hope, Su-Han suddenly appeared in the netherworld. Smiling as he spoke. With Qi Yu's obstinacy, it may prove quite challenging, wouldn't you agree? Ho-Tu's expression turned contemplative. Qi Yu was well aware of the situation. It was merely a matter of overcoming his inner turmoil. Su-Han gravely remarked, "A common enemy is about to emerge, providing Qi Yu with an excellent opportunity to step back gracefully." The demon race? Ho-Tu mused, impressed by Su-Han's foresight. Under Su-Han's guidance, Ho-Tu soon noticed the intruding demon army, her gaze towards him growing increasingly intricate. As this human race's martial ancestor, he truly was a formidable opponent. 2.5 months later, when the demon army, led by Ji Ming, circled the 10,000 Great Mountains, preparing to seize Xianyuan and Qi Yu in one fell swoop, they were met with Xuanyuan's forces, arranged in formation directly opposing them. "Qi Yu, I offer you a chance. If you can slay more demons, I shall consider it a victory for you." Xuanyuan's admiration for Su-Han grew, and he provocatively turned his gaze towards Qi Yu. "Very well." Reflecting on the weary expressions of Feng Bo and the other generals behind him, and recalling the countless blood debts between the shaman and demon races, Qi Yu swiftly resolved to act. Chapter 55. The human race unites against external enemies. Luya spits blood with the arrival of the demon army onto the battlefield. The malevolent aura in the heavens and earth thickened. Tendrils of calamity energy silently infiltrating the consciousness of Ji Ming and Qi Yu. "Demon spawn, meet your demise," Qi Yu declared without hesitation, summoning the Dushinshin Sha formation, the Xingtian axe descending with a fearsome force. "Quick, evade." Facing Qi Yu personally, Ji Ming finally comprehended why Guangchengzi and the others had previously suffered such a dismal defeat. He hurriedly summoned his spiritual treasure for defense, but it was already too late. Bang! The deafening clash sent Ji Ming and Qin Yuan hurtling away, crashing violently to the ground, their faces paling as their internal powers became chaotic. Boom! The rampaging malevolent energy swept through, turning numerous demon soldiers into dust. And even those at a distance were thrown into disarray, their combat capabilities severely diminished. How has this brute grown even stronger? Observing the unstoppable Qi Yu charging forward, Qi Jingzi and others were filled with trepidation. This brute was now our temporary ally. The competition was to see who could slay more demons, but we must not allow him to truly win. Guang Chengzi took a deep breath to regain his composure. The falling soul bell already descending from the sky. Although he had gained nothing from the Earth Sovereign's teachings, he had the support of Xuandu and, thanks to the trust of the primordial heavenly sovereign, secured the opportunity to guide Xianyuan. However, having suffered a humiliating defeat against Qi Yu previously, not only did it compel the other golden immortals to descend the mountain to share in the merits, but it also earned him a reprimand from the primordial heavenly sovereign. Now presented with an opportunity, he naturally intended to make a significant impression. If I cannot defeat Qi Yu, how can I not overpower these ordinary demons? Clang! The clear ringing of the bell echoed as demon soldiers fell into a daze, tumbling from their mounts, only to be cut down by the pursuing human army. 9 Dragons Divine Fire Shield. Yin Yang Mirror, 5 Fire 7 Birds Fan. The likes of Tai Yi Zhenren were equally unwilling to be outdone as they unleashed their most destructive treasures upon the battlefield. These fools, the demon race is not limited to just 2 demon saints. Only the burning lamp Taoist retreated slightly, shielding the 12 golden immortals behind him while using his beads to fend off attacks in a sporadic manner, all the while quietly summoning the coffin lamp to protect himself. In the void, Qi Yu indeed possessed the courage of 1,000 men. Observing Qi Yu's relentless assaults within the demon ranks, forcing Ji Ming and Qin Yuan to retreat step by step, even Lu Ya, his opponent, could not help but feel a measure of admiration, subsequently shifting his gaze to Bai Zai and Kuan Peng. He is merely a brute. Bai Zai's eyes flickered with animosity as he drew forth a peculiar long sword. Entirely crimson and entwined with countless vengeful spirits, slashing towards Qi Yu. Tearing through the air, the thick aura of vengeful spirits directly tore apart the malevolent energy surrounding Qi Yu, hurtling towards his shamanic form. The Shaman Slayer sword? Instinctively rolling to evade, Qi Yu still sustained a long gash on his right arm, and upon seeing the malevolent energy clinging to him like a parasite, his eyes instantly turned crimson. In the great battle between the shamans and demons of yore, how many valiant shaman warriors had fallen beneath this very sword? Moreover, having reincarnated for decades, Qi Yu gradually acknowledged his identity as a human, and sensing the countless vengeful souls within the Shaman Slayer sword, his hatred surged anew. Is this truly the Shaman Slayer sword? Has the demon race gone mad, participating in the imperial war and resorting to a sword forged from the blood and souls of countless humans? How could they possibly gain the approval of the Kongtong seal? Perhaps their true intention is merely to annihilate both Qi Yu and Xianyuan. Indeed, whether shaman or human, both hold deep-seated grievances against the demon race. And regardless of who among Xianyuan or Qi Yu achieves enlightenment, neither would spare the demon race. Previously, the dragon race merely stirred trouble in the East Sea and was swiftly subdued by Fuxi, who captured the Eastern Sea Dragon King. The demon race, however, is a genuine mortal enemy. The myriad powerful beings of the primordial chaos initially stood in stunned silence before collectively lamenting, acknowledging that the struggle for fortune and fate among the principal players is a matter of life and death. Even saints cannot escape this cycle. Qi Yu, I come to aid you. Xianyuan charged forward on the Yinglong, flanked by Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. They are merely 2 Deluo and 1 Tai Yi. Bai Zai's eyes glimmered with derision. Compared to Qi Yu, who was comparable to a quasi-saint, Xianyuan was undeniably weaker and less favored by the human tribes. If he could capture Xianyuan, it would undoubtedly yield boundless benefits for the demon race. However, golden jiao scissors, dragon binding ropes, accompanied by 2 spirited exclamations, golden light surged skyward, directly encircling Bai Zai within. Bang! Buzz! Bai Zai, with a single stroke of his sword, repelled the 2 serpents transformed from the golden jiao scissors. Yet he was ensnared by the binding dragon rope, which seized his right hand. Although he quickly broke free, it was too late. The golden Jiao scissors severed his hand, taking with it his right arm and the slaughter which soared. Oh, how the human race suffers, burdened by such immense trials. As long as Xianyuan stands, I shall not allow my brethren to endure such humiliation again. To the demon race, blood must be repaid with blood. Xianyuan soared into the heavens, catching the slaughter which soared, only to be overwhelmed by an endless tide of blood and tears, his body trembling violently. The past is but a memory. Qiong Shao offered a word of comfort, then produced the creation whip, handing it to Xianyuan, saying, "This is a treasure of great merit, once wielded by the goddess Nuwa for the creation of humanity. It can aid the souls of the human race trapped within the slaughter which soared to find liberation and reincarnation. The Jiuli tribe has already begun to integrate with mankind, and my junior brother has even made a special trip to the underworld. The Earth Mother will surely treat these human souls with kindness." Bai Shao then spoke up that I am deeply grateful to both of you, my esteemed teachers, and to the martial ancestor. Xianyuan accepted the creation whip, channeling its vast merit to soothe and nurture the countless human souls within the slaughter which soared. Thank you, my sovereign. As the resentment dissipated, the countless souls of the deceased gradually regained their clarity, bowing devoutly to Xianyuan before turning to enter the reincarnation passage. From this day forth, this sword shall be known as the human sovereign sword. To safeguard the peace of humanity for generations to come, observing the liberated souls of his kin, Xuanyuan's expression turned solemn as he gently caressed the blade, now infused with the flesh and blood of countless humans. His gaze growing ever more resolute. Kill. Beneath the vast aura of the human sovereign sword, the demon race was swept away like autumn leaves in the wind, their flesh devoured by the sword. Xianyuan had truly matured. In the ancestral lands of the human race, Fuxi and Shunnong gazed upon him with admiration. The true essence of the human sovereign lies in carving a path for his brethren, safeguarding the peace of millions behind him, in the void. If the demon masters do not act soon, our race shall indeed face defeat. Luya sighed deeply, fully aware that this battle would not be easily won. Yet the ease with which Xianyuan seized the slaughter which soared, their trump card, exceeded his expectations, especially given the meticulously laid ambush, which inadvertently united Xianyuan and Chiyo's forces against them. Luya felt the disparity keenly. The mastermind behind all this is truly formidable. The fortunes of humanity are at their peak. Any rash actions against Xianyuan and Chiyu could provoke a backlash from humanity's fate, potentially forcing Fuxi and Shunnong into battle. Kuanping spoke calmly. If we withdraw to the northern barbarians now, we may still preserve some semblance of life. No sooner had he spoken than Kuanping transformed into a streak of light. Fleeing back to the northern sea, he had only come for the identity of Saint Juanti and the demon emperor's treasury, not wishing to accompany the demon race to their doom. Such demon masters are merely cowardly rats. No wonder Hao Yin arranged for them to either roll up the curtains or cleanse the altar. They are truly unworthy of prominence. Luya, in a fit of rage, gazed at the irretrievable situation and the opportunistic retreat of the medicine master Maitreya. Nearly spitting blood in exasperation. Chapter 56. A retreat lacking resolve, brotherhood in the human sovereign flag chief. The situation appears to be amiss. Feng Bo caught up to Chiyu, stating, "It seems we are about to be overtaken by Xianyuan." "How can that be?" Chiyu, with a casual swipe of his sword, cleaved several large demons in half, retorting, "I have already slain 2 Delua-level demon generals. How could that child Xianyuan possess such capability? But we are competing on who can slay more demons." Feng Bo furrowed his brow. Not to mention the transcendent treasures wielded by those like Guangchengzi, Xuanyuan's side has the advantage of numbers with the Bagua formation. Their kill count is rapidly approaching ours. This is preposterous. Chiyu surveyed the battlefield and noted that while their cavalry charged at the forefront, their numbers were limited, and in terms of efficiency in slaying foes, they were indeed lacking. But what can be done? Though he understood that the contest for the human sovereign was nearly settled, both his pride and the desire to secure greater favor for the Jiuli tribe drove Chiyu to not wish to lose this wager. "There is a solution." Feng Bo hesitated before speaking. "During our campaign against the foreign tribes, I once created a 10,000 souls flag using the Netherworld technique. It was ineffective against Xuanyuan's forces, but it should serve well against the demon race now. What are we waiting for? Quickly bring it forth, Qiyu exclaimed in delight. The great heavenly divine formation is excellent, but its consumption is tremendous. Even with Qiyu's prowess, it cannot be utilized often, making it more suitable for conflicts among the strong. However, this 10,000 souls flag is a divine artifact for mass harvesting. Although its individual lethality is somewhat diminished, it is exceptionally effective against ordinary demon soldiers, and as it devours more lives, it can continuously enhance and replenish its wielder. The demon race shall meet their doom. As the black flag of souls appeared in the void, strands of purple-black energy rapidly enveloped the demon army, instantly claiming the lives of thousands of demon soldiers, while those fortunate enough to escape found their vigor significantly diminished, only to be overtaken and slain by the Julie cavalry. This indeed proves to be quite effective. Witnessing the remarkable results of the 10,000 souls flag, Qiyu nonchalantly hung the tiger fang back on the Iron Eater's back, utilizing the flag to both consume demon lives and replenish his depleting magical energy. However, the name 10,000 souls flag feels somewhat lacking in grandeur. Qiyu glanced at the slaughter which soared in Xuanyuan's hand, now renamed the Human Sovereign Sword, and decided to emulate it. From now on, you shall be called the Human Sovereign Flag. The Julie tribe possesses such a lethal weapon yet has not deployed it. Observing the terrifying harvesting effect of the 10,000 souls flag, Bai Jian, Songju, and others broke out in cold sweat, their admiration for Su Han's calming strategy growing even deeper. If we truly corner Qiyu, even if we manage to annihilate the Julie tribe, our own losses would be substantial. Convey my orders. Cooperate with the Julie tribe to encircle and divide the demon army. Xuanyuan raised the Human Sovereign Sword high, declaring in a booming voice, "Avenge our fallen heroes. Kill for the fallen heroes. Those who offend the human race shall be pursued, no matter how far." Under Bai Jian and his companions' leadership, millions of human soldiers swiftly formed several Bagua formations, launching a full-scale assault on the Demon Legion. Retreat. Seasoned in battle, Bai Zhe understood the principle that a defeat can collapse like a mountain, and upon discovering Kuanpeng's retreat once more, he decisively issued a command for a total withdrawal. "Leave your lives behind." Noticing Bai Zhe's position, Qiyu bellowed, hurling the tiger fang with all his might. "Hurry and flee." Ji Ming was the first to react, positioning himself in front of Bai Zhe, his heart pierced directly through. "Good brother, you must hold on." Seeing Ji Ming's complexion turn pale, Bai Zhe and Qin Yuan hastily stuffed all their healing elixirs into his mouth, employing various healing techniques as well. "Let us retreat to the west. The teacher will be waiting for us there." Luya also snapped back to reality, using the rainbow transformation technique to lead Ji Ming westward. "The demon saints have fled, brothers. Kill. We must annihilate this demon army." With the 3 demon saints having retreated, the already faltering demon army utterly collapsed. Aside from a few who managed to escape into the 10,000 great mountains, the rest were pursued and slaughtered by the human army. "Spare me. I surrender." Many demon soldiers knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. "Kill. Mercy is for our kin among the witch tribe. You are unworthy of it. When we forged the slaughter witch sword, how did you show us any leniency? Kill. Not a single one shall be spared. Blood debts must be repaid with blood." Known for his benevolence, Xuanyuan's heart turned harder than stone at this moment, coldly issuing the order for complete annihilation. Such ruthlessness from the human race. I had thought this human sovereign would be as merciful as Shenong, yet he is even more relentless than Qiyu. This Xuanyuan seeks to establish his might over the myriad races with the heads of the demon race. The rise of humanity, once faced with the dragon race, now the demon race, is indeed unstoppable. In truth, humanity does not seek slaughter. When the witch race adheres to the rules of the ancestral lands, Xuanyuan has always treated them generously, with those captured faring better than during their time among the Julie tribe. The early supporters, the Koi tribe, have likewise seen their fortunes and merits grow day by day. One hand offers a slap, the other a sweet date. What a masterful approach by the human sovereign. The observing powers of the primordial era were stunned by Xuanyuan's coldness, their gazes tinged with respect. A moment of folly. In the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa watched the relentless pursuit of the demon army by the human forces, then glanced at Luya and the three demon saints fleeing westward. Her expression complex. If only we had been able to stop the slaughter which soared back then, how splendid might our current circumstances be. In the 8th Scenic Palace, observing Guangchengzi and others reaping vast rewards with their divine abilities. Yuan Shi Tianzun nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Laozi beside him. Humanity may grow stronger, yet if they become too powerful, it may not necessarily be a good thing. Laozi's expression was a mixture of emotions. With only Xian Du as his direct disciple, it would be wonderful if he could advance further, and even if he were temporarily inferior, he would still be one of the 5 emperors. What truly troubled Laozi was that humanity's trajectory was increasingly diverging from his original plans, becoming somewhat unruly, the elder brother implying that humanity might follow the path of the former witch and demon races. The countenance of the primordial supreme one underwent a subtle shift. During the ancient conflict between the witch and the demon, he had scarcely regarded the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the West. Although the human race currently lacks the formidable trump cards such as the great array of heavenly gods and the great array of celestial stars, they remain the singular protagonists of the cosmos. As time progresses, even the primordial supreme one could not guarantee absolute certainty. The restoration of the 3 sovereigns may serve as a pivotal opportunity. After a prolonged contemplation, Laozi slowly began to speak. The ancestral land of the human race should remain tranquil, suppressing the fate of humanity, and ought not to interfere further in worldly affairs. Excellent. The primordial supreme one's expression brightened. For a figure of such stature, bound by the rules of the ancestral land due to the Tongtian seal, he had longed for an outburst. Even though the teachings of the 2 human sects had absorbed the lessons from the era of Xinnong and showcased greater enthusiasm in the current teachings of the human emperor, their influence still paled in comparison to the way of interception. If left unchecked, they would inevitably witness Tongtian's singular brilliance. Chapter 57. Qiyu. I cannot believe I lost due to a bamboo shoot. On the battlefield of the human race, Xianyuan, you have deceived me again. With great enthusiasm, I charged through the ranks of the demon army, yet when tallying the results, I found myself outmatched by Xianyuan. Many of the great generals of the Zhili tribe were taken by Jian and Songjie to partake in a victory banquet, which only fueled Chiyou's ire further. A wager is a wager. Xianyuan replied with a calm smile, do you wish to be seen as untrustworthy and be ridiculed by all of Honghuang? Chiyu, increasingly exasperated, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If the human emperor lacks sufficient strength, he cannot intimidate the myriad races. Dare you engage me in single combat? Although winning a single bout would still leave him at a disadvantage of 1 to 2, at least it could salvage some dignity for the witch race. You are a mighty shaman capable of intimidating quasi-saints, while my cultivation spans merely a few decades, and I am but a lowly Tai golden immortal. Even if you were to win, it would lack credibility. Xianyuan chuckled softly. Moreover, warfare is not solely reliant on brute force. Strategy and benevolence often hold greater significance. I will restrain my strength to match yours. Eager to regain face, Qiyu blurted out, then let all present witness this. Regardless of the outcome, I shall undertake the entire responsibility for the reconstruction of the Zhili tribe. Should you, Qiyu, lose, you shall contentedly serve as the commander responsible for conquering the alien races. What say you? Xianyuan proposed. Agreed, Qiyu nodded. Although he was the aggressor, the tumult of battle was immense, especially from those above the celestial realm, where even a single skill could cause the earth to tremble. Fields, roads, and houses had suffered significant damage, necessitating vast resources for restoration. In preparation to contend with Xuanyuan's forces, the Zhili tribe had already reached a state of exhausting militarism. Thus, Xuanyuan's willingness to extend a helping hand was undoubtedly the best news for them. Thank you, Xianyuan, leader, Chiyou's chief exclaimed. Indeed, the position of commander is not to be underestimated. Not only can he charge into battle, but following Xianyuan, one's provisions are far superior to before. It must be said that our leader is quite righteous. During the recent pursuit of the demon race, he not only refrained from undermining us, but also provided us with provisions and medicine. After all, we are all one family. Issues can be discussed. So why resort to bloodshed? Indeed, it is the human heroes who slay the demons, but should we fall to internal strife, we would have no face to meet our ancestors in the underworld. Having fought alongside one another, the witch race increasingly felt gratitude and recognition towards Xianyuan. Under the influence of those with intent, such as Tongtian, the last remnants of opposition in their hearts began to fade. Perhaps the sons of the Zhuli tribe would indeed fare better following that young Xianyuan. Even Qiyu himself began to harbor doubts, having shared decades of growth together. How could there be no bond at all? Moreover, the previous battle, though exhilarating, had clearly demonstrated that the heavens favored the human race, and the witch race was fortunate to preserve their bloodline heritage compared to the demon race. Xianyuan, take this blade. Qiyu steadied himself and continued to charge, though the murderous intent had largely dissipated. The heart-striking techniques imparted by the martial ancestor were indeed exceedingly effective. Observing the slowing pace of Qiyu's charge, Xianyuan silently admired Su Han, and then produced a green, conical object. What is this? A flicker of surprise crossed Qiyu's eyes, and then he suddenly staggered. Alas, I am utterly famished. The iron-eating beast, sitting down, wore a face of grievance. Having borne Qiyu into battle for several days and nights without a single drop of water, it was now both hungry and weary, unable to resist the allure of food. You have lost. Seizing the opportunity while Qiyu was unsteady, Xianyuan had already placed the back of his sword against Qiyu's neck. What is happening? Qiyu, brimming with rage, suddenly felt a wave of weakness, only to find himself betrayed by the iron-eating beast. It can only be said that from the very beginning, in terms of both morale and resources, Xianyuan held the advantage, having only been momentarily thwarted by the recklessness of Guangchengzi and Xuandu. After that, he maintained a firm grasp on the initiative. The demon race's invasion not only failed to yield any gains, but instead united the Xianyuan and Zhili tribes against a common foe. The soldiers of the Qiyu tribe, now with brighter prospects, were no longer inclined to fight. Though I understand the reasoning, it remains an absurdity that Qiyu, the great shaman who had recently trounced quasi-saints, ultimately succumbed to a mere bamboo shoot, and not just any bamboo shoot, but the shoot of the 6-root clear bamboo, an innate spiritual root. Is it not still just a shoot? Xianyuan and Qiyu fought for a considerable time, and the deciding factor in their final contest turned out to be a bamboo shoot? I declare, the true protagonists of this contest for the human emperor are the iron-eating beast and the bamboo shoot. Ha ha ha! The assembled great beings exchanged amused glances, unable to stifle their laughter. Never before in history had a great battle concluded so dramatically. Xianyuan, you could have defeated me openly. Why resort to trickery? Qiyu grumbled. That is precisely why you have always lost, Xianyuan replied in a solemn tone. A general must not only understand astronomy, geography, and the art of intrigue, but also comprehend the inclinations of the human heart. Soldiers may follow you for a time due to camaraderie, but to truly earn their lifelong allegiance, as evidenced by the iron-eating beast and the Zhuli soldiers, what they desire most is simply to be well-fed, warmly clothed, and to enjoy stability with their families. Kill me if you will. Observing the weary iron-eating beast, whose eyes betrayed guilt, and the Zhuli soldiers who were heartily feasting, Qiyu sighed deeply and relinquished his tiger blade. Why should I kill you? Xianyuan smiled. According to our agreement, you are now a great general of the human race, with ample opportunity for future campaigns against foreign lands. Congratulations, leader. Leader, you are mighty, General Qiyu. Upon witnessing Qiyu's formal surrender, a resounding cheer erupted simultaneously from both the Xianyuan and Zhili tribes. See, the common folk of the human race yearn for nothing more than family reunions and lives of plenty. When you grasp this, you will become a true and worthy leader. Xianyuan clapped Qiyu on the shoulder. Leadership is not merely about power. It is a responsibility to ensure the growth of the human race and the prosperity of the common people. In terms of governance, I admit I cannot match you. Observing the hopeful and relieved expressions of the Zhuli people, Qiyu's demeanor grew increasingly complex, and after a long silence, he finally remarked, thus, this can be considered the best conclusion. In the underworld, Ho-Tu and the 9 phoenixes breathed a sigh of relief. Although unable to ascend to the position of human emperor, Chiyo's appointment as the commander responsible for conquests ensured the smooth integration of the witch race into the human race, with the preservation of their bloodline legacy being assured. Especially with the demon race serving as a cautionary example, the value of peaceful integration was all the more apparent at that moment, as the Tongtian seal appeared in the sky. The pervasive calamity dissipated significantly, drawing the attention of all the powerful beings of Honghuang once more. Chapter 58. Xianyuan returns, Primordial Supreme One. Why is it always I who is injured? Xianyuan united the various factions of the human race, subdued the Julie, and quelled the demon race. His merits are immeasurable, making him the rightful human emperor. As the laws of heaven and earth responded, a vast aura of merit cascaded down from the heavens, with 2.5 portions falling upon Xianyuan, propelling his cultivation from Tai directly to Deluo, successfully advancing to the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, and achieving completion. 1 portion of merit settled upon the human emperor's sword, a blade imbued with the blood and tears of countless humans, reflecting mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars. Even the sides of the sword hilt bore inscriptions detailing agricultural and husbandry techniques, as well as strategies for unification, transforming it into a supreme treasure capable of commanding the fate of the human race. The fortune of the human race surged once more, a magnificent dragon soaring through the skies, astonishing all powerful beings of Honghuang. The 3 sovereigns indeed grew stronger with time. Had it not been for the absence of primordial purple energy, this Xianyuan, the human emperor, would likely have directly attained sainthood. The sole protagonist of this tribulation is undeniably defying the heavens. Before the 5 emperors could commence, the fortune of the human race had already increased 1,000-fold compared to the time prior to Fushi's emergence. If this trend continues, the combined forces of the witch and demon races would pale in comparison. The witch race has now fully integrated into the human race, even changing their designation to common folk. Had the demon race not fled swiftly, the last 3 demon saints would have surely become stepping stones for Xianyuan and Chiyu. Speaking of which, why did Bai Zhe and the others flee westward? Could it be, Shu, are you tired of living? In truth, this serves as a testament from the opposite perspective. The primordial chaos remains a realm dominated by saints. Regardless of how bountiful the fortunes of humanity may be, they are merely a slightly larger breed of ants. Unless one can defy the heavens and attain sainthood, the human race has undoubtedly reached its limits. To quote their own words, the 3 sovereigns are the pioneers, endowed with immeasurable merit and fortune, while the subsequent 5 emperors have done well to merely maintain the status quo without decline. The waning of calamity Qi reveals much. Although one can still obscure the heavenly mysteries and make predictions, it is no longer on par with what it once was. In the span of just a few millennia, the 3 sovereigns have achieved the current prosperity, making humanity undoubtedly the foremost protagonist in the annals of primordial history. It is still that martial ancestor of humanity who wields the Tongtian seal, exhibiting such unparalleled prowess that he can command compliance from 4 great saints. Speaking of which, the current is closely aligned with humanity, and the potential for their future strength is truly something to anticipate. Let us hope it does not culminate in a decline after a period of great prosperity. By the way, why has such a substantial merit yet to be bestowed? Is its allegiance still undecided? What? A significant portion of merit has actually descended upon Chiyu. The great powers of the primordial realm exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe their eyes. Chiyu, who has developed new armaments for humanity and quelled the foreign tribes, has achieved remarkable feats and rightly deserves the title of humanity's military leader. As the words fell, approximately 1.5 portions of fortune flowed into Chiyu, elevating his cultivation to the late stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Even the human sovereign banner in Chiyu's hand, along with the iron-eating beast gnawing on bamboo shoots, received a share of the merit. The military leader of humanity, how splendid! Within the realm of Yomi, the beautiful eyes of Hutu suddenly sparkled with joy. Although the general leading the charge is commendable, this military leader now possesses a Dao fruit only slightly inferior to that of the 3 sovereigns, indicating a complete acknowledgement of Chiyu and the contributions of the witch clan, ensuring a future of boundless potential. Simply put, as long as humanity endures, the military leader shall remain eternal. What is this military leader? Could it be that, aside from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, humanity has even more esteemed positions. Let us not forget that even before the 3 sovereigns, humanity had 4 ancestors, so the emergence of a few more would not be surprising. Although attaining sainthood is fundamentally impossible, with the vast fortunes of humanity, the emergence of several quasi-saint-level warriors is certainly within the realm of possibility. If this is the case, does it not spell significant loss for the demon race? Was it not the case that the massacre of the witch clan was executed so ruthlessly that they left themselves no path of retreat, ultimately becoming the opportunity for the witch clan to merge with humanity? In fact, I wish to speak of a certain individual who once enjoyed the offerings of both the demon and human races. Tread carefully. In the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa's expression grew increasingly complex, ultimately transforming into a sigh. The mere witch clan, devoid of fortune and virtue, lacking even common sense, resorts only to indiscriminate slaughter. Do they truly deserve to partake in the blessings of merit? Guangchengzi and the other 12 golden immortals were red-eyed with jealousy, nearly driven to madness. Previously, Qiyu was already able to suppress them, alongside Xiandu, with overwhelming force. Now, having ascended to the late stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he is no less formidable than the ancient ancestral witches. And the disparity has only widened. My fellow brothers, do not be anxious. The merit and fortune of the human sovereign this time far surpasses that of the past, and a full half remains unallocated. Sufficient for all to advance together. Yun Zhongzi interjected in a soothing tone. Not to mention you, during your time in the Xinyuan army, why did you always associate with those clad in scales and armor from the? Guangchengzi exclaimed furiously. Just as Yun Zhongzi was about to explain, he caught a glimpse of the disapproving expression on Yuanshi Tianzuan's face and could only lower his head with a sigh. To gain, one must first give. Such a simple principle, why can't our master and fellow brothers comprehend it? At that moment, another wave of merit and fortune finally descended, with 2 portions still flowing into the Kongtong seal, causing this treasured artifact of humanity to emit an increasingly restrained brilliance, propelling Su Han's understanding of causality and the laws of time and space, smoothly advancing into the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The remaining 3 portions, with 2 larger streams, flowed into Qiongshao and Baishao, allowing both fairies to successfully elevate to the perfection of Deluo Golden Immortal. Another stream entered Yunshao, who had previously assisted in the birth of Xinyuan using the Hunyuan Golden Dipper and had also served as a mentor for some time, helping her successfully sever her second corpse and ascend to the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint. The 9 Heavens mystical maiden also received a fraction of merit, successfully condensing 3 flowers and advancing to the early stage of Deluo. Indeed, the younger sister shows great kindness to the elder sister. The birthing merit of the 3 sovereigns was entirely tailored for her. Although they did not ascend to Quasi-Saint, Qiongshao and Baishao were not in a hurry, as the Xinyuan was primarily a killing and warfare figure. Their advancement from mid-stage to perfection in Deluo is already quite commendable. Those devoid of fortune and virtue have indeed wasted the efforts of education. Observing a substantial stream of merit and fortune approaching the Yushu Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression slightly eased, while Guangchengzi and the others were filled with eager anticipation. Subsequently, all disciples of the Chan teaching were left dumbfounded. For Guangchengzi and Qijingzi, who had claimed the most kills and believed themselves to have contributed the most, each received only a tiny wisp of fortune, remaining a vast distance from ascension, even less than that of the more passive Daobao and Jinling. On the other hand, the Xiandu side of the 8 Scenes Palace received slightly more than Guangchengzi and his companions. Yet there was no qualitative difference. Conversely, Yun Zhongzi, who had previously been publicly reprimanded by Guangchengzi, reaped rewards that far exceeded everyone's expectations, directly elevating his cultivation to the perfection of Deluo. Yun Zhongzi, have you colluded with it to deliberately deceive us? In this human sovereign contest, in an effort to rectify the previous mistakes during the Shinnong period, Guangchengzi has exerted considerable effort, even breaking an arm. Yet upon the final tally of rewards, he found that he had received less than Yun Zhongzi, which sent him into a furious rage as he grasped Yun Zhongzi's Dao robe and shouted. Indeed, it is astonishing that Yun Zhongzi, who contributed the least, received more merit and fortune than all of us combined. Yun Zhongzi, confess honestly, have you betrayed us and joined the Master, I refuse to accept this. There is definitely something amiss here. Previously, when the three teachings were on Kunlun Mountain, it was Yun Zhengzi who was closest to the, repeatedly imparting the secret techniques of refining tools to Dao Bao. That little rodent, traitor! Qi Jingzi and the others grew increasingly agitated, relentlessly pursuing Yun Zhengzi. Even Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Yun Zhengzi with a hint of suspicion. Chapter 59. Boundless karma descends, unending calamity Qi rolls in. The disciple merely believes that the three pure ones are fundamentally one. The brothers are not without merit. Yun Zhengzi began to explain. Absurd. You dare claim you have not betrayed us? The members are nothing but the teacher's hand-picked spawn. Clad in scales and armor, wretched beings devoid of fortune and virtue, and you exhibit sympathy for them. This is a betrayal of the teachings. What benefits has Dao Bao bestowed upon you that you would so blatantly favor the? Guangqingzi and the others grew increasingly enraged, for they had suffered greatly at the hands of the, and now Yun Zhengzi was speaking in favor of their adversaries. What else could this be but betrayal? In truth, that has changed significantly from before. It is the brothers who are sometimes prone to impatience. For instance, the human sovereign's teachings should prioritize humanity, aiding its development and growth, yet it seems you all have failed to heed Xuanyuan's words. How then can you expect to receive merit and fortune? Observing Guangqingzi and the others, who appeared almost mad, as well as the somber expression of Yuanshi Tianzuan, Yun Zhengzi sighed inwardly and decided to voice the thoughts he had long suppressed. Ridiculous! You are but a Deluo golden immortal. How can you claim to comprehend the heavenly path better than our saintly teacher? It is clear that you conspired with the, coveting our merit and fortune. Master, please suppress Yun Zhengzi beneath the Qiling cliff and strip him of his cultivation. Just as Guangqingzi and the others pressed on relentlessly, the heavenly and earthly laws suddenly trembled once more. Why has this wave of merit and fortune divided into several portions? However, as long as they arrive, it is sufficient. Yuanshi Tianzuan raised his gaze, and his expression changed dramatically. For what permeated this time was not the coveted merit and fortune that cultivators yearn for, but the dreaded calamity Qi, and it was exceptionally dense boom. Amid the astonished gazes of countless primordial powers, the heavy tide of karmic retribution descended, the first wave crashing directly upon Ling Mountain. The formation laid by the two saints, Jane and Zhuenti, was effortlessly pierced, and even the main formation's pure lotus treasure banner and seven treasure mysterious tree became tainted with a layer of ominous aura. Subsequently, by Zhe, Jimeng, Qinyuan, and Luya, who were recuperating within Shumi Mountain, were suddenly enveloped by the malevolent energy of karma, not only worsening their injuries but also clouding their comprehension of the heavenly laws with a thick fog. Alas! After such difficulty in gaining a modicum of strength, why must so much karmic retribution descend upon us? The expression of Zhuenti turned as grim as a bitter melon, already burdened with a massive debt of heavenly merit. The addition of this heavy karmic weight placed the already precarious status of his saintly realm in even greater jeopardy. Given the circumstances, my junior need not worry excessively. Jane summoned the 12-petaled golden lotus of merit, simultaneously stabilizing the condition of Luya and the others while offering words of comfort. It is merely a matter of enduring 100 or so yuan meetings. Indeed, Zhuenti's expression softened slightly, for the presence of 3 quasi-saints and one with boundless potential, alongside numerous key figures from the demon race, would undoubtedly serve as a potent elixir for the relatively sparse disciples of Shumi Mountain. As for the need for additional merit to offset the karma, it was already a debt too great to repay. A little more or less mattered little. The demon master's palace in the northern sea. Kuan-Ping gazed at the encroaching calamity Qi from the west and scoffed. Fortunately, the ancestor fled swiftly. Associating with those insects would only spell disaster. The struggle for supremacy among the human emperors harbors a terrifying burden of karma. Previously, the conflicts between Xinyuan and Qiyu were relatively restrained, but ever since the invasion of the demon race, both sides have ignited their true wrath. How could this not invoke a massacre of karmic retribution? The profound karma permeating Mount Sumeru, combined with the prior escape of Luya and others to the west, suggests that the demon race has indeed infiltrated the Western teachings, or at the very least, established a deep connection. Look swiftly. The second wave of karmic energy is descending upon the Yushu Palace and the 8th Scenic Palace. Amidst the exclamations of countless powerful beings, the expression of the primordial Tianzuan darkened further. Although Xuandu also suffers, the human sect possesses merely one disciple, and given Xuandu's defensive yet insufficiently offensive stance, the karmic taint it bears is not excessively severe. However, the Chan sect boasts 12 golden immortals, and figures like Guangchengzi, who previously resorted to underhanded tactics for glory, have accumulated a staggering amount of karma, leaving even the primordial Tianzuan, a saint, somewhat taken aback. As the heavy karmic energy descended, Guangchengzi and the 12 golden immortals, along with the southern polar immortal, felt their auras plummet rapidly, their cultivation levels regressing at least one minor realm. Even Randang was tainted by a wisp of calamity, solidifying his resolve to retreat further next time. Only Yun Changzi remained untouched by karma. Although his realm temporarily lagged behind that of Guangchengzi, he had surpassed him in combat prowess and potential. Perhaps, we have indeed misjudged Yun Changzi previously, sighed Yuding Zhenren. Since Yun Changzi was aware that excessive slaughter would attract karmic retribution, why did he not caution us? It seems he harbors ulterior motives, Guangchengzi retorted with growing ire and in truth. Yun Changzi has warned us several times. We simply failed to heed his words, countered Yuding, shaking his head. Furthermore, with the merits of the 5 emperors' teachings still to come, our Chan sect and the human sect share 3 members, making this karmic burden manageable. Being brothers, such commotion is unbecoming. Yun Changzi, should you have any insights in the future, feel free to communicate directly with your master. Observing Guangchengzi and others unwilling to relent, the primordial Tianzuan let out a cold snort, his frustration mounting. He resented Yun Changzi's duplicity but now had no choice but to accommodate him, providing Guangchengzi and the others, ensnared by karma, a chance for redemption. As a saint of the heavenly Tao, the primordial Tianzuan was acutely aware of the horrors of karma. For the sake of the master, I shall spare Yun Changzi this time. Witnessing the increasingly grim expression of the primordial Tianzuan, Guangchengzi and the others could only concede reluctantly. Thank you, master. Yun Changzi bowed in gratitude, yet felt a deeper sigh within. He had previously shared these thoughts with the primordial Tianzuan, only to have the results starkly deviate from expectations. However, given the rigid hierarchy of the Chan sect, he could only choose to comply in the face of a benefactor. Mount Sumeru, the human and Chan sects, are merely slightly superior to my Mount Sumeru. Seeing 2 more unfortunate souls added to the mix, Zhuani felt somewhat eased, then quickly returned to his despondency, lamenting that the revelation of the demon race's containment would likely sever their ties with the 5 emperors' teachings. Not to mention that humanity would undoubtedly refuse sternly. The already suffering human and Chan sects would be more than willing to retract the originally promised quotas to the Western teachings. The merits of the 3 sovereigns' teachings were mostly monopolized by the Intercept School, and the 5 emperors would undoubtedly fare even worse. 2 shared quotas might only yield 1 or 2 additional great luo. Jane sighed. That was a quota I acquired at the cost of my face and a segment of the pure bamboo. Recalling the scene of being extorted by Tongtian, Zhuani felt a pang of heartache. In truth, esteemed teachers, our demon race possesses an abundance of innate spiritual treasures and earthly wonders within our treasury. Should we unlock it, we could not only yield 1 or 2 great luo but even assist our brothers in coalescing the 3 flowers. Lu Ya interjected. However, the treasury's location is somewhat unique, requiring both teachers to intervene personally to access it. Where is the demon treasury? Zhuanti's eyes instantly sparkled with vitality, for the former glory of the demon race's heavenly court surely left behind a treasure trove that would be immensely beneficial to the impoverished West. If we could secure a few more great luo golden immortals, even if the West could not surpass the Intercept School, it would be sufficient to contend with the human and Chan sections. The Taiyin Star. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Ya provided the answer. Zhuanti's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, in the quest for the demon treasury, the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao had scoured the 33 heavens and the sun star, only to discover it was in the birthplace of the heavenly Empress Shiha. Furthermore, Zhuani quickly understood why Lu Ya sought their involvement. To reach the Taiyin Star and the Sun Star, one must first traverse the grand array of the heavenly court. And unless a saint intervened, It was impossible to evade the scrutiny of Haotian and the Intercept School's celestial beings. Luya's move aimed to further bind the demon race and the Western teachings. Confronting Haotian directly, Chapter 60. Do you truly believe the human race lacks the power to retaliate against the saints? In truth, this time, not only the Western teachings but the human and Chan sects have also accumulated considerable karma, desperately needing the heavenly court's fortune and merits. If managed well, it is very likely that those two will tacitly approve or even directly support the esteemed teachers, uniting the powers of the four saints. Even the extermination sword array could be shattered, let alone the mere Haotian and Yao Qi. Bai Zhe seized the moment to speak. As a former high-ranking official of the demon race's heavenly court, Bai Zhe keenly perceived that humanity had become an unstoppable force. With the three sovereigns plus Qiyu, they far exceeded the current demon race, and as time stretched, the disparity would only grow. Although the Western teachings currently relied heavily on the demon race, despite Zhuanti's daily claims of an advantage for the two saints over one, when truly facing Tongtian, they would revert to being cowards as before. Currently, the only ones with sufficient merits and fortune to seize opportunity are still the heavenly court. Although the Tao ancestor has made it clear that Haotian holds the position of the great Taoist saint, he remains merely a sub-saint in cultivation and, when confronted by Zhuanti and Jian, is still little more than a larger ant. Moreover, the reconstruction of the heavenly court also follows the patterns of the He Tu and Luo Shu, sharing many similarities with the former demon race's heavenly court. Should Bai Zhe and the others gain entry into the 33 heavens, they could swiftly leverage the power of the Grand Array to recover or even advance further. Even securing a few divine positions would allow them to establish themselves, far superior to languishing in the harsh, barren north, perpetually anxious about when the human army might come to encircle them. Let it be done. Zhuanti sought Jane's gaze, noticing the latter's subtle interest, and gritted his teeth. Resolving firmly, the relationship between the Western teachings and the heavenly court was already tenuous. The likes of Dizong and others had muddled through for thousands of years, yet remained mere lowly purifiers, far less substantial than the demon treasury. The debts of the Western teachings are already considerable. Even if we suffer another loss, it would merely extend the repayment time. However, should we stake everything and win, it would lead to broad horizons, heralding the revival of the West. Furthermore, as the Intercept School gains prominence, the rifts among the three purities grow increasingly evident. If orchestrated well, there exists a significant opportunity to seize the heavenly court while the Intercept School's attention is focused on humanity. In the 8th Scenic Palace, the primordial Tianzuan frowned and spoke, "Elder brother, what shall we do now?" According to the original agreement, once the three sovereigns returned to their positions, they were to be confined within the Fire Cloud Cave to suppress the fortune of humanity and relinquish control over the human race. However, now that the disciples of the human and Chan sects are ensnared by karmic retribution, desperately needing the merits and fortunes of the five emperors, it becomes somewhat difficult to turn against humanity immediately. The sudden assault by the demon army clearly indicates the instigation of the Western teachings. The great purity Lao Tzu interjected, "They are merely a group devoid of fortune and virtue. Even if they enter Mount Sumeru, they pose no threat." The primordial Tianzuan dismissed the concern, showing no regard for even the celestial beings of the Intercept School, let alone the demon race, which resembled a pack of lost dogs. Including Jane and Zhuanti, though they too are saints of the heavenly Tao, the poverty of the West and Zhuanti's disreputable reputation caused the primordial Tianzuan to hold them in utter contempt. Just moments ago, Zhuanti inquired whether I was interested in redefining the divine positions of the heavenly court. The Lao Tzu spoke slowly. The heavenly court? The primordial Tianzuan was momentarily taken aback. After the previous chaos at the peach banquet, which resulted in a public humiliation by the Tao ancestor Hongjun, the heavenly court and Haotian had become taboo within the Yushu Palace. The master had designated Haotian as the great celestial sovereign of the three realms, encompassing both the underworld and humanity. The Lao Tzu spoke in a calm tone. A hint of cold amusement flickered across the primordial Tianzuan's face, setting aside the fact that the underworld is an embodiment of the Earth Mother, which the six saints of the heavenly Tao cannot interfere with. Even among humanity, once the three sovereigns attain enlightenment, they will not be inferior to Haotian. How could they genuinely submit? The current influence of the heavenly court is indeed confined to the 33 heavens. The Laozu continued slowly, but if all four saints lend their support, how could we not truly grasp control over the three realms? Four saints. The primordial Tianzuan expressed astonishment. Elder brother, do you intend to ally with the Western teachings? It is merely a matter of mutual benefit, maintaining the order of the heavenly Tao. The Laozu maintained a stoic expression. Excellent. The primordial Tianzuan nodded in satisfaction. If we could seize the critical positions of the heavenly court, such as the four sovereigns and the 5 mountains, Guangchengzi and the others would not only have the chance to offset the karmic burden they have incurred, but would also secure a robust foundation for future advancement. Should the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect ascend to the rank of 12 quasi-saints, what fear would they have of the Intercept School's horde of pretenders? Moreover, having suffered public humiliation at the hands of Haoyan last time, the primordial Tianzuan still harbored lingering resentment. What is the specific plan? The primordial Tianzuan asked, his face revealing anticipation. The 3 sovereigns have returned. The matters previously discussed should now be implemented. The Laozu's gaze turned toward the distance. The third brother has become increasingly obstinate, not only indulging in the company of wet-born creatures, but also colluding with the human race. It is time to remind him. The primordial supreme being is ever more pleased. Since there are celestial positions to anticipate, he, who has long harbored dissatisfaction with the ancestral land of humanity, is unwilling to wait any longer. The ancestral land of humanity, with purple chi emerging from the east. Could it be that a fortune of merit is about to descend? No, this is an auspicious sign of the saint's departure. Such a phenomenon had appeared when the master of the heavenly gate graced the celestial court before. 2 strands of purple chi. Could this be the Taiji and Yushi saints? The 8 Scenes Palace and the Jade Void Palace have recently been tainted by the karmic retribution from the struggle for the position of the human emperor. It is likely that the visitors harbor ill intentions. The master of the heavenly gate and the mother of all things have also arrived. The 2 saints of the west, who shelter the demon race, audaciously present themselves. The 6 saints of the heavenly Tao gather. What a grand display for the human race. It is likely not a good omen. All the powerful beings of the primordial era are stirred by the auspicious signs of the saint's departure, redirecting their gazes once more towards humanity. The martial ancestor, the 3 ancestors, Fuxi, Shenong, and Xianyuan, turn their attention towards Su Han. Although they currently hold a temporary advantage in cultivation, they are acutely aware of who is the true backbone of humanity. When soldiers come, one must stand firm. When water comes, one must bury it. If humanity truly wishes to rise, this hurdle must inevitably be faced. Su Han smiled faintly, stating, in the original timeline, the Taiji Old One could confine the 3 emperors of humanity due to the heavenly Tao saints, the master of the human teachings and the lord of the Tongtian seal. However, now, not only are the 3 emperors' cultivations stronger than in the original timeline, but the pivotal Tongtian seal that enshrines the human emperor is also in my possession. Moreover, what humanity now venerates extends beyond the heavenly Tao. If the Taiji Old One can restrain me, that is well. Should he truly turn against me, I hold no fear. The situation seems somewhat amiss. Observing the composed demeanor of Su Han and Xianyuan, the Taiji Old One instinctively senses something is off, yet soon lets it go. The 4 saints of the heavenly Tao have reached a consensus. Even the sword array of extermination could be broken. So how could a mere martial ancestor of humanity cause a stir? As he surveyed the reverent powerful beings, the Old One felt emboldened and calmly declared, the 3 emperors have returned to their positions. They shall proceed to the fire cloud cave to suppress the fortune of the human race. They must not venture forth unless it is a crisis of extermination. Chapter 61. Striking back at the human teachings, the Taiji Old One's hatred. What does my elder brother mean by this? The master of the heavenly gate frowned and inquired. What crisis of extermination forbids them from venturing forth? It is clear that the 3 emperors of humanity should not be confined within the fire cloud cave. The fortune of humanity is now exceedingly vast. Merely the Tongtian seal is insufficient for suppression. It should be the joint effort of the 3 emperors and 4 ancestors to contain it. The primordial supreme being gazed at Su Han and Fuxi with envy and then spoke. This is the will of heaven. Third brother, do not act against it. The primordial supreme being snorted coldly, saying, Su Han is unworthy and undeserving. He should surrender the Tongtian seal. This time, the human emperor's teachings have yielded significant benefits. Yet the 12 golden immortals and the southern polar immortal have only accrued karmic retribution without gaining any merit or fortune, thus harboring immense resentment towards Su Han. Is this not the Jade Clear Saint? Who understands the heavenly Tao better than even the Tao ancestor? Fushi scoffed. What now? Have you begun to claim that no one understands humanity better than you? Disrespecting the saints deserves punishment, upon being exposed regarding his greatest shame. The primordial supreme being seethed with rage, and the 3 treasures Jade Rui came crashing down. Primordial, the mother of all things, struck the 3 treasures Jade Rui away with her red embroidered ball. Her face now tinged with anger. Theo claimed to comprehend the heavenly Tao, yet end up either arrogant or deceitful. It seems to me that the image of the heavenly Tao has been tarnished by you. Having spent considerable time with Su Han, the once humble Shenlong's eloquence had improved significantly. Bold, similarly struck at the sore point, and due to the matter of the demon race, the irretrievably lost Juanti directly summoned the 7 treasures mysterious tree, attempting to sweep Shenlong away. Not so fast, Shenlong replied with a calm smile, as a treasure of vast merit in the form of a tortoise shell shielded him from the impact of the 7 treasures mysterious tree. With a crash, the power of the saint successfully forced the tortoise shell back, yet Shenlong remained unscathed behind it. Subsequently, strands of karmic retribution poured down from the heavens, once again enveloping Mount Sumeru. What is happening? A mere tortoise shell can withstand the wrath of a saint. This tortoise shell had previously deflected the 3 treasures Jade Rui during the contention for the Tongtian seal. The primordial supreme being is indeed stronger than Juanti. Another wave of karmic retribution. The Western teachings have encountered old grievances once more. How can the human emperor defy the heavens? When the saints strike at him, it actually invokes the descent of karmic retribution? The sole protagonist of the heavenly Tao is indeed rebellious. The gathered powerful beings gasped in astonishment. It has long been a rule of the primordial era that all below the saints are but ants. Even the former demon emperors and ancestral witches had to rely on great formations and the combined strength of their kin to contend against the saints. Yet now, Shenlong not only emerges unscathed from Juanti's strike, but even retaliates with karmic retribution. An unprecedented act of defiance, the black tortoise of the North Sea, watching as the once recovered Mount Sumeru is once again shrouded in karmic retribution. Juanti's face twisted in anger and astonishment. In a wonder when Shenlong first emerged. The auspicious merit he bore surpassed even Fushi. It turns out he possesses the great merit of mending the heavens. A flicker of apprehension crossed the old one's eyes. Such a grand cause and effect. Even the heavenly Tao saints cannot afford to overlook. To speak bluntly, should Shenlong be slain, the potential collapse of the 4 pillars formed by his tortoise feet could unleash immense karmic retribution. Sufficient to topple the saint's position. Even imprisonment would inevitably trigger significant cause and effect. The fortune of the saints would undoubtedly be affected. First, he saved the black tortoise of the North Sea. Then silently reincarnated as the Earth's sovereign of humanity. My 3rd brother possesses such calculating ability? The old one cast a deep glance at the master of the heavenly gate, his gaze now laced with a hint of wariness. Matters concerning humanity shall be settled by humanity itself. There is no need for you all to meddle. Xuanyuan's expression remained cold as he gripped the sword of the human emperor tightly. What is this talk of the supreme being's non-action? It is nothing but nonsense. Qiyu, brimming with bravado, proclaimed, to lose to someone like Xuanyuan, who dares to confront the saints with a sword, I, Qiyu, concede. Impudence, the primordial supreme being, who always valued his face, wore a grim expression as he hurled the 3 treasures Jade Rui at Qiyu. The next moment, a peculiar passage appeared in the void, gently sweeping the 3 treasures Jade Rui into the realm of the underworld. Hutu, having lost his treasured item, the primordial supreme being's fury escalated, and the Panga banner appeared in his grasp. Second brother, the old one's gaze stopped the primordial supreme being. Then he spoke indifferently, Hutu, what is your intent? The human race also receives my earthly protection. Qiyu is even a member of my clan. I must inquire what your intentions are, you heavenly saints, Huta replied indifferently, as the book of life and death materialized in the void. The earthly path indeed shelters humanity? No wonder Xianyuan has always treated Qiyu and the shaman race with such favor. It turns out he has the support of Hutu. Zhuanti and Jiejing exchanged glances, both displaying signs of retreat. The Book of Life and Death concerns all the myriad races of the primordial era. Even the direct disciples below the Great Luo are recorded within it, an artifact of moral coercion on par with the Earth Book of Xianyuan. Even the saints cannot afford the backlash of karmic retribution should it be destroyed. After all, the Western teachings originally focused on the celestial court. There is no need to serve as cannon fodder for the Old One and the primordial supreme being, especially upon seeing the four extermination swords manifesting behind the master of the heavenly gate. Zhuanti and Jiejing transformed into beams of golden light, returning to Mount Sumeru to begin cleansing the karmic retribution. Do not act like a human child. Observing the two saints of the West fleeing first, the primordial supreme being was increasingly frustrated, yet he could do nothing. Although Huta's true form could not exit the realm of the underworld, the presence of the book sufficed to deter a heavenly Tao saint in a 2 versus 2 scenario. Even without factoring in the extermination sword array, the primordial supreme being's odds of victory are slim, and he would only invite ridicule from the powerful beings of the primordial era. Take care of yourself. Seeing that imprisoning the three emperors was no longer feasible, the Old One snorted coldly and turned to leave. Boom! At that moment, as the heavens and earth trembled, the fortune of humanity manifested as a long dragon, directly severing 10% of the fortune associated with the human teachings and transferring it to the realm of the underworld. To Hutu, splendid. Huta waved her jade hand, and the vast fortune flowed into Qiyu and others, cleansing the malevolent karmic retribution of the shaman race while also returning to humanity. The martial ancestor is imposing. Fushi, Swearin, and the others exchanged glances, unable to hide their joy. Even Chiyu's gaze revealed a hint of reverence. As the three emperors, for ancestors, and the martial sovereign, their fates are intricately linked to the fortune of humanity. They naturally understand that only Su Han, who wields the Tongtian seal, possesses such power. Extending further, the ability to weaken the fortune associated with the saint signifies that not only has Su Han's strength advanced, but the might of humanity itself has reached a new pinnacle. What an admirable master of the Tongtian seal! The ordinarily placid visage of the Taiji Old One now bore traces of anger. With a cold snort, he vanished from the void. It was evident that this reduction of 10% of fortune was a countermeasure against his audacious attempt to imprison the three emperors. Should he escalate his actions further, the backlash would inevitably intensify. Humanity is no longer the weak race that could be easily manipulated by the saints of yore. Chapter 62. Humanity can also triumph over heaven. Songjia creates writing such audacity from humanity, daring to directly sever the fortune of the saints, establishing a teaching for humanity, yet attempting to imprison the three emperors. This notion of the non-action saint truly baffles me. Have you never heard the saying? Non-action in fact means doing everything you desire. Can you not discern that among the three clear ones, only the Tongtian, who embraces the principle of teaching without discrimination, truly regards us as human beings? The so-called leader, in truth, is rather arrogant, merely favoring the second due to the third having garnered a few more disciples to confront his own blood brother. The two saints, who are nothing less than incarnations of the primordial spirit of Pengu, are indeed quite ordinary. A sage, after all, is merely sage in strength. Daily, the one claiming a connection with the West appears even more devoid of limits. What irks me further is that despite the saints acting as they please, we remain utterly powerless. It is no wonder that the majority of the 3,000 mighty beings who once listened to the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace chose to retreat from the world. Even the former queen of the Western Immortals, who once held the title of the foremost female immortal, must present the peach of immortality, a treasure of innate spirit, to curry favor with the heavenly court. Beneath the saints, we are ultimately but mere ants. The powerful beings of the primordial era gaze upon the human race with a mix of reverence and subsequently sigh. As the sole protagonists of the heavenly realm, the human race treads carefully before the saints, while the other races are even worse off. You, martial ancestor, have done exceedingly well, Su Han, fearing that Su Han might lose heart, quickly declared. Without you, the human race would never have achieved today's brilliance. Without the meticulous planning of you, the martial ancestor, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would only serve as puppets of the saints, and the human race would forever remain overshadowed by the saints. Fu Shi sighed and said, "The backbone of the human race is upheld by you, martial ancestor. You all flatter me." Su Han returned a courteous gesture, his tone remaining remarkably calm. The teachings must inevitably be abolished, and the karma I owe to the human race must be repaid. But the time is not yet ripe. In simpler terms, the Tongtian's deep sense of loyalty leads him to be unrelenting towards the 2 saints of the West. Yet he hesitates when faced with his 2 elder brothers, Laozi of Taiji and Yuqing Yuanshi. Moreover, the current extermination sword array remains incapable of contending with the 4 saints, even with the addition of the myriad immortals array integrated into the Great Zhou Star array. It can barely hold its ground. Furthermore, conflicts at the saint level tend to devastate the heavens and earth. Even if we managed to delay a counterattack, the entire primordial land would be left in ruins. While Su Han still has the underworld as an escape route, the eerie and shadowy realm of the afterlife is unbearable even for many of the Witch Clan. The relatively weaker human race can at most maintain a flicker of hope. Expanding further is basically impossible. For now, the heavenly Tao governs the world. Should we truly push the harmonious Tao of Hongjun to his limits, and after the human race withdraws from the primordial continent, it is not entirely impossible for another protagonist of the heavenly Tao to emerge, leading to an irreconcilable conflict with the human race. Moreover, the deeper the karma between Laozi and the human race, the more severe the reckoning will be. The next time, it will not merely be half of the human race's fortune at stake. Additionally, Su Han has long harbored a bold notion. Although the Tao ancestor Hongjun has united with the heavenly Tao, he retains a degree of independence, and there must exist differing aspirations between them, which presents an opportunity for Su Han and the path of humanity. This includes the great Tao that has faded after the establishment of the heavenly Tao. Since it can re-emerge at a critical moment, the possibility of its return is not entirely out of reach. Little junior brother, it has truly been a challenging journey. Bai Xiao sighed softly, having educated Xianyuan for several decades. They increasingly understood the struggles of the human race and grew ever more impressed with Su Han, who had continuously supported them. No wonder he could capture the heart of the eldest sister. Indeed, little junior brother is the most outstanding. Qiong Xiao nodded in agreement. Yun Xiao remained tranquil and silent, her gentle gaze fixed upon Su Han. As a gentle breeze stirred, her purple gown swayed, accentuating her alluring figure. "Thank you, 3 senior sisters." Su Han smiled slightly, acknowledging that the desire for beauty is universal. Yet in this vast and mighty world, the key lies in enhancing one's cultivation. If one fails to attain the Tao of Hongmeng and transcend, once caught in the calamity of tribulation and listed on the divine seal, one will irrevocably lose one's freedom and become a slave. To safeguard beauty, sufficient strength is imperative, as for the subsequent teachings of the 5 emperors. "What plans do you have, Su Han?" The Tongtian's expression was somewhat complex. Knowing well the relationship between the human race and the Laozi nonetheless decisively acted against the 3 sovereigns, clearly disregarding brotherly bonds. Even with Su Han's prior prophecy, the Tongtian could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. The Western teachings and the teachings of the human race have already diverged, and the teachings of the 5 emperors must be undertaken by the disciples of Mai. Su Han spoke solemnly. However, the human race has now entered a phase of stable development. Relying on the merits of teachings to sever the corpses may prove somewhat difficult. Let alone the 5 great Luo. Even the 5 Tai golden immortals, if acquired by the Western teachings, would surely be overjoyed. Duo Bao laughed as he spoke. Although they have joined the demon race, the disciples of the Western teachings consist mainly of only Maitreya and the medicine master. Both great Luo. Now, with the accumulation of karmic tribulations, future breakthroughs will only become more arduous. Speaking of the Western teachings, senior brother, you might want to pay more attention to the heavenly court lately. There might be unexpected surprises, as Su Han suggested. The heavenly court? Duo Bao expressed surprise. After a long pause, he asked, "Are they planning to strike at the heavenly court again? The conflict between the saints is merely about face and fortune. Currently, the human race has just faced rejection, and the underworld is even more difficult to intervene in. The only place where stable merits can be acquired is the heavenly court, right?" Su Han continued. "When we reconstructed the heavenly court, we searched through the 33 heavens and found no trace of the demon race's treasury. It must require specific bloodlines and methods to unlock. And now, the demon prince Luya resides within Mount Shumi. This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity." Duo Bao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. While innate spiritual treasures are exceedingly rare, even the demon race and the heavenly court cannot possess a large stock. The lower-grade innate items and excellent postnatal materials must have accumulated significantly over the years. Moreover, the only treasure in the primordial era capable of transforming postnatal into innate is the creation treasure, the Qian Kurending, which currently resides in Fuxi's hands. Although each elevation requires immense merits and various precious materials, with Su Han present, it is merely a matter of time. There are still some stocks in the Witch clan's treasury. I will move them all to the ancestral land when the time comes. For someone who has just assumed the role of military leader to participate in such an important meeting, Chiyu felt astonished yet deeply moved, and he proactively spoke up. "Brother Chiyu, feel free to express any desires for spiritual treasures, including this being Hu Padao in your possession, which has tremendous potential for enhancement." Duo Bao smiled as he spoke. As the witch race further integrates with the human race, they effectively form an alliance with the. Although Chiyu may be somewhat reckless, his courage and willingness to gamble align well with Duo Bao's temperament. As for the affairs of the heavenly court, I will trouble the master and all the senior brothers and sisters. Su Han turned his gaze towards the ever-diligent Songjia, who had been recording at the side. "Have you not recently found yourself in confusion? Come with me and Shen Nong to the North Sea's Demon Master Palace. Perhaps you will find some insights." The Demon Master Kuanping, Demon Script? Songjia's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 63. The Establishment of the Literary Path. A new era for the human race in the North Sea. In the Demon Master Palace, we greet the Earth Emperor and martial ancestor of the human race. Upon witnessing Shen Nong and Su Han's arrival, Kuanping hesitated momentarily but still personally came out to greet them. Previously, during the demon race's invasion of the Zhuli tribe, it seemed that Kuanping was also involved. Shen Nong, following Su Han's instructions, pressed for answers. It was merely a matter of being forced into a corner. Kuanping's face displayed helplessness. "The Western Saint personally brought Luya here. I dared not defy him." Although Kuanping did not personally take action, the karmic ties have already been established, Su Han added. "What do you mean by that?" Kuanping felt a heavy heart, but did not dare to truly turn against them. There was no choice. When they were both in the North Sea, the Xian Gui's powers were far superior to Kuanping's, and now having achieved perfect harmony, the gap has only widened. Especially since the merit of establishing the demon script is insignificant compared to the divine farmer, who once supported the primordial world with 4 limbs. He is one of the few who dared to strike Kuanping with lethal intent. It is simple. The cycle of karma dictates that for every action, there is a reaction. You must lend the demon script golden list to Songjia for his comprehension, and this matter will be considered settled. Su Han spoke indifferently. "Songjia?" Kuanping then noticed the diminutive human immortal trailing behind Shen Nong and Su Han. His expression filled with astonishment. Ever since Su Han established the martial ancestor, the mighty beings of the primordial world have speculated when the human race's literary ancestor would return. Figures like Kuanping believed that Su Han would personally seize this opportunity, achieving a level of cultivation akin to that of the 3 sovereigns, combining literary and martial talents into a formidable force. Yet now, Su Han has relinquished such a significant opportunity, even bringing Songjia to the North Sea Demon Master Palace to confront the seasoned powerhouse Kuanping, leaving Kuanping in awe while also feeling a tinge of envy. Why was I not fortunate enough to encounter such a mentor and companion in my early days? My friend, this is no ordinary karmic matter. Kuanping spoke coldly. Are you implying that while Shen Nong possesses greater strength, he cannot retain you? Fuxi and Xinyuan appeared simultaneously in the Demon Master Palace, smiling slightly. What if we were to join forces? Kuanping's expression darkened. While the kind-hearted and peace-loving Shen Nong may evade confrontation, Kuan-Ping felt assured that he could escape. However, with the addition of Fu Shi and Xian Yuan, both of whom possess saint-level combat prowess, Kuan-Peng's confidence waned significantly. If my friend is willing to lend the demon script golden list to assist Songjia in attaining the Tao, the human race shall not pursue the matter further. And you may even have the opportunity to share in some merits, Su Han spoke in a low voice, acknowledging that although this demon master had previously become a fleeting figure during the battles of the Liches and the war between the Juli and the human and demon races, survival in the chaotic era of the primordial world was often a matter of necessity. Even Hong Yun, once celebrated as the first benevolent being of the primordial world for briefly occupying the sacred lotus seat like Kuan-Peng, ultimately met a tragic end. The fiery cloud cave, where Laozi previously attempted to imprison the 3 human sovereigns, was originally the abode of the venerable Hong Yun. Is your statement sincere, my friend? Kuan-Peng's eyes glimmered with interest. The rise of humanity was already an acknowledged truth in the primordial world, especially after the recent weakening of the fortune of the Tongtian Laozi, which had even earned the admiration of this seasoned powerhouse of the Zhixiao Palace. If we could turn enemies into allies and even share a portion of the merits and fortunes, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable opportunity. As long as you can diligently educate Songjia and maintain neutrality between the human and demon races, humanity shall be your ally. Su Han smiled slightly, asserting that while immense power might prevail in the world, the wisdom of great individuals to cultivate numerous friends and minimize enemies still holds significant relevance. Whether one is friend or foe depends solely on Kuan-Peng's choice. Fu Shi, seemingly casually, remarked, perhaps the demon master is unaware that Mingyi also received guidance from the martial ancestor, leading him to bring the Azura clan into the netherworld. Mingyi? A flicker of intrigue crossed Kuan-Peng's eyes. Among the 3,000 worldly guests of the Zhixiao Palace, aside from the 6 saints of heavens Dao and the fallen Emperor Jun and Tai, the only one who could evoke a sense of inferiority in Kuan-Peng was Mingyi, who could survive without dying in the Blood Sea. Moreover, Mingyi's guidance of the Azura clan under Su Han's instruction, along with the assistance from Hutu and the integration of the witch race led by Chiyu, opened a new avenue for Kuan-Peng. As long as he could ascend the great tree of Hutu through Su Han, even if he encountered Zhu and Ti's coercion again, he could retreat into the netherworld. Given that the earthly path could stand alongside the heavenly path and allowed Mingyi's entire clan to invest in it, there must be immense opportunities therein. Though he could not claim the position of a sage outright, Kuan-Peng held some confidence in achieving the unity of the 3 corpses to become a quasi-saint. You possess remarkable abilities, observing Fu Shi and Xian Yuan wielding the Qian Kuan Ding and the Emperor's sword, respectively, and the boundless fortune of Shen Nong. Kuan-Peng silently sighed, realizing that he had also been ensnared by Su Han's deft manipulation of both soft and hard tactics. Is this the golden list of demon literature? As he beheld the 3,000 demon texts created by Kuan-Peng, which had undergone the purification of heavenly merits, Songjia's eyes sparkled with fervor. Even during his tenure as the human race's priest, Songjia had recognized the limitations of the nodding method for record-keeping and had sought to improve it. After receiving guidance from Su Han, he resolved to emulate Kuan-Peng's past achievements and create a script for humanity capable of recording all things and facilitating development. However, articulating the principles of heaven and earth and documenting myriad paths was no easy feat. Although Songjia had developed some characters, he had yet to gain the recognition of the cosmos, and his attempts to teach them among humanity had been met with challenges of comprehension, necessitating a pause in further improvements. Now, as he personally encountered the golden list of demon literature imbued with the essence of heavenly principles, and with Kuan-Peng recounting the process of creating these demon texts, Songjia began to attain enlightenment. Writing is not merely a record of the Taoist rhythm but also a symbol of the human race's propagation and legacy. Serving as a vessel for further development, writing carries substance, elucidating the profound truths of heaven and earth and propelling the flourishing of humanity. A decade later, Songjia departed the Demon Master Palace with Su Han, embarking on a journey through heaven and hell, visiting various human clans, exchanging insights on celestial phenomena and geography, and discussing and refining each character. A century later, when Xuanyuan's merits reached fruition and he began searching for the next human sovereign, Songjia's 3,000 characters were finally completed. I am Songjia of the human race. Aware of the shortcomings of nodding records and demon texts, I am willing to establish a literary path for all races in the primordial world, elucidating the profound truths of heaven and earth as the great Tao witnesses. Through his discussions with Su Han regarding demon texts, Songjia gradually understood that the incompatibility of demon text with humanity was not solely due to the blood feud between humans and demons. It was also because the essence of primordial writing lay in recording the Taoist rhythm, enabling sentient beings to enhance their powers more effectively, while the disparity in cultivation paths between humans and demons was exceedingly vast. Yet, the reason humanity could become the protagonists of the heavenly realm was their unparalleled creativity and capacity for inclusion. The script of humanity must be grounded in the human experience, striving to embody profound principles while remaining accessible and comprehensible, thus surpassing demon texts to gain the recognition of the great Tao. Thunder rumbled as the heavenly and earthly paths resonated simultaneously, drawing the attention of all the mighty beings in the primordial world once more. Chapter 64. Songjia achieves Tao, contention for the demon clan's treasury. As Songjia inscribed the first grand character in the void, a bolt of purple lightning from the ninth heaven descended abruptly. Songjia was defying the heavens, creating a script that even stirred the great Tao. The difficulty had thus escalated exponentially. This heavenly lightning would spell doom not only for Songjia, a mere human immortal, but even for a great Luo golden immortal. Perhaps, due to Kunpeng's prior establishment of demon texts, Songjia, in his pursuit of perfection, must directly confront the great Tao to ascend further. The martial path of humanity also traversed the path of chaos, receiving blessings from the great Tao, did it not? This martial ancestor of humanity was indeed extraordinarily defiant and remarkably tolerant, allowing such creation to flourish. However, he had perhaps overestimated Songjia. The mighty beings of the primordial world displayed expressions of shock and regret. Could this meager human race truly aspire to defy the heavens? In the Jade Void Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted coldly, then resumed his slow expulsion of karmic retribution for the various celestial and teaching fortunes among the disciples of Guangchengzi. It was time for humanity to learn a lesson. Taqing Laozi's expression remained impassive, yet a glimmer of severity flashed in his eyes. Since attaining sainthood, he had navigated every challenge with ease. Yet this was the first time he had been publicly humiliated. Glancing at Xian Du, who was in seclusion refining karmic retribution, Laozi's heart grew increasingly tumultuous. Why had he not chosen Su Han back then? Amidst the astounded gazes of countless powerful beings, the purple lightning and Songjia's inscribed heavenly character were absorbed by Fuxi using the Qian Kuan Ding, combined with the vast fortune of humanity for refinement. Earth. Songjia's countenance grew serious as he inscribed another character in the void, Buzz. This time, it was the earthly Tao that triggered the heavenly thunder, absorbed by Shinnong using the nine heavens' vital soil. Human. Despite the assistance of Fuxi and Shinnong, as the pressure from heaven and earth intensified, Songjia still displayed a strained expression while persevering to inscribe the third character. This time, Xianyuan shattered the descending tribulation lightning with the human creation whip and the emperor's sword. Thank you, three sovereigns. Following the completion of the three tribulation lightning strikes, the characters of heaven, earth, and humanity in the void shimmered with a purple aura, encircling Songjia's head. Writing, martial arts, mysteries, the yellow, the universe, the chaos, the primordial world. Songjia's eyes shone ever brighter, as he soon inscribed 3,000 characters in the void, invoking the laws and profound meanings of heaven and earth, gradually weaving a unique formation. Subsequently, the chaos beyond the 33 heavens trembled slightly, auspicious signs from heaven and earth manifested, and streams of merit and fortune descended upon the 3,000 characters and Songjia. Boom. Songjia's cultivation soared from human immortal to the pinnacle of great Luo. Reaching the late stage of the Chaos Golden Immortal, the first batch of 3,000 characters inscribed by Songjia radiated boundless brilliance, transforming into exquisite treasures of merit while merging into the vast river of human fortune, illuminating the entire dwelling of humanity into a sea of auspiciousness. Additional threads of great Tao merit descended upon Su Han and the three sovereigns, bestowing guidance and protection. even causing the golden list of demon literature in the Demon Master Palace to shimmer more brightly. Unexpectedly, the martial ancestor of humanity had foreseen this outcome. A flicker of trepidation crossed Kunping's eyes, solidifying his resolve to avoid provoking humanity. Did this truly mean Songjia had succeeded? The fortune of humanity had doubled again. And even if the subsequent 5 emperors were slightly weaker, they would surely begin at a 10,000-fold advantage compared to before Fushi's emergence. Elucidating the profound truths of heaven and earth and promoting human civilization could indeed only be accomplished through the blessings of the great Tao. Even the former rulers of the heavenly court, the demon clan, had to bow before it. Yet humanity clearly sought more than merely explaining the heavens. They aspired for the harmonious coexistence of human, heavenly, and earthly paths. At the peach banquet of the heavenly court, the Tao ancestor had designated the supreme heavenly lord of the 3 realms, transforming heaven, earth, and humanity into 3 paths, which appeared not entirely unfeasible. Such thoughts were excessive. The merits accrued by that earthly Tao saint through reincarnation were immense, yet they could not escape the netherworld. It was precisely because of her that humanity had the opportunity to simultaneously honor heaven and earth and stand out. Do not underestimate the figure from the Zhixiao Palace. Even those heavenly Tao saints would not permit humanity to grow so powerful. After all, humanity lacked the protection of a sage. Forgetting about the teachings and the Tongtian sect master was a grave mistake, as those were unparalleled existences that could not be broken by mere 4 sages. It was a pity that if that holy mother had not turned a blind eye to the matter of the slaughtering which soared, both humanity and she could have advanced further. Discussing such matters was futile. One must swiftly seek to join the human race. Indeed, Songjia's attainment of the title of literary ancestor reaffirmed humanity's inclusiveness and ambition. Joining now would only yield a lesser share of merits and fortunes, but should future conflicts arise, there would be nothing left. Let us not forget that besides the martial ancestors and the 3 sovereigns, there was also a commander of the military campaign against foreign races. While we dare not aspire for the level of a sage, even during non-cataclysmic times, we must not speak lightly. Yet beneath the sages, humanity is undeniably a singular existence. The numerous mighty beings engaged in mental exchanges for a considerable time before dispatching representatives to approach the human race. Shumi Mountain, perhaps we should not bear a grudge against the human race. Observing the resurgence of human fortune, Zhuan Ti's mouth watered once more, and a tinge of regret flickered in his eyes. With matters having reached this point, all that remains is to find a way to amend the situation. Jie Ying spoke calmly. After all, we are both disciples of the heavenly Tao, and with only one Tongtian, we cannot protect the increasingly powerful human race. Indeed, brother, your foresight is commendable. Zhuan Ti's heart settled slightly. Only to see Su Han's figure, which once again filled him with regret. It is said that this human martial ancestor once contemplated the Western teachings. Why did I, who often sought alms in the East, fail to notice this? Junior brother, you are becoming too attached. Observing Zhuan Ti's growing remorse, Jie Ying shook his head and continued. Now that the major forces of the Honghuang are focusing on the human race and the treasures of the demon clan, we can take action. This time, we must not only seize the demon clan's treasury but also give that great heavenly sovereign a severe lesson. As he gazed at the meditating disciples, including Maitreya and the medicine master, Zhuan Ti's gaze grew increasingly sharp. With the exposure of the Western teaching support for the demon clan, Maitreya and others' influence in the heavenly court was also diminished by Haoyin, further reducing the already scant sources of merit and fortune for the Western teachings. Junior brother, do not forget, Haoyin is the great heavenly sovereign appointed by our master, Jie Ying reminded. Rest assured, brother, this time we merely aim to replace the unworthy disciples of Jie Jiao, thereby better strengthening the heavenly court. Moreover, the 2 teachings of Ren Xuan have common aspirations with our Western teachings. Uniting the power of the 4 saints, I do not believe that Tongtian and Haoyin will not yield. Zhuan Ti declared. The 2 emperors of the 4 directions are destined to have ties with our Western teachings. Very well. Glancing at the increasingly thin spiritual energy enveloped by the karmic tribulations of Shumi Mountain, and at the disciples such as Dizong and Jiayi, who had yet to progress beyond the Tai or even Golden Immortal realms, Jiang sighed deeply and chose to remain silent. Chapter 65. If not for interception, what would Jie Jiao be called? Such a divine formation, if it were to belong solely to our Western teachings, how splendid it would be, gazing at the vast essence of stars drawn by the great array of the Zhoutian star dough. A hint of envy appeared in Zhuan Ti's eyes. The stars above and the Earth's spiritual veins combined are essential for practitioners. Since the conflict between Tao and Demon and the explosion of the Western ancestral veins by Luoho, the spiritual energy of the West has nearly depleted. Even with the saintly power of Zhuan Ti and Jiering, after expending multiple yuan hues, they managed to restore only a few minor spiritual veins around Shumi Mountain. Were it not for the grand aspiration of restoring the West proclaimed at the time of their sanctification, both Zhuan Ti and Jie would have considered relocating with their disciples, even if it meant going to the despised northern barbarians, which would still be far better than the conditions in the Western continent. However, the Heavenly Court is a unique case, being the nominal ruler of the three realms. Entering the Heavenly Court would not only not violate their grand aspiration, but would also allow them to utilize Heavenly Court resources to better restore the West. Master, as long as we can seize the Demon Clan's treasury, we could easily enhance the spiritual energy concentration 100-fold, rivaling the current 33 heavens, Luya exclaimed. Upon personally arriving at Shumi Mountain, he understood why the Western teachings, despite having 2 saints stationed, still had so few disciples. Even ordinary Eastern cultivators shook their heads at the thought of going to the Western teachings. It is simply too impoverished, now that the He Tu and Luo Shu are in the hands of the Jie Jiao's eldest disciple, Duo Bao. If they could transform it, not only would they gain another perfected sage, but they would also acquire a complete Zhoutian star dough array. Zhuan Ti secretly schemed, but quickly felt deflated. With Duo Bao's cultivation, it was impossible to seize it without using saintly power. Moreover, as soon as even a hint of aura was leaked, Tongtian's extermination sword array would immediately be directed towards Shumi Mountain. It is a trump card that cannot be broken except by the 4 saints, and it is also the greatest hidden danger of Jie Jiao. Bai Zhe spoke. Now that Jie Jiao stands alone, the two of Tai Ching and Yu Qing have long harbored grievances against Tongtian. Master could completely exploit this, as long as we unite the power of the 4 saints to break the array. Would we not be free to act as we please? This statement holds merit. Zhuan Ti's eyes revealed a glimmer of intent. No matter how strong Jie Jiao is, it ultimately has only Tongtian as its saint. As long as they seize the Tongtian leader, even the combined strength of myriad immortals would be unable to withstand the transforming light of Zhuan Ti and Jiering, and they would have no choice but to submit to the great opportunity for the Western teachings. Especially since the immortals of Jie Jiao currently possess both merit and fortune, far surpassing the Demon Clan, which is entangled in karmic retribution. It is a pity that Chang Er's cultivation has encountered setbacks. Otherwise, with his position in Jie Jiao, he could have brought more great Luo golden immortals to our Western teachings. As Zhuan Ti led Luya and Bai Zhe to circumvent the monitoring of the Zhoutian star dough using Western side door techniques. He began to calculate silently. Since ancient times, the quickest way to grow stronger has always been through war and plunder. The former Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans rose swiftly by annexing remnants of ferocious beasts. During the Dao Demon War, Hong Jun not only forced Luoho to the Outer Realms to become the Heavenly Demon, but also annihilated the joint attacks of the Demon Clan by the ancestors of Qinkuan and Yin Yang. In the battle between the Wu and the Demon Clans, the bloodline of the Wu people merged with the human race, and the remnants of the Demon Clan, although burdened with heavy karmic retribution, enabled the Western teachings to leap several tiers in strength, truly qualifying them to compare with the Ranchuan teachings. To grow once more, the Western teachings must continue to plunder the East. And the most qualified batch has long been claimed by the 3 purities on Jinao Island. Everything indeed unfolded as you anticipated. Zhuan Ti, accompanied by Luya and Bai Zhe, began to plot against the Heavenly Court. The Tongtian leader illuminated the 3 ghostly figures within the Zhoutian star dough array with his saintly powers, directing his gaze towards Su Han. What should be our next course of action? Matters concerning the Heavenly Court must be relayed to Haoyan by the senior brother. It is most appropriate for him, the Heavenly Emperor, to take the lead. Su Han smiled faintly, acknowledging that although the human race is flourishing, the Fengshen calamity is inherently tied to the rise and fall of the human dynasties, and with the 6 saints and 4 teachings embroiled, the calamity is now unavoidable. Always one to advocate for careful planning before action. Su Han was also willing to extend a favor to Haoyan. For Zhejiao, should any disciples unfortunately ascend to the Fengshen list, Haoyan would remember past ties and provide some care. For the human race, even if the Fengshen list were filled, it would merely complete the key positions for the heavenly court, leaving numerous roles still requiring human ascended immortals. This is indeed splendid. The Tongtian leader quickly grasped the situation. Given the current vast resources of Zhejiao, even with the abundant resources of the demon clan's treasury, it would merely be an embellishment. Allocating some to Haoyan would pose no issue. More plainly, it is merely the demon clan's generosity, and moreover, there are few direct heirs of Haoyan who could claim much. Additionally, the last time Dao ancestor Hong Jun openly humiliated Yuan Shi Tianzun on Haoyan's behalf has sufficiently demonstrated the heavenly court's standing in the eyes of the heavenly Dao. With the other saints continuing to oppose the heavenly court, Zhejiao's robust support of Haoyan would undoubtedly earn them a wave of goodwill in Hong Jun's eyes. On the Tying Star, that detestable Zhejiao even uprooted the laurel tree. Observing the large pit on the ground, Lu Ya's expression grew increasingly furious, and he soon retrieved a crescent-shaped spiritual treasure. Moments later, as the light of the Tying flickered, a peculiar passage appeared where the laurel tree once stood. The Sun and Moon Essence Wheel, once a token of Emperor Jun's proposal to Shi He, though merely a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, contains the profound meanings of the Sun and Moon. If it could be given to Su Han, the yin-yang laws would surely advance further. Moreover, with Yun Zhao's recent progress with Su Han, having them collaborate and exchange insights would surely lead to further advancement. A glint of amusement flashed in the Tongtian leader's eyes. If not for interception, what would Zhejiao be called? Especially in intercepting for Su Han, the Tongtian leader felt particularly invigorated. In the Lingshao treasure hall, Zhuan-Ti, old man, you have gone too far. Upon receiving the message relayed by Duo Bao, Haoyan was infuriated. He exchanged glances with Yao Qi and then declared, "Gather all the Star Lords. I wish to see how they plan to retreat this time." Ding! Accompanied by the sound of a bell, the gods of the heavenly court, who had been busy with their own affairs, hurriedly arrived. Swiftly maximizing their celestial powers and laying down a net of heavenly traps around the Tying Star. How could Haoyan's response be so quick? Within the Tying Star, Zhuan-Ti, who had just opened the demon clan's treasury and was contemplating how to allocate resources to enhance the strength of his disciples, was startled by the shifting stars, revealing a hint of trepidation in his eyes. He is merely a child who has usurped my demon clan's heavenly court. Yet, both Lu Ya and Bai Zhe exchanged glances, a flicker of joy evident in their eyes. Although Zhuan-Ti had indeed temporarily sheltered the demon clan's safety after joining the Western teachings, it was still far from sufficient for them. Not only was the West inherently barren, but cultivation was exceedingly difficult due to the entanglement of karmic retribution. Even restoring to the state before the Dao-demon conflict would still be vastly inferior to the heavenly court. Consequently, even if Haoyan has yet to take action, Lu Ya and Bai Zhe would deliberately leave traces after the event. Now, everything has unfolded even more perfectly than the two demons had anticipated. Master, since matters have come to this, why not directly teach that little Haoyan a lesson, making him understand the might of the saints? Lu Ya intentionally raised his voice, bowing to Zhuan-Ti before turning to shout, "Haoyan, little thief! Return my demon clan's heavenly court." Chapter 66, Tongtian. Intercepting is momentarily delightful, but intercepting continuously is eternally delightful. The remnants of the demon clan, unrepentant, dare to speak wildly before me? Haoyan sneered, casually pointing a finger. Bang! Lu Ya and Bai Zhe were simultaneously blasted far away, crashing heavily onto the Tying Star, their auras instantly diminishing. Haoyan, have you gone too far? Zhuan-Ti furrowed his brows and remarked, to provoke the heavenly court and emerge with a life spared is already a concession on your behalf. Esteemed senior brother, Haoyan responded with an air of indifference, should there be a next time, I shall not show mercy. The situation seemed rather peculiar, A flicker of uncertainty crossed Zhu Ti's eyes, though he had initially come to seize treasures and stir trouble. Hao Yan's unyielding stance exceeded Zhu Ti's expectations. Could it be that this heavenly emperor possessed other means of support? Otherwise, how could he dare to confront a sage of the heavenly Tao with such obstinacy? The grand celestial array of the Zhoutian star doe is extraordinary. Perhaps your two disciples could lend their expertise? Zhu Ti donned a benevolent smile. There is no need to trouble you. Esteemed brother, Hao Yan resolutely declined. He had only just expelled the likes of Maitreya and the medicine master, those rogues exploiting the name of the heavenly court, and did not wish to embarrass himself further. Moreover, the demon race was steeped in karma and shrouded in deceit. Allowing them entry into the heavenly court would be akin to inviting wolves into one's home. Junior brother, the heavenly court represents the heavenly Tao. Laozi, in the guise of Taishang Laojun, appeared within the Zhoutian star doe and spoke slowly. The 12 golden immortals under my teaching are paragons of virtue and fortune, deserving of high office within the heavenly court. The figure of Yuanshi Tianzuan also emerged from the Yushu Palace. Were the 4 saints uniting to pressure the court? Hao Yan's expression darkened. Although the heavenly court had garnered less attention than the human race in recent years, its fortunes were steadily on the rise, and it was apparent that these saints, who had suffered at the hands of humanity, were now fixated on it. Hao Yan, as appointed by our master, is the Grand Supreme being responsible for all matters of the heavenly court. Does second brother harbor any dissent? The Tongtian patriarch spoke with indifference. Third brother, the mandates of heaven have their order. It is time for the Chan sect and the Western teachings to contribute to the heavenly court. Taishang Laojun interjected. Beneath the 4 heavenly emperors, there must be positions for the 5 elders of the 5 directions. Indeed, we in the West also belong to the heavenly court and must not yield our rightful place. Zhu Ti quickly followed suit. With the protection of the Tongtian patriarch, it was evidently impossible for Hao Yan to expel the disciples of the Jie sect. Thus, they could only seek to increase their divine positions. After all, the human teachings had but one representative in Xuandu. The Chan sect now sought assistance from him, and with the addition of the demon race's strength, Zhu Ti was confident he would gain sufficient benefits. We in the Chan sect demand the 8 from the 5 elders of the 5 directions. Yuanshi Tianzuan's gaze fell upon the recovering Lu Ya and Bai Zhe, his expression darkening further. He scoffed, deeply loathing the demon race, which had brought calamity upon his disciples. Yet he knew he needed to unite with the 4 saints to compel Tongtian to yield, so he feigned ignorance. I can offer you a maximum of 5, Zhu Ti replied. The West has 2 saints, so the distribution of positions should follow a 5-to-5 ratio? And what of it? Yuanshi Tianzuan scoffed. The 5 elders of the 5 directions are not limited to just 10. Any virtuous and fortunate individuals may be appointed. Taishang Laojun added. Hao Yan's expression grew increasingly grim. If there were only 10 divine positions, even if they were filled by saints, it would merely result in a loss of some fortune for the current heavenly court, not destabilizing the overall situation. However, Taishang Laojun's maneuver sought to draw the very core of the Chan sect and the Western teachings into the heavenly court. Although it could not rival the Jie sect, it would nonetheless pose a significant counterbalance to Hao Yan. After all, while Hao Yan was appointed by Hongjun to a rank equivalent to a saint of the heavenly Tao, his own cultivation was merely at the level of a perfected quasi-saint, and was even slightly inferior to the 3 sovereigns of humanity. This matter was of great importance. He would need to enter the Zixiao Palace to seek the master's decree. Hao Yan gritted his teeth and once again played his trump card. Then I request that Hao Yan, junior brother, pray to our master, Zhu Ti insisted. For Maitreya and the others had already been expelled from the heavenly court. It could hardly become worse. Entering the Zixiao Palace to seek Hongjuan's judgment was a risk Zhu Ti was willing to take. The 4 saints against a mere boy. The advantage lies entirely with me. Master Hongjun has already favored Hao Yan once. It is time he also considered the Western teachings. Disciple, what should we do now? The Tongtian patriarch maintained a calm exterior. While privately communicating with Su Han, the more frantic Zhu Ti and the others became, the more they would descend into madness, leading to greater losses in the future. Su Han smiled slightly. Even if we concede some positions within the heavenly court, I have ways to ensure that these senior brothers and sisters continue to accrue merit in the realm of the underworld. Su Han had indeed kept a backup plan. With your words, I shall be at ease. The Tongtian patriarch's expression returned to tranquility as he stepped into the chaotic passage that appeared above the 9 heavens. In the depths of chaos, within the Zixiao Palace, Master, Hao Yin is incompetent and has disappointed your expectations. Upon seeing Hong Jun, Hao Yin rushed forward, weeping bitterly. How has Hao Yin learned all the ultimate techniques of our Western teachings? Zhuan Ti cursed silently in his heart and promptly joined in the lamentation. Master, my brother and I are inept. Countless epochs have passed, yet the West remains as impoverished as ever, truly failing to meet the heavy expectations of the heavenly Tao. Please show us mercy. You are not worthy of being a son. Yuanshi Tianzuan huffed, but mindful of Hongjuan's presence, Zhuan Ti was merely striving for his own faction's interests and could not afford to erupt in anger at Hao Yin's transformation was likely the result of Su Han's scheming. The Tongtian patriarch was initially taken aback by Hao Yin's drastically different demeanor from the heavenly emperor, but soon regained his smile. While weeping might tarnish one's image, it was quite effective within the Zixiao Palace. When the 3,000 worldly guests first received the Tao, Zhuan Ti and Jane utilized this very tactic to deceive the esteemed Red Cloud into granting them the status of saint. To deal with someone like Zhuan Ti, one must walk his path, leaving him no avenue of retreat. A moment of triumph in snatching opportunities is but fleeting. Perpetual success lies in continuous interception. I pay my respects to the master. Observing the subtle change in the countenance of Laozi, the Tongtian patriarch felt an increasing sense of pride and respectfully bowed. Rise. Hong Jun waved his hand to assist Hao Yin and Zhuan Ti to their feet, his eyes flashing with a hint of helplessness before returning to indifference. He has already been given one chance, yet apart from Tongtian, the others have only escalated their actions. Thus, the heavenly Tao must intervene. We beseech your guidance, Master. As Hongjuan's final trace of humanity faded, Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan understood that this was the manifestation of the heavenly Tao, and their expressions grew increasingly solemn. The 3 sovereigns of humanity had already been established, and Hao Yin must enter the cycle of reincarnation to complete the Tao fruit of the 3 realms. The heavenly Tao, Hong Jun, speaks with indifference. Thank you, Master. A glimmer of joy flickered in Hao Yin's eyes. What he lacked most at present was strength. The cycle of reincarnation presented a tremendous opportunity. Even without the primordial purple energy, he could at least attain the status of a quasi-saint, enabling him to harness greater power from the Zhoutian stars and gain more influence within the 33 heavens. Zhuan Ti's heart also soared with joy. With Hao Yin, the heavenly emperor, entering reincarnation, this was the best opportunity for all saints. If they could incorporate Hao Yin's reincarnated self into the Western teachings, the future prospects would be boundless. In short, all was looking bright. Master, with Hao Yin entering reincarnation, the affairs of the heavenly court will undoubtedly be affected. May we increase some divine positions? Yuanshi Tianzuan also recognized the opportunity. During Hao Yin's trials in the Yaoqi, he may leave a manifestation in the heavenly court. The human and Chan sects can also select 10 true immortals of fortune and virtue to enter the heavenly court. Hongjuan's gaze regained a hint of vitality as he spoke. Thank you, Master. Yuanshi Tianzuan and Zhuan Ti's eyes sparkled with delight. Although Laozi had previously proposed the positions of the 5 elders of the 5 directions, gaining Hongjuan's endorsement would undoubtedly strengthen their fortunes. The master indeed still harbors fondness for us. Hao Yin felt no discouragement. Leaving behind but a single manifestation would certainly diminish his voice, yet it was still preferable to being entirely sidelined. Furthermore, while the human and Chan sects would gain positions within the heavenly court through the 5 elders, their strength and qualifications were far inferior to those of the likes of Duobao and others. The core of the heavenly court still lay with the Jie sect's immortals, as long as the Tongtian patriarch's intentions remained unchanged. After his tribulations, Hao Yin would smoothly reclaim his power. After years of cooperation, Hao Yin was well aware that although the Jie sect disciples had their flaws, their ability to accomplish tasks was commendable, and they were easier to work with than the likes of Guang Chengzi from the Chan sect. Aligning more closely with Hao Yin's desires, as saints and celestial beings, you ought to contribute to the perfection of the 3 realms. With a sweeping glance at Yuanshi, Laozi, and Zhuan-Ti, Hongjun spoke once more, subsequently sending everyone out of the Zixiao Palace on the Tongtian Star. After all their painstaking scheming, they had unwittingly made a wedding garment for the Jie Sect. Watching Duobao and the others completely plunder the demon race's treasury, Luya and Bai Zhe felt a mix of shock and fury, yet found themselves utterly helpless. Not only had Zhuan-Ti and Jane, their saintly backers, already retreated to the Zixiao Palace, but even if they remained on the Tongtian Star, they were no match for the Tongtian Patriarch and the Extermination Sword Array. Their gamble had been to resolve the matter swiftly without being discovered by the Jie Sect.as for Taiqing Laozi and Yuqing Yuanshi. It was unnecessary to mention that these two saints were notoriously high-minded. Even if they were willing to assist, it would come at a great cost. Retreat. Gritting his teeth and swallowing his bitterness, Luya transformed into a rainbow and returned to Mount Shumi with Bai Zhe to recuperate. The young prince of the demon race had fled rather swiftly. A hint of regret flickered in Duobao's eyes. The convergence of the four teachings on the Tongtian Star had already stirred the attention of the great powers of the wilderness. Under such scrutiny, even the Jie Sect's immortals were reluctant to act against the other saints' disciples. No matter. If the demon race can ally with the Western teachings, they will only grow more reckless in the future, Su Han remarked nonchalantly. The decree of the Fengshen calamity is now unavoidable. To alter the destiny of the Jie Sect, we must either enhance ourselves or send more adversaries to the list. Although the demon race has suffered severe setbacks, they are still formidable, akin to a withered camel that is larger than a horse, more than capable of filling many voids. Moreover, as a transmigrator, Su Han understands that Hongjun does not favor the Western two saints. Rather, it is the result of the Daomo conflict that forced the demon ancestor Luo Ho to detonate the Western ancestral veins, rendering the entire Western continent a barren land of spiritual energy, making cultivation exceedingly difficult. This caused the demon race to accrue additional karma by entering the Western teachings, and the brief period of Western revival in the original timeline would inevitably be further shortened. I pay my respects to the Master. I pay my respects to the great celestial venerable. At this moment, Tongtian Jiao Master and Haoyan emerged from the chaos together. Su Han retracted his thoughts and followed the celestial beings of the to pay his respects. No need for formality. Tongtian Jiao Master waved his right hand, blocking all divine senses and heavenly secrets from prying, and then spoke. The Master has decided to allow junior brother Haoyan to undergo tribulations and attain the Tao fruit of the three realms, leaving only an incarnation to oversee the heaven court, while guiding the disciples of the three teachings to enter the heaven court to assume the roles of the five elder ones. The so-called Zhang Beineng is indeed just an incarnation of Haodan. Su Han's understanding deepened, and he communicated with Tongtian Jiao Master using his divine sense. It just so happens that the demon race's treasury has acquired more than 10 innate spiritual treasures. Master may select 2 items as a congratulatory gift for Haoyan and Yaoqi. A congratulatory gift. Tongtian Jiao Master expressed mild surprise, quickly comprehending the implications. This opportunity granted to Haoyan by Hongjun Daozu is indeed meant to assist Haoyan in advancing further. Yet fundamentally it reflects dissatisfaction with the interference of Yuanshi Tianzuan and others in the affairs of the heaven court, albeit in a somewhat more tactful manner. Furthermore, the Tongtian Star, in name, belongs to the heaven court and is a treasure snatched from the demon race. Offering 2 innate spiritual treasures to Haoyan serves both as a gesture of courtesy and as an investment to strengthen their bond. Junior brother, the tribulation is determined by the Master, and I cannot be of much assistance. Consider these 2 spiritual treasures as a farewell gift for you and junior sister Yaoqi, Tongtian Jiao Master remarked, selecting 2 mid-grade innate spiritual treasures that harmonized with Haoyan and Yaoqi. Brother, you are overly courteous. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Haoyan's eyes. While it is true that upon departing from the Zixiao Palace, Daozu Hongjun bestowed upon him and Yaoqi the corpse-slaying treasures, that was the extent of it. After many years in the heaven court, his greatest gains have merely been a few postnatal spiritual treasures. Now, Tongtian Jiao Master, upon his first gesture, presents 2 mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, which can certainly be deemed exceedingly generous. Although this also comes at the expense of the demon race, had it been the likes of Zhuan-Ti or Yuanshi Tianzuan, they would scarcely have offered even innate treasures, let alone without rebuking the heaven court. Especially since Haoyan is about to enter reincarnation in the Haoyan mirror, which serves to suppress the fortunes of the heaven court and could expose his identity, cannot be carried. These two spiritual treasures represent Haoyan and Yaoqi's greatest reliance after reincarnation. Without innate spiritual treasures that align with their attributes, their speed of cultivation could indeed lag millions of times. Since we are brothers, there is no need for formality. Tongtian Jiao Master said with a smile. The disciples of my elder brother's sect are rather impatient. Their smooth sailing in the heaven court over the years is entirely due to your care, junior brother. Indeed, it seems that only senior brother Shangqing is truly an ally. Haoyan glanced towards the direction of Yushu Palace and Mount Shumi, as well as the Duoshui Palace, which shares the same space in the 33 heavens, and quickly reached a decision, saying, after your reincarnation, the affairs of the heaven court may be managed by the North Pole ZY Emperor Duobao and the heaven court's Grand Marshal Su Han, both of whom are my esteemed nephews. After all, since an incarnation cannot wield authority, it is only natural to entrust the management to those who are more trustworthy. Duobao, the eldest disciple of the, is undoubtedly the foremost in both cultivation and demeanor among the disciples of the four teachings. Although Grand Marshal Su Han's cultivation is currently lacking, he enjoys excellent rapport in both and the heaven court, is the martial ancestor who wields the human race's Kongtong seal, and has collaborated harmoniously with Haoyan, making him Haoyan's greatest reliance after reincarnation. After all, the current human race is under the governance of the three sovereigns at the quasi-saint level, their fortunes vast enough to evoke envy even in Haoyan, the nominal great celestial venerable of the three realms. Furthermore, although the ascended immortals of the human race may seem inconspicuous, their numbers in the heaven court have already surpassed 100,000. Diligent and rich in potential, making them an indispensable force for Haoyan to manage the three realms. Indeed, heeding counsel brings benefits. Tongtian Jiao Master grew increasingly satisfied. Merely 2 mid-grade innate spiritual treasures in exchange for the authority over the heaven court during Haoyan's tribulation is undoubtedly a tremendous profit. Tongtian Jiao Master began to anticipate the expressions of the 5 elder ones upon entering the heaven court after the deliberations of the 3 teachings. Upon learning of this news, how splendidly intriguing it would be. Chapter 68. Era of the 5 Emperors. Zhuanti undermines the teachings of the expounding sect in Yushu Palace. That brat Haoyan dares to let the likes of Duobao and the human race's Su Han take charge of the affairs of the heaven court? Upon receiving the news from the Lingxiao Treasure Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression darkened immediately. The is already powerful, the human race and the expounding sect's Western teachings, even if they could field 10 elite members, would still be at a significant disadvantage. Now that Haoyan has directly delegated the proxy authority, how can they compete? In the past, when Maitreya served as the general of the curtain, he mentioned that the affairs of the heaven court were already few and far between. And after Haoyan's tribulation, there would be even fewer. Sharing merit and fortune is already sufficient, Zhuanti interjected. Our Western teachings must have 4 esteemed positions. The Western teachings originally came to reap the benefits. And being able to gain fortunes without exerting effort aligns perfectly with Zhuanti's intentions. At most, I will grant you 2. Yuanshi Tianzuan furrowed his brows. With the 12 golden immortals of the expounding sect, plus the southern pole immortal, occupying all 10 slots is hardly enough, let alone leaving any for the Western teachings. Xuandu could practice with the old Taoist in the Duoshui Palace. I will do just that. Second brother, Laozi spoke in a deep voice. Thank you, elder brother. Yuanshi Tianzuan's anger transformed into joy. After all, the Duoshui Palace is a place where the incarnation of a saint resides, and its spiritual energy is among the most abundant in the 33 heavens. With countless miraculous elixirs, this is undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity. Guangchengzi, Qijingzi, Yuding, Tai-yi, Lingbao, and Qingsu, you 6 will serve as the 5 elder ones. Southern Pole, you will lead your Taoists, along with Wanshu, Puxian, Sihong, and Zhu Lusun to enter the Duoshui Palace. Yuanshi Tianzuan intoned. Thank you, master and great-uncle. Guangchengzi and the others were all overjoyed. Only Randang, Yunzhongzi, and Huanglong stood in silence, seemingly aware that the disciples of the expounding sect included more than just these individuals. Master, I wonder if I have a chance as well? After a moment of hesitation, Randang finally mustered the courage to speak. As a former listener at the Zixiao Palace, although he shares the same early quasi-saint level as Guangchengzi, his Tao rhythm and foundation are far more solid. During the human emperor's conflict, he had been more prudent, accumulating little karmic retribution, and has now successfully returned to the early quasi-saint perfection. If he could secure one position among the 5 elder ones, he would have a substantial chance to slay his second corpse, yet he finds himself without a place, not even in the unassigned slots of the Duoshui Palace. With Guangchengzi and the others heading to the Heaven Court, Yushu Palace needs to retain some personnel to guard it. If you and Yunzhongzi, Huanglong have any doubts, feel free to seek me out. Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke indifferently. After the conflict with Xinyuan Qiyu, Guangchengzi had frequently reported Randang's misdeeds to him, and being a later arrival, he held little weight in Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes. Understood, Randang complied, feeling a wave of desolation wash over him. This jade-clear saint is still as biased as ever. If Randang is deemed a later arrival, then both Yunzhongzi and Huanglong are genuine disciples of the expounding sect. To take a step back, while Huanglong's aptitude may indeed be somewhat lacking, still only at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, he has always been respectful towards his elders and has rushed to the front lines whenever the expounding sect has faced challenges. As for Yunzhongzi, he is universally recognized in the wilderness as a true immortal of fortune. Even though he has not been included among the 12 golden immortals, he is on the verge of slaying a corpse, yet still receives no opportunity. Though put it plainly, is it not because he spoke a few good words for that he was slandered as a traitor by Guangchengzi and others? Had I known this, I would have chosen to join from the beginning. With Tongtian Jiao Master's inclusivity and generosity towards his disciples, I might have already been able to slay my third corpse. The so-called Jade Clear is merely this. Observing the disheartened Randang, Zhuanti felt a twinge of disdain. Although the Western teachings may be impoverished, he and Jane have always devoted themselves to their disciples, shamelessly striving to secure benefits for them. Yet, this seems to present a good opportunity. Zhuanti's mind turned, feigning a return to the West, yet midway through, he concealed his whereabouts with the powers of a saint and quietly turned back. Arriving at Randang's Lingjiu Peak, I pay my respects to the saint. Upon seeing Zhuanti's figure, Randang was momentarily taken aback, then hastily bowed. Your fortunes are profound, yet you are merely at the early stage of quasi-saint. Such is truly regrettable, Zhuanti said with a smile. Just so happens, I possess certain esoteric methods that may assist you in advancing further. This, a flicker of hesitation crossed Randang's eyes. Although Zhuanti is indeed one of the most audacious figures in the wilderness, he is still a lofty celestial saint. If he is willing to provide careful guidance, it would undoubtedly facilitate Randang's progress. However, learning techniques from other sects has always been a grave taboo. Yunzhongzi faced exclusion for merely sharing insights on refining artifacts with Duobao, let alone Randang, who is seen as an outsider. You have always been a practitioner of diverse arts, having journeyed throughout the wilderness before. Zhuanti remarked, if you feel uneasy, we may exchange our respective cultivation methods. Exchange? Randang's expression brightened. In the wilderness, it is common for powerful beings to exchange spells and treasures, and no one could find fault with it. Here, it is only the two of us. Even heaven and earth are unaware. Zhuanti continued, moreover, I will frequently visit Yushu Palace to discuss the Tao with my senior brother. All disciples of the expounding sect are welcome to listen. Thus, I extend my gratitude to the sage. The countenance of Randang grew increasingly astonished. It was unavoidable. As a fellow member of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, witnessing the 3 pure ones and Yuhua guiding Zhuanti towards their sanctification. While figures like Mingyi and Jin Yuanzi also achieved their own successes, and now even the younger generation such as Duobao had left him far behind. A multitude of grievances and frustrations had long since accumulated within his heart. Holy Venerable, I fear you may find it amusing, but I am truly eager to progress. Randang remarked, as long as I can advance further. Randang is willing to sacrifice everything. To think that the illustrious vice master of a quasi-saint would so easily fall into such a trap? Observing the fervent expression on Randang's face, Zhuanti could not help but recall the similarly disgruntled expressions of Cihong, Wan Shu, and other disciples of the Chan teaching. seemed that the previous talk of arranging a lecture at the Jade Void Palace was indeed a ruse to deceive Randang. At Lingxiao Treasure Hall, the affairs of heaven were entrusted to the two brothers. Haoyan and Yaoqi handed over the tokens to Duo Bao and Su Han, their gazes imbued with a touch of complexity. Although they were nominally the sovereigns of the three realms, in truth, their lives after entering the heavenly court were far less carefree than their previous days in the Purple Cloud Palace. Yet, the life of an immortal could not be relived, and having tasted the sweetness of power, returning to the monotonous years where one could see the end at a glance was likely beyond their capacity to endure. Only through greater strength could they truly master their own destinies. Casting another glance towards the direction of the Doshui Palace, a hint of determination surfaced in Haoyan's eyes. Was it not because figures like Lao Zhu Yuanshi disregarded him, the great heavenly venerable, that they felt so exalted, standing on high, for beneath the saints, all were but ants? As long as he could successfully weather the tribulations and harness the vast fortunes of the three realms, his cultivation would surely advance further. If he were to discover the primordial purple energy of the ancient Hongyun in the future, he would indeed have the means to seek vengeance against Juanti and the others. Once more casting a glance at the thrones of the Heavenly Emperor and the Queen Mother, Haoyan and Yaoqi strode purposefully into their exclusive reincarnation passage. Meanwhile, Xianyuan officially transferred the co-rulership to Zhuangsu, who, having been nurtured by the Wuyun immortal sect, possessed a tranquil demeanor and was best suited for uniting various tribes and fostering stable development, thus inaugurating the era of the five emperors. At this juncture, the ancestral land of the human race welcomed an unexpected visitor. Reporting to the martial ancestor, a monkey demon has arrived from beyond the ancestral land, insisting on meeting you. The Rain Master bowed respectfully. Having entered the ancestral land after Qiyu was appointed as the Lord of War, assisting Yinglong in maintaining the harmony of the human race and enjoying the blessings of merit. He was now at the level of a Tai Golden Immortal. It should be the six-eared macaque. Allow him entry, Su Han replied with a slight smile. The wilderness was home to many monkey species. Yet the most renowned were the four chaotic monkeys, each having inherited fragments of the legacy from one of the chaos demon gods, the fighting demon ape, and possessing their own unique abilities. Six-eared pays respects to the martial ancestor. The six-eared macaque knelt respectfully, exclaiming, "Truly worthy of being the mighty one who has conferred the title of human emperor. You recognized my true form at a glance. There is no need for pleasantries." Su Han waved his hand. "Do you understand why, despite your innate powers, no great being has ever wished to take you as a disciple? I implore the martial ancestor for guidance." A flicker of melancholy crossed the eyes of the six-eared macaque. He had already taken form during the Dragon Han calamity, yet countless epochs had passed, and he had yet to even touch the threshold of the Xian immortal realm. His attempts to seek out masters had been met with closed doors, often pursued by self-righteous immortals, relying solely on his innate abilities to survive. You need not employ your innate powers. The sentiments of those blessed with great merit are beyond your comprehension. And instead, you will only attract negative karma. Su Han spoke calmly. In truth, you should already know that the reason the other immortals shun you is due to your eavesdropping on the teachings of the Purple Cloud Palace, leading to the Tao ancestors' pronouncement that the law shall not be transmitted to the six ears. Please forgive me, martial ancestor. I have acknowledged my error. The six-eared macaque bowed repeatedly, saying, "Should the martial ancestor take me in, I shall surely mend my ways." After countless epochs of stagnation, the six-eared macaque was nearly driven mad with his desire to progress. "You would do well to keep your word," Su Han replied indifferently. "The Tao ancestor's stature is such that he would not treat a mere demon like you with disdain. The reason for your exclusion lies in the chaos of your learning. Delving into profound teachings without guidance can easily lead to missteps, allowing the outer celestial demons to take advantage. Back then, the 3,000 worldly guests endured innumerable trials in the chaos before reaching the Purple Cloud Palace. Even those who did not ascend to the great Luo Golden Immortal level possessed spiritual treasures and immense willpower. Yet, many fell along the way, let alone you, who were merely a true immortal back then." Su Han continued, "In later generations, a child entering a graduate classroom may find themselves utterly lost. yet they can still be embraced as a cute little darling. However, in the vast and mighty world of the wilderness, eavesdropping on profound techniques can easily lead one astray, falling into demonic paths or worse, meeting their demise. The higher one's cultivation, the greater their arrogance. The actions of the six-eared macaque, misusing his powers to eavesdrop on others, surely invite disdain from the great beings. Simply put, the current six-eared macaque is but a demon monkey. Slaying him would instead yield merit. Thank you for your guidance, martial ancestor. The six-eared macaque performed a deep bow, his expression growing increasingly despondent, realizing that the human race was not a suitable place for him to learn why martial way may not be suitable for you. Yet I can recommend a quasi-saint teacher. Su Han smiled, directing his gaze toward Tongtian. The son of the Yuan Feng? The six-eared macaque was overjoyed and quickly knelt again. Though the Feng clan had seen better days, they remained formidable, and a quasi-saint was already a mite second only to saints in the wilderness. Particularly, Tongtian's evident camaraderie with Su Han suggested that studying under him would provide access to the great powers of the human race and the Jiejiao. Tongtian was currently in search of his younger brother, the Da Ping, and your abilities would be of great use. Su Han smiled faintly, remarking that the problems of the six-eared macaque stemmed from his excessive cleverness, seeking shortcuts in every endeavor, which led him astray despite his good innate qualities. Tongtian, due to the nature of the five-color divine light, had become overly proud and aloof, resulting in some missteps in educating the Da Ping. Having the six-eared macaque, a clever observer of human behavior, assist him would surely yield far better results. With the cunning of the six-eared macaque, dealing with a simple-minded bird like the Da Ping would be exceedingly advantageous. Powers and temperament are not inherently good or bad. It all depends on how they are wielded, as long as you can heed my brother Su's advice and turn over a new leaf. I shall accept you as my foremost disciple. Tongtian nodded slightly. After venturing into the Eastern Sea, he had also sought the Da Ping multiple times, only to return empty-handed, causing some anxiety in his heart. Furthermore, given Su Han's guidance, Tongtian valued their friendship, which alone was sufficient. Thank you, teacher. The six-eared macaque excitedly bowed deeply to Tongtian, then turned to Su Han, expressing, "Thank you, martial ancestor." After years of struggling alone, he had finally found a towering tree to shield him from the wind and rain. In fact, you have several brothers, among whom the Lingming stone monkey has yet to be born. However, the Tongbi Yuanyao and Chi Mahu could be worth keeping an eye on. Su Han continued, noting that while in the original timeline, the Lingming stone monkey son Wukong and the six-eared macaque, along with Tongbi Yuanyao Yuan Hong, all had their moments of brilliance. Gathering all four monkeys for mutual exchange and verification could potentially lead to further advancements, even if they could not replicate the might of the chaos-fighting demon ape. Furthermore, all four monkeys had met with tragic fates in the original timeline. Yuan Hong had been relegated to a mere tool by the Chan teaching, serving as Yang Jin's whetstone and a sacrificial pawn in the calamity, ultimately becoming one of the four wasted stars on the Fengshan Bang. The six-eared macaque similarly fell victim to the Western teachings during the journey to the West, used merely to test Sun Wukong. Even Sun Wukong, who seemed to have attained a righteous outcome in the end, had his fate manipulated all along, transitioning from the great sage equal to heaven to being stripped of his individuality on Mount Ling. Being able to lend a helping hand while simultaneously strengthening the foundation of the human race was something Su Han was more than willing to do. Boom. Just as the six-eared macaque was using his powers to probe for the Da Ping's whereabouts, Zhuang Su, the foremost of the five emperors, completed his own merits. Zhuang Su unified the various tribes of the human race, developed production, promoted trade, and advanced cultural teachings, earning his rightful place as the great emperor of humanity. As the Kongtong seal materialized in the void, the heavenly Tao and earthly Tao trembled once more, showering down layers of merit and fortune. Zhuang Su's cultivation ascended from Xian Immortal to Tai, successfully condensing the three flowers, ultimately halting at the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The one responsible for his teachings, the Wuyun Immortal, also saw an elevation in both power and realm, taking a solid step toward severing the two corpses. The merits and fortunes accrued from the teachings of the five emperors were indeed less than those of the three sovereigns, indicating that apart from the fifth emperor, as highlighted by Su Han, The remaining 3 should send Tai disciples to assist in their teachings and help them condense the 3 flowers. Observing that the Wuyan immortal had not directly achieved his advancement, the Tongtian patriarch felt slightly regretful but soon found solace. The Jiejiao had already garnered enough merit from the human race through Su Han's guidance, and the focus should now shift towards giving back rather than continuing to take it. Seemed the 3 sovereigns indeed held more weight. As the teachings of the 5 emperors paled in comparison to the allure of the 5 elders of the heavenly court, in the 33 heavens, within the Doshui palace, Guang Chengzi, while refining the 6-turn immortal pills, displayed a proud demeanor. The human emperor's teachings yield but a one-time harvest. The divine positions of the heavenly court, however, are eternally present. The Zihang Taoist remarked, moreover, with Haoyan absent, we enjoy considerable freedom. Once we finish refining the pills, we can return to the Jade Void Palace to listen to the teachings of our master and the Western saints. Nonetheless, the West is but a peripheral path. My fellow disciples would do well to listen, but know that to ascend to the great Tao, one must adhere to the authentic laws of the Jade Void. The South Pole immortal furrowed his brow. Though it is true that the Chan sect currently maintains a cooperative relationship with the Western teachings, the frequent visits of the 2 celestial sages to the Jade Void Palace seem excessively fervent, do they not? In Chapter 70, as the feathered wing immortal enters the Juan T muses, why do I need to say again? My elder brother, alas! Observing the ethereal radiance in the Jade Void Palace, the Lord of the heavenly teaching-s expression grew increasingly complex, with the lofty pride of the primordial supreme being, even he, the 3rd brother, and the disciples of the were regarded as heretics. Yet now, the 2 saints from the West are allowed to bring their disciples in and out multiple times, which can only be interpreted as an extreme wariness towards the contest of saints is not merely a struggle for fortune, but also a clash of ideologies. Su Han spoke solemnly. To prove the correctness of we must let victory be our voice. Although this vast and formidable world is indeed expansive, the primordial wilderness operates under the same principle. One's stance often dictates one's perspective. Many times, the celestial beings and sages are not blind to the distinctions of right and wrong. Rather, their interests bind them, rendering them incapable of change. Take the example of the celestial master Ta Ching. If he were to accept responsibilities and obligations commensurate with his position, considering the immense fortune he has amassed within the human race over the years, how much recompense would be necessary to balance the scales of causality? Could such a demand possibly be accepted by those exalted beings above? The same applies to the 2 Western saints. They are not ignorant of the fact that a mere plundering of the East would only amplify their karmic burdens, leading to a fleeting fortune for the Western teachings after their rise. However, the West is fundamentally impoverished. Even the briefest resurgence is preferable to none at all. As for the painstaking endeavor of cultivating the West for long-term development, let us not even mention the countless difficulties that would present themselves. What if, after laboriously establishing the West, it were to be seized by the 3 pure ones? That would indeed lead to a fatal collision upon Mount Meru. No, by then, even the spiritual mountain of their birth might be wrested away by the mightier 3 pure ones. In this world, all seek profit and all engage for gain. The Lord of the heavenly teaching sighed. I never imagined that even the celestial sages could not escape the entanglements of interest. Not only the celestial sages but even the Tao ancestor Hong Jun, who has attained the Tao, is likely now regretting his earlier decisions. Su Han sighed inwardly and stated, given the current circumstances, our must unite to confront this challenge. I understand, Master. The Lord of the heavenly teaching sighed deeply, his expression regaining tranquility. As Su Han articulated, each sage possesses their own ideals and demands for self-interest, rendering them impervious to persuasion by mere words. Furthermore, the Lord of the heavenly teaching holds his numerous disciples in high regard. He cannot bear to see them suffer tribulations or even lose their very souls due to his missteps. In truth, the closer the Jade Void Palace and Mount Meru draw to one another, the greater the hidden perils they invite upon themselves. Su Han spoke calmly. Are you suggesting that the matter of the long-eared will also surface within the Chan sect? The Lord of the heavenly teaching's expression shifted slightly. Although many years have passed, he still finds it difficult to forget the betrayal of that rabbit, who forsook the for selfish gains. The master imparts wisdom without discrimination. Every time he teaches, even registered disciples have the opportunity to listen in the Green Escape Palace. Both Duobao and Gongming, his senior brothers, have been exceptionally righteous, taking great care of their many junior brothers and sisters. Even at the expense of their own cultivation, Su Han spoke with gravitas. After removing the traitor long-eared and rigorously enforcing the rules to expel those who merely muddle through, the has become even more united than before. And the atmosphere within the sect has greatly improved. The Lord of the Heavenly Teaching sighed once more. After many years as brothers, having once shared the trials of disciples from the three teachings atop Kunlun Mountain, how could he not comprehend the favoritism that the primordial supreme being exhibits? The conflicts involving Guangchengzi and others with the disciples of the have been numerous, and the internal strife within the Chan sect has been no less frequent. The initial failure of the 12 Golden Immortals, Nanji Xianweng, and Yun Changzi to gain entry only left both the Lord of the Heavenly Teaching and the Celestial Master Ta Ching greatly astonished. Further intensifying the contradictions within the Chan sect, it was precisely because he discerned the issues within the Chan sect that the Lord of the Heavenly Teaching placed increased emphasis on the unity of the. Although they currently find themselves in a state of brotherly discord, witnessing the disciples of the Chan sect being undermined by Zhu and Ti still stirs something within him. Master, with long-eared gone, I recently helped Kong Xin recruit the six-eared macaque as a disciple. Soon, I shall bring back the rock. Would you be interested in completing the entourage of the 7 immortals? Observing the Lord of the Heavenly Teaching's wistful gaze, Su Han deftly shifted the topic. The second son of the Yuan Feng. The Lord of the Heavenly Teaching's interest was piqued in the past, during the rivalry among the ancestor dragon, Yuan Feng, and the beginning Qilin. The 3 pure ones were merely insignificant Tai golden immortals, forced to watch from Kunlun Mountain. Moreover, after the dragon and Han calamity, Yuan Feng endured the backlash of karma to suppress the unquenchable volcanic fire, merging the last remnants of his soul within, which earned the Lord of the Heavenly Teaching's deep respect. Su Han smiled slightly. Though the rock may be somewhat simple-minded, his innate potential ranks among the finest in the primordial wilderness. If he receives guidance directly from the Lord of the Heavenly Teaching, he could remedy his congenital deficiencies and, in the future, at the very least, become a formidable quasi-saint. In the vast mountains, Kongxian, you tread your own path, while I pursue mine. Why do you persistently pursue me? The rock exclaimed vehemently. Uncle Rock, you are but newly initiated into the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. How could you possibly contend with your master? The more you shout, the more punishment you shall receive. If I were you, I would return with my master first, raise my cultivation, and then speak of fighting instead of seeking trouble now. The 6-eared macaque interjected. Even I, a mere lowly Xinxian monkey, can see through this matter. You wouldn't be less capable than me, would you? Stupid monkey. Were it not for you consistently provoking me, I would have fled long ago. As the rock glared at the 6-eared macaque, who was taunting him beneath the protection of the multicolored divine light, his anger only grew, yet he felt utterly helpless. Although the primordial wilderness is vast, it is not limitless. How could a great Luo truly escape from someone of the quasi-saint level like Kong Xian? Su Han appeared in the void and spoke calmly. If you truly wish to surpass Kong Xian, I can grant you an opportunity. I know you. You are the martial ancestor of the human race and are allied with Kong Xian. The rock shook his head. Then do you know that my master is none other than the Lord of the Heavenly Teaching, who is countless times stronger than Kong Xian? If you listen to me, you can become a direct disciple of the and partake in the teachings of the sage. Su Han smiled. Can you truly help me surpass Kong Xian? The rock's expression revealed hesitation. Are you familiar with this sword? Su Han inquired nonchalantly. The Qingping sword? It seems you indeed hold a high position within the rock nodded. Yet how can I trust you are not deceiving me on behalf of Kong Xian? You, a mere great Luo, presume to deceive me. Su Han casually conjured a crimson lotus of karmic fire that enveloped the rock, speaking coldly. Will you submit? I yield, feeling the terrifying flames that relentlessly consumed his essence. The rock hastily pleaded for mercy. It is good that you understand, as long as you adhere to the rules of the. you will have the opportunity to become one of the 7 immortals of the entourage. Should you persist in your waywardness, do not blame my karmic fire for being merciless. Su Han nodded slightly. The choice of karmic fire not only served as an effective deterrent for the rock, but also revealed that he harbored little malice. Rather, he was motivated more by gluttony. Thank you, Brother Su. Tongtian sincerely bowed. Compared to the foolish rock, he was acutely aware of the significance of being a direct disciple of a sage, thus gaining a fresh perspective on Su Han's influence within the nearby 6-eared macaque also appeared invigorated. Indeed, I have latched onto a great opportunity. Within the Jade Void Palace, while Zhuan Ti was imparting teachings to Si Hang and others, his expression suddenly froze. His eyes filled with growing distress. Just moments ago, it seemed as though a tremendous opportunity related to the West had presented itself, yet now it appeared to have vanished without a trace. Zhuan Ti seethed inwardly. How dare they intercept this opportunity meant for me? It is truly a death wish. In Chapter 71, the Yin-Yang Qi bottle and the slightest vexation of the god of wealth. Within the Green Escape Palace, the Lord of the Heavenly Teaching acknowledged, indeed, a promising seed. Henceforth, you shall be one of the 7 immortals of the feathered wing immortal. He nodded slightly. The rock, both in lineage and cultivation, far surpassed the former long-eared Dingsong immortal. Although somewhat simple-minded, as long as he remains loyal to the rest is of little concern. His gluttony, in fact, stems from his congenital deficiencies, which the Lord of the Heavenly Teaching could easily address. Congratulations, Feathered Wing Immortal, for joining the brother. This Yin-Yang Qi bottle will require some time to transform from acquired to innate. For now, take these to make do. Duobao pulled out several acquired spiritual treasures from his treasure bag and handed them to the Feathered Wing Immortal. Smiling as he said, if they aren't to your liking, feel free to ask your elder brother for a reforge at any time. Brother, we are all family within the. Do not hesitate to seek assistance from your elder brothers and sisters. Zhao Gongming enthusiastically patted the Feathered Wing Immortal on the shoulder. As for me, I may lack the masterful skills of refining artifacts, but I possess a bit of wealth. Should you desire wine and meat, do not hesitate to find me. The myriad duties of the heavenly court are numerous. However, the one that has remained most vibrant in incense offerings has consistently been the elder brother Gongming, whose wealth has led to the crafting of a specially large treasure bag that has become insufficient for his needs. After all, he is the god of wealth. Wu Yunxian chuckled. This time, upon entering the human race to enlighten Zhuan Su, my greatest realization is that Gongming is indeed exceedingly popular among the human race. Tio put it in the words of our junior brother, the human race is quite straightforward. Although there are various exceptionally talented individuals, the vast majority simply pursue a life of abundance and comfort with their families, leading to the god of wealth's incense offerings being the most prosperous. Bi Xiao interjected. In truth, applying this to ourselves simply means exchanging wealth for resources such as merit and fortune for cultivation, which is not significantly different from ordinary people. Wu Yunxian nodded in deep agreement. As the foremost attendant among the 7 immortals, although the Cloud Immortal is far less conspicuous than the precious treasure Zhaogong. Both his lineage and comprehension are of the highest caliber, and he now stands merely a step away from the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Thank you, esteemed brothers and sisters. Having drifted through half a lifetime and experienced the capriciousness of human emotions, the winged immortal is deeply moved by the warmth and enthusiasm of the disciples of the, feeling that he has indeed come to the right place. Thank you, Brother Su. Witnessing the winged immortal swiftly integrate into the ranks of the Tongtian lets out a sigh of relief and bows deeply to Su Han. You are too kind, Brother Kong. Su Han replies with a smile and returns the gesture in order to restore the dual energies of Yin and Yang to their primordial state. The assistance of the little junior brothers Fusang Wood and Laurel Tree is essential. The precious treasure presents a precious vial to Su Han. After multiple uses of the Qin Kurending, precious treasure has grown quite familiar with its characteristics. For a postnatal object to transcend into a primordial one, the key lies in the primordial essence produced from chaos, which can also be substituted with merits and fortunes. However, the situation with the Yin and Yang vial is somewhat unique. It inherently contains primordial essence, having been downgraded to postnatal due to the winged immortal's mismanagement. Thus, with the nurturing of primordial solar and lunar spiritual roots, it can gradually recover. It's a trivial matter, Su Han states with a smile. In fact, I have gained quite an advantage. While primordial spiritual objects are indeed precious, advancing further is exceedingly challenging. The most suitable means involve spiritual roots of the same attribute. Additionally, during the tribulation of the great Luo Golden Immortal, Su Han has also comprehended the laws of devouring. With the yin and yang vial in hand, his understanding of the solar and lunar laws is bound to reach new heights. The notion you proposed regarding the reversal of the 5 elements in yin-yang is indeed an excellent idea. If realized, it would merely be a matter of time before Tongtian achieves the status of a sub-saint. The Tongtian patriarch's expression grows increasingly satisfied. The 3 sovereigns of humanity correspond to the paths of heaven, earth, and man, while the 5 emperors, could they be related to the 5 elements? The Holy Mother of Golden Spirits inquires. It cannot be said that there is no connection. However, if we truly wish to delve into the 5 elements, we might consider the 5 elemental spiritual roots. Su Han responds solemnly. The first batch of humanity, crafted by Nuwa using the Qian Kuan Ding, the 9 heaven Shirang, and the creation whip, emulating the primordial body of Pangu, possessed complete spiritual roots as humanity developed. Although their merits and fortunes grew more vast, newborns inevitably transitioned into postnatal beings. It is not only rare for them to possess complete spiritual roots, but even singular roots of yin, yang, or the 5 elements are hard to come by. The reason Su Han values Tongtian and the Winged Immortal is also to seize this opportunity to refine the lunar, solar, and 5-element methodologies, facilitating a smoother path for humanity's martial cultivation. After all, the excels in formations, and with the steady increase in the human population, if individual efforts fall short, collaboration through formations can compensate. Ignoring the needs of the common people while focusing solely on the elite would render us no different from the celestial dragons. Wouldn't it? The transition from primordial to postnatal, the distinction between extraordinary talent and the ordinary. Indeed, the path of humanity is distinct. The Tongtian patriarch resonates with this sentiment, recalling how the teachings at the Zixiao Palace were rooted in the most typical elitist approach, wherein only the most outstanding prodigies could gain entry. Subsequently, Laozi and Yuan Shi followed this path, leading to disputes with the Tongtian patriarch, who advocated for inclusivity among all races, ultimately resulting in a schism. Mount Sumeru, who would have thought that beneath the seemingly resplendent facade of the Chan sect lies a multitude of hidden dangers. No wonder they occupy the orthodox path of the heavenly Tao yet find themselves increasingly distanced from the Jain size. If the Chan sect were not in disarray and the 3 pure ones had no grudges, how could our Western sect have an opportunity? However, now this stands unrivaled. It will be challenging to truly draw the Chan sect's disciples to Mount Sumeru in the short term. We must seek alternative routes, Zhu Ti remarks casually. Are you suggesting the human race? Jain furrows his brow. Currently, the wilderness is dominated by 3 major powers, with the heavenly court, Haotian, and Yaoqi all having descended to experience tribulations. While the Western sect has only gained 4 of the 5 elders, significant progress is unlikely in the short term. The underworld holds limitless potential, yet the treasure of the 3 treasures of Yuanshi Tianzuan is held by Hutu. And the 2 saints of the West have only faced beatings. Presently, the only feasible target remains the human race. Earlier, the Cloud Immortal of the entered the human race to educate the 5 emperors. Although he could not directly slay the corpses, it is merely a matter of time, indicating that while the 5 emperors may not surpass the 3 sovereigns, they remain exceedingly noteworthy. For the impoverished Western sect, having a single Tai Golden Immortal is incredibly valuable. Although we now have allies among the demon clans, like Bai Zhe and Luya, they are more akin to cooperative partners, lacking the reliability of disciples cultivated by ourselves. Yet previously, due to the imperial struggle, Jane's brow furrows. Because Laozi attempted to confine the 3 sovereigns, even the educational opportunities for the 5 emperors in the human and Chan sects were seized. Let alone for the Western sect. Brother, it's not only through educating the human emperor that opportunities arise. Instigating chaos among the human race can also yield fruitful results. Zhu Ti's eyes gleam with pride as he speaks. For instance, the Dragon Clan, which has been suppressed by the human race and whose Dragon King of the East Sea remains imprisoned. The Dragon Clan? Jayan gazes towards the two true dragons in the 8-part heavenly dragon pool and nods slightly. After all, as former protagonists of Calamity, the Dragon Clan still governs the vast seas beyond the Honghuang continent. If they could be drawn to Mount Sumeru, it would undoubtedly serve as a significant boost. However, the current human race is not easy to handle. Jane's eyes flash with hesitation. The once mightiest of the 6 saints, the Taiching Laozi, has just suffered a significant setback among the humans. Rest assured, brother, I have devised a plan that can kill multiple birds with one stone, strengthening Mount Sumeru while also acquiring some of the human race's fortunes, without allowing the human race to discover it is the doing of our Western sect. Zhuan Ti transforms into an elderly man with white hair and states, "This humble Taoist is a wandering cultivator from Kunlun. What connection can I possibly have with the Western sect?" Chapter 72. Zhuan Ti. This humble Taoist has a 98% chance of success. At the Bo Palace, Emperor Ku is on the verge of completing his merits. Su Han, what arrangements do you have for the subsequent education of the 3 emperors? The Tongtian patriarch sips his enlightenment tea and inquires. After experiencing the tumultuous events of the 3 sovereigns of humanity, he feels somewhat disinterested in the calm and collected Zhuangshu and Emperor Ku.it, is not to say that the relatively weak human race, even among the great saints, spends most of its time in tedious seclusion and seeking cultivation resources. Su Han speaks solemnly. Moreover, during the upcoming era of Yao, a flood will sweep across the entire Honghuang continent, presenting a significant trial for humanity and contributing to the 5th emperor's accomplishments, comparable to those of the 3 sovereigns. A flood? A trial from the heavenly Tao. The Tongtian patriarch's expression shifts. Given the immense fortune currently enjoyed by humanity, with the 5 ancestors, 3 sovereigns, and multiple spiritual treasures suppressing their fortunes, as well as the likes of Yinglong and the wind and rain masters adept at maintaining favorable weather, a flood that threatens the existence of humanity is something that even saints might not dare to intervene with, lest they fear other forces taking advantage of the situation. Su Han continues, just as the celestial beings must endure 3 calamities and 5 tribulations, the protagonists of the heavenly Tao must also face numerous trials. The dragon, phoenix, Qilin, and the witch and demon clans are all engaged in a deadly struggle for survival. In the case of humanity, due to having only one protagonist and comparatively lower average strength, it transforms into a calamity of heaven and earth. Other races and powers will seize the opportunity during humanity's tribulations to weaken them and vie for greater survival space. If it were merely the other races, the current human race would not find it difficult to cope. However, the Honghuang is currently home to living saints, and at least 4 of them harbor ill intentions towards humanity. I shall personally oversee the affairs of humanity, the Tongtian patriarch asserts, not to mention that the fortunes of the and humanity are already completely intertwined. Even for Su Han's sake, the Tongtian patriarch would undoubtedly intervene. The heavenly Tao and earthly Tao must also adhere to the principle of balance. Thus, calamities also present opportunities, if they can navigate through this smoothly, whether it be the human emperor or the brothers and sisters involved in education. They will be able to acquire greater fortunes. Su Han speaks earnestly. Following the laws of time and causality, Su Han's laws of devouring and yin-yang have successfully advanced to the level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Bolstered by the vast fortunes of humanity, even a fully realized quasi-saint would find himself challenged by Su Han. Although he remains but a slightly larger ant in the presence of saints, it signifies considerable progress. The path of seeking the Tao is never to be rushed. As long as humanity can successfully endure this tribulation, the revival of humanity will accelerate, and Su Han, as the master of the Kongtong seal, will also reap more rewards. Although the path of laws and enlightenment is fraught with difficulties, its ultimate potential is the highest. Should any issues arise, feel free to seek guidance from me at any time. The Tongtian patriarch's gaze deepens with appreciation. Even though he is now the foremost among the 6 saints, sustained by immense fortunes, he still feels regret over not persevering on the path of laws and instead choosing to sever corpses and accrue merits. Each time he observes Su Han's progress, it evokes memories of his former self, brimming with aspirations, and he reflects more upon the current assembly of saints in the heavenly Tao, in the human realm. During Emperor Ku's 3-century reign, he continues the policies of Zhuangshu, promoting agriculture and commerce, successfully raising the fortunes of humanity by 50% and completing his merits to attain the early stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Lu, responsible for educating Zhuangxiu, also successfully condenses the three flowers to achieve the great Luo Golden Immortal and leaves behind a reputation as a medical sage among humanity, with his influence enduring. Su Han, you mentioned that during the reign of the third emperor, there will be a flood. I entrust this educational task to you, Luo Xian, declares the Tongtian patriarch with determination. Master, traditionally, water counters fire. To manage the flood, we should seek a brother with earth attributes to assist, Luo Xian responds, utterly bewildered. No need to worry. If Kong Xian can reverse the 5 elements with yin and yang, you can also attempt to counter water with fire, thus raising your ultimate potential. The heavenly master, Tongtian, produced 2 orbs of flame and remarked, these are the true sun fire and the essence of the south brightly fire, specially acquired for you by your junior brother. Su Han, and I am profoundly grateful to both my esteemed master and junior brother, Luo Xian exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Known by the moniker Immortal in Flames, he possessed formidable powers that surpassed many de Luo Golden Immortals. Despite still being at the Tai Yi Golden Immortal level, for a long time, Luo Xian had sought divine fire to enhance the might of his fiery crows, limited only to imagining lesser spiritual flames such as the Samadhi True Fire and the 6 Ding Divine Fire. However, the True Sun Fire and the South Brightly Fire, originating from mighty beings like the Demon Emperor Di Jun Tai Yi and the Primordial Phoenix, represented unparalleled divine flames, truly the apex of the primordial realm. It would not be an exaggeration to state that should the 3,000 fiery crows evolve into 3,000 golden crows and phoenixes, even a de Luo Golden Immortal, let alone a quasi-saint, would be left utterly scorched and humiliated. Yet, hesitantly, Luo Xian said, I fear my current cultivation is insufficient to refine these 2 divine fires, and I hope my esteemed master and junior brother will not find it amusing. Rest assured, Su Han has already taken this into account. The essence provided for you has been meticulously refined by your master, the heavenly master replied, his face alight with satisfaction. This disciple not only possessed unparalleled strategic acumen, but also demonstrated exceptional care for his fellow brothers and sisters in the sect. Often outshining his own master in such matters, it is imperative to find an appropriate moment to elevate Su Han and Duo Bao to the position of deputy masters, allowing them to oversee greater responsibilities. Thank you, esteemed master.